This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A scream rang out, and Zhou Shuan sat bolt upright in bed, her face deathly pale. After the massive earthquake, the surviving humans were displaced. To grab the last compressed biscuit, her boyfriend Lin Yuang and best friend Zhao Shanshan joined forces to plunge a sharp dagger into her temple, blood gushing out. What happened? Was she already dead? She looked around. The room's decor had a strangely familiar feel to it. After a careful recollection, she realized this was the apartment she rented during her junior year of college. There was a pink cell phone on the bedside table, also from her college days. Later, when the apocalypse struck, she went out to search for supplies during a flood, and the phone fell into the water and was completely destroyed. She quickly turned on the phone screen. It clearly showed 11:12 a.m. on March 23, 2024. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that she had been reborn? She got out of bed and went to the balcony. Children were playing downstairs, and a group of retired elderly people were sitting not far away, playing cards and chatting. How long had it been since she had seen such a peaceful scene? Suddenly, her phone rang. Zhou Shuan quickly answered, tears streaming down her face. Mom. She was studying at a university in S City in the south. After the apocalypse, she hadn't had time to go home. At first, communication wasn't cut off, and she could still contact her parents in J City intermittently. But later, when the floods came and submerged the coastal cities, communication and transportation were completely paralyzed. Her father spent all his savings to buy an inflatable boat and came to the south to find her, but he never heard from her again. Meanwhile, her mother and younger brother stayed in their old-fashioned apartment on the 6th floor of their old home. Because of its old-style construction, with a half-level attic above, the cautious parents had stockpiled supplies there before the apocalypse. Shortly after her father's departure, a vicious neighbor, along with a group of thugs, broke into their home and drove her mother and brother out. Not long after, the two died outside in the acid rain, their bodies never recovered. She heard all this from the people downstairs after the acid rain subsided, and she finally stumbled back home. Having traveled north, she had witnessed too much of the darkness of the apocalypse. She was no longer the naive college student she once was. After several days of careful planning, she killed all the villains who had taken over her home and the neighbors. Her ferocious appearance terrified many of the surviving residents of the neighborhood. She collected and buried the remains, corroded and decayed by the acid rain, which appeared to be those of her mother and brother, and then resolutely left for the government-established survivor base. It was there that she encountered Lin Yuang and Zhao Shanshan, who had long been involved with her and who, after the apocalypse, stole all her supplies and kicked her out of her rented apartment. What's wrong, sweetie? Did you get upset? Did you quarrel with your classmates? Zhong Tian panicked upon hearing her sobbing, even calling her by her childhood nickname. No, Zhou Shuan wiped away her tears and took a breath. Mom, I just missed you. She missed her so much. 8 years had passed, and she had finally heard her mother's voice again. This feeling of having regained what she had lost was truly enough to bring tears of joy. I thought it was something serious. You're a junior in college and still so homesick. What will you do after you get married? Zhong Tian scolded playfully. Zhou Shuan's voice was still nasal. I'm not getting married. I want to stay with you and Dad for the rest of my life. All right, we be our old maids forever, Zhong Tian laughed heartily. Zhou Shuan, however, vowed in her heart that she would protect her parents and younger brother for the rest of her life, drive away all the evil people, and let her family live happily in this apocalyptic world. Wan, you and Yuyang went on a trip to Hainan. Did you spend almost all your money? Mom will send you some more living expenses. Zhou Shuan then remembered that after the new year in her previous life, she and Lin Yuang had gone on a trip to Hainan. Lin Yuang said that his allowance was almost used up, and she would pay for the trip for now, and he would pay her back when they returned. Perhaps because she was paying, Lin Yuang spent a lot of money on the trip, and had high requirements for food and accommodation. So, in just 8 or 9 days, the two of them spent more than 20,000 yuan. An additional 10,000 yuan was for a jade Pichio pendant he had his eye on at the scenic spot. She thought the quality was average, and not worth the price, but Lin Yuang offered to borrow money from her to buy it. She had no choice but to give him her last 10,000 yuan. Lin Yuang was tall and handsome, but his family was of modest means. She was somewhat insecure because of a birthmark on her face, and she always accommodated him. During their year-long relationship, she paid for most of everything. After she was admitted to a top university, her parents threw a banquet, giving her all the wedding gifts they received, plus gifts from elders, totaling 50 to 60,000 yuan. But after they started dating, it was all squandered. Although Lin Yuan offered to borrow money for this trip, they both knew it was a one-way trip. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuan said, "I'm out of money, Mom. Please send me some more. Also, I want to go with some senior students to look for internships at big companies. I like to buy a car for convenience. Finding a job is tough these days. It'd be good to learn some experience beforehand." Zhong Tian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Buying a car is a big deal. I discuss it with your dad later. He mentioned the other day that electric cars are cheaper now. Let him give me his opinion." "Okay." Over the phone, Zhou Xuan didn't know how to tell her parents about her rebirth, but stockpiling supplies was urgent, so she had to find an excuse to ask them to send her more money. After hanging up, a cold smile appeared on her lips. In the past year or so, including the money spent on her travels, Lin Yuan owed her far more than 50,000 yuan. If she didn't make him pay it back, she wouldn't be a Zhou. Today was March 23rd, just over 10 days before the apocalypse. She needed to hurry and gather supplies. She turned and went inside, changed her clothes, and was about to leave. As she passed the full-length mirror, she glanced at herself and froze. On her left temple, there was a dark birthmark. Shaped like a map of undulating mountains, about the size of a walnut, it had been there since birth. Because of this birthmark, even though her family was relatively well off, she was pampered by her parents, and she was pretty. She had always been insecure. Apart from Lin Yuan, no one had ever actively pursued her from childhood to adulthood. This was probably why she quickly succumbed to Lin Yoyang's sweet words. But now, the birthmark was gone. What she saw was a flawless, fair face. Where did the birthmark go? Suddenly, in a daze, a square space of about 70 or 80 square meters appeared before her eyes, like a large white shipping container. Zhou Xuan often enjoyed reading online novels. Looking at this strange place, for some reason, she immediately thought of the missing birthmark. Could it be that her birthmark was actually a hidden space? In her past life, she died from a punctured temple, and the flowing blood activated this hidden space? Was the birthmark just the key to enter this space? She tried putting her coat inside, her hand was empty, and a garment appeared in the space. She tried taking it out, and in the blink of an eye, the coat was back in her hand, intact. Zhou Xuan suppressed her excitement, her eyes sparkling. She had initially worried that even knowing about the apocalypse beforehand would have allowed her to stockpile supplies, but the apocalypse had brought floods, tsunamis, extreme heat, acid rain, extreme cold, drought, eternal night, earthquakes. The surviving humans were displaced, with nowhere truly safe. Even as she and her parents stockpiled a large amount of supplies, where could they store them, and how could they withstand the cold waves and extreme heat? Now, the problem was solved. As long as she was certain that the supplies in her spatial dimension would be absolutely fresh, then storing them wouldn't be a problem. She took a pen and sketched out the supplies needed for survival in the apocalypse, prioritizing them according to their urgency, then put on a mask and went out. Chapter 2. The apartment she rented was very close to the university. The university town was just a short walk away. It was Saturday, and the university town was especially lively, with countless vibrant college students strolling hand in hand. Countless snack shops were packed with people, their aromas wafting for miles. Zhou Xuan hadn't noticed at first, but the smell of food immediately made her stomach rumble. For many years, she hadn't had a proper full meal. In her most difficult times, even tree bark, wild grass roots, and rat meat were considered delicacies. Her mouth watered. She went to her usual wonton shop and ordered a large bowl of wontons, a rigiamo, Chinese hamburger, and a large plate of pan-fried buns. She immediately began to wolf them down. Heaven knows how much she had missed the taste of those wontons during countless hungry nights in her past life. After finishing her meal, she packed the remaining 4 pan-fried buns to take home. She rode her bike to a secluded spot and placed the pan-fried buns in her spatial storage to test its freshness. Just as she was about to set off on her electric scooter, a text message arrived. 60,000 yuan in cash had been deposited into her account. Accompanying the text message was a concise WeChat message from her mother. "Go check out the car models first, don't buy one yet. Your dad has already bought his ticket, he'll be here tomorrow." Dad's coming tomorrow? He must be worried about her, and is coming to help her buy a car. Zhou Xuan felt a surge of excitement, her eyes welling up with tears. Her parents were the people who loved her most in the world. In her past life, her biggest regret was not being able to return to reunite with them in time. In this life, that regret would absolutely not happen again. She thought for a moment, and changed her plans. She had originally planned to buy enough supplies and return to J City, but she had no money. Tens of thousands of yuan was far from enough. Since her father was coming, she decided to have her mother come along too. The three of them could stockpile enough supplies in S City before returning to J City, avoiding attention from anyone with ulterior motives. After the apocalypse, communication would be cut off, and transportation would be paralyzed, making the journey from south to north over 1,000 miles. Even if someone noticed their large-scale stockpiling of supplies, it would be too late to intervene. She called her mother directly. "Thank you, Mom. I received the money." "Mom, why don't you come with Dad tomorrow?" Zhong Tian wanted to come too, but declined. "No, it'd take 2 or 3 days. Your brother won't be able to pick him up from school. What will he do if I go?" Zhou Shuan forgot about this and, after thinking for a moment, suggested, "Sometimes Mumu eats at Grandma Peng's house. Why don't we ask her to pick him up for a few days? After all, school would be closing soon. Grandma Peng downstairs has had a very good relationship with the Zhou family for many years. She has a son named Yu, who is 6 or 7 years older than Zhou Shuan. When he was little, Grandma Peng couldn't take care of him, so he would eat at her house. When Zhou Shuan had school in the evenings, and her parents were busy with their business and didn't have time to come home to cook, she would also eat at Grandma Peng's house. They were very close, so entrusting Mumu to them was completely trustworthy. Zhong Tian immediately sensed something was wrong and asked, "Wan, what happened? Why do you keep wanting Mom to come over?" Zhou Shuan didn't need to feign sadness. Thinking of the days when her family was separated in her previous life, her nose tingled, and her voice choked with emotion. "Mom, something's happened. Please come as soon as possible tomorrow, and remember to bring the family savings book." Zhong Tian's voice grew urgent. "What's wrong? What happened, Wan? Could it be you're pregnant?" Then she realized that didn't make sense. Pregnancy alone wouldn't warrant bringing her bankbook. "Mom, I'm sorry, something came up. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. But don't rush things, be careful tomorrow, we talk when we meet," Zhou Shuan said, then hung up. Although she knew her parents would be very anxious upon hearing her words, this was the best excuse she could get them to come quickly. She apologized silently, and then changed her plans, first renting a warehouse. She then rented a dilapidated van from the used car market, removed the back seats, and drove to the largest farmer's market in N City. On the way, her parents called her 5 or 6 times, but she only told them to come as soon as possible before hanging up. She walked around the farmer's market, figuring out the prices, before finally choosing a shop with the highest foot traffic selling rice, flour, and cooking oil. She didn't have much money, but pretending it was for household supplies, she immediately ordered 2 tons of rice, 2 tons of wheat flour, 2,000 jin, 1,000 caddies, of cornmeal, sorghum flour, cornmeal, red rice, black rice, Job's tears, and other mixed flours. Seeing millet and glutinous rice, which are common foods, she ordered another 2,000 jin, 1,000 caddies of each. She also ordered beans. Her father loves red bean buns for Chinese New Year. Soybeans can be used to make tofu and soy milk, and mung beans can be sprouted for soup to cool her down in hot weather. These are frequently used, so she ordered 1,000 jin, 500 caddies, of each, plus another 1,000 jin, 500 caddies, of other items. All of this was at wholesale price, totaling a little over 30,000 yuan. The shop owner, a straightforward woman, immediately waved her hand and said, "Girl, you ordered so much. We can't give you a discount, but we throw in 2 extra 50 jin, 25 caddies, bags of rice." Even a mosquito bite is still meat, Zhou Shuan readily agreed. These things sounded like a lot, but in reality, they could be moved in just 2 trips. The warehouse Zhou Shuan rented was large, so she drove the van inside, locked the door, and moved everything into her spatial storage. At this point, 3 hours had passed since she put the pan-fried buns in. She took them out, and they were exactly as they had been when she put them in, still slightly steaming. The spatial storage could keep them fresh. A huge weight was finally lifted from her heart. Her mother had transferred 60,000 yuan, and she herself had a little over 2,000 yuan in her account. After dealing with the most important things like rice, flour, and cooking oil, she withdrew the last 28,000 yuan in cash from her account, and went to a place selling various seasonings. Afraid of buying too much at once and arousing suspicion, she split her purchases, and bought 500 jin of salt from several shops first, then various cooking spices and seasonings, spending 5,000 yuan. Finally, she bought 500 jin of white sugar, spending 2,500 yuan. At this point, she still had a few thousand yuan left, so she simply bought it all into soybean paste, fermented bean curd, canned fish, canned meat, and the like. Actually, in the later stages of the apocalypse, canned sauces and other similar products were very expensive, and also the things people were most willing to exchange and store. They didn't spoil easily, and a little bit could enhance the flavor and save on salt. In her previous life, Zhou Shuan had by chance exchanged for 2 bottles of mushroom sauce, which she carefully ate for a long time before finishing them. But she didn't have enough money, so she could only drool over the neatly arranged sauces and canned goods on the shelves. Shelves were also something she desperately needed, otherwise, with the already limited space, without proper storage planning, it would soon be too small. Making a deep mental note of these 2 things, she started her van and drove the fully loaded goods to the warehouse. Just as she was pondering how to get her money back from Lin Yuang, her phone suddenly rang. Who else could it be but Lin Yuang? Zhou Shuan sneered. Because of a birthmark on her face, she had always been insecure. So when she was admitted to a top 10 university in the country, Lin Yuang, the tall and handsome student council president of her department, pursued her relentlessly, and she quickly succumbed. Unless she had experienced an apocalypse in a dream, she would never have seen the selfish and twisted nature hidden beneath that handsome face. She pressed the answer button. Lin Yoyang's voice came through. Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? I make something and bring it over. Chapter 3. Lin Yuang was very generous to himself, but stingy with others. He felt bad about always letting Zhou Shuan pay for things, so he would often steam rice, stir-fry some vegetables, or make tomato and egg noodles in his dorm, and bring them to her in a grand manner. He called it a homemade meal by a good boyfriend, which earned him a great reputation. Everyone in the department praised him, saying that Zhou Shuan was incredibly lucky to have found such a gentle, considerate, and excellent cook. Zhou Shuan checked the time and realized that it was already evening without her noticing. She suppressed the coldness in her heart and forced a smile. I'm not hungry, darling, thank you. By the way, my parents said they're coming tomorrow. Shall we have dinner together then? Lin Yuang was somewhat surprised. What are they coming for tomorrow? Zhou Shuan deliberately acted coquettishly. Of course, to see you, their future son-in-law. Lin Yuang became awkward. Last year, Zhou Shuan's father, Zhou Jianhai, had come specifically to check him out. His expression was very displeased with him, implying that he was spending a girl's money. This trip, although it was agreed that he would pay, he still found various excuses to get Zhou Shuan to hand over all the money. In the end, he even got a piece of jade of excellent quality for free. Anyway, her family is richer than his, and she's ugly, so shouldn't she be spending money to fawn over him? Otherwise, who would want her? Wanwan, I'm going to look for internships with other classmates tomorrow, so I'm busy. How about next time? Zhou Shuan's tone was feigned softness and innocence. Brother Yuang, my parents are here to buy me a car. Didn't you always say you wanted to buy an Audi around 200,000 yuan? How about I transfer the money to you, and you buy it first? Lin Yoyang's voice suddenly brightened with excitement. How much money are your parents planning to give you? Buying a car will cost at least 100,000, right? I try to negotiate more tomorrow. I definitely get them to give me a little more. Lin Yuang hesitated again. But they're here because they want to buy you a car before they leave, right? So what about the car's name? Zhou Shuan couldn't help but sneer. This was the selfish and greedy Lin Yuang. She really didn't know what she had been blind to have fallen for him in her past life. Of course it'd be in your name. What's yours is mine, isn't it? I told them I only asked them to take me to see it tomorrow, and I buy it myself later, then we go together. Brother Yuang, I don't need a car now. Wait until I have a job, then you can buy me one, she said shyly. Of course, who's closer to us than us? Lin Yoyang's voice sounded unusually gentle and patient. Sweetie, after you graduate, we get our marriage certificate. Okay. Zhou Shuan replied shyly. Brother Yuang, my dad said he'd buy me a car, and he wants me to contribute part of the cost. He knows I still have 50,000 yuan in my account, and he wants to check my balance tomorrow. What should I do? With what we spent last year plus our trip, my balance is now 0. Lin Yuang hesitated for a long time before finally saying dryly, your dad is really something, buying his daughter a car and making you pay half. So stingy. Zhou Shuan stammered, my dad said he's afraid I spend all the money. And he said if the money really runs out, he won't care about me anymore. Her tone was like a child who had done something wrong. This time, Lin Yuang hesitated for a long time without replying. Getting something for nothing was something he always did. This time, he really couldn't bear to do it the other way around. Zhou Shuan changed her tone. Yuang, hasn't your family sent you the money yet? Why don't we just forget about it, and buy it later? We haven't graduated yet, so we don't need a car for now. How can that be? Lin Yuyang immediately panicked, paused, and then said slowly, 50,000? I can't raise that much all at once. Wanwan, don't you have jiabe, a loan service? Go borrow some, and I think of something else. My credit limit is too low. Besides, do you think my dad only checks my Alipay balance? He definitely checked jiabe and stuff. Lin Yuyang thought to himself, this Zhou dad has no privacy for his daughter at all, but he didn't dare say a word. After much deliberation, he reluctantly agreed, all right then, I try to lend you 50,000 yuan first. After your parents leave. Zhou Shuan immediately replied, then I give it to you, brother Yuang. You know me. That's true. In the year they known each other, Zhou Shuan had been very generous with money, never stingy. After all, her family was better off than his. Lin Yuyang felt a pang of jealousy, and repeatedly reminded Zhou Shuan that the 50,000 yuan was a loan, and she absolutely had to remember to pay him back. He hesitated for a long time, before finally saying the word about writing an IOU. Zhou Shuan might be ugly, but she wasn't stupid. If he really made her write an IOU, the promised Audi would probably be gone. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shuan felt nauseous at her own behavior. In her previous life, after the apocalypse, she was trapped in S City by floods. Her parents were worried about her and gave her 50,000 yuan, repeatedly telling her to stock up on rice, flour, and cooking oil, enough for at least 3 months. She simply spent all 50,000 yuan, filling the living room with rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, vegetables, dried goods, and so on. Her rented apartment was on the 19th floor, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit, much more convenient than a dormitory. So when Lin Yuyang and Zhao Shanshan asked to stay with her, she readily agreed. But as the floodwaters lingered and a globally unprecedented tsunami struck, the government was unable to provide relief. Their supplies ran out. The cunning Lin Yuyang gradually changed his attitude. He not only secretly started a relationship with Zhao Shanshan, but the two of them also took advantage of her, deliberately manipulating and psychologically manipulating her in every way. When one of the three had to be eliminated, Lin Yuyang said to Zhou Shuan, Wan, you're capable, smart, and ugly. Going out to find supplies will definitely be safe for you. Shanshan is so beautiful, going out will definitely be dangerous for her. Yes, Wan, you're a strong woman, I'm just a weak parasitic vine. Going out to find supplies, I can't do it. She was naive then, always feeling she hadn't done enough, so she treated them even better. Seeing that supplies were insufficient for the three of them, and that her boyfriend and best friend wanted to kick her out, she harbored a deep resentment and braved the rain every day, rowing a small boat made of mineral water bottles to search for supplies. Until one day, 6 months later, she returned home early and caught the two in bed together. She was furious, but to her surprise, the two men acted completely differently, immediately accusing and berating her, saying she wasn't gentle or considerate enough, that she was jealous, and that she was difficult to please like a spoiled princess. But she had already come to her senses. With trembling hands, she told them to get out, saying she never wanted to see them again. Lin Yuyang then revealed his true nature, slapping her hard across the face, making her see stars and her nose bleed. He then called Zhao Shanshan to help, and they locked her in the smallest bedroom. Then, he summoned his cronies, mostly people whose homes had been flooded or who were homeless from out of town. The group ate a hearty meal in the living room, shouting that they would form a team. They would use this place as their base, grow stronger together, and no longer suffer the humiliation of others. They would share food and women. Upon hearing Lin Yuyang offer her up, she didn't hesitate. She wore out the rope binding her hands, blocked the door from the inside, broke the window, and jumped from the 19th floor. The torrential rain lashed her face smeared with blood and rain, as she slid down the balcony railing, 1 level at a time. She barely escaped that hellish place. A senior from the same department, Zhang Jia, and her boyfriend also lived in the same complex. They had even teamed up together when searching for supplies. By this time, more than half a year had passed since the apocalypse. With nowhere to go and long since cut off contact with her family, she tentatively went to their home for help. Fortunately, the senior student was a kind person. Hearing her plight, she was indignant and took her in. The senior student's boyfriend was somewhat reluctant, but didn't say anything. She temporarily stayed in the senior student's rented apartment. Until later, when life became truly difficult, supplies dwindled, and they were starving. The senior student's boyfriend, Zhao Kuishu, then conspired with Lin Yuyang's gang to send them out in exchange for supplies. She and the senior student fought back fiercely, killing Zhao Kuishu before escaping together. But the senior student still died on the road northwards with her. Chapter 4. Thinking of the past, Zhou Shuan felt a deep sadness. Her senior, such a kind and righteous person, had encountered the same scumbag as her and met a tragic end. In this life, she would help her. Her phone received a notification of a bank transfer, 50,000 yuan. Lin Yuang immediately sent her a WeChat message. Baby, this is money I borrowed from all my friends. I need to pay them back as soon as I'm done. Zhou Shuan sneered and promptly blocked him. Lin Yuang owed her far more than just 50,000 yuan. This was still a society governed by law. Murder was punishable by death. She would spare his life for now. When the apocalypse came, she would pay with her life. However, Lin Yuang reminded her that since she was currently short of funds, she could use WeChat Pay or Alipay. Anyway, after the apocalypse, all paper money would be invalid, so credit would be irrelevant. Zhou Shuan borrowed from every lending platform she could think of, eventually cashing out over 120,000 yuan. Students don't have high credit limits, so this was already a pleasant surprise. Zhou Shuan locked the warehouse door, drove her van to the university town, and went to a noodle shop first. She ordered a large bowl of spicy and fragrant chopped chili noodles. She also ordered 2 servings of each of other noodle types, including braised noodles, spicy noodles, chongqing noodles, knife-cut noodles, pork intestine noodles, and oil-splashed noodles, for a total of 30 servings. Her excuse was that her female classmates from her department were going to watch a movie on a projected screen in their dorm that night, and this was a late-night snack. The owner beamed, and the kitchen immediately sprang into action. With the high foot traffic in the university town, 30 servings of noodles were nothing. By the time Zhou Shuan finished eating her chopped chili noodles, they were almost ready. This noodle shop was one Zhou Shuan frequented in her previous life. Its flavorful noodles and generous portions made it a favorite among university students. 30 servings of noodles were too much to carry, so she neatly stacked the 30 lunchboxes into 2 empty cardboard boxes and carried them away. Perhaps this body carried memories from her past life, because Zhou Shuan felt much more energetic and quicker to react than before. She pretended to put the boxes in the van, but actually used the opportunity to transfer them into her spatial dimension. To avoid attracting attention, she went to 2 other streets and ordered 30 servings of casserole, 30 servings of spicy hot pot, 30 servings of sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and braised chicken, among other hearty dishes. She then went to the wonton shop where she had eaten lunch and ordered 30 servings of wontons and 30 baskets of pan-fried buns. Then, like a diligent little bee, she loaded the wontons into the van several times and put them all into her spatial dimension. The total cost was over 3,600 yuan. While waiting for the food to be ready, she withdrew 5,000 yuan in cash, went to several small supermarkets, and bought 50 jin, 25 caddies, of white sugar and 20 packets of ginger brown sugar, spending a total of over 2,300 yuan. Checking the time, it was already past 9 p.m., so she prepared to drive back to her apartment complex. Suddenly, 2 people walked out side by side from a rather rundown hotel next to a KTV in front of the van. In the dim light, it was none other than Lin Yuang and Zhao Shanshan, that adulterous couple. Zhou Shuan remained calm, only giving a cold smile. So, they were already hooking up at this hour. It was dark, and the van was very old. Neither of them expected Zhou Shuan to be sitting inside, coldly watching them. Lin Yuang half embraced Zhao Shanshan and kissed her cheek again. Shanshan, you're much more obedient than that old maid Zhou Shuan. Men love your kind of gentle charm. Oh, senior. Zhao Shanshan gave a fake, forlorn smile. How can I compare to Wan Wan? Her parents spoil her, they spend money like water, and she's a good student. I'm just a pitiful little thing nobody loves. She can't compare to you at all. She's an ugly duckling. I feel disgusted just looking at her face every day. Lin Yuang scoffed, his tone full of disdain. The only thing I'm satisfied with is that her parents are willing to spend money on her. Come on, once her family buys me an Audi, I definitely dump her and make you my girlfriend. Really? That would be great. If Zhou Shuan hadn't heard it with her own ears, she would never have known that Lin Yuang saw her this way, an old maid, an ugly duckling. And Zhao Shanshan, her parents divorced, tossing her around like a ball. She could only live with her elderly grandmother, practically raised by her grandmother selling scrap metal. After arriving at university, the 2 of them were assigned to the same dormitory. Zhao Shanshan often clung to her arm, affectionately calling her Wan Wan, and followed her everywhere, to class, meals, shopping, buying clothes, watching movies, and so on. Zhou Shuan, because of a birthmark on her face, had never had many close friends growing up. After encountering Zhao Shanshan's enthusiasm and initiative, especially since the other woman was very beautiful, she felt flattered and genuinely considered her a best friend with whom she could confide. When the other woman needed money, she generously gave her own living expenses, letting her use them freely without ever asking for repayment. When the other woman said she liked her skincare products or clothes, she gave them to her without hesitation. Then the other woman would hug her with a joyful expression, saying they were best friends for life, never to be separated. Looking back now, it's truly ironic. In her past life, she was blind not only in appearance but also in heart, utterly unable to see people's true nature, which is why she was completely manipulated by these two. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, calmed herself, saved the video she had just recorded, and then drove her van back. After washing up, she threw herself onto the soft bed. Although utterly exhausted, she dared not rest. With less than half a month until the apocalypse, she had to seize every moment to stockpile supplies. She went on Taobao and chose a reputable flagship store for high-end polar down jackets. The store claimed that their down jackets were designed for conquering the Arctic and Antarctic, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -40 degrees Celsius, priced between 3,000 and 5,000 yuan. In her past life, she experienced extremely cold weather for about 2 years, with temperatures reaching as low as -70 or -80 degrees Celsius. Countless people froze to death overnight in their beds. In her past life, she arrived at the survival base before the extreme cold arrived, surrendering all the supplies she had stockpiled along the way to gain the right to live in the base's heated facilities. The place was a converted factory, divided into 4 large areas. Each area housed nearly 5,000 people, with each person having only about 3 square meters of space. The air circulation was poor, it was extremely crowded and noisy. But it gave people like Zhou Shuan, who lacked sufficient warm clothing, a chance to survive. Zhou Shuan didn't even have a down jacket, and barely stepped out of the factory for 2 years. Thinking back on it now, it feels suffocating. She ordered 9 adult polar down jackets, 3 for each person. Based on her younger brother's age in 3 or 4 years, she selected 3 jackets of different sizes, and also bought 12 pairs of down pants, spending a total of over 50,000 yuan. She also bought 4 polar down comforters from a home textile flagship store, spending 3,200 yuan. From an outdoor sports flagship store, she ordered 3 types of tents and 6 warm sleeping bags. She also needed essential equipment for wilderness exploration, including mini flashlights, headlamps, ropes, binoculars, windproof lighters, fire-starting tools, utility knives, backpacks, first aid kits, compasses, survival whistles, and signal batons, enough for 4 people, costing over 4,000 yuan. Based on 2 years' worth of supplies for 4 people, she also ordered 80 packs of 100-piece hand warmers online, totaling 5,490 yuan. She didn't plan to buy too many supplies for extremely cold weather, just the most basic necessities, hoping to get them for free after the apocalypse, which would be more cost-effective and provide a more complete set. Chapter 5. Zhou Shuan bought dehumidifiers, dryers, hair dryers, desiccants, and quicklime blocks for flood weather, spending a total of 3,800 yuan. Seeing the quicklime, she also bought 1,000 yuan worth of quicklime heating packs and heated lunch boxes, convenient for boiling eggs and instant noodles when there's no electricity or gas. She also bought acid rain protective clothing, goggles, gloves, boot covers, and gas masks, including sizes for her child, totaling 12 sets for 5,000 yuan. She also prepared 12 fire extinguishers, fire blankets, and fireproof cloaks, spending 4,200 yuan. That's almost 70,000 yuan already. Zhou Shuan quickly stopped shopping. The most important things, medicine, meat, eggs, milk, fruits, and vegetables, hadn't been bought yet. She had a balance of over 100,000 yuan left. She had to be careful with her purchases tomorrow, hoping her parents would arrive soon. She filled in the warehouse address for all the goods, so she could pick them up later. Zhou Shuan mentally planned what supplies to buy next, and what supplies she could purchase for free later, before falling asleep. The next morning, Zhou Shuan was woken by a barrage of urgent phone calls. Seeing the unfamiliar numbers, she frowned slightly but answered anyway. "Zhou Shuan, why did you block me?" came Lin Youyang's exasperated voice. Zhou Shuan didn't even listen. She hung up and blocked him. Then she went to the University Student Union group, the department group, and the shared club group, and posted the video she had recorded the night before. She also compiled all the records of her transfers to him over the past year, his travel expenses, the jade she bought, and the chat logs of his sweet talk about borrowing money from her, all into a long image, and posted it together. Then she privately sent a leave of absence application to her counselor. This should keep Lin Yuang and Zhao Shanchen busy for a while, saving them the trouble of bothering her. After washing up, Zhou Shuwan ate a few pan-fried buns, and drove to the farmer's market she had visited yesterday. The vegetables are freshest in the morning, and the farmer's market in the south is a well-known agricultural base in the south, receiving countless fresh agricultural products from north to south every day, with an astonishingly large volume of transactions per transaction. Zhou Shuwan was just a small fry. Therefore, she didn't hesitate, and went straight to the vegetable market area. The space didn't have a planting function, it was just a storage space. Fruits, vegetables, meat, and eggs were all consumables, so Zhou Shuwan decided to buy enough for a family of 4 for 30 years. We ordered 500 jin each of the following vegetables: eggplant, tomato, green bell pepper, okra, chayote, garlic sprouts, onion, lotus root, lettuce, broccoli, cabbage, purple cabbage, asparagus, bok choy, rapeseed, spinach, garland chrysanthemum, romaine lettuce, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and celery, totaling 46,000 yuan. We ordered 2,000 jin each of easily stored vegetables such as white radish, carrot, and Chinese cabbage, costing over 5,000 yuan. We ordered 1,000 jin each of starchy foods that can be used as staple foods, such as chestnuts, pumpkin, yam, potatoes, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, and taro, totaling 23,000 yuan. We ordered 4,000 ears of glutinous corn, enough for a family of 4 to eat twice a month, costing 3,200 yuan. We also ordered 500 jin each of ginger, scallions, and garlic, costing 7,500 yuan. The total cost of vegetables was 84,700 yuan. When paying, Zhou Shuwan's heart was trembling. Money really doesn't last long. There were still fruits, meat, eggs, and milk left to buy. She had less than 20,000 yuan left in her card. She told the shopkeeper the location of the warehouse, asking them to arrange the goods and deliver them before evening, and to call her then. 20,000 yuan wasn't enough to buy anything, so she went to a canned food wholesale shop and bought 300 cans of each type: meat, fish, green beans, corn, and fruit. Just as she was loading the truck, she received a call from her mother, saying that they had already landed and could reach her apartment complex in half an hour by taxi. Zhou Shuwan was overjoyed and quickly told them where she was at the farmer's market, instructing them to come directly to the south gate to find her. Zhou's parents were completely bewildered, not understanding what she was doing at the farmer's market, but they still told the driver to change routes immediately. The south gate of the farmer's market, facing the main road, was lined with restaurants, and the prices were very reasonable. Zhou Shuwan chose a restaurant, went in, asked for a private room, ordered several dishes, and told the staff to wait until everyone arrived before serving the food. She waited for her parents in the van. The farmer's market was in the suburbs, closer to the airport. It would only take 20 minutes. Looking at her parents, who were exactly as she remembered them, Zhou Shuwan fought back tears and helped them into the van. The back seats had been removed, and the van was cluttered with various supplies. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian exchanged surprised glances, wondering what their daughter was doing with a van. Luckily, Zhou Shuwan had placed a stool in the van beforehand, making 3 seats including the front passenger seat. Zhong Tian looked worried. She sat in the front passenger seat, grabbed Zhou Shuwan's hand, and anxiously asked, "What's wrong, child? This sudden commotion scared your father and me to death." As she spoke, she looked Zhou Shuwan up and down, seemingly checking for any signs of injury. When she saw her face, she suddenly realized, "Wan, where did your birthmark go?" Zhou Jianhai wasn't as anxious as Zhong Tian, but he frowned. "You had surgery to remove it?" But something felt off. Even with plastic surgery, it wouldn't heal so naturally. Feeling her parents' long-lost concern, Zhou Shuwan smiled through her tears and said to Zhou Jianhai, "Dad, when I was little, you always told me this birthmark was a gift from the gods." It seems it really was. Zhou's parents looked puzzled. Zhou Shuwan wiped away her tears, looked around to make sure there were no cars or pedestrians, and said, "Dad, Mom, listen carefully." Her worried look made her parents serious as well. They exchanged a glance and waited expectantly. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment before slowly saying, "Dad, Mom, watch my movements carefully." The back of the van was full of canned goods. She touched some of them and stored them in her spatial storage. As she moved her hands, almost half of the cans in the back van disappeared. Zhong Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Wan, is this a magic show?" She looked around at Zhou Shuwan, realizing she didn't have enough space to fit so many cans. Zhou Xuan smiled and shook her head, continuing to store the stool her father was sitting on into her spatial storage. Zhou's father could only half squat there, but at this moment, he didn't care about not having a seat, he just watched calmly. Zhou Xuan smiled, and then released all the cans and the stool in turn. Zhou's parents watched in astonishment. Dad, Mom, I just put these things into my spatial dimension. When I woke up yesterday morning, my birthmark was gone, but I had a new personal spatial dimension, a dimension that only I can see. Time is frozen inside, and I can store things there. What you put in is exactly what you take out. As if afraid her parents wouldn't believe her, she took out 2 bowls of wonton she bought yesterday, still steaming hot. These are what I put in yesterday. They've been in there all day, and they're still exactly the same as when I put them in yesterday. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou were completely stunned. Chapter 6. Wan, you mean, your birthmark turned into a storage space? Zhou's father, being more experienced, reacted first. Zhou Xuan nodded, yes. Dad, Mom, listen carefully. Yesterday morning, I woke up and had a long dream. By early April, the apocalypse would soon arrive. First, it rained, then slowly turned into torrential rain day and night. Within 2 months, floods occurred worldwide, and soon some places were completely submerged. They were about 4 or 5 stories high. The government initially had rescue efforts, but then a tsunami struck, destroying most of the power equipment, cutting off communication nationwide, and there were no more large-scale rescue operations. At the time, I was trapped in S City. Later, seeing the flooding getting worse, Dad spent a lot of money. I bought a speedboat to come find me, but from then on, I never heard from Dad again. Mom, you were alone with Mumu, staying in the old house. It was the top floor, so you weren't afraid of flooding. After the floods came the tsunami. The overwhelming tsunami destroyed countless high-rises, then the floodwaters receded, followed by extreme heat. Because you had stockpiled a lot of supplies before the storm, the neighbors remembered it. Later, when things got chaotic, they brought a group of people into your house and chased you and Mumu out. After the heatwave ended, acid rain started falling, and you and Mumu both. Zhou Xuan's voice trembled as she thought of the 2 skeletons she had collected in her past life. The loss of her family in her past life was her greatest regret. Wan you. Zhou's parents listened as if to a foreign language, somewhat incredulous and confused. Wan, it was just a dream. Zhong Tian patted Zhou Xuan's back. Your dad, your brother, and I are all fine. It's okay. Zhou Xuan's tears flowed uncontrollably again. In her past life, after her parents' deaths, she rarely cried, knowing that no one would care even if she did. But at this moment, she was once again that college student who hadn't yet entered society, untouched by the trials of the apocalypse, wanting only to throw herself into her mother's arms and cry her heart out. However, she managed to control herself. She took a deep breath, looked at her pensive father and concerned mother, and solemnly said, Dad, Mom, I know you think this is just a dream. But I know very well that this is my past life, and everything happened. If you don't believe me, this afternoon at 2 o'clock, the president of the country of Cass was assassinated, and the news was everywhere online. Wan. Zhou's parents were shocked. Zhou Xuan smiled through her tears. Dad, Mom, you know me. I never been abroad, and my social circle is very small. How could I have known about such a major news event as the assassination of a president beforehand? Zhou's parents were completely speechless. Well, let's go eat first. We talk after we eat. Zhou Jianhai coughed lightly. Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. Since waking up yesterday, she had been busy stockpiling supplies, and hadn't had time for anything else. She locked the car door, and went to the reserved private room with her parents. When the large table full of dishes was laid out before her, she couldn't resist and began to devour the food with gusto. This was a habit she had developed in the apocalypse. Years of food and drink shortages had made her stomach like a bottomless black hole, wanting to stuff everything that could fill her stomach. She ordered 6 dishes, a soup, and 3 bowls of rice. But what she ate was enough for 3 people. Zhou's parents stared at her blankly. Zhou's mother suddenly choked up, scooping away her almost untouched rice. Wan, eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Zhou's father also busied himself pouring her water. Daughter, drink some water. Zhou Xuan buried her head in her food, occasionally smiling at her parents. After she had finished everything on the table and let out a big, satisfied burp, she said somewhat embarrassedly, Dad, Mom, I was so hungry. The plates on the table were completely clean. Even the fatty meat and Shanghai bok choy that she usually disliked had ended up in her stomach. Zhong Tiyun wanted to say something, but in the end, She just lovingly stroked Zhou Shuwen's back, stroking it again and again, just like she had done when she was a child. Zhou Shuwen's back stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed, tentatively leaning on her mother's shoulder. Smelling her mother's familiar and comforting scent, her eyes welled up with tears. Zhou Jianhai said nothing, got up, and went out. He returned shortly, handing Zhong Tiyun a bag. It's digestive medicine. Let our daughter drink 2 vials later. He didn't want her to overeat. He glanced at the clean plate, swallowing the rest of his sentence. Zhou Shuwen did indeed feel very full, even a little uncomfortable, but she felt a morbid satisfaction. It was already 1:30 when they finished eating, and almost immediately it was 2 o'clock. At 2:10, Zhou Jianhai started browsing major news websites. He didn't even need to search carefully. This huge, globally sensational news story was prominently displayed at the top, its bright red headline glaringly obvious. Both Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun remained silent. Actually, they had already believed it the moment they saw their daughter's social media profile. But a sliver of hope remained. What if their daughter had simply had a nightmare? Mr. Zhou had started his business with a hardware store, operating 2 branches in the south and north of their hometown. He was quite worldly wise. He let out a long sigh and said to Zhou Shuwen, "Wan, let's go back to the car. Tell me your plan in detail." Zhou Shuwen nodded. Once the family was back in the van, she explained, "As far as I know, the apocalypse has lasted at least 8 years. First came floods, extreme heat, acid rain, drought, then extreme cold, eternal night, earthquakes. So, our most important task is to stockpile supplies, food, drink, daily necessities, future transportation, and supplies needed for various natural disasters. After the apocalypse, society will be in chaos, everyone will be struggling to survive, and there won't be any large-scale factory production. Therefore, we need to buy these supplies as soon as possible. I already bought some, but most of it will have to wait for Mom and Dad to buy. And our old house, after the acid rain in our previous life. It's holding up, though the top floor is pitted and corroded by acid rain, the 6th floor remains sturdy. We live there from now on. We can sell our old apartment with the elevator. The new complex is low-lying and will be flooded soon. If we live on the 6th floor, we have to completely enclose the 7th floor with tempered glass and replace all the windows. There are also solar panels, high-capacity batteries, air conditioners, heating equipment, etc. In a natural disaster, these things will break down quickly, so we have to replace them all and buy spares. What have you bought these past 2 days? Zhou Shuwen handed the supplies list to her parents. It was clearly recorded. Zhou's father glanced at it and understood. However, there was one more crucial thing. He looked up at Zhou Shuwen. "Wan, how big is your space? How much can it store?" Zhou Shuwen smiled wryly. "Only about 80 square meters. It can't hold too much. However, I used to read online novels about spatial abilities. Some spaces would devour gold and jade artifacts, and then they could upgrade, increasing in size." Zhou's father looked at Zhong Tiyun. Zhong Tiyun wore an extremely clear violet jade bracelet, a family heirloom, quite valuable. After many years of marriage, she immediately understood her husband's meaning and took the bracelet off, handing it to Zhou Shuwen. "Wan, try this on." Chapter 7. If the space doesn't devour, it's just storing things. Besides, it's the apocalypse, jewelry, and the like will be useless later. After the apocalypse, how many people have gold bracelets and necklaces just to exchange for a bite to eat? Zhou Shuwen put the bracelet into the space, and almost instantly, the white space, like a shipping container, expanded dramatically. After estimating, she opened her eyes and smiled. It really expanded by 50 square meters. The Zhou family all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the area expanded, that was fine. Zhong Tiyun was still wearing a gold necklace and a pair of gold earrings, so she simply took them all off and handed them to Zhou Shuwen. "Wan, try them on." After putting the gold jewelry into the space, Zhou Shuwen nodded after a while. It expanded, but not by much, maybe a few square meters. A few square meters was enough. After all, the gold jewelry she put in was very little, only a dozen grams. Its value was far less than that of the jade bracelet. Zhou Jianhai asked Zhou Shuwen about the specific time of the apocalypse's arrival, then nodded. "Time is indeed running out. Let's split into 3 groups. I go back today and put our apartment with the elevator and the storefront on Bai Street up for sale. Then we start renovating our house. Wan, tell me all the important things to note later. I know 2 pharmaceutical agents. Contact them and buy all the medicine. Tiyun, you and Wan stay here and buy all the supplies. Most importantly, Go to the bank today and withdraw all the precious metals we bought to upgrade 1-1 space. The storefront on Bai Street occupied 2 rooms and was used by their hardware store. Zhou's father wanted to close it down and dispose of it as soon as possible. Zhong Tiyun was somewhat hesitant, but after looking at her husband, who had already made up his mind, and her daughter, who agreed, she nodded as well. If the apartment building and storefront sells smoothly, they have an extra 2 million yuan, which will be very helpful for stockpiling supplies later. Zhou Shuan reminded him, Dad, we can exchange our store's goods for a lot of supplies later, so don't sell them all cheaply. Zhou Jianhai nodded in agreement. The 3 of them didn't waste any more time and immediately got to work. It wasn't peak season, so Zhou's father bought the fastest flight back to J City. Zhong Tiyun made an online appointment and learned that she could only pick up the precious metals tomorrow, so she continued to stockpile supplies at the farmer's market. The 2 of them split up. Zhong Tiyun went to order shelves, then bought various dried goods, fruits, and aquatic products, and then waited for the goods to be received at the warehouse. After learning that his daughter had only stockpiled 2 tons of rice and 2 tons of flour, he generously bought 30 tons of rice and 30 tons of flour first. Then he went to buy other things. Zhou Shuan drove her van to a rural pig farm and ordered 50 large, fattened pigs for a total of 157,000 yuan. She also paid a processing fee to have the pigs butchered and their blood and intestines cleaned. This was extra income, so she figured she might as well make some. The owner asked 2 relatives to help, and the process was done in half a day. Then they were delivered to the warehouse for her to collect that evening. She also ordered 2,000 chickens, 2,000 ducks, and 1,000 geese from a chicken and duck farm, all of which were plucked, cleaned, and delivered to the warehouse. This totaled approximately 350,000 yuan. Zhou Shuan then ordered 10,000 jin of chicken eggs, 1,000 jin of duck eggs, and 3,000 jin of salted duck eggs from the chicken and duck farms, spending 50,000 yuan. Goose eggs were too expensive, at 5 yuan each, so Zhou Shuan only bought 300, spending 1,500 yuan. The Zhou family are from the north, and everyone loves preserved eggs, century eggs, but southerners prefer salted duck eggs. She simply ordered 100 boxes of a well-known preserved egg brand from Taobao for 8,000 yuan. Considering the future, she also bought several trays of fertilized chicken, duck, and goose eggs, along with several incubators, directly from a farm. If conditions allowed, she could try hatching and raising them herself, ensuring a continuous supply of meat products. She also ordered 2,000 jin, 1,000 kilograms, of beef and 2,000 jin, 1,000 catties of mutton, spending 126,000 yuan. On her way back, she stopped at a dairy factory. In the post-apocalyptic world, malnutrition is rampant, and Moo and her parents were at the age where they needed calcium supplements, so Zhou Shuan bought 330-liter cans of fresh milk, costing 60,000 yuan. She bought some bagged milk that was still a few days away from its expiration date. The factory was clearing out a batch, so the price was very cheap. Zhou Shuan bought a total of 800 boxes, spending 28,000 yuan. By the time she returned to the city, it was already completely dark. Zhong Tiyun was packing things in the warehouse. When she saw Zhou Shuan return, she didn't even bother to greet her. Zhou Shuan quickly parked her car and went over to help with signing the receipts and unloading. A vegetable delivery shop owner, seeing this commotion, smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Are you planning to open a supermarket? Such a big operation. Zhong Tiyun had been running the shop with Zhou's father for over 10 years, and was very adept at interpersonal relationships. Hearing this, she smiled and said, My daughter is graduating soon. The job market is tough right now, so our 2 families decided to fund a supermarket for her. It's better than working 996 for only a few thousand yuan a month. That's true, the shop owner shook his head and sighed. Work is tough these days. My son graduated and was unemployed. Now he's staying home studying for the civil service exam. Zhong Tiyun echoed her sentiments before the other person drove away in their small truck. Zhou Shuan brought over dinner, 2 large portions of fried rice noodles, and a seaweed and egg drop soup. The 2 ate in their spare time, then worked until after 9 p.m. to finish collecting the day's purchases. Many more goods wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, requiring one of them to collect them as well. The 2 of them also had to move everything from the warehouse to their spatial storage tonight, so they couldn't rest. Zhong Tiyun drove the van out repeatedly, pretending to transport goods. Zhou Shuan stayed in the warehouse, organizing the supplies. She first cleared the mess from the spatial storage, then put all the shelves her mother had bought back in, arranging them neatly. Then, she arranged the purchased supplies on the shelves according to the following categories: grains and oils, vegetables, fruits, seafood, and household goods. Today, Zhong Tian bought over 20 kinds of fruit, including apples, peaches, pears, dragon fruit, oranges, pomelos, pineapples, tangerines, bananas, grapes, watermelons, cantaloupes, lychees, blueberries, cherry tomatoes, mangoes, longans, coconuts, durians, and jackfruit. She bought 500 jin, 250 caddies, of each of her usual fruits, and 300 jin, 150 kilograms, of each of the others. She also bought over 300 durians and jackfruits, which cost over 100 yuan each. The total cost was 153,000 yuan. For dried goods, she ordered 300 jin, 150 caddies, each of shiitake mushrooms and dry bean curd sticks, and 100 jin, 50 caddies, each of wood ear mushrooms, silver ear mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, dried kelp, and red dates, costing 42,000 yuan. Zhou Shuwan forgot to buy tofu today, so Zhong Tian bought 200 slabs of tofu, each slab weighing around 20 jin, 10 caddies, for a total cost of over 10,000 yuan. For seafood, they chose 1,000 common freshwater fish such as grass carp, common carp, and perch. 500 Christian carp, best for soup, were also bought. 600 jin of freshwater shrimp and 300 jin of lobster were also purchased, totaling 74,000 yuan. For cooking oil, they bought 300 containers of various sizes of peanut oil, soybean oil, and olive oil commonly found in supermarkets, spending over 40,000 yuan. By the time they got home, it was already midnight. Both of them were exhausted. Zhong Tian drove, while Zhou Shuwan calculated the day's expenses and sighed, "Mom, we spent a little over 900,000 yuan today." Adding what she bought in the morning, it was over 1 million yuan. Money really flies. Although she wasn't sure how much savings the family had, spending 1 million yuan at once must have been a significant financial strain. However, on the bright side, she now had enough food and drink for her family of 4 for the next 30 years stored in her spatial storage. The sense of crisis that had been lurking in her heart since waking up finally eased somewhat. Chapter 8. Zhong Tian remained calm. After selling the house and storefront, the remaining money will be enough. She glanced at Zhou Shuwan, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Wanwan, I haven't seen you mention Lin Yuang." "You too." Zhou Shuwan's phone had been ringing nonstop today, but she immediately hung up whenever it was Lin Youyang's call. She didn't answer calls from her counselor or classmates either. She didn't want to say too much and worry her parents, but after thinking for a moment, she decided to remind her mother, "Mom, Lin Yuang is a wicked person. After arriving in the apocalypse, he's been with a group of villains, bullying the weak. He's also involved with Zhao Shanshan. So, I've broken up with him." Zhong Tian frowned deeply. "Wasn't Zhao Shanshan your roommate?" Zhao Shanshan had shamelessly followed Zhou Shuwan to Jay's city. Zhou's parents had met her. Before Zhou Shuwan could answer, Zhong Tian gritted her teeth angrily. "What a pair of good-for-nothings. Shuwan, don't be too upset. Mom will definitely get revenge for you when she sees them." Zhou Shuwan had long since resolved to kill Lin Yuang after the apocalypse, but hearing her mother's protection warmed her heart. She leaned against Zhong Tian and nodded happily, "Thank you, Mom." It was too late when they got back, and there were hardly any people left in the neighborhood. The mother and daughter slept until dawn. After breakfast, the counselor called Zhou Shuwan again. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Shuwan answered. The counselor's surname was Wang. He had only been working for a few years, and wasn't much older than Zhou Shuwan and the others. They got along well, and he was usually very serious and responsible. He patiently persuaded Zhou Shuwan for a long time on the phone. "Lin Youyang's matter has caused a huge uproar at the school. Don't worry, our department has established an investigation committee, and in the end, they will definitely punish him. So, Zhou Shuwan, you don't need to suspend your studies for him. The job market is too competitive now, and many civil service exams have age restrictions. Every year you suspend your studies is one less opportunity. So, I really hope you can consider it and come back to school." He was very sincere. Zhou Shuwan considered it for a moment and said, "Thank you, teacher, I will consider it. But I'd like to ask for a few days off to go home." Okay, go back and relax. You must seriously consider suspending your studies." The counselor breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. Zhou Shuwan hung up the phone in silence, thinking of her senior and the counselor who was worried about her job prospects. She felt that although there were many scum and bad people in the post-apocalyptic world, there were still many good people in society. In her previous life, she traveled north, where she was harmed by others and helped by many. Human nature is complex. Everyone possesses both good and evil within them. In a peaceful society, good is amplified. But when one has nothing, evil can completely drive one's nature. In this life, she was fortunate enough to be reborn, and she had to do something without revealing herself. After much deliberation, she made up her mind. In her previous life, while surviving in S City, she met someone who specialized in marketing accounts before the apocalypse. Listening to him boast about his marketing methods, she felt he could manipulate events at will. She didn't know his real name, only that others called him Young Hero Huang. That evening, Zhou Shu searched online, browsing various forums, and indeed found several videos made by someone similar to Young Hero Huang. Zhong Tian got up early to order takeout. She knew Zhou Shuan only ordered 30 meals at restaurants each time, and always shook her head, saying it was too slow. Today, she would pretend to be a logistics manager at a large company and order takeout from the restaurant. They would go to the bank together after she returned. Zhou Shuan disguised herself. The birthmark on her face was gone, and anyone who knew her would be suspicious. She had been wearing a mask these past few days. Today, she wore a summer sun protective outfit, including a hood, completely covering her head and facial features except for her eyes. She also wore sunglasses, found some of her mother's older-fashioned clothes, put them on, checked herself in the mirror, and, finding herself completely unrecognizable, went out. She went directly to a small internet cafe in the university town. The management was lax, and the hygiene was poor. She registered an account and sent a private message to the other person on a forum. Huang Xiaoxia, presumably online the whole time, replied immediately. Hello, boss? Zhou Shuan's account had a male profile picture. Rich and handsome boss. I need you to do some marketing and promotion. There's a fee. Want to do it? Huang Xiaoxia, starry-eyed. Yes, boss. As long as the money's right, I do whatever you ask. Zhou Shuan felt a chill. She sent him her outline and added, 2,000 as deposit, 3,000 as balance if over 200,000 clicks. The other party quickly replied with an okay gesture. Rich and handsome boss, send me your address, I send you the deposit. Huang Xiaoxia, I'm so grateful, boss. WeChat transfer is fine. Rich and handsome boss, I don't use WeChat, I prefer cash. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sent an address. It was in the city center, a place Zhou Shuan and her classmates had frequented. It took about 40 minutes by subway. The address he gave was for a coffee shop. Tall, rich, and handsome boss, 2 p.m. Huang Xiaoxia, admiring the boss's aloofness, replied, Okay, looking forward to your feeding, starry-eyed. Zhou Shuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She logged off and left the internet cafe. She was looking for a restroom to change out of her strange outfit when she suddenly saw several soldiers, seemingly in camouflage, looking around and inspecting something a few hundred meters to her left. Having just accomplished something significant, Zhou Shuan immediately felt guilty, but then thought that the other side hadn't acted yet, so they shouldn't be exposed so early. She forced herself to remain calm and walked over. Just as she was about to pass them, a soft shout rang out. Stop! Zhou Shuan froze on the spot. One of the soldiers approached, and Zhou Shuan noticed the bulges in his waist and boots. In her past life, she had witnessed countless military rescues of disaster victims and knew that weapons were hidden there. But she remained even more composed. The man approached her and glanced at her. He first showed her his identification, his voice deep and magnetic. Hello, we belong to Unit 905 of the XX Legion. We like to ask you something. Zhou Shuan quickly glanced at the identification, and seeing the insignia in the lower right corner, she felt more confident. They were special forces. She took off her sunglasses, her large eyes crinkling into a slight smile. Hello, I'm a sophomore at XX University. What would you like to ask, sir? Sir? The man before her was actually quite young, at most 25 or 26, with broad shoulders, long legs, and an upright, sturdy figure. His features were also extremely handsome. Perhaps due to the different training he had undergone in the military, his handsome features didn't appear effeminate, but rather carried a decisive and resolute air, exuding a commanding presence. Chapter 9. The other person hesitated for a moment, then handed her the photo. Have you seen this person before? Zhou Shuan looked down and saw a very beautiful young woman. She shook her head. No, I haven't seen him. What's wrong with him? The other person's voice was calm. This person is extremely dangerous. If you see him, you must call the police. Zhou Shuan nodded quickly, feigning fright. Okay, that's terrifying. Thank you, soldier uncle. I be careful. Seeing the other person scrutinize her again, their eyes serious, and seeing the soldiers behind her with their hands on their hips, watching her poised posture, she knew her attire was arousing suspicion. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then proactively pulled off her sun protection mask and hat, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. It's too sunny. I'm most afraid of getting a tan. Although she was also beautiful, with the youthful energy and innocence typical of college students, she wasn't the woman in the photo. The group looked away. The handsome soldier glanced at her again, then nodded, indicating she could leave. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief and walked over, glancing again, subtly at the bulging weapons at their backs before leaving, a sense of envy creeping into her heart. In the post-apocalyptic world, resources are scarce, order is chaotic, and humans kill each other for survival, not to mention other countries. In China, due to strict weapons control, only the powerful and wealthy can possess firearms after the apocalypse. Ordinary people like Zhou Shuan are lucky if they can buy a sword, a crossbow, or a dagger. Many rely on kitchen knives and fruit knives for self-defense. However, in her previous life, during her journey north, she had encountered a resource-gathering team composed entirely of women. Their leader, Chen Fen, was a retired soldier who had somehow acquired a batch of stun guns and crossbows. The women, though physically weaker than the men, were surprisingly efficient in conflicts. However, in the event of a clash, those with crossbows defended from the rear, while those with stun guns attacked from the front. Their excellent coordination ensured they always escaped unscathed. Because Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia had been incredibly helpful, Chen Fen wanted to invite them to join the group, but both refused, eager to return home. However, they stayed and learned crossbow shooting for a while. Before leaving, Chen Fen gave each of them a crossbow and a bundle of arrows as a token of her gratitude. It was thanks to this crossbow and arrows that Zhou Shuan was able to stumble her way home safely. Later, when the arrows ran out, she learned to make her own from bamboo. Although not as sharp as the ones Chen Fen had given her, they were still quite intimidating. However, the crossbow's rate of fire was too slow, requiring periodic adjustments to its accuracy. Once, they were surrounded and attacked by a group of people. She and Zhang Jia fought back desperately, but were ultimately defeated. Zhang Jia suffered a fatal stab wound. Without medicine or medical equipment, she died quickly. Thinking back now, if Zhang Jia had stayed with that squad, she might not have died. A pang of pain flashed through Zhou Shuan's heart. She shook her head, putting aside these sad memories, and began to think about weapons again. Actually, besides these weapons, the cold weapons used by the troops and militia she later saw at the base were mostly bows, not crossbows. Bows had a faster firing speed and were simpler to make, making them more suitable for fighting multiple opponents. The base militia had recruited 2 batches of people at the time, but Zhou Shuan, being a woman and weak, couldn't even draw a bow, so she was naturally rejected. To survive in this post-apocalyptic world, her family needed not only sufficient supplies, but also to hone their skills and develop self-defense abilities. While crossbows were slow, their low skill requirements meant even ordinary children could easily master them. Therefore, she should find a way to prepare some crossbow bolts for her parents to practice with, so they could defend themselves later. Ordinary stun guns were easy to buy. She should buy several and charge them regularly. As for bows, she was the mainstay of the family, so she needed to start practicing early and prepare in advance. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief, changed her clothes in a bathroom, and met up with her mother. First, she put the 1,000 takeout meals ordered from 3 or 4 restaurants, which her mother had been carrying in her van, into her spatial storage. Then, they went to the bank together, and withdrew all 800+ grams of gold that the family had accumulated over the years. While it appeared to be in her backpack, she had secretly transferred it all to her spatial storage. With a whoosh, almost instantly, the space expanded by another 40 square meters. Zhou Shuan was overjoyed. The space is now over 170 square meters. However, she's used up all the gold and jade in the house. Unless they find an opportunity to buy it for free after the apocalypse, they won't be able to upgrade the space. Therefore, they need to improve the utilization rate of the space, as there are still many supplies to collect. Zhong Tian continued to go back to the warehouse to collect goods. Zhou Shuan drove her van to the factory in the suburbs. They bought almost all the rice, flour, cooking oil, meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, and fruits. The most important things now are water and coal. But to provide enough drinking and domestic water for a family of 4 for the next 30 years, they would need to store at least 1,000 tons of water, which Zhou Shuan's current space simply cannot hold. Fortunately, his family runs a hardware business, so they have a dedicated supply chain. Yesterday, Zhou Jianhai contacted a manufacturer in J City and ordered 30 20-ton water tanks, 50 10-ton water tanks, 52-ton water tanks, and 51-ton food-grade plastic water tanks. He also bought 5,000 yuan worth of water purification tablets and filter devices. He rented a large warehouse on the outskirts of J City to deliver the water tanks, so the mother and daughter could fill them when they returned. 2 years ago, during the flood season, water resources weren't as scarce. Zhou Jianhai is meticulous. He also bought 2015 M x 10 m x 2 m inflatable swimming pools online, and 530-liter bottles of drinking water from the water company. These alone cost over 300,000 yuan. There was no other way. Large tonnage water tanks are simply too expensive. Zhou Shuan went directly to the coal yard. Although it was in the south, S City was located in a major coal-producing province, so the purchase was the same as buying coal back in J City. Due to limited space, she only bought 50 tons of coal and honeycomb briquettes, enough for 2 years, and planned to stock up later. She also bought 3 coal stoves with chimneys and 10 small, compact camping stoves, carefully wrapped to prevent burns. Thinking of this, she also bought 5 of each of the following heating equipment online: a space heater, an oil-filled radiator, electric blankets, an electric heating table, and floor heating mats. Electric blankets are very convenient. They provide warmth simply by being plugged in. She had 4 or 5 old electric blankets back home, enough to rotate. She also bought 5,000 yuan worth of insulation online, intending to line the entire interior of the house with it, which would be very effective. She filled in the J City warehouse address for all the online purchases, so her father could receive them. She had the coal delivered to the warehouse from the coal yard, then drove southwest, where most of the province's power wholesale factories were concentrated. Under the guise of restocking her own factory, Zhou Shuan bought many sets of large-capacity solar charging panels, high-power solar power generation panels, solar batteries, solar water heaters, solar flashlights, as well as diesel generators and gasoline generators. These were all highly sought-after supplies in the post-apocalyptic world, and it was unknown how many years it would be before they could be produced again. However, the extreme cold and heat of the post-apocalyptic world made heating and air conditioning indispensable, so Zhou Shuan bought everything she could afford, spending a total of 300,000 yuan. Chapter 10. As for gasoline and diesel, Zhou Shuan had discussed it with her father over the phone. Zhou Jianhai simply said, "You're a young woman, unfamiliar with the place and the people there. Buying these things will be a lot of work. Don't worry about it, Dad will buy them. After all these years in business, I know a few people." Zhou Shuan had survived alone in the apocalypse for 8 years, and was used to doing things on her own, relying on no one. But these past few days with her parents made her feel like 2 great mountains were supporting her. Even if the apocalypse was tough, she wouldn't be afraid. By the time she got back, it was already past 7 in the evening. She brought back a large portion of spicy chicken and 2 bowls of rice, and she and her mother sat down and devoured it in no time. The two closed the warehouse door and sorted and categorized the goods they had received that day, neatly placing them all in their spatial storage. Looking at her crammed storage space, she felt both happy and a little worried. "I already arranged with the coal and electricity suppliers for delivery tomorrow. But where to put everything is a real problem. The solar panels and generators could be squeezed onto the top shelves. But 50 tons of coal would take up a full 60 square meters of space. She could barely fit it all in her storage space, but there was no room for any other supplies." Zhong Tian said, "After we finish receiving the goods in the next couple of days, we pack up and head back. Take out everything from your storage space that doesn't need refrigeration and put it in the J City warehouse. Prioritize the items that need refrigeration." Zhou Shuan nodded and sighed. That's the only way. Since they had to store everything in the warehouse, she'd have to buy more when she got back. She also needed to tell her father to rent a warehouse in a high-altitude area that wouldn't be flooded after the apocalypse, and slowly move everything there. And we also have to be careful about safety and concealment. What if we don't collect our supplies in time after the apocalypse, only to have someone else snatch them up? Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit." Zhong Tian said, "Then why don't we rent a place in our neighborhood? It's close by and easier to keep an eye on things. Many people in our old neighborhood have moved to apartments with elevators. They're easy to rent." Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and shook her head. "Mom, when the flood submerged most of the city, most people will have to relocate. At that time, All the office buildings and high-rise residential buildings will be requisitioned by the government to accommodate disaster victims. Jong Tae-yoon was surprised. Will our house be requisitioned too? No, it won't. If there really isn't enough space, the neighborhood staff will communicate with us. We are the homeowners, so our opinion will still be considered. The main thing is, but those empty houses will definitely be requisitioned. It's too risky to keep our supplies in the community. Then we have to rent another warehouse. Jong Tae-yoon hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jo Soo-won. Won, Mom has been wanting to discuss something with you. Do you think we should talk to your second uncle and third aunt about this apocalypse? And what about your dad's close relatives? Should we also tell them? Jo Soo-won's maternal grandparents passed away a few years ago, leaving only 4 siblings. However, her eldest uncle and Jong Tae-yoon had never had a good relationship. They'd lost contact after the old man's death. Jong Tae-yoon treated him like she didn't have a brother, but she was very close to her second uncle and third aunt. Her second uncle's family lived in the countryside. Her cousin used to stay at the Zhou family's house when he came to the city for high school. Your third aunt's house was demolished, and now she lives in an apartment building with an elevator. But your second uncle's family still lives in the countryside. They'd definitely be flooded. Jo Soo-won suddenly remembered something, but glancing at her worried mother, she swallowed her words. Mom, let's wait 2 more days. Once it starts raining, we have a reason to remind them. There are still 2 months between the rain and the flooding, enough time for them to store some supplies. Others don't have a spatial ability like Jo Soo-won. Even if they knew in advance, how much could they store? Especially food and drinks, which have expiration dates. Jong Tae-yoon thought it made sense, and put her worries aside. Okay. Let's wait a few more days, and we discuss it with your father to make sure it doesn't leak out. Although she was worried about her second brother and third sister, her priority was protecting her daughter. She couldn't let outsiders know Soo-won's secret. Okay, Jo Soo-won nodded with a smile. Seeing that it was already past 9 o'clock, they drove back. As soon as Jo Soo-won got out of her car after parking downstairs, someone lunged at her, grabbing her and yelling through gritted teeth, Jo Soo-won, you bitch. Lin Yo-young's eyes were bloodshot, her face ashen, and under the streetlights, she resembled a raging lion. One hand was gripping her, while the other lashed out with a vicious slap. With a gasp from Jong Tae-yoon, Jo Soo-won twisted her body, and before anyone could see what she did, she struck the man's neck with her elbow. Lin Yo-young screamed and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Jong Tae-yoon rushed over, looking Jo Soo-won up and down. Won, are you alright? Jo Soo-won smiled reassuringly. Mom, don't worry, he can't hurt me. In her previous life, after living in the survivor base, the base strictly controlled the use of weapons. However, to protect vulnerable women and children, they had published many self-defense techniques, including crash courses taught by experienced veterans. Jo Soo-won wasn't selected for the militia, so she studied diligently. She survived for 8 years in her previous life thanks to her crossbow skills and martial arts prowess. However, after the earthquake, she was attacked by Lin Yong and Zhao Shanshan. Because she hadn't eaten for a long time, had injured her leg in the earthquake, and lost her crossbow, she was caught in a pincer attack and ultimately died. In her previous life, Lin Yong had survived 8 years in the apocalypse and learned many skills. But now, he was just a weakling, which gave Jo Soo-won a perfect opportunity to vent her anger. Jong Tae-yoon looked her up and down, relieved to see she was alright. Turning to Lin Yong, she said with deep disgust, Lin Yong, you're a college graduate, how could you lay a hand on a girl? Mom, don't waste your breath on him, just call the police. Jo Soo-won wasn't going to tolerate it. She dialed 110, explained the situation, and then hung up. Lin Yong felt as if his throat was about to break, his vision blurred for a long time, before he managed to stand up, pointing at Jo Soo-won with eyes blazing with fury. You heartless woman, give me back my money. After he transferred 50,000 yuan, Jo Soo-won immediately blocked him, and then posted those videos and screenshots in the school group chat. Lin Yong immediately understood that she had already discovered his affair with Zhao Shanshan, deliberately using sweet words to trick him into transferring money, and then retaliating. What a vicious heart. What deep scheming. What despicable behavior. Lin Yong thought of the scorn and ridicule he had received these past few days, and the accusations from the department leaders and counselors. Thinking of the 50,000 yuan again, he felt as if a piece of his flesh had been cut away, his heart burning with rage, and he swung his arm and charged forward again. Chapter 11. Jong Tae-yoon exclaimed, 1-1. Jo Soo-won, however, was prepared. She turned and kicked him in the waist, sending him flying. Lin Yong fell to the ground. looking at her with surprise and uncertainty. They had been dating for over a year, and he had never known she was so skilled. It was only a little past 9 o'clock. Many people were still strolling downstairs in the neighborhood, and they had already gathered around after hearing the commotion. Zhou Shuan coldly stared at this outwardly handsome, but inwardly rotten man, a murderous intent rising in her heart. In her past life, he had stolen her supplies, killed her senior, and then conspired with Shanshan to kill her. Even 8 years after the apocalypse, he was still alive and well. Even that devastating earthquake hadn't taken his life. Was it really true that evil people live a long life? Since heaven wouldn't take him, then she would act on his behalf. Zhou Shuan's expression was icy, her hands clenched into fists. Wan! Perhaps her expression was too frightening. Zhong Tian quickly grabbed her hand, looking at her worriedly. Zhou Shuan let out a long sigh. There were so many onlookers here, and even after the apocalypse and the tsunami, order and law still existed. She couldn't possibly sacrifice herself for this scumbag. It wasn't worth it at all. She gave a cold laugh, raising her voice so everyone around could hear. Lin Yuang, you still have the nerve to come looking for me? You've been cheating on me with my best friend, secretly discussing how to get me to ask my parents for money to buy you a car, and then dump me. Unfortunately, fate had eyes, and I just happened to catch you plotting. What, now that I dumped you first, allowing you to be with my best friend, you're not grateful, and you still have the nerve to come looking for trouble? The whole story was explained in a flash, and the onlookers immediately cast contemptuous and disgusted glances at Lin Yuang. These days, scumbags just use their pretty faces to cheat women. This kind of scumbag should be beaten to death. He must have failed to get anything from the woman, so he's causing trouble. Lin Yuang was furious and glared at Zhou Shuan, his handsome senior persona completely gone. You poisonous woman. Bitch. Ugly freak. Unwanted old maid. I won't let you get away with this. Give me back my money. Watch your mouth, Lin Yuang. You dated my Wan for a year, cheating her on her best friend, cheating her out of money and sex, and now you're spewing such vile insults. I'm going to your school tomorrow to demand an explanation. Zhong Tian couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Mom, don't get angry with this kind of person, it's not worth it. Zhou Shuan scoffed. In this kind of scumbag's heart, what does reputation matter? Only that little bit of money is what he cares about most. I already posted all the money I transferred to you over the past year in the group chat. What, don't you know how much money you spent of mine, and how much you borrowed from me? I'm just asking you to pay it back, without even adding interest, and you're acting like your mother died? That's ridiculous. Zhou Shuan's words were sharp as knives, and her contemptuous expression made Lin Yuang furious. People around him whispered and pointed at him. You filthy bitch. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and staggered over. Zhou Shuan showed no mercy, grabbing his arm and slapping him several times. Lin Yuang saw stars, spun around several times, and his ears were ringing. The onlookers roared with laughter. Good. That was so satisfying. This kind of scumbag deserves a good beating. Hitting someone really does feel satisfying when it's a slap in the face. Zhou Shuan slapped him several times, instantly feeling a great deal of relief. Zhou Shuan, what happened? A young, pretty girl squeezed through the crowd, glanced at Lin Yuang, and asked Zhou Shuan with concern. Senior? Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. The girl was none other than Senior Zhang Jia. The whole school knew about Lin Yuang and Zhou Shuan. Zhang Jia was a woman with a strong sense of justice, otherwise, she wouldn't have offered Zhou Shuan a helping hand in her previous life. Therefore, she looked down on Lin Yuang and came over to see what help she could offer. Her boyfriend, however, disapproved of her getting involved, fearing trouble. He had tried to dissuade her to no avail, and was now hiding in the crowd. Zhou Shuan, why waste your breath on this scumbag? Just call the police. And tell your advisor too. I heard your department is having a meeting right now to decide what punishment to give him and Zhao Shanshan. If they find out he's causing trouble here, they might just expel him. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but smile. She'd forgotten that her senior, despite her demure appearance, was actually a very straightforward and decisive person. Yeah, I already called the police. More and more people gathered, some even live streaming, filming Lin Yuang's face and boasting about him as they filmed. The latter couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't beat them in a fight, and he couldn't gain the upper hand alone. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Zhou Shuan, you just wait. He tried to run away. Stop. Zhou Shuan called out. What do you want? Lin Yuang, still aching all over from the blows, took a step back in fright when he saw Zhou Shuan approaching. Zhou Shuan smiled contemptuously, walked over, and grabbed the jade pendant around his neck. "This is something I bought for you. It should be returned to its rightful owner now." She ripped the pendant off without hesitation, then stared coldly at him. "Now, you can get lost." You, fine, Zhou Xuan, I will never let you go. You just wait." Lin Yuang trembled with rage, about to say something, when suddenly he heard police sirens. He jumped in fright, knowing perfectly well what would happen at school if he were taken away by the police. He couldn't possibly be expelled. He dared not delay any longer, pushing through the crowd and running away. Zhou Xuan knew that in this situation, the police would only give him a few words of reprimand and wouldn't do much, so she didn't stop him. Zhong Tian hurriedly approached the police, recounted the incident, and thanked them repeatedly. The two police officers gave her a few more instructions on safety, such as not to come home too late, and then dispersed the crowd before leaving. Zhou Xuan chatted with Zhang Jia for a few moments. The latter told her, "I think Lin Yuang is a ruthless person. He has no bottom line. Zhou Xuan, you must be careful." Zhou Xuan nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, senior. My parents are worried about me, and flew here to be with me these past few days." "That's good. If you need any help, just let me know." Zhang Jia waved before leaving with her boyfriend, Zhao Kueishu. Zhou Xuan watched Zhao Kueishu's retreating figure, her gaze darkening. What bad luck. We should have stopped him earlier and had the police arrest him. It's too easy on him. Zhong Tian and Zhou Xuan were still furious as they went upstairs. Zhou Xuan smiled and said, "Mom, although he tried to cause me trouble today, I beat him to a pulp. If the police question him, they'd probably give me a lecture. Besides, I took a 10,000 yuan chain from him. The police might make me return it. This jade isn't very high quality, but it can still be used to expand my storage space." She whispered the last sentence in her mother's ear. Chapter 12. To outsiders, Lin Yuang was just heartbroken and came to cause trouble for his ex-girlfriend. He didn't lay a finger on her, yet he got beaten up badly. Naturally, the police wouldn't do anything to him. Zhong Tian nodded immediately upon hearing this. "That's true. Try it out when you get home and see how much it can expand." "Okay." Zhong Tian couldn't help but laugh, recalling Zhou Xuan's imposing manner earlier. Wan, when did you learn those moves? They're amazing. You didn't fall behind even against a grown man. Zhou Xuan smiled. "I learned them at the base back then. They're very useful. Mom, when we go back, I teach you, Dad, and Mumu. We all need to be able to protect ourselves." Zhong Tian nodded emphatically. The jade was bought at a tourist attraction. The price was inflated. After being put into the spatial dimension, it only increased the size by a few square meters, but it was better than nothing. Zhou Xuan said to Zhong Tian, "Mom, you've been receiving goods at the warehouse these past few days. I'm going to the countryside to buy some seeds and fruit tree seedlings." Zhong Tian nodded. "That's right. We can't just sit around doing nothing. Let's buy more seeds and grow them on the 7th floor terrace. We can be self-sufficient." Zhong's mother also came from the countryside before moving to the city with Zhou Jiahai. Her grandparents raised their 4 children by growing greenhouse vegetables. Zhong's mother learned a lot about planting techniques from a young age. She wouldn't dare say anything else, but when it came to farming, no one in the family could compare to her. She had grown vegetables on their terrace before, and they grew very well. She often gave them to her friendly neighbors in the community. Zhou Xuan smiled. "Mom, the acid rain after the apocalypse has corroded the soil. We have to stock up on some soil later, otherwise we won't be able to grow anything." Zhong Tian froze, then couldn't help but curse, "This damned heaven, it really doesn't leave anyone a way to survive. Without land, no food can be grown, and with all the overwhelming disasters of the apocalypse, it's incredibly difficult for humanity to survive." Zhou Xuan's expression was also heavy. Remembering something, she added, "Mom, let's order takeout in bulk when I get back. Otherwise, there's no space to store it." Zhong Tian nodded repeatedly. "I order it now, and have them prepare it tonight. You can pick it up when you get back." The next morning, the mother and daughter went out separately. On the way, Zhou Xuan received a call from her counselor. The incident of Lin Yuang causing trouble at her door last night had gone viral on a small part of a live streaming platform. The counselor asked if she was alright. Zhou Xuan spoke a few words with her counselor before hanging up. She first drove to the city center, put on a mask, hat, and sunglasses, and went to the coffee shop she had arranged to meet Huang Xiaoxia the day before. She handed the other party's contact information and deposit to the waiter, asking them to pass it on. Then she went to the farmer's market to buy seeds, purchasing a batch of every type available. Fruit seedlings were also available. she visited several vendors and bought 50 seedlings of each type, spending a total of 5,000 yuan. Actually, seeds and seedlings were readily available at the farmer's market. Zhou Shuan told her mother she was going to the countryside because after seeing the Special Forces soldiers, a somewhat immature idea had formed in her mind since her rebirth. Firearms were extremely difficult to buy in Yin country. One could only wait until after the apocalypse, when order was in chaos, to see if there was a chance to stockpile some. But bullets were consumables. Every one used was one less available. Therefore, after the apocalypse, melee weapons are still the best option. With some tools, they can be made at home. However, melee weapons lack lethality, so the ancients coated arrowheads and sword blades with various poisons, aconite being one of them. A small amount of aconite, even just enough to scratch a wound, can cause the enemy's heart rate to slow, their entire body to become numb, and in severe cases, they may lose consciousness, fall into a coma, and eventually die from heart failure. In her previous life, some people knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine coated weapons with aconite to achieve a one-hit kill. Zhou Shuan had encountered this twice. She remembered a classmate from the city's countryside who told her that she worked part-time during summer vacation, picking and selling aconite with her family. There were people specifically buying it. Each person could earn 10 or 20,000 yuan a month. Zhou Shuan wanted to visit this classmate's hometown, but fearing her mother's worry, she didn't tell her the truth. Last night, she chatted briefly with her class monitor, inquiring about the name of her classmate's hometown and checking the distance. It wasn't far. She turned on her GPS, got on the highway, and arrived in a little over an hour. After walking around the unfamiliar town, she indeed saw many shops buying aconite and other agricultural products. Some were up front on the main street, with luxurious decor, while others were in village alleys, small storefronts with several large sacks piled up haphazardly, yet bustling with people coming and going. Zhou Shuan had originally planned to buy from the locals, but it seemed more efficient to buy directly from these shops. She went to a few shops and inquired, only to learn that it wasn't the season for buying aconite, but they did have some in stock if she wanted to buy in large quantities, at 60 yuan per jean, approximately 0.5 caddies. Zhou Shuan asked about the precautions, and then bought 500 jean, for 30,000 yuan. She didn't need a large quantity. A small shop easily gathered enough for her. Several large bags were enough to fill her van. On her trip, she also wandered around the town, buying other Chinese herbs, those for clearing heat, reducing fever, treating coughs, and even herbs for applying to wounds. It was a pity that Panax Noto ginseng wasn't grown here. Now, the price of Chinese herbs had skyrocketed, much higher than before. The other herbs Zhou Shuan bought, though individually in small quantities, still added up to over 20,000 yuan. It wasn't until late afternoon that she drove back. On the way, she was still thinking that when she got back to J City, she would find a famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor to prescribe some medicine, and then buy a batch of herbs according to the prescription. After the apocalypse, many medical devices had become obsolete, so the use of Chinese medicine had actually increased. Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly, it started raining heavily outside the car. Zhou Shuan froze. In her memory, the apocalypse only began slowly after it rained during the Qingming festival, but it was still more than a week away. Why was it raining so early? And the rain looked quite heavy. Could it be that the apocalypse had started early? Zhou Shuan panicked. Although she knew life would be difficult after the apocalypse after her rebirth, she had experienced it once before, so she was relatively resigned to her fate. But what if this life was different from her previous one? If the order and timing of the various natural disasters in her memory had changed, how could she protect her parents and Mumu? Just as she was panicking, her phone rang. Zhong Tiyun asked anxiously, "Wan, where are you? Are you back yet?" Zhou Shuan composed herself. "Mom, I'm on the highway. I'll be back in an hour. You must be careful. I just saw on the news that some places had hail. Did it hail where you are?" Zhou Shuan's heart tightened. In my past life, during the Qingming festival, some places were suddenly hit by hailstorms, which smashed holes in passing cars and injured many pedestrians who couldn't find shelter in time. The end times have truly begun. Chapter 13. Mom, don't. Before she could finish speaking, hailstones the size of walnuts pelted the car. The screech of brakes filled the air, followed by the sounds of cars crashing and screams of pain. In that critical moment, Zhou Shuan's reflexes, honed through countless life-or-death experiences in her past life, came into play. Her car was also hit in the rear, but she calmly and steadily steadied the vehicle. Seeing the tunnel ahead, she slammed on the brakes and sped through the hailstorm. Upon entering the tunnel, she pulled over to the emergency lane. Besides her, several other quick-thinking drivers also drove in and pulled over to the emergency lane. Zhong Tiyun's anxious call still came through the Bluetooth headset. Wan Wan. Wan Wan. But the signal was intermittent after entering the tunnel. Zhou Shuan shouted back several times, "Mom, I'm fine." Only after confirming the other person heard her did she hang up, take out an emergency light and glow sticks from her storage space, and get out of the car to check the situation. The car window had 2 holes smashed, and the body was dented, but the damage wasn't too serious. It was still drivable. The others also got out to check the situation, their sighs and curses filling the dimly lit tunnel. Zhou Shuan placed the emergency light and glow sticks not far from the back of the car. Suddenly, 2 men who looked like soldiers strode over. "Miss, do you have any more glow sticks? Could you lend me a couple?" Zhou Shuan looked over, somewhat surprised. They were the Special Forces soldiers who had stopped her the other day. The men seemed to remember her immediately, quickly glancing at her. Although they found it strange that a college student was driving an incongruous van on the highway, they didn't ask. Another young soldier following behind him also remembered her and smiled. "Oh, it's you, Captain. The college student we met outside XX University City. What a coincidence." Zhou Shuan remained silent. Seeing the wariness in her eyes, the captain said, "There's a hailstorm outside, and too many car accidents. My teammates and I need to maintain order, and we need glow sticks. Don't worry, we return them later." Zhou Shuan saw that several other Special Forces soldiers had already gone to maintain order. 2 of them were even standing precariously in the middle of the tunnel entrance, holding emergency lights and waving them out. The tunnel was now packed with cars and people. If a car accident occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were things Zhou Shuan wouldn't do, but that didn't stop her from admiring those who would. The soldiers of Yan country, both in her past life and now, earned her sincere respect. Without hesitation, she immediately said, "Wait a moment." She pretended to retrieve something from the back of the van, but actually took out 3 glow sticks and 2 high-beam flashlights from her spatial storage. She didn't dare take too much, lest others become suspicious. The leader accepted it and solemnly thanked her. Zhou Shuan saw that their group had a well-organized division of labor. Some maintained order inside the tunnel, while others, after taking precautions, rushed out to rescue people. She felt moved, thought for a moment, and then pretended to go to the car to retrieve a few emergency kits. These were wilderness survival emergency kits she had bought online, containing alcohol, cotton swabs, gauze, hemostats, etc., ready to use right out of the box. She couldn't offer much help, but providing these items was her way of doing her part. She could replenish the used kits when she got back. She delivered the emergency kit to the team leader, who was speaking into his earpiece about the situation. He looked at the kit in Zhou Shuan's hand and paused, startled. Zhou Shuan quickly smiled and offered an excuse. "I'm a wilderness survival enthusiast. Take this and see if it's useful." Qi Mingyu snapped to attention and gave a sharp salute. "Thank you." Zhou Shuan was startled, then a little embarrassed, and quickly said, "Compared to you, this is nothing." Qi Mingyu didn't say much, glanced at her, took the kit, nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned to give it to his teammates. Many of the injured were carried into the tunnel for treatment. Many people with first aid knowledge also participated in the rescue efforts. Ambulances braved the hailstorm to arrive and transport the injured to the hospital. The deceased were placed on the other side, their heads covered with clothing or bags. People at this time had never seen anything like it. The survivors huddled together, some frightened, some weeping. The atmosphere was heavy. Zhou Shuan had also studied first aid and had experienced numerous life or death situations in her previous life, making her highly experienced. Therefore, she didn't rest but joined the rescue efforts. However, medical supplies were scarce, and there wasn't much they could do except try to stop the bleeding and wait for the ambulances to take the injured away. Zhou Shuan moved quickly. Compared to the other frantic rescuers, she was much more organized, performing both bandaging and emergency treatment perfectly. But several seriously injured people slowly stopped breathing under Zhou Shuan's care. She pursed her lips and silently moved on to the next injured person. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The hail has stopped! The hail has stopped!" The survivors cheered. They had been trapped there for over an hour, surrounded by the dead and the screaming wounded, feeling as if they were in hell, desperate to escape. More ambulances arrived and took the injured away. More medical professionals joined the rescue efforts. Zhou Shuan was alright, but a major car accident had just occurred outside, causing a traffic jam. Only one narrow passage had been cleared for ambulances, so the survivors couldn't leave yet. Zhou Shuan sat down by the roadside to rest, listening to the painful groans and screams of the injured, her heart heavy. The apocalypse had truly begun. These tragedies would happen frequently in the future. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to have only been hit in the back of a car during that perilous situation. Otherwise, everything she had prepared since her rebirth would have been for nothing. If she died, her spatial dimension would probably disappear too. Without sufficient survival supplies, her parents and Moo Moo would surely suffer the same tragedy as in her previous life. Zhou Shuan crossed her arms, reminding herself again that the apocalypse was different from her previous life. She couldn't be so careless anymore. She had to consider everything carefully before acting and be cautious in everything she did. Here you go. A bottle of water and a few compressed biscuits were handed to her. Zhou Shuan looked up and saw it was the Special Forces captain from earlier. Now that the doctors, traffic police, and other professionals were in place, they could step back. Thank you. After working non-stop for over 2 hours, Zhou Shuan finally realized how tired and hungry she was, and her throat was hoarse. She took the water and drank a large gulp. Qi Mingyu sat down next to her, tore open a compressed biscuit, and handed it to her. You did very well just now. Did you receive special first aid training? Aside from the professional paramedics, she performed almost as well as these special forces soldiers. But they were all trained in life or death situations. How could a young college student like her be so well trained? Chapter 14. Zhou Shuan glanced at him, seeing only curiosity on his handsome face, and no other intention. She nodded. I'm a wilderness survival enthusiast, so I attended training courses before. Qi Mingyu nodded thoughtfully. By the way, did you catch the person? Qi Mingyu asked, puzzled. Weren't you looking for a very beautiful and dangerous woman in the university town that day? Qi Mingyu smiled and nodded. The person has been handed over. We were leaving today, but we didn't expect to encounter something like this. He looked out of the tunnel and sighed softly. I didn't expect it to actually hail, causing so many deaths and injuries. Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat. She subtly observed him. What did he mean by that? Did he also know that the apocalypse was coming? But he seemed to be just sighing casually, then looked outside in silence, his expression grave. Zhou Shuan carefully considered his words, then thought she was overthinking it. He might have meant something else entirely. For example, she checked the weather forecast. She was just overreacting. Qi Mingyu mentally reviewed the news he heard these past few days, and his initial hesitation vanished, replaced by a firm decision. It was time to retire. He glanced at Zhou Shuan. Because of her behavior today, he had a good impression of her, so he deliberately asked, Excuse me, you go to university in S City. Where is your hometown? Zhou Shuan found it strange that he asked such a personal question, but still answered, in the north. My hometown is also in the north. Qi Mingyu smiled and said, What happened today is truly unpredictable. Qingming Festival is almost here. Why don't you take leave and go home early? Your parents must be very worried about you. Zhou Shuan gazed into the other man's eyes, calm and gentle, yet with a battlefield-hardened resolve. She looked at him questioningly. Qi Mingyu's expression remained composed, revealing no sign of anything amiss. Our internal intelligence indicates the weather won't be good from now on. Your return trip for the Qingming Festival might be difficult. If you encounter hail like today. He paused, but the implication was clear. Zhou Shuan suppressed the turmoil within her and thanked him with a smile. Okay, I discuss it with my parents. Qi Mingyu nodded, ate 2 compressed biscuits, thought for a moment, and took out his phone, saying, Here's your glow stick back, but the emergency kit has already been used. How much did you spend? I add you on WeChat and transfer the money. Zhou Shuan was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. No, I'm helping out voluntarily. You're still a student, your parents give you your living expenses. Besides, you already saved many people today. He insisted. Zhou Shuan was certain these Special Forces soldiers knew some inside information. Therefore, adding them on WeChat would allow her to inquire about certain matters. Without further hesitation, she readily exchanged contact information with them. Qi Mingyu asked twice more, but unable to ascertain the price, he transferred 500 yuan to her. Zhou Shuan didn't accept the money, but solemnly thanked him as she left. Regardless of how they knew the information, the reminder to return home and reunite with her family was enough for her gratitude. On her drive home, she received several more calls from Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun. If it weren't for their repeated dissuasion, Zhong Tiyun would have already taken a taxi there. The hailstorm only affected the suburbs. The city center was unaffected, but it was still widespread rain, and there were few pedestrians on the streets. Zhou Shuan returned to her family's warehouse, where Zhong Tiyun anxiously looked around while unloading goods. When she saw Zhou Shuan's van, she quickly grabbed an umbrella and rushed over. As soon as Zhou Shuan got out, she grabbed her and looked her up and down, asking, "Wan, are you alright? Are you alright?" She trailed off. Zhou Shuan had been involved in the rescue efforts, and was covered in blood. Zhong Tian's face turned pale. She thought Zhou Shuan was injured. Zhou Shuan quickly explained, "Mom, I'm fine. There were so many car accidents over there because of the hailstorm. I helped carry people and bandage wounds, so I got this blood on my skin." Zhong Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, complaining, "You child, you really worried me. Your dad and I were on the phone all day and kept regretting it. You only been driving for a few days. I should have gone. You stayed home and watched the warehouse." But actually, it was because Zhou Shuan had a spatial ability, making it the most convenient time for her to go out and buy supplies. She smiled and reassured her mother. Zhong Tian had a lot of questions she wanted to ask, but there were several unloading operations in front of her warehouse, so she had to keep them to herself. It was already nearing evening, and the weather was bad. After the delivery men finished unloading and left, the mother and daughter closed the warehouse door. Zhong Tian couldn't wait to ask her, "Wan, what's with the hail today? And is this rain related to that apocalypse you mentioned?" She lowered her voice, emphasizing the word apocalypse. Zhou Shuan nodded. "Mom, in my past life, it started raining around Qingming Festival. At first, it was a light drizzle, then it gradually turned into a heavy rain, and after a few days it became a downpour, followed by several small-scale hailstorms. But this time, it's different from what I remember. It's a direct combination of downpour and hail. So, will the apocalypse come even faster, leaving even less time for preparation?" She looked somewhat dazed. Zhong Tian was a little anxious. Then, "Wan, shouldn't we hurry back? Your dad and Mumu are still at home. We don't want them to be unable to get back." The most vivid image of the apocalypse Zhou Shuan had described was of families torn apart, each struggling to survive. A truly tragic situation. In her mind, even if the apocalypse was difficult, as long as the family was together and worked together, there was nothing to fear. Zhou Shuan nodded quickly. "Mom, don't worry, I already bought high-speed rail tickets. We go back tomorrow at noon. How many orders do we still have? High-speed rail is fast now, even more convenient than airplanes." Zhong Tian finally relaxed, taking the order slip and checking the goods. 3 orders left. "It's okay, I call them now, and have them deliver first thing tomorrow morning." The rain had just started, affecting people's travel, but deliveries weren't significantly affected. 2,000 takeout orders had already been placed, just waiting for Zhou Shuan to come back and pick them up. It would be such a waste not to. But Zhong Tian absolutely refused to let Zhou Shuan go alone. Left with no other option, Zhou Shuan had to drive there again with her mother. Sitting in the car, Zhong Tian noticed 2 holes in the windshield, a testament to the urgency of the situation. She gripped her daughter's hand tightly, still shaken. Zhou Shuan was also somewhat frightened. Remembering what the Special Forces soldier had said, she told her mother. Zhong Tian nodded repeatedly. "That's right. With such a huge event like the apocalypse, abnormal weather, and climate disasters, how could the government not have monitored it? That Special Forces soldier you mentioned must know something, which is why he instructed you. If the goods aren't delivered by tomorrow, we forget about them and leave immediately." Zhou Shuan, however, was lost in thought. Did the government really know about the apocalypse in her previous life? Then why didn't they warn the public? Or is this life different from the last? Chapter 15. Even though the government detected the recent abnormal weather and took precautions, a massive tsunami still inundated countless cities and destroyed countless advanced facilities. Humans could only barely survive in high-altitude areas and high-rise buildings, and the government no longer had the resources to monitor future natural disasters. The 2,000 takeout orders were placed into the spatial storage in batches. Zhou Shuan and her mother had just returned home, taken a good shower, and when they came out, her mother was already packing her luggage. This house was originally planned for her daughter to live in from her freshman to senior year of college, so after renting it, Zhou's parents and Zhong's parents came and redecorated it. The sofa in the living room, the air conditioner in the bedroom, the desk, and even the pots and pans in the kitchen were all newly bought, and it would be a pity to throw them away. These were all non-renewable items. Zhou Shuan simply put them all into the spatial storage. Since there was no more space, she piled them on top of the coal and separated them with a waterproof sheet. She didn't know how to disassemble the air conditioner, but Zhong Tian, with more experience, managed to take it apart after some trial and error. The mother and daughter lifted it down together and stored it in the space. The quilts, clothes, computer chair, books, and other items in the closet were all easily stored away in the blink of an eye, thanks to the space. Zhong Tian beamed. This space is so convenient for moving. Zhou Shuan picked up her phone and, after a moment's thought, called her senior Zhang Jia. She had sent Zhang Jia a package yesterday when she went to the city. Inside were 250 jean, 25 caddies, bags of rice, 50 packs of noodles, 10 packs of dried black fungus and seaweed knots, 50 bottles of condiment sauce. There were also 5 bottles of alcohol, 5 emergency kits, and several boxes of fever reducers and antibiotics. It'd be enough for one person for a long time. I guess my senior will receive the goods today. She hadn't figured out how to remind the other person. But after what that Special Forces soldier said today, she deliberately made it sound serious. Senior, did you know about the hailstorm in the suburbs today? Zhou Shuan, I heard about it. I saw on the news that a lot of people died. It's so tragic. Senior, actually, I was there too. A gasp came from the other end. Zhou Shuan continued, then I participated in some rescue work. There were several Special Forces soldiers maintaining order. After the injured were all transported away, one of the Special Forces soldiers told me to buy a ticket home quickly, saying they had inside information that the weather would be bad for a long time, and hailstorms like today might happen again. We're both out of town. Instead of studying, you should ask for leave and go home first, then come back when the weather gets better. Zhang Jia hesitated for a moment, then asked incredulously, really? Is it that serious? Yes. Zhou Shuan knew no one would believe this immediately, so she said directly, I told my mom, and she said I scared her to death when it hailed outside. She'd rather I take half a year off from school than not go home with her. The other person was surprised. Your aunt wants you to take a leave of absence? Yes, we already bought our high-speed rail tickets. We're leaving tomorrow. Zhou Shuan, are you serious? It can't be that bad. It's only been raining heavily for one day. The other person was still incredulous. Zhou Shuan sighed inwardly. Because the rain had been so short-lived, she knew no one would believe her, which was why she had been hesitant about how to remind her senior. She thought for a moment, then mimicked the Special Forces soldier's suggestion. Senior, didn't you also want to travel? Why don't you ask your advisor for a few days off, go home and stay until Qingming Festival, then come find me after Qingming, and I take you around our J City. J City is a famous scenic area with mountains and rivers. Zhang Jia and she were from the same province, just not the same city. That's why she helped Zhou Shuan without hesitation in her past life. Not only because she was righteous, but also because they were from the same hometown. Being from the same province makes you close fellow townsmen when you're away from home. Zhang Jia was somewhat tempted, but still hesitated. Senior, it's just a few days off. We're going home for Qingming Festival anyway. We see how the weather is when we get back, and if it's okay, we come back. My mom also said, it's better to believe it than not. This last sentence truly moved Zhang Jia. She thought for a moment, and said to Zhou Shuan, actually, Zhou Shuan, I tell you quietly, I've been having some doubts too. This noon I received a huge package. It was incredibly heavy. I had to ask Kuei-shu to help me carry it back. When I opened it, guess what it was? Rice, noodles, sauce, an emergency kit, but the sender's name is unknown, and the phone number is disconnected. It's like someone knew the weather was bad and couldn't go out, so they specially sent me emergency supplies. Zhou Shuan feigned surprise, really? That makes sense. If the weather is really bad, then we should stock up on supplies. I tell my mom too, and when I get home I buy some rice, flour, and cooking oil to keep at home. Zhang Jia nodded. If it were just one person, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now she's received emergency supplies, and been reminded by her junior, so the Special Forces soldier's advice to Zhou Shuan must have some basis. She decided to do the same as Zhou Shuan, and go home first. Okay, Zhou Shuan, I asked my advisor for leave first, then buy a ticket to go back. She said with some worry, what about Kuei-shu? I guess he won't want me to go back. Zhao Kuei-shu is from this province, not Zhang Jia's. Zhou Shuan narrowed her eyes and advised, his family is local. If something really happens, he can just take a taxi back. We're too far from home. I think we should go back and check on things. Besides, it's not like we're not coming back. Just tell him you're coming back to visit me on a trip. By the way, senior, that Special Forces soldier repeatedly told me not to tell anyone, afraid it would cause trouble. You should be careful too. Okay, Zhou Shuan, thank you. I think about how to tell Kuei-shu. I really come to see you when the weather's better. Yeah, my mom said I'd be very welcome. Please thank your aunt for me. Zhang Jia laughed heartily on the other end of the line, before hanging up. Zhong Tian had been sitting next to Zhou Shuwan on the phone, listening the whole time. After she hung up, she asked, "Is this the senior who helped you yesterday?" Zhou Shuwan nodded and recounted how the other person had taken her in for half a year in her previous life, and how they had traveled north together. "Mom, the journey north is too dangerous. My senior was seriously injured by a group of people stealing supplies and died quickly. I even made it back home, but she died on the way. So, I want to help her, but she's a little reluctant to leave her boyfriend." Zhou Shuwan only mentioned it briefly, but the senior's injury and death showed just how dangerous the apocalypse was. Her Wanwan had always been pampered. How could she endure such hardship? These past few days, Zhong Tian hadn't shown any signs during the day, but at night, thinking about all this kept her awake all night. She worried about how to live after the apocalypse, and felt sorry for Wanwan suffering in her dreams. "Wanwan, just do your best. When we get back, if the weather doesn't improve, call her again to try and persuade her." "Okay." Zhou Shuwan nodded. That night, after Zhong Tian fell asleep, Zhou Shuwan left the room. She was dressed in a smart tracksuit, her hair tied back in a bun, wearing a mask, and carrying an umbrella as she went out. She had contacted Lin Youyang's roommate during the day and learned that he hadn't been home for the past few nights, either playing games at internet cafes or drowning his sorrows in alcohol at night market stalls. Chapter 16. There were only a few internet cafes in the university town. Looking through them one by one, it was easy to find a man looking dejected as he played games. Zhou Shuan glanced at the surrounding security cameras, her eyes narrowing. A moment later, when Lin Youyang got up to make instant noodles, he accidentally bumped into two fierce-looking young men with tattoos on their arms, spilling the entire bucket of noodles on them. Lin Youyang was startled and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Before he could finish, a fist came flying at him. "You're asking for it." Lin Youyang fell to the ground, seeing stars, his nose bleeding. He was furious. "I said I didn't mean to. Why are you hitting me?" "Hit me. We're hitting you. Damn it, I'm not happy to see you like this." Another young man cursed, squatting down and grabbing Lin Youyang's hair, slapping him several times across the face. Lin Youyang was stunned by the blows. He struggled to his feet and fought back a few times, but was quickly pinned to the ground and beaten again by the two men. The bystanders were divided. Some watched the spectacle, some tried to break up the fight, and others called the police. Zhou Shuwan stood in a dark corner, expressionless throughout. By the time the police sirens blared, Lin Youyang's face was a bloody mess, and two of his teeth were missing. The two youths had already fled upon hearing the police sirens. Lin Youyang's mouth and nose were covered in blood, and he couldn't speak clearly. The police could only question the onlookers. What could have happened? He had simply accidentally provoked two thugs. Those two thugs were very experienced in beating people. Lin Youyang's external injuries looked serious, but a hospital examination would reveal only minor injuries, nothing serious at all. He got beaten up for nothing. Zhou Shuwan met the two young men at a forest farm outside the university town. It was raining heavily, it was midnight, and visibility was extremely low. Zhou Shuwan threw the agreed-upon 20,000 yuan payment to the other man. "Brother Zhao, this 20,000 yuan isn't just for today's beating." The young man surnamed Zhao had a simple, honest face and narrow eyes, but when he narrowed them, a chilling ruthlessness emanated from him. "That won't do. The police are watching us now. We can't afford to hit him again." "Not now," Zhou Shuwan said casually. "Besides the 20,000 yuan reward, I also sent Brother Zhao some things. Just check them, Brother Zhao. 6 months later, I'd like you two to help me teach that Lin guy a lesson again." "What things?" Zhao Cheng frowned. "What do you mean by 6 months later?" Zhou Shuwan smiled slightly. "I heard that Brother Zhao is a very loyal and chivalrous person who doesn't like to owe favors. So, 6 months later, please remember those who helped you." Zhao Cheng was even more confused. "Don't worry, Brother Zhao. My request is simple. The reward I'm paying is enough to buy Lin Youyang's leg." Zhao Cheng frowned, and another young man immediately shouted, "We won't hurt anyone." Hitting someone and hurting someone are two different things. Zhou Shuwan smiled. "If you two feel uncomfortable at that time, that's fine too. It's up to Brother Zhao's wishes. I won't force you." With that, she turned and left. "Wait, can you tell me what grudge Lin Youyang has against you?" Zhao Cheng suddenly called out. Zhou Shuwan stopped, paused, and then said, "It's a blood feud. I can't take revenge myself, so I can only trouble Brother Zhao." Zhao Cheng and his companion behind her were completely bewildered, finding Zhou Shuwan's words utterly incomprehensible. This was truly a foolish mission. Zhou Shuan hurried home with ease. Zhao Chong was a young man from a village near the university town. He was very poor, but after the apocalypse, he formed the Flame Gang with some other young men from the village, and he was their leader. Although they also robbed supplies and set up checkpoints at the village entrance to collect tolls, they couldn't be considered good people. But in her previous life, Zhao Chong was a well-known gang leader known for his loyalty, and repaying even the smallest kindness tenfold. Compared to Lin Youyang's ruthlessness, the two had clashed many times over territory and supplies. After Zhou Shuan's rebirth, besides collecting supplies, she secretly searched for Zhao Chong. Knowing where he lived made finding him much easier. Especially knowing that he was now making a living as a thug, she slowly devised a plan. This was still a society governed by law, and surveillance cameras were everywhere. She wanted to kill Lin Yuang for revenge, but she couldn't risk getting herself involved. By the time the apocalypse arrives, she and her mother will likely be long gone, and their next meeting will probably be 8 years from now. How could she possibly avenge such a deep-seated hatred in an uncertain future? Therefore, Zhao Chong was the one she had chosen to help her seek revenge. The things she said to Zhao Chong were all compressed biscuits, canned meat, instant noodles, dried goods, food that could be preserved for several years, enough to feed him and his 9-year-old sister for 2 years. In her previous life, she had heard rumors that because of poverty, food and clothing were scarce after the apocalypse, and Zhao Chong's younger sister had died of malnutrition at a young age. So, she also specially sent 2 boxes of milk powder, not a lot, but enough to ensure the child's nutrition. She also wrote a note on the package, "Do not give it away." She wrote it 3 times, emphasizing the importance 3 times. If Zhao Chong remembers the true meaning of never forget the well digger when you drink the water 6 months later, then Lin Youyang's doom will have arrived. She spare his life for now, but break one of his legs. Let's see how this man, who was once so powerful and ruthless in his past life, manages to survive in this one. The next day, the mother and daughter tidied themselves up and went downstairs, only to encounter an unexpected person. It was Zhao Shanshan. She looked somewhat haggard, holding an umbrella and waiting at the entrance of the apartment complex. As soon as she saw Zhou Shuan, she rushed over, calling out hesitantly, "Wan Wan." The weather, which had been warming up, had turned chilly again after the rain these past few days. If Zhou Shuan didn't come downstairs soon, she wouldn't be able to stand it. A soft, delicate tone, a timid expression. In her past life, this was the kind of expression Zhao Shanshan loved to use when she and Lin Yuang were manipulating her. A wave of nausea and resentment welled up inside Zhou Shuan. Ignoring her, she walked straight out. Mother Zhong recognized her as the girl who had stolen her daughter's boyfriend. She sneered, "These college students nowadays, they look so clean and innocent, who knows what disgusting things they do behind the scenes." Aunt Zhong. Zhao Shanshan's eyes instantly reddened, and glistening tears rolled down her fair face. Zhong Tian immediately reacted as if facing a formidable enemy. "I'm not a man, and I don't have the habit of showing mercy to women. Put away your seductive performances for dealing with men." Mother Zhong's tone was anything but polite. Even though Zhao Shanshan was good at acting, she felt a burning pain on her face. Seeing that Zhou Shuan indeed didn't want to say a word to her and was walking straight out, she gritted her teeth and chased after her, grabbing her arm. "Wan Wan, let me explain." Slap. Before she could finish speaking, Zhou Shuan slapped her across the face. She covered her face, and this time the tears really fell. Chapter 17. Zhou Shuan looked at her coldly. "Zhao Shan, although you've been lying to me for over a year, and although you're a universally condemned mistress, I believe that a man who has a girlfriend and still fools around with her best friend is the one who's more at fault. So while I was focused on dealing with Lin Yuang, why didn't you stay quietly in the corner? Why did you come out here trying to get attention? Did you think that by crying and acting cute in front of me, I forgive and forget like before?" "Wan Wan, no, I didn't. I didn't mean to. It wasn't you who seduced Lin Yuang. Did he seduce you with sweet words? Or did he use violence to force you?" Zhou Shuan's expression was full of sarcasm. Zhao Shanshan stammered, unable to speak. "Wan Wan, no. Zhou Shuan's patience had completely run out, and she stared at her coldly. Her eyes held a cold indifference tainted by the apocalypse. For some reason, meeting her gaze sent a chill down Zhao Shanshan's spine. She had originally come to retrieve Lin Youyang's jade pendant. The latter had been beaten up twice in the past few days, leaving him bruised and swollen and limping. He was too embarrassed to ask for his belongings back himself, so he sent Zhao Shanshan instead. She was reluctant to part with a piece of jewelry worth 10,000 yuan, but she had still mustered the courage to come. But she hadn't expected that in just a few days, Zhou Shuan's demeanor had changed drastically. She was practically a different person compared to before. Zhao Shanshan was somewhat afraid of this version of Zhou Shuan. The words returned the pendant rolled on her lips several times, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Wanwan, don't waste your breath on her. Let's go! The rain is getting heavier. The mother and daughter had stored most of their belongings in their spatial storage. But for convenience on the road, Zhong's mother still packed 2 backpacks, each carrying one, and held an umbrella. Zhao Shan, you better watch yourself. Zhou Shuan gave her a complicated look. At this moment, her beautiful and gentle appearance overlapped with the haggard, aged, and emaciated woman 8 years after the apocalypse. She had shamelessly become Lin Youyang's mistress, but was she really doing well? Zhao Shan stared blankly as they left, suddenly realizing, judging from their posture, it seemed like they were leaving. Zhou Shuan and her mother forgot about it, and hurriedly went to the warehouse to collect the goods. Fortunately, the merchants were trustworthy. Despite the bad weather, they still insisted on delivering the goods early in the morning. After cleaning the warehouse one last time, Zhong Tiyun drove out several times in the rain, pretending to deliver goods. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that the two of them braved the heavy rain to go to the high-speed rail station. After getting into the car, Zhou Shuan sent Zhang Jia a WeChat message. Senior, Mom and I are in the car. See you when we get back. Zhang Jia quickly replied. Zhou Shuan, Kueishu doesn't agree to me going back. I'm discussing it with him. Have a safe trip with your aunt. Zhou Shuan sighed softly. In her past life, before Zhao Kueishu revealed his true colors, her senior truly cherished him, paying close attention to his every move. Therefore, she had long suspected that her senior's return wouldn't be easy. Actually, not just her senior, she herself was the same. In her past life, after falling in love, she completely lost herself, becoming lost in the love web woven by her partner. Lin Yuang. She closed her eyes. The next time they met would be a life for a life. As for Zhao Shanshan, her feelings towards Zhao Shanshan were actually quite complex. In her past life, she had deeply resented Zhao Shanshan for being a mistress and stabbing her in the back. But later, when Lin Yuang imprisoned Zhou Shuan and, in order to recruit team members, Zhao Shanshan was actually quite shocked at the time, but she dared not disobey Lin Youyang's orders. While he went out to find supplies, she even secretly gave Zhou Shuan some food, but dared not let her go. Later, Zhou Shuan and her senior, Zhang Jia, escaped from their rented apartment and headed north, but Zhao Shanshan remained attached to Lin Yuang. She didn't know what he had done to her, but 8 years later, when they met again, Zhao Shanshan had long lost her youthful beauty. She was emaciated, looking as if she had aged more than 20 years, and her devotion to Lin Yuang was less about obedience and more about deep fear. When he said he would attack Zhou Shuan from both sides, her numb, dull eyes flickered, but she quickly and nimbly grabbed a dagger and rushed forward. Therefore, Zhao Shanshan didn't need her to seek revenge. The 8 years she spent with Lin Yuang during the apocalypse should have felt like hell to her. The high-speed train was fast. After a transfer in the provincial capital, Zhou's father was waiting at the train station exit at 8 o'clock sharp. Where's Mumu? Zhong Tiyun was worried about her youngest son, whom she hadn't seen for several days. Watching TV at home. Zhou Jianhai chuckled and scolded, that brat. I've been busy with renovations these past few days, and haven't had time to look after him. He watches TV non-stop after school. You should keep an eye on him. He's ruining his eyes at such a young age. Zhong Tiyun habitually nagged. Yes. Now that you're back, someone's taking care of that brat. Zhou Jianhai replied good-naturedly. Reborn, although her mother was by her side, the two were busy stockpiling supplies, and didn't talk much. Now, seeing her parents laughing and chatting as she remembered, Zhou Shuan's anxiety about the sudden arrival of the apocalypse slowly calmed down. She watched this scene with a smile. As soon as she opened the door and entered the house, before she could even glance at the messy living room, a warm and soft little one rushed into her arms. 8-year-old Mumu suddenly jumped over and buried himself in her arms. Sister, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Zhou Shuan was more than 10 years older than Mumu, and had always doted on him at home, so Mumu was very close to his sister. But that was before the apocalypse. For Zhou Shuan, this was the first time she had seen Mumu since the apocalypse 8 years later. Her body was still tense from the discomfort of someone getting close, but tears were already streaming down her face. She knelt down, stroked Mumu's head, and carefully looked him up and down. Fair-skinned and chubby-cheeked, with the chubby cheeks typical of children, yet already possessing the features of a grown-up. Mumu inherited his father's good looks, long limbs, handsome features, and a charming little boy who was very popular with the aunties. "Sister, why are you crying?" Moo Moo reached out his little hand to wipe her tears, his big eyes filled with confusion and panic. Zhou's father and Mrs. Zhong exchanged glances, the latter shaking her head slightly at him. She looked at Zhou Shuan's tense and stiff body, and sighed heavily in her heart. That night, when they went to bed, she finally told Zhou Jianhai what was on her mind. "Jianhai, you need to be prepared, our Wanwan she." "What is it?" Zhou Jianhai had just showered, and was drying his hair. Hearing this, he immediately turned to look at her, so quickly that it seemed to twist his neck. He reached out and rubbed his neck a few more times, his tone sullen. "What were you trying to say?" That sudden sentence startled me. Zhou Shuan was the first child in the family, and a girl at that, so she was Zhou Jianghai's favorite. Zhong Tian carefully considered her words, slowly beginning to speak. "Wanwan might have, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder. I looked it up online, and that's roughly what it's called." Chapter 18. Zhou Jianghai's brows furrowed, and he even forgot to dry his hair. Zhong Tian sighed. "I've been staying with Wanwan these past few days, and I noticed she's extremely averse to or afraid of being touched. If you accidentally touch her, she jumps in fright, and she doesn't like to talk anymore. She doesn't sleep well at night either. A few times, I've woken up in the middle of the night, thinking of going to check on her and cover her with a blanket or something. When I opened the door, I found her already woken up, holding a kitchen knife, looking at me warily. The knife was hidden under her pillow. She couldn't hold back any longer and began to sob softly. Jianhai, seeing her like that, my heart aches like it's being cut by a knife. I don't know how much suffering she's endured in the apocalypse, how much hardship she's suffered, how many people have bullied her. That's why she's become like this. I just want to help her, to talk to her, or maybe have her see a psychologist. Doctor, I don't dare to speak. What should we do?" Zhou Jianhai remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Ayun, Wanwan has survived alone in the apocalypse for 8 years. She's definitely different now. Some psychological stress is normal. Look at those small countries fighting wars abroad, not to mention the children. Even the adults have some psychological problems. Wanwan has just been alone in the apocalypse for a long time, without parents or friends, so she's a bit lonely, but that's normal. Don't show it, and make her uncomfortable. Let's just act like usual. Last time we ate, Wanwan looked like she hadn't eaten properly in years. When you have time, cook more of her favorite dishes. This time, our whole family is together. We won't let Wanwan face those things alone again. I think slowly, Wanwan will return to normal." Zhong Tian wiped away her tears, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "You're right. We should take better care of Wanwan from now on." "She said it keep raining?" "I'm fine, I just stay home and cook. If anything happens in the future, we parents should rush to the front lines. But also be careful ourselves. Don't leave the 2 children all alone." "Yes." Zhou Jianhai nodded emphatically. "By the way, Grandma Peng helped us take care of Mumu for a few days. We should bring something to thank her." "You don't need to remind me. I already said 2 boxes of milk and 2 boxes of fruit." "That's good." The next day, Zhou Shuan got up and checked the progress of the home renovation. Time was short, but Zhou's father was thoughtful, considering the upcoming rain, so he prioritized the outdoor work. Therefore, the tempered glass on the 7th floor platform and the 2 large balconies on the 6th floor had all been installed. The custom-made glass was the kind the manufacturer specifically stated was resistant to high temperatures, acid rain, and tsunami. The 7th floor rooftop was covered with 2 more layers of thick insulation. Now, the floorboards on both the 7th and 6th floors had been removed to install electric underfloor heating. In extremely cold weather, central heating is out of the question. Residents will have to find ways to generate their own heat. Zhou's father runs a hardware store and has some experience repairing machinery. He'd be responsible for all the equipment in the house from now on. In addition, the ceilings and walls on the 6th and 7th floors were also covered with insulation. Wanwan, we bought a lot of insulation. We keep the rest in storage. We can use it a few more times. Zhou Shuan nodded. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they saw a large standing air conditioner, 3 wall-mounted units, a double-door refrigerator, sofas, dining table and chairs, and several large beds with mattresses on the 2 large balconies. She didn't know how they got it all the way up. The furniture and appliances in this apartment building with an elevator were already cheap, and I figured it wouldn't be easy to buy these things later. Our old apartment's furniture is all old too, and we have to replace it if it broke. So I just hired workers to disassemble it and bring it here. He lowered his voice. Wanwan, you can put it in your space later. Zhou Shuan smiled. Okay, Dad. She then asked her father to call the store and buy 2 large freezers for easy freezing later. After agreeing to deliver the goods, Zhong Tiyun asked again, Dahai, how are our apartment building and storefront? Anyone interested? The storefront is in a good location. So many people were India's before, and they're going to discuss the price and sign the contract today. Our apartment building is listed cheaply. Several real estate agencies are pushing it, and we already looked at several in the past few days. I haven't had time to go see it myself, so I gave the keys to the agencies and let them bring people to see it themselves. But they're all only offering down payments. Full payment is rare. Zhou Shuan calculated the time and still shook her head. Dad, if it doesn't work out, we can lower the price by tens of thousands more and sell it for cash. If we go through the loan process, it could take 2 or 3 months, and even if we get the money, it'd be too late. She was afraid her parents wouldn't be willing to part with it. Dad, Mom, in a few months, money won't be worth much. In the first few years after the apocalypse, even a large sum of money couldn't buy a single grain of dry food. So, spend it as soon as possible. Zhou Jianhai nodded. Okay, I listened to Wan Wan. I call the agent later and ask for another 50,000. The family then started talking about renting another warehouse. Zhou Jianhai had been thinking about this problem for the past 2 days. Wan Wan, I thought about it too. You said the storage space isn't enough, and we need to find another place to store the supplies. But when the apocalypse really comes, floods and tsunamis will submerge most of the city, and countless people will be homeless. Any high ground will definitely be occupied. Even if the warehouse is located in the suburbs, it's not safe. Zhong Tiyun added, I've been worried about this too. It's not safe even if it's right under our noses, and if it's so far away, we wouldn't even know if it was all taken. So, I'm thinking we should use 200,000 to buy gold and expand our space. Okay. They split up their money with several banks and gold shops, buying 200,000 yuan worth of gold, which they stored in their space, instantly expanding it by several dozen square meters. They could now hold a lot more supplies. But the remaining money was needed to buy supplies that wouldn't be available even with a free purchase after the apocalypse. The savings absolutely couldn't be touched. But gold wouldn't be worth anything after the apocalypse. In her previous life, when she went to find supplies, many shops had retreated too hastily to transport their stock, and there were no ships to transport them. So all sorts of gold jewelry and jade were just soaking in the water. Nobody wanted them. Zhou Shuan was waiting for a free purchase after the apocalypse to expand her space. But now? Then let's find a house in the neighborhood to store some supplies, Zhou Jianhai said. But Wan Wan said it would be forcibly requisitioned later. Zhong Tiyun said, Wan Wan, what if we borrow 200,000 from your second uncle to buy it? Houses in the old district aren't worth much. A 100 square meter apartment would cost at most 300,000 yuan, and the top floor is even cheaper, you can get it for 200,000 yuan. Zhou Jianhai had clearly thought this through carefully, and continued, let's say it's a loan for now. After the apocalypse, your second uncle and third aunt will move in, and the house will be theirs. They won't lose out. Zhong Tiyun's eyes lit up. Jianhai, your idea is great. Our family needs to stockpile supplies right now, and we really don't have extra money to buy gold, but we also don't have money to buy a house. Why don't we borrow 200,000 yuan from my second brother? We can use it to stockpile supplies first, and after the apocalypse, they can move in. It'd be their own house, so it won't be too much of a burden. She was actually very worried about her second brother and third sister's families. She wanted to find a way to remind them to stockpile supplies, so that if the flood came, and there was really no other way, they would have a place to live. Yes, that's right. Wan Wan, if we buy the house, will the government forcibly requisition it? Zhou Jianhai looked at Zhou Shuan. The latter shook her head. There might be cases where the homeowner is out of town and can't be contacted, so they arrange for disaster victims to move in directly. But we're in this community, so our opinion will be the priority. We can just say it's for relatives. Zhou's father and Zhong's mother both smiled with relief. Zhou Shuan genuinely admired her father. Experience truly pays off. He had considered everything. 200,000 yuan could buy a penthouse apartment now, but in the apocalypse, countless people with piles of cash wouldn't even be able to afford a bathroom on a high floor. Zhou Jianhai then added, I saw on the weather forecast that it's going to rain heavily for half a month. The apocalypse that Shuan mentioned is probably about to begin. We need to discuss how to remind our relatives that it's not too late to stockpile supplies, but we can't mention a single word about Shuan. Chapter 19. Zhou Shuan didn't object to reminding as many people as possible within her power. Like the Special Forces captain, she relayed what she had said to her senior, Zhang Jia. Zhou Jianhai was also surprised. Since it's someone from the military, their words carry weight. It's clear our country has detected something amiss with the weather. But why not warn the general public? He murmured, gazing at the torrential rain outside. In Zhou Shuan's memory, the apocalypse began slowly with light rain, gradually escalating into torrential downpours, quickly causing floods and tsunamis. But in this life, it started with torrential rain. She felt this beginning was significantly more difficult. How can we warn them? If it's really as Wanwan says, and we announce it publicly, chaos will erupt immediately. Stability is paramount. Zhong Tian said, our country is alright, but what about other countries? They'd be in complete chaos. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment, then sighed. Even now, he and his wife still hoped their daughter was just having a dream. Even if they sold the house and spent all the money, as long as the apocalypse didn't happen, they'd be content. Ayun, call your second brother and third sister and tell them. Zhou Jianhai is an only child. His grandparents have long since passed away. He only has 2 families with relatives on Zhong Tian's side. Zhong Tian picked up her phone. I call your second uncle first. Your third aunt isn't worried. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then told her mother, Mom, the demolition compensation house for your third aunt's family wasn't of good quality. In the dream, I couldn't come back, but we could still contact each other at first. Later, when the tsunami happened, you told me that because it had been flooded for months, although the tsunami didn't reach that area, their apartment building with an elevator still collapsed. Zhong Tiyun was stunned and hurriedly asked, Where is he? Zhou Shuan shook her head. We lost contact with him after that, and we don't know how he is. Zhong Tiyun gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. Wanwan, we need to tell your third aunt right away and ask her to move. But will your third aunt agree? Zhong Tiyun remained silent. Zhong's third aunt's family was also from the village. Her husband was lazy and never saved any money in his life. Her 2 sons didn't study hard in school and dropped out early to work. Buying a house in the county town when the 2 brothers grew up and got married would be too much of a burden. Just when they were worried, their old house was redeveloped in the new county town area, and they received 2 apartments as compensation, 1 for each son. With houses, getting married was no longer a problem. The eldest son got married 2 years ago, and now their child is over a year old. Because they didn't have much money, the third aunt and uncle gritted their teeth and renovated 1 apartment, and the whole family squeezed into one place. Therefore, the eldest daughter-in-law always complained that there were too many people in the family. The young couple shared 1 bedroom, the third aunt and uncle shared another, and the youngest son shared a third. Now that the baby has been born, there are no empty bedrooms, and they argue and get angry at home every day. Zhong Tian called Zhou Shuan's second uncle and third aunt in turn, and slowly explained, We don't know when the rain will stop. You need to stock up on food and drinks. There's a whole family here. The Special Forces soldiers' account is quite detailed. There's probably a real disaster. Don't tell anyone, just quietly stock up. The second uncle, who grows vegetables in greenhouses back home and is very dependent on the weather, immediately agreed, Little sister, don't worry. I go with your sister-in-law to buy rice and flour. Buy plenty of dried goods, like dried bean curd, shiitake mushrooms, and would ear mushrooms too. Vegetables might be hard to find later. Don't worry about the money. Dried goods won't spoil and will last a long time. Also, various seasonings. The second uncle readily agreed upon hearing that Zhong Tian wanted to borrow money. He repeatedly assured her that no one would mention the stockpiling of supplies before hanging up. But things weren't so smooth with Auntie San. Little sister, we still have a whole bag of rice and half a bag of flour at home. That's enough. Last time everyone was saying to stock up on salt. We stocked up on 3 boxes, and we only eaten half a box so far. Your brother-in-law scolds us every time he mentions it. We can't afford to stockpile anything. Zhong Tian was a little anxious. Third sister, this news is true. It's from people in the military. Their information isn't as reliable as ours. Besides, rice and flour won't spoil. It's better to keep them at home than to not be able to buy them later. Auntie San thought for a moment before nodding. Okay, your brother-in-law and I will discuss it. We each buy another bag of rice and flour. We also need to buy dried goods. Auntie San's husband had already taken the phone. Tiyun, don't worry about your sister. They already said no stockpiling, no following the crowd. Why waste money? Before Zhong Tiyun could reply, he impatiently hung up. Zhong Tiyun nearly choked on her breath. With his personality, your third aunt suffered so much with him, and even in her old age, she is still the same. She doesn't work, doesn't earn money, won't listen to advice, and has ruined both of her children's lives, and she won't even let the relatives say anything. She had just been laughing at Joe's father, but now she was also furious with this awful relative. The next generation of all the relatives in the large family went to university, except for her third aunt's 2 children, who dropped out of school very early. This was related to the children's lack of ambition, but it was more due to problems with family education. Her third aunt's husband had always been nagging about the cost of education, saying they couldn't afford it, and that their 2 sons were just there to collect debts. So, just as they entered junior high school, both of her third aunt's children dropped out to work. Chapter 20. Mom, you know what kind of person Uncle San is, don't be angry. Zhong Tiyun was depressed for a long time, and could only nod. That's the only way. Besides Uncle San, Aunt San and her 2 cousins were quite nice. Besides reminding relatives, their family also had a heavy workload. Buying a house in the neighborhood, renovating the house, wholesaling takeout, stockpiling other supplies. Uncle Air transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhong Tiyun, and Zhou Jianhai called the real estate agent, saying that his family wanted to buy another penthouse apartment in their neighborhood. Many houses in the old neighborhood were listed for sale online. The sales rate for mid to low-rise apartments was very high, only the penthouse apartments were difficult to sell. They might be listed for half a year without selling. Therefore, as soon as Zhou Jianhai mentioned 200,000 yuan in cash, the agent quickly sent him 3 penthouse apartment listings. Zhou Shuwan and her father went with the agent to see the 3 apartments in person. The old houses were all pretty much the same. Finally, they chose the building closest to their home, immediately arranged to meet the landlord, sat down to sign the contract, and paid the full amount. Zhou Jianhai called a locksmith to change the locks, while he went with the real estate agent to their company to sign the shop lease contract, extremely busy. After the locks were changed, Zhou Shuwan tightly closed all the doors and windows before finally freeing up some supplies from the almost overflowing space. Food had to be stored securely in the space, but the solar panel equipment and coal could be temporarily stored out. She had prepared a large tarpaulin beforehand, which she spread on the 7th floor and moved the coal and honeycomb briquettes up there. Also, the solar panel equipment, tents, etc., instantly freed up 60 or 70 square meters. Zhou's father returned quickly, his face somewhat wistful. Our shop has been sold for 950,000. The price was already quite high. The Zhou family's hardware store was a 2-story shop, nearly 200 square meters, a spacious area. After buying the top floor, they were broke. The money from the hardware store was a lifesaver. Even so, Zhou's father was still saddened and reluctant to part with it. He had poured most of his life savings into it. Dad, Zhou Shuwan said guiltily. Silly child, it's not your fault. It's just that damn fate doesn't leave people a way to survive. Zhou Jianhai had originally intended to pat his daughter's head, but remembering Zhong Tiyun's words, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Wanwan, we need to find some time these next few days to clear out the hardware store stock. Okay. The family ate lunch and then split up. Zhong Tiyun stayed home to take care of Mumu and supervise the work. Zhou Shuwan and her father drove out to sell the gasoline-powered car and buy a used electric scooter. Besides the electric car, they also bought 2 second-hand bicycles and a tricycle. Since they own a hardware store and already have 2 electric tricycles of different sizes, they didn't buy any more. They also have an electric bicycle for daily use. These new purchases should be sufficient for future use. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuwan bought 10 sets of batteries to rotate. Batteries frequently fail, and when the fuel runs low, the most common vehicles on the road will be rickshaws. Bicycles and tricycles, almost lost to history, have once again become the most important means of transportation. Zhou Shuwan drives the electric car, while her father, wearing a raincoat, rides the tricycle. They first put the bicycles and tricycle in the cargo bed, and then, when they reach a secluded spot, Zhou Shuwan puts them all in her storage space. She went to the warehouse and retrieved several water tanks, storing them in her spatial dimension to transport back and collect water. She then took turns collecting water and delivering it back to the warehouse. The full water tanks were incredibly heavy. Even if the warehouse were occupied later, no one could carry them away. Since she had workers at home, she could only collect water from the newly purchased house. Zhou Shuwan told her father to attend to other matters, leaving the car with her while she drove her electric tricycle. She spent the entire afternoon driving back and forth collecting water. Halfway through, she suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing how incredibly stupid she had been. These water tanks were half drinking water, and the other half for general household use. There was absolutely no need to collect water little by little from the taps in the houses. It was pouring rain outside. She could simply place the tanks outside the warehouse to collect the water. The water wasn't polluted yet. During the later drought, people wouldn't even have this kind of water to drink, so there was nothing to complain about. She simply set up 15 large water tanks, each 20 tons, and 5 large tanks, outside the warehouse, opened the lids, and let the heavy rain pour in. She also took out 10 inflatable swimming pools, inflated them, and placed them outside to collect water as well. When she returned in the evening, the heating cables were already installed. Tomorrow, she would lay the flooring and the job would be complete. She could sleep last night, but not tonight. The family didn't even have room to move, so they went to their newly bought house. There was a table there, and Zhou Shuan, avoiding Mumu, put a pot of spicy dry pot fish offal, a plate of braised eggplant, a plate of braised pork ribs, and a plate of sesame-flavored braised cabbage in the kitchen, a very lavish meal. Mumu ate with her mouth full of oil. Zhou Shuan also had a big appetite, and ate 2 bowls of rice. Zhong Tian smiled affectionately, serving food to her daughter and son, saying, slow down, there's so much, enough for both of you. Zhou Jianhai chuckled, daughter, give dad 2 more beers, I drink them with the ribs. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh, oh dear, I forgot to buy that. Besides the most essential survival supplies, she hadn't had time to stock up on things like cigarettes, alcohol, drinks, and snacks. Moreover, cigarettes and alcohol were expensive, so she couldn't buy much. She was planning to buy them for free later. Drink less. Drinking beer 3 times a day, look at your big belly, if you keep drinking you look like you're 5 months pregnant, Zhong Tian scolded playfully. Zhou Jianhai didn't care, discussing with Zhou Shuan, daughter, I think we should buy some beer and stuff. And bread, all kinds of snacks too. Okay, I go buy more these next few days, Zhou Shuan nodded. Chapter 21. After dinner, Mumu did her homework and read. Zhou Shuan and her mother fetched water, while Zhou Jianhai looked at the reference book his daughter had bought, learning how to install air conditioners and solar panels. From now on, installing all the appliances in the house would be his responsibility, so he needed to learn beforehand. Fortunately, he had some basic knowledge, so self-study wasn't too difficult. They worked all night, collecting a total of 20 tons of water from the 3 taps. After a quick wash, they made the bed with their own bedding, and the family of 4 went to rest. Around 3 a.m., Zhou Shuan suddenly heard a noise and abruptly opened her eyes. Afraid of startling her, Zhou's father stood at a distance by the door, turned on the light, and said gently, Wan, it's Dad. The wariness in Zhou Shuan's eyes disappeared, and she whispered, Dad, what's wrong? Come on, let's go out for a bit. Zhou Shuan changed her clothes, and was about to go out with her father, when Zhou Jianhai remembered something, and said to her, empty out the things in your space, we go get some later. Zhou Shuan nodded, thought for a moment, went to the 7th floor, and took out the tricycle and bicycle, as well as several shelves displaying rice, flour, oil, and household items. The rain outside was still heavy, and the space was shrouded in a misty fog. She couldn't see anything clearly. Zhou's father drove out of the city, navigating several turns on mountain roads Zhou Shuan had never driven before, and finally stopped after more than an hour. The road conditions and weather were bad the whole way, and Zhou Shuan was quite nervous. They parked in a secluded spot, and Zhou's father got out of the car, holding an umbrella. Zhou Shuan followed him out. They looked around for a bit, and then Zhou's father suddenly pointed to a spot hidden by several large trees. Here! A small Lalamove was parked there. Opening the back door, Zhou's father went up to take a look, then came back with a smile. It's done, Wan, you drive our car, I drive the truck, we go back together. The back of the Lalamove was filled with over a dozen large oil drums, probably 7 or 8 tons of gasoline. Zhou Shuan nodded, repeatedly reminding her father to drive carefully in the truck. Driving on this mountain road, especially in the rain, was no easy task. Zhou's father whispered in her ear, after driving for a while, put everything into your space. Zhou Shuan immediately agreed. They drove on the mountain road for half an hour, making sure there was no one in the desolate area, before Zhou Shuan got into the back of the truck and put all the large oil drums into her space. Let's go, we already agreed. I parked the truck on XX Street in the city, leave the keys on the wheels, and someone will drive it away. Zhou Shuan admired her father's meticulousness even more. Not meeting the other party at all was much safer. It was already past 5 when they got back, but they had finally gotten their hands on the hardest to store gasoline. Zhou Shuan and her father were very excited, and didn't feel sleepy at all. When they got home, Mrs. Zhong was already up and anxiously waiting. Seeing the father and daughter, She rushed over and handed them towels. "It's raining so hard. I'm so glad you two came back safely." My heart was pounding. "I told you to sleep peacefully. Women are just so worried," Zhou Jianhai muttered, taking the towel to dry his hair. Zhou Shuan's hair was already soaked. She dried it haphazardly, and told her parents that they had collected 14 oil drums that day. Mrs. Zhong's face lit up with surprise. "Isn't that enough?" Zhou Jianhai pondered. "We be careful in the future. If we don't drive, it should be about right." It wasn't enough, but there was nothing I could do. I pleaded and used all my connections to finally buy 8 tons from a private seller. And it cost 10,000 yuan per ton, twice the market price, plus an extra 20,000 yuan for services. It wasn't cheap. It's a bit little, but gasoline is different from other fuels. You can't buy in bulk. Zhou Shuan was satisfied with buying 8 tons. I stock up again when I have the chance. With this, I can do a lot of things. After talking for a while, they were both incredibly sleepy, so they quickly washed up and went back to sleep. The next day, Zhou Shuan didn't wake up until late morning. The large-capacity hard drive she ordered from Taobao had arrived. She now had another task. There was no internet in the post-apocalyptic world. She needed to prepare some spiritual nourishment for her family of 4, especially for Mumu. There were no schools for him in the post-apocalyptic world, so she needed to download some learning resources for him, so he could study on his own later. She used both laptops and the tablet at home to download resources. After lunch, Zhou Shuan drove with her father to a cannery outside the city to buy wholesale. They ordered 20,000 canned goods, fruits, meats, fish, beans, etc., to be delivered to a warehouse in the city, costing approximately 200,000 yuan. They also wholesaled 10,000 bottles of condiment sauce, costing 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, they ordered a batch of compressed biscuits, totaling 10,000 jin, 5,000 kilograms, from a food processing plant, costing 150,000 yuan. On the way back to the city, Zhou Shuan saw rows of vegetable greenhouses and thought of the soil her mother longed for. If the rain continued, it would be extremely difficult to find dry, suitable soil for cultivation during the flood season. She simply asked her father to stop the car, grabbed an umbrella, and went to one of the vegetable greenhouses. The soil in the greenhouse was soaked by the rain, but thanks to the greenhouse, only a shallow layer was wet. She simply squatted down and tried to extract the soil from under the plants. Unexpectedly, everything went black, and she almost fell into a mud pit. Wan! Luckily, Zhou's father was right behind her and quickly grabbed her. "It's okay, Dad. I'm just trying to see if I can store some soil. It'd be easier to plant on our terrace later." Zhou Jianhai looked at her with concern. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, realizing that the space was too small and she wasn't capable enough to extract a large amount of soil, so she only tried to extract the soil from under her palm. It worked. Like a small fountain, a continuous stream of soil appeared in the space. In her haste, Zhou Shuan spread a layer of oilcloth in the space, then pressed her palm against one spot and extracted soil for a while before moving on to another. Zhou Shuan didn't stop until she had filled the remaining 70 or 80 square meters of the space. Several hours had passed, and it was completely dark. Zhou's father urged her several times, but seeing her focused expression, he didn't dare to utter a sound, only carefully watching over her. Zhou Shuan was covered in sweat, breathing rapidly, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous. It felt like she had just run a 10,000-meter race. Wan. Zhou's father called anxiously. Zhou Shuan gasped for breath and weakly said, "It's okay." She swayed precariously. "You child." Zhou's father, forgetting to scold her, scooped his daughter up and put her in the car. There was water in the car. He fed her a couple of sips and then peeled a chocolate for her. It took Zhou Shuan a long time to recover. Chapter 22. On the drive home, Zhou Jianhai mentally rehearsed his words several times before speaking as gently as possible. Wan, don't be so reckless in the future. Although supplies are important, no one is more important than you, right? If something had happened, your mother would have scolded me to death when we got home. Zhou Shuan was still listless, but she forced a smile. "Dad, I was careless this time. I'd be more careful next time. Don't tell Mom about this today, so she won't worry." "Okay." Men don't like to nag. Once the words are spoken, that's enough. Seeing her listless state, Zhou Jianhai turned on the heater and played a soothing song. The flooring in the house was all installed today. The installers were very efficient. Zhou Shuan went with her father to the newly purchased top-floor apartment, 5211. The 7th-floor terrace wasn't enclosed. Therefore, More than half of the 7th floor was unusable, and it was already piled high with items. Zhou Shuan spread out an oilcloth in the living room and poured out all the dirt. Once the canned food and compressed biscuits are delivered to the warehouse tomorrow, and the bed from bedroom 5211 is moved to the 7th floor of her apartment, there will be room again. The next day, Zhou Jianhai went to the warehouse to receive the medicine. He bought this batch of medicine from 2 distributors, paying a deposit of 100,000 yuan, with the remaining 200,000 yuan to be paid upon delivery. Although expensive, the truck was fully loaded with anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, gastrointestinal medications, alcohol swabs, and more. Zhou Shuan had considered all the possible medication needs after the apocalypse, so she bought a very comprehensive selection. Zhou Jianhai also spent an additional 50,000 yuan on calcium tablets, vitamins, zinc, iron supplements, and other medicines. They didn't buy the expensive kind, just the small bottle that costs 2 yuan. The effect is the same. 50,000 yuan was enough for the whole family. Luckily, the hardware store was sold, otherwise, they really wouldn't have enough money. Zhou Jianhai stored the medicine in the warehouse, waiting for Zhou Shuan to arrive, so he could put it in his spatial storage. Medicine is susceptible to moisture, so it needed to be stored quickly. Zhong Tiyun took her son to school and ordered takeout as usual. Zhou Shuan went to the local toilet paper factory and bought enough toilet paper, sanitary pads, and sanitary napkins for her and her mother's lifetime use. Tampons weren't available locally, but the manager said that if she ordered in bulk, they could help her source them and deliver them to her door. This was much easier than buying them herself. Besides, tampons have many uses. In emergencies, they can replace bandages to stop bleeding. Zhou Shuan ordered 2,000 boxes of tampons, costing 70,000 yuan for that alone. Adding the toilet paper, sanitary pads, and sanitary napkins, the total cost was over 130,000 yuan. Although the expense was substantial, Zhou Shuan felt that as a woman, never having to worry about menstruation again was absolutely worthwhile. In the years following the apocalypse in her previous life, a pack of sanitary napkins was as expensive as gold, and many people reverted to ancient methods, sewing strips of cloth and stuffing them with wood ash or cotton. Zhou Shuan was no exception. During her period, she dared not go anywhere, simply huddled in her small apartment, unable even to venture out for supplies, enduring those days in silence. So now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to stockpile. Through her father's connections, Zhou Shuan obtained over 20 prescriptions from a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, which she then mass-produced into pills and stored entirely in her spatial storage. In addition, she also acquired 2 truckloads of mugwort. When Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai asked her what the use of mugwort was, she looked serious and said earnestly, "It's for treating illnesses," without elaborating further. The cost of traditional Chinese medicine alone exceeded 300,000 yuan. The rain continued for several days, and some areas even experienced hailstorms. Wheat in many regions was flattened on the ground, making a poor harvest this year certain. Due to the torrential rains, various fruits and vegetables were affected, causing the prices of rice, flour, vegetables, and fruits to rise rapidly. Some far-sighted individuals immediately stockpiled rice, flour, and vegetables. My second uncle's family lives in the countryside and makes a living from vegetable greenhouses. They truly felt the rapid rise in prices. In the 2 days after receiving the phone call, they had already bought some grain. Later, seeing that some areas were even experiencing hailstorms, they quickly went to buy several hundred kilograms of rice and flour. In the countryside, after harvesting their grain, they would store some at a grain exchange shop, so they didn't buy flour outside but directly exchanged several hundred kilograms at the grain exchange shop. Second uncle called Zhong Tiyun again, asking if she needed to exchange some flour for them too. The Zhou family had enough rice and flour stored up to last for decades. However, considering that the grain second uncle's family had stored at the grain exchange shop would no longer have the opportunity to exchange it, Zhou Shuan asked second uncle to exchange it for 500 jin of wheat flour and 500 jin of cornmeal for her family. She also asked second uncle to arrange for Lalima to deliver it to the city warehouse. She planned to put these into her spatial storage and take them out slowly later to give to second uncle's family or exchange them for other supplies. But third aunt's family still hadn't stored any grain because of third aunt's husband's stubbornness. Zhou Shuan then asked her mother to call Cousin Tao. Cousin Tao was a young man who often watched videos online. On the phone, he told Zhong Tiyun, third aunt, "Don't worry, there's a video about hoarding supplies in the apocalypse that's been very popular online these past few days, with over 1 million views. I didn't even discuss it with my parents. I already started preparing supplies by following the videos. Zhong Tiyun was completely bewildered, having no idea what apocalyptic videos were. Zhou Shuan, listening nearby, knew it was the video made by that young Master Huang, which had already gone viral online. They had said the 2,000 yuan was just a deposit, with the remaining amount to be paid later. But she left in a hurry and forgot about it. Last night, she even logged into her account to contact him, but Huang didn't seem to care, casually saying, "Boss, it's nothing, it's nothing. I made a lot of money from these millions of views. Several businesses want to collaborate with me." He told her to contact him again if she had any new ideas, and he'd give her a friendly price. Zhou Shuan smiled, logged out of her account, and left the internet cafe. Zhong Tiyun was still reminding her cousin Tao, "Don't worry about the cost, buy enough rice, flour, and dry goods first. Also, stock up on medicine, alcohol, and stuff like that." Cousin Tao nodded, but since his father refused to move, the family couldn't do anything about it. School had also closed the day before yesterday, so Mumu was taking online classes at home. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then said, "The apocalypse has clearly arrived earlier now. Even I can't say for sure when their building will collapse, but based on the timeline in the dream, it should hold out for at least a month or two before the tsunami hits. Mom, don't worry. The situation will only get worse. Wait until the torrential rains stop and the floodwaters rise, then you can try to persuade her again." Chapter 23. Zhong Tiyun sighed. Early that morning, Zhou Shuan braved the rain to go with her father to buy inflatable boats and rubber dinghies. In the next 2 years, the entire continent would be submerged, making boats the most important means of transportation. Online shopping was too slow at this time, but luckily, Zhou's father searched online and found a specialty store. They had both inflatable boats and rubber dinghies, but not many in stock. Without much selection, they ordered one high-quality chrome alloy inflatable boat and 2 rubber dinghies. The total cost was 80,000 yuan. They gave her the warehouse address and asked them to deliver the goods the next day. Just as they were about to drive away, Zhou Shuan saw a tall, slender young man get out of a car next to them. He walked briskly and lightly, yet gave the impression of a very stable stance, and went straight into the store. Because of the umbrella, his face wasn't visible, but his back looked somewhat familiar. Zhou Shuan seemed lost in thought. On her way back, it suddenly dawned on her. Wasn't this the Special Forces soldier who reminded her to stock up on supplies? Could he also be from this city? Was he also going to buy a rubber boat? She found out the answer that evening. In the evening, she returned from the warehouse and overheard her mother talking to someone in the hallway, her voice full of amazement. "Grandma Pang, I can't believe how much Xiaoyu has grown after all these years. TSK, look at that height and bearing, no wonder he's a soldier." Grandma Pang smiled too. "Xiaoyu served for a few years, and worried that I'd be left alone, so he came to stay with me after his discharge." "That's so filial." Zhou Shuan was curious. She went up to the 3rd floor and called out, "Mom." The young figure standing in front of Grandma Zhong turned around. His calm and reserved expression showed slight surprise upon seeing her, then realization dawned on him. Zhou Shuan was also very surprised. This young man was actually that Special Forces soldier. His hometown was in the north. Could he be Grandma Pang's grandson? Little Yu? Grandma Pang lived on the 5th floor, right below the Zhou family's house. The two families were usually very close. Zhou Shuan often heard her mother say that Grandma Pang had a hard life. Her husband died early, and she raised her son alone. She then married a beautiful woman, and they had a grandson, Little Yu. But unexpectedly, Little Yu's father went into business and made money, but his heart strayed, and he had several mistresses. Little Yu's mother was also a strong-willed woman. After finding out, she made a huge scene and resolutely divorced him, going south. She never returned. It was said that she was beautiful, and soon after arriving there, she remarried. Her husband was also well off, and she had children. Little Yu's father also chose one of his mistresses, married her, bought a large villa in the provincial capital, and brought Little Yu to live with them. But as the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. At first, the stepmother pretended to care for Xiaoyu, but after she gave birth to her own son, she found Xiaoyu extremely unpleasant. Xiaoyu's family was so wealthy, yet he himself was skin and bones from hunger. Grandma Peng had a falling out with her new daughter-in-law and, unwilling to suffer in the villa, lived alone in the old neighborhood. Seeing her grandson frequently abused by his stepmother and ignored by his father, she took him back to raise him herself. Therefore, Xiaoyu grew up in the old neighborhood until his teens before going to study in the provincial capital, and later joined the army. He was 6 or 7 years older than Zhou Shuwan. When he left the neighborhood, Zhou Shuwan was only 8 or 9 years old, and had long forgotten what her downstairs neighbor looked like. She herself had changed a lot, so neither of them recognized each other in S City. At this moment, Zhong Tian beckoned Zhou Shuwan over. Wan, this is your little Yuji, remember? You used to follow him around all the time when you were little. Zhou Shuwan's face flushed red. In her memory, little Yuji was a very handsome older brother. She was very self-conscious about the birthmark on her face when she was little, and didn't like going out to play. But because her family was close to Grandma Pang, and her parents were sometimes too busy with business to look after her, she would eat at Grandma Pang's house. That's how she became familiar with little Yuji, and especially liked following him around. Mom, she called out, looking a little embarrassed. Grandma Pang smiled. Little Yu, this is Wan. It's been so many years since you've been back, do you remember? Qi Mingyu hadn't expected that the college student he bumped into was actually the girl next door, the one who used to pester him for treats when they were little. Slightly surprised for a moment, he smiled gently. This is Wan. She's grown so much. I wouldn't recognize her if we were outside. He stood tall and straight, broad-shouldered and handsome, exuding an aura of strength and power. Zhou Shuwan glanced at him, then looked away. Indeed, girls change so much as they grow up. Wan is getting prettier and prettier, Grandma Pang said, asking. Did Wan have surgery to remove the birthmark on her face? It's really made her a beautiful girl. These past few days, whenever she ran into acquaintances in the neighborhood, they were all curious about the birthmark on Zhou Shuwan's face. Zhong Tian's consistent explanation was, she's just a kid being silly. She didn't tell me or her dad. She went abroad to have surgery on her own. The children are all grown up now. They have their own ideas. It's good to remove it. They look so beautiful without it. Grandma Pang patted Zhou Shuwan's shoulder affectionately, then, supported by her grandson, went downstairs. She was now over 60 years old. Because of the hardships she had endured in her younger years, she looked older, with a head of white hair, wrinkles on her face, and a slightly hunched back, but she was still very energetic. Zhou Shuwan and her mother quickly stepped aside, and Zhong Tian said with a smile, Grandma Pang, Xiaoyu, come visit us sometime. Okay, Grandma Pang replied. Qi Mingyu nodded, appearing quiet and composed. Only as he left did he give Zhou Shuwan a meaningful look. As Zhong Tian and her daughter went upstairs, Zhong remarked, people really change after joining the army. Xiaoyu was good-looking as a child, but he was always very thin and frail. Now, after his military training, he's so much more handsome and looks much more mature and resilient. Zhou Shuwan remained silent. Zhong's mother had gone to the supermarket, carrying 2 heavy bags and a bottle of oil. Zhou Shuwan took the bags from her, thinking back to her past life. Had her Special Forces brother Xiaoyu returned? After thinking for a moment, she figured he probably hadn't. Back then, when her parents contacted her, they would occasionally talk about the neighbors and acquaintances in the community. Grandma Pang's son and daughter-in-law lived in the provincial capital. She lived alone on the 5th floor. Every time she went out to buy supplies, she couldn't carry them upstairs, and Zhou's father had helped her a few times. Later, a group of thugs from the neighborhood came and robbed her of her supplies, not only kicking Zhong's mother and Mumu out. The weaker members of the building were also evicted. Only those families with mostly able-bodied young adults escaped. When Zhou Shu returned in her previous life to collect the body, she heard that Grandma Pang had died long after being evicted. Therefore, it's certain that Qi Mingyu did not return in her previous life. Chapter 24. Why is this life different? Did he not receive inside information in his previous life, but know it in this one? Is that why he retired from the army and returned to his hometown? Zhou Shuwan hesitated, not telling her mother that Qi Mingyu was the Special Forces soldier. Moreover, she glanced at her neighbor 3112, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. The Dong family lived next door, doing business for many years. They bought a villa and moved out. However, the head of the family, Dong Jianhua, was a very far-sighted man. Not long after the flood, he decisively brought his wife and children back to live there. At first, he could put on a hypocritical facade, actively participating in community and building affairs, helping building 3 secure considerable benefits, especially when many disaster victims were relocated to the community. But after being elected building manager, he gradually revealed his true colors, opportunistically taking advantage of those he didn't know, bullying the weak, and extorting supplies. Later, when the government suffered heavy losses, many staff and soldiers died in the disaster, and order was completely disrupted. Dong Jianhua, no longer hesitant, summoned his gang of thugs from his business days, and robbed his own building first. They seized supplies, drove away the weak, and coerced and bribed the able-bodied to submit. Finally, having control of the entire building, they expanded their influence outwards, building by building. In her previous life, when Zhou Shuwan returned, almost half the neighborhood was under their control. Zhou Shuwan didn't know how much effort it took to kill Dong Jianhua's entire family. In this life, facing her vicious neighbor, Zhou Shuwan did nothing but quietly wait for his return. His return meant his death. After lowering the price by another 100,000, the Zhou family's house finally sold. The 1.1 million arrived in their account that very day. The Zhou family had run out of money these past few days. As soon as the money arrived, Zhou's father rented a remote warehouse in the northern highlands. Then he bought 200 tons of coal and honeycomb briquettes, having the manufacturer deliver them directly to the warehouse. This alone cost 250,000 yuan. Zhou Shuwan's purchase was too small. If the extreme cold continued for several years, the whole family would suffer from the cold. So the family discussed it and rented another warehouse, farther away, but only for storing coal and planting soil, so they wouldn't have to worry about theft. These past 2 days, the rain has been pouring down harder and harder, as if the sky had burst open, the torrential rain pouring down like a waterfall, causing flooding in low-lying areas. Therefore, delivery now requires an extra service fee. Zhou's father didn't care, only instructing that it be delivered as soon as possible. Zhou Shuwan also took the opportunity to go to higher ground and stock up on several batches of soil, about 70 to 80 square meters each, delivering them to the warehouse in batches, along with the soil from the rooftop. She then thought that she wouldn't be able to grow crops without fertilizer, so she bought 2 more truckloads of urea, compound fertilizer, and wheat and corn seeds, 1,000 jin each, and had them delivered to the warehouse. The warehouse her father had rented this time had a water tap, so he had his daughter move several large water tanks into the warehouse, and stand guard to collect water, while waiting for the goods to arrive. When Zhou Shuwan returned home that evening, she was covered in dust and sweat. She put her tricycle in the shed, took off her raincoat as she went upstairs, and wrung out her dripping hair. Then, she ran into Qi Mingyu, who was also returning from outside. He was wearing camouflage clothing, black leather boots, his shirt tucked into his pants, a belt cinching his waist, which made him appear even broader-shouldered, longer-legged, and taller. His hair was also slightly damp, but probably because he was driving, he wasn't as disheveled as Zhou Shuwan. Only the tips of his hair were wet, clinging to his high, smooth forehead, which softened his usual imposing appearance and added a touch of handsomeness. They stared at each other for a moment. Qi Mingyu looked her up and down, frowning slightly. "Why didn't you drive?" "The weather was so bad it was impossible to go out without a car. The last time I saw her, she was already driving on the highway." Zhou Shuwan smiled. "My dad went to the suburbs. It's far, so I had him drive." Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head towards the bike shed. "Want to talk in private?" Zhou Shuwan didn't refuse, and followed him to the bike shed in front of Building 3. She was only wearing a raincoat, and Qi Mingyu gentlemanly moved his umbrella towards her. Zhou Shuwan noticed that half of his body was soaked by the rain. But his expression remained calm, his eyes fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Thankfully, the journey wasn't long, and they arrived quickly. Qi Mingyu closed his umbrella and looked down at her. "I run into Aunt Zhong a few times these past few days. She's always shopping at the supermarket. Many people in the neighborhood, just like before when they hoarded salt and medicine, have started stockpiling supplies. Vegetables and fruits are the most popular items, followed by rice, flour, and cooking oil. Zhong Ti is following suit, getting water at home, looking after Mumu, and then going to the supermarket to shop, not hiding it from anyone, openly admitting it whenever asked. This is to prepare for a continuous supply of supplies for their future." Zhou Shuwan nodded, somewhat shaken, and said, "Yes. I haven't thanked you yet, brother Yu. Luckily, you persuaded me to take leave and go home. Now I see on the news that many places in the south are flooded." Qi Mingyu smiled faintly. "No need to thank me. If I recognized you, I would have brought you all the way back." Even so, Zhou Shuwan had been home for over 10 days, while he returned a full week later, likely having stockpiled supplies on the way. But how much of the inside story did he actually know? "Brother Yu, I also need to tell you something. You advised me against it because of the recent bad weather, and after searching online, I realized it would be raining heavily for half a month, so I had my parents stockpile some food and drinks. It's better to buy these things early, but I was worried my parents would think I'm too young to speak up, so I used your name, saying you advised me to stockpile supplies because of the possibility of extreme weather in the future. Chi Mingyu raised an eyebrow. I knew from our first meeting that she was mature and composed, unlike a naive college student. I never expected she could guess so much from just a few words from him. But don't worry, I didn't tell my parents that the Special Forces soldier who reminded me was you. My parents trust the military a lot. They already started stockpiling supplies, and told several relatives to prepare in advance. I wonder if that will affect you. Her last sentence was somewhat hesitant, seemingly quite embarrassed. Chi Mingyu glanced at her and shook his head slightly. There are a lot of rumors lately, and there are all sorts of articles and videos online about impending natural disasters and apocalypses. Many people have started panic buying supplies. After these few days of chaos, the government should issue purchase restrictions to prevent people from hoarding. So you should take this opportunity to stockpile more. Since he wasn't mentioned, it was just hearsay and had little to do with him. Okay. Brother you, don't worry, I won't say anything I shouldn't, she proactively stated. This cleverness and tactful approach were a far cry from the little girl with pigtails, who would burst into tears at the slightest bullying. Chi Mingyu suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair, a smile spreading across his sharply defined face. Little one, don't think so much. His tone revealed the affection of an older brother for his neighbor's younger sister. Chapter 25. Zhou Shuwen's eyes widened. Ever since some unpleasant memories from her past life, she had an extreme aversion to being touched. But the other person only lightly rubbed her hand before withdrawing it, leaving her no time to react. Wanwan, you bought a rubber boat too, right? I saw your car the other day. Zhou Shuwen hadn't even reacted yet, nodding blankly. She was naturally very beautiful, with fair skin, a delicate chin, and large, round almond-shaped eyes. This blank, dazed look only made her more adorable. Chi Mingyu shifted his gaze, lowering his voice. I saw that apocalyptic disaster video online. It's very interesting. You and your parents should study it more. Zhou Shuwen's eyes widened suddenly. But Chi Mingyu didn't explain anything further, only nodded slightly, his eyes holding a deeper meaning. This was the limit of what he could remind her of. Zhou Shuwen suddenly realized that he had stopped her not to tell her to keep it a secret, but to remind her that the apocalypse wasn't just about floods. Was it because he was a soldier that he could be so open and selfless? But Zhou Shuwen was just an ordinary citizen, her heart only concerned with the interests of her own family. She had neither the energy nor the willingness to extend that openness and selflessness to others. She suddenly became very curious. In her memory, Xiaoyu's grades had always been excellent, ranking at the top of his class. Grandma Pang was afraid of hindering his studies, so she discussed it with him for a long time before he agreed to go to high school in the provincial capital. However, in his second year of high school, he abandoned his studies for some reason and joined the army. Grandma Pang specially went to the provincial capital to persuade him, but returned disappointed. What's wrong? Chi Mingyu noticed her curiosity and tilted his head slightly. It's nothing. Zhou Shuwen quickly shook her head, clearing her mind of the jumbled thoughts. Why he abandoned his studies to join the army was none of her business. Besides, considering life after the apocalypse, his decision to abandon his studies and enlist might be a very wise one. After the apocalypse, those who have served in the military are among the strongest physically, skilled in using various weapons, and possess strong survival skills in the wild, increasing their chances of survival. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuwen suddenly whispered, Brother Yu, could you help me get some weapons? Chi Mingyu lifted his eyelids, giving her a sharp look. Zhou Shuwen frankly said, I've seen the apocalypse videos you mentioned. They also suggest preparing some weapons for self-defense. It's just that we ordinary folks don't know where to buy them. That made sense. If the apocalypse is truly, as that person said, weapons will be indispensable. Chi Mingyu pondered for a moment. Wait for my news in a few days. This meant he agreed. Zhou Shuwen's eyes immediately lit up. It seemed that having a special forces soldier living downstairs wasn't so bad after all. She smiled rather obsequiously, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Then thank you very much, Brother Yu. Chi Mingyu gave a light opened his umbrella, and said, let's go. He escorted Zhou Shuwen to the stairwell. Zhou Shuwen concealed Chi Mingyu's presence, only telling her family about the information she had received. She then took Mu Mu along to go shopping. They bought food, drinks, and other necessities. When shopping, Zhong Tiyun made a point of buying things they didn't already have stockpiled, such as bath towels, soap, steel wool, instant noodles, and Mu Mu's favorite snacks and drinks. Thinking that her son was still young and might never be able to eat these things again, she bought them generously. Zhou Shuan then made a special trip to the snack wholesale market, buying a truckload of sunflower seeds, candy, chocolate, biscuits, and various other snacks, as well as various drinks. Realizing she had only bought compressed biscuits for ready-to-eat foods, she also bought a batch of instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, and canned treasure porridge, spending a little over 200,000 yuan in total. After thinking about it, she also bought a batch of various brands of hot pot ingredients commonly found in the market, 1,000 packs of both spicy and non-spicy, costing over 20,000 yuan. She had originally planned to buy these for free, but in reality, after the apocalyptic floods began, residents living on lower floors were evacuated, and food purchases were rationed. Most business owners recognized the importance of food and prioritized transferring food from their own supermarkets or factories, rarely leaving it unattended. Therefore, the scenes of protagonists in apocalyptic novels buying food for free are unlikely to occur in real life. Of course, there are exceptions. However, many packages were soaked in water after the floods and were no longer edible. Zhou Shuan naturally stockpiled as much food as possible while she had the resources. Snacks and drinks were extremely rare in the late post-apocalyptic world and could be traded. High-energy foods like chocolate and candy, in particular, were popular for quickly replenishing energy and were highly sought after in the market. After thinking for a moment, seeing that it was still early, Zhou Shuan braved the rain to go to the cake baking ingredient wholesaler and bought a batch of high-calorie foods such as butter, whipped cream, cheese slices, and shredded cheese. These were extremely susceptible to damage from high temperatures and water. They would all be ruined if the power was cut off. This single purchase cost over 50,000. On her way back, she found construction workers replacing the main door. Considering their past experiences, the Zhou family decided to install 2 security doors in their home and also bought an extra large iron gate to install at the entrance of the building in case of future chaos, providing multiple layers of security. Grandma Pang and other neighbors downstairs heard the clanging and banging noises and came up to investigate. Zhong Tian naturally downplayed the issue. The door broke a couple of days ago, and Wanwan's dad thought that since we lived in this house for over 10 years, we might as well replace the door. No wonder we heard so much banging the other day. Were you doing renovations? A loud-voiced auntie downstairs asked. It's not renovations. It's just that the radiators weren't warm enough in winter, so we switched to underfloor heating. TSK, that must have cost a fortune, and it's such a hassle. This auntie was very curious and kept pressing. Didn't you buy a house in the new complex? Why are you still doing renovations here? We're used to it. We don't want to move. I lived here for over 20 years. I grown attached to it, Grandma Pang said. Everyone in the neighborhood knew her son had made a fortune in business, enough to afford a villa in the provincial capital. The person who had spoken earlier just shrugged and fell silent. Zhong Tian smiled and said, that house is for Mumu. We move in when he's older. Grandma Pang chimed in, the weather's bad right now. It's been raining non-stop. Xiao Yu said our house is too old and needs some repairs. Is your 7th floor apartment leaking? This last question was directed at Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian exchanged a glance with Zhou Shuan and smiled. Not yet. We did some renovations on the top floor, so it should last a few more years. That's good. With the rain going on, I'm worried about leaks, Grandma Pang said. Our Xiao Yu also wants to renovate, but there's been so much leakage these past few days that the renovation workers are overwhelmed with orders. Zhou Shuan understood. Qi Mingyu was also planning to renovate the house, but he returned a little late and couldn't book any renovation workers. Chapter 26. The Zhou family owns a hardware store and frequently deals with renovation and electrical heating companies. In return, when Zhou's father returned, Zhou Shuan had him contact several business owners, and they indeed found a few available workers, enough to form a small renovation team. Zhou's father, a seasoned businessman, was quite astute. Aside from anything else, Xiao Yu's military background meant he might be useful in the future. Now was the perfect time to build good relationships. Therefore, that evening he personally went to Grandma Pang's house downstairs and gave Qi Mingyu the contact information for several people. Grandma Pang was very grateful, holding Zhou Jianghai's hand and talking incessantly. Before leaving, she packed 2 bags of local specialties that Xiao Yu had specially brought back from the south for the 2 children to take home. Zhou's father couldn't refuse, and chuckled as he accepted, my Wanwan's grown up, but she's still as greedy as when she was little. And Mumu, needless to say, is at that age where she can never get enough to eat. Being able to eat is a blessing, Grandma Pang said cheerfully. Chi Mingyu recalled Wanwan's somewhat chubby childhood self, and a faint smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. He acted swiftly and decisively. Having found workers, he moved the hardened glass, electrical appliances, and other equipment temporarily stored elsewhere back and began renovations. He knew far more about the inside story than Zhou Shuan imagined, so in addition to installing the hardened glass, he also moved all the furniture out, removed the floorboards, and installed underfloor heating. Zhou Shuan passed by his house several times, and heard the bustling sounds of renovations coming from inside. Every day, she went out to stock up on supplies, buying all the textbooks, planting books, animal husbandry books, and medical books that Moo would need in the future. She also downloaded a lot of encyclopedia knowledge and wilderness survival videos. Considering that she would need to go out to buy things for free during the flood season, she also bought several expensive diving suits and small oxygen cylinders, as well as ice makers for extremely hot weather and ice skates and skis for extremely cold weather. In total, she spent more than 100,000 yuan. In the evening, she went to the warehouse to empty the full water tanks and freed up a few empty ones. On the way back, she also picked up the 2,000 takeout orders her mother had been ordering every day. Since returning home, her mother had been ordering takeout from different restaurants every day, from steamed buns and porridge for breakfast to noodles, dumplings, and stir-fries for lunch, everything imaginable. In just over half a month, she'd been ordering 2,000 to 3,000 orders a day, investing over 200,000 yuan in takeout alone. This time, she happened to run into Chi Mingyu as he came out of the door. Zhou Shuan had just finished collecting takeout orders, and the faint aroma of cooked food lingered on her, undiminished even by the torrential rain outside. Of course, it could also be that Captain Chi, a former Special Forces soldier, had an overly sensitive nose. He immediately thought of Zhou's father's comments about gluttony, and a smile flashed in his deep eyes. Zhou Shuan greeted him politely. "Brother Yu, going out?" Seeing his impeccably dressed appearance, it was hard to tell where he was going. However, like her father, she wanted to build a rapport with a highly skilled Special Forces soldier living downstairs. "How's the house renovation going?" Chi Mingyu nodded. "It'd be finished by tomorrow." "I'm going out for a bit." "Have you eaten?" Before Zhou Shuan could shake her head, he continued, "Then come with me. The stuff has arrived." "Stuff?" Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. The weapon she wanted had arrived. She forgot about eating and quickly nodded, "Okay." She turned and followed him downstairs. Chi Mingyu was driving a hybrid SUV. The chassis was high, and it seemed to have been modified front and rear, looking particularly sturdy. There were even places on the roof to store a tent and a racing car. Zhou Shuan glanced around, then got into the car, discovering its unique features. Seeing her curious gaze, Chi Mingyu said frankly, "Our team modified our vehicles a bit." Zhou Shuan nodded thoughtfully. Chi Mingyu glanced at her casually, then looked straight ahead. Wan, when did you become interested in wilderness survival?" Zhou Shuan replied calmly, "This past year at university." "Oh, I see. Your first aid knowledge is quite solid." A gentle compliment. Zhou Shuan gave a shy smile, inwardly relieved. When she learned that the Special Forces soldier was Brother Yu, she immediately thought of her actions in the tunnel, and had already prepared a suitable excuse. No one in J City knew about her university days, and similarly, Chi Mingyu had returned to J City, and couldn't travel to S City to investigate her actions after the apocalypse. Chi Mingyu looked at her smile, sensing something was amiss. He joined the army in his teens, and, due to his outstanding performance, was selected for Special Forces training within 2 years. Over the years, he has participated in hundreds of missions, large and small, encountering all sorts of people and interrogating countless vicious criminals. Therefore, he has a keen eye for people. The last time they met, he didn't know Wanwan's identity, but he was pleasantly surprised by her composure and calmness in the face of danger. He couldn't bear to see her separated from her family in the apocalypse, so he gave her a few pointers. But this time, knowing she was the girl upstairs, he was a little puzzled about where her first aid knowledge came from. He asked his grandmother, but she had never heard of her liking wilderness survival games or learning first aid. However, he didn't delve into it. He kept it a harmless cover-up. He was just a little curious. Their neighborhood was in the north of the city. After driving to the south, Zhou Shuan let out a soft "oh." Chi Mingyu looked out. The low-lying roads were already flooded up to about calf height. Further on, the underpass was completely submerged, the water reaching the top, making it impassable for vehicles. His gaze sharpened, but with his superior driving skills, he navigated the congested area caused by the flooded underpass and chose another direction. These past few days, someone has been pumping water from the underpass. It seems they finally run out of steam, Zhou Shuan said worriedly, looking outside. Even after changing routes, the area was still flooded. Many underground shops were organizing people in raincoats to move goods. But the rain continued to pour. Qi Mingyu parked the car halfway up the slope and led Zhou Shuan to a rather dilapidated, narrow, and inconspicuous warehouse rental area. He walked confidently to one of the shops, entered the password, and opened the warehouse door. Inside were 6 bulging black bags. Qi Mingyu opened and inspected the bags, nodded in satisfaction, and then carried the 2 large bags to the car. Seeing how easily he carried them, Zhou Shuan also offered to lift one bag, only to find it so heavy she almost slipped and strained her back. She struggled to regain her balance, looking rather disheveled. Qi Mingyu almost laughed. "It's heavy. Put it there, I carry it." Zhou Shuan coughed lightly, secretly annoyed. She thought she had the skills and strength from her previous life's training, but compared to a real Special Forces soldier, she was still far inferior. After loading all 6 bags into the car, Qi Mingyu opened them one by one for Zhou Shuan to see. Chapter 27. Here are the 5 compound bows, 2 recurve bows, and 10 small crossbow bolts you requested. The crossbow bolts I wanted are suitable for women and the elderly, they're easy to fire, have adjusters for manual calibration, and are less prone to damage. The remaining 5 packs are arrows, 10 bundles of 1,000 arrows per pack, totaling 5,000. Below are 2 long swords and 2 scimitars, all incredibly sharp, suitable for close combat. These are the 20 stun guns you requested, 5 are solar-powered, and the remaining 15, once charged, will last a long time. He first demonstrated how to use the stun guns, then drew the swords and scimitars. Sure enough, they gleamed with a cold light, their blades as sharp as snow, no ordinary items. Of course, the price was also extraordinary. The swords and scimitars cost a total of 180,000, a fixed price, no bargaining. The bows and arrows cost a total of over 60,000. Zhou Shuan had already asked her father to buy a woodworking plane, electric saw, and other tools. Once the 5,000 finely crafted arrows were used up, they would have to cut bamboo and wood to make their own. The weapons cost a total of 260,000, but it was well worth it. Zhou Shuan's face remained impassive, but her almond-shaped eyes revealed undisguised excitement. Qi Mingyu carefully put the bow, crossbow, and knife back, glanced at her, and still cautioned, "Wan, these are deadly weapons. You, your uncle, and aunt must use them with caution. Killing is not a pleasant experience." Zhou Shuan was taken aback, looking up into his deep, complex eyes. Since he was a Special Forces soldier, he must have carried out extremely dangerous missions. Killing must be basic training for him, right? She thought for a moment, then whispered, "Brother Yu, I'm just preparing for the worst. Besides, none of us know how to shoot arrows or wield swords. But if things really get chaotic in the future, I hope my family and I can protect ourselves." Qi Mingyu remained silent. Ever since he encountered that mission and heard the unbelievable interrogation, he had been in a state of shock. The apocalypse was imminent: floods, tsunamis, extreme heat, acid rain, extreme cold. These natural disasters would rapidly destroy human civilization, plunging society into chaos and scarcity of resources. Humans would then turn on each other, fighting for resources. The entire world would become a living hell. He didn't know if things would turn out as the prophet had predicted, but after much deliberation, he submitted his application to leave the military. If the apocalypse truly came, his grandmother was already 66 years old. How could an elderly woman survive in a hellish world? He could give up his hard-earned military achievements and future prospects, but he could never abandon his grandmother. She was his only family. Later, a video with millions of views appeared online, detailing the natural disasters of the apocalypse and advising on corresponding preparations. This video was even more detailed than the prophet's account, covering a wider range of disasters. He didn't want to believe it, but he still prepared as instructed. So, when Zhou Shuan asked for some weapons, he agreed after a moment's thought. Most people treated the video as entertainment and didn't take it seriously. But the person who was willing to believe it and prepare for it was his neighbor, so he naturally had to help. With his connections, cold weapons weren't hard to obtain. Being able to protect oneself was better than being at the mercy of others later. The atmosphere on the way back was somewhat heavy. As they got out of the car, Qi Mingyu suddenly said to Zhou Shuan, "Judging from the extent of the flooding, the water might not recede. It could reach our side in a few days. Where are you planning to park your car? The car would definitely be ruined if it got flooded." Zhou Shuan originally planned to store it in her family's elevated warehouse, intending to put it in her spatial dimension later, when her space was upgraded. I rented a parking space in the Fengyang high-rise parking lot. Go back and discuss it with your uncle. If he's willing, we can park together. The Fengyang parking lot is the only one in the city where all floors are parking, with ramps allowing you to drive up one floor at a time. Parking on the upper floors would indeed prevent flooding. Moreover, the Fengyang parking lot is located in the city center, very close to the residential area, only a 10-minute bike ride away, much closer than the warehouse. Looking up at the other person's sincere expression, Zhou Shuan said earnestly, I go back and ask my dad. Okay, as soon as possible. The south of the city is flooded now. The Fengyang parking lot is probably in high demand, and prices have gone up. Zhou Shuan nodded solemnly. If there's a place to put the car outside, it's best to leave it there. After the flood, the roads weren't damaged, and there will be plenty of places to use the car. But how could they retrieve the perfectly preserved car from the storage space under everyone's watchful eyes? It would be better to park it in a high-rise parking lot, like Qi Mingyu did, avoiding any future explanations. Dad and Mom are waiting for the weapons at home. Zhou Shuan summoned them downstairs with a single phone call, and they carried 6 large black bags upstairs. Qi Mingyu, being strong, carried 3 bags by himself. Zhou's father also struggled to carry 2 bags. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tian carried 1 bag together, huffing and puffing as they went upstairs. But Zhong Tian still couldn't stop smiling, looking at the broad-shouldered, long-legged Special Forces soldier in front of her. Little Yu is really strong. Thank you so much, Little Yu. Come over to my house for dinner later. Everything's ready. Qi Mingyu smiled shyly. No need, Aunt Zhong. Yes, Little Yu, don't be so polite. You've been a great help. Invite your grandma to our house for dinner later. Zhong Tian was very enthusiastic. Qi Mingyu couldn't refuse. After transporting the weapons to the 6th floor, Zhong Tian urged Qi Mingyu to go eat, and then asked Zhou Shuan to go downstairs to call Grandma Peng. The latter quickly mentioned her parking idea to Zhou's parents, who readily agreed. You young people are so clever. I've been worrying about where to park these past few days. Okay, let's park together. The sooner the better. The south of the city is already flooding. They could only eat back home. Zhou's father and Qi Mingyu went downstairs together to drive to the Fengyang parking lot, also grabbing a few tools. Zhou Shuan also went along in her electric tricycle. The rain was heavy all the way. Wearing a helmet and raincoat, she rode slowly along the road, her heart heavy. In her previous life, it took more than 2 months of torrential rain for the floods to gradually rise in layers. In this life, only half a month had passed, and Jay City, which was already on higher ground, was already flooded. Had the lower-rise buildings in the south already started to rise in floodwaters? She had contacted her senior a few days ago, but because of her boyfriend's obstruction, she hadn't returned yet. If she didn't return soon, the buses might stop running, and she might never have another chance to come back. Even after all she had done, would her senior, Zhang Jia, still die on the way north? If she couldn't change her fate, what about her father, mother, and Mumu's? Couldn't they change that too? Zhou Shuan felt a spasm in her stomach, an inexplicable panic gripping her from the inside out. Chapter 28. The phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou's father's cheerful, relieved voice. Wan, come straight to the 13th floor. There are still seats. Like your brother Yu, I rented it for 6 months. Take your time riding up. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. Fate could definitely be changed. Hadn't she already returned from the south in this life, reunited with her parents, gained a space, and made so many preparations? In her previous life, she had survived alone for 8 years in the apocalypse. In this life, she had her parents, and with Mumu working hard together, how could she possibly be worse off than in her previous life? She quickly rode her bike upstairs. Qi Mingyu and the others acted swiftly, first removing the wheels from the Zhou family's bike, then the battery, and a whole bunch of other bike parts that Zhou Shuan couldn't identify. The remaining bike looked like just an empty frame and seat. Zhou Shuan exclaimed repeatedly, Dad, you guys are amazing. You disassembled a tricycle so quickly. Zhou's father also looked at Qi Mingyu with admiration. I'm not that good. It was your little brother Yu who took it apart in no time. You're really capable. Qi Mingyu simply smiled calmly. I learned in the army before, so it wasn't difficult. The parts and 4 wheels filled the tricycle perfectly. Zhou's father originally wanted to make the trip himself, as it was inconvenient for his daughter to ride a tricycle in the heavy rain, but a look from his daughter stopped him. Zhou Shuan had a spatial cheat device, making it easier for her to carry things up to the 6th floor than for him. He and Chi Mingyu continued disassembling his tricycle, exclaiming as they did so, "Little you modified this tricycle quite well." Zhou Shuan slowly carried the items back, pretending to be busy in the bike shed for a while, actually stuffing everything into the nearly bursting space, before riding her electric bike to the Fengyang parking lot. After disassembling the SUV and reassembling it into the car, Chi Mingyu rode it back, while Zhou's father and Zhou Shuan took a taxi. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, Chi Mingyu was carrying the SUV upstairs, and Zhou's father and Zhou Shuan quickly went to help. The commotion caused quite a stir, attracting the attention of a neighbor from the same building. "Dahai, what are you carrying?" Zhou Shuan quickly answered, "The south side of the city is flooded today, and I heard the flooding in the south is even worse. We were worried the water would damage the car, so we rented a parking space at Fengyang parking lot and parked it on higher ground. We disassembled some water-sensitive parts and brought them back. We put them back together after the rain stops." Zhou Jianhai, who had intended to brush it off, glanced at his daughter and added, "Yes, cars aren't waterproof, so we... better safe than sorry." The neighbor exclaimed incredulously, "How could our place flood? We're on high ground, surrounded by mountains. It's just in case, we're preparing in advance." Seeing the neighbors on the second and third floors sticking their heads out of their doors, Zhou Shuan deliberately spoke loudly, "Renting a parking lot for a few days isn't expensive. It's heartbreaking to wake up to a flooded car. That's right, we went to park at Fengyang parking lot today, and we heard it's almost full. In a few days, there probably won't be any space left." Zhou's father understood Zhou Shuan's intention and added loudly. The others exchanged glances, thinking that the Zhou family and Chi Mingyu were exaggerating. The floodwaters weren't even that high, yet they were already rushing to park at the ridiculously expensive Fengyang parking lot. Seriously, even if you have money, you can't be so hasty in spending it. Fengyang parking lot was built to alleviate parking pressure in the old district, but the land is expensive, and the parking fees are also very high, more than double that of outside parking lots. Parking for a day costs at least several tens of yuan. These two families must have money to burn, right? However, some cautious people, like Uncle Zhou on the fourth floor, hesitated. "Dahai, is the flooding in the south of the city really that bad?" "Absolutely. The underpass is completely flooded. The pumps can't keep up." Others chimed in, "We came from there today too, it was incredibly congested." "Dahai, how much do you pay for parking spaces?" "We rent them for a long time, about 40 yuan a day, short-term rentals would probably be 50 yuan. So expensive." Someone peering up from downstairs exclaimed. Zhou Haijiang sighed, "It is expensive, but it's better than having your car flooded and losing everything. I heard from the management today that too many people are renting parking spaces these days. The price is going to go up. If it gets flooded, the car insurance will have to pay out." Someone muttered. But neither the Zhou family nor Chi Mingyu said anything more, continuing to carry their things upstairs. Now that they said that, it was up to the others to decide. Don't be fooled by the loud arguments from those complaining about expensive parking spaces. They actually started discussing it as soon as they got home. People have a herd mentality. If it were just one person renting a parking space in a high-rise building, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if they hear many others are doing it, they worry that if they don't follow suit, they might not have a place to park later. Zhong Tiyun, hearing the commotion downstairs, had already come out with Grandma Peng, quietly asking what was going on, and how the parking issue had become so widely known. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "Mom, we've been neighbors for decades, so we should remind them as much as we can. Otherwise, when the floodwaters recede, if only our two cars are intact, won't others be jealous?" The last sentence was her real reason for spreading the word. In the apocalypse, the most taboo thing is having something others don't. By announcing the rental of parking spaces in high-rise buildings, others would follow suit, and then it wouldn't just be the Zhou and Chi families with cars, they could also transfer some risk outwards. Grandma Peng nodded in agreement. Wan is right. We're all neighbors. Everyone's doing well is truly good." Zhou Shuan immediately realized that Grandma Peng was indeed an elderly woman who had seen much of life's hardships. Her words were full of wisdom. After several trips to move the parts, Grandma Peng and Chi Mingyu couldn't refuse Zhou's mother's hospitality and ended up going upstairs to eat with her. Pickled fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork belly, cold bamboo shoot salad, preserved egg with tofu. A large, very lavish meal. Having rented a warehouse on higher ground, the Zhou family's storage space crisis was finally greatly reduced. At this moment, the Zhou family's sixth-floor living room was spotless, completely unafraid of being noticed. Chi Mingyu brought a bottle of fine wine with him, when he went upstairs, saying it was a gift from his former superior in the army. Zhou's father, a wine connoisseur, immediately opened a bottle and shared a few small glasses with Qi Mingyu. After they had eaten almost all, Qi Mingyu patted Mumu's head and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhong, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with." "What is it?" Zhong Tian asked hurriedly. Qi Mingyu, usually very composed, seemed a little embarrassed at this moment. "We live on the 5th floor. If it keeps raining, the power will definitely go out, which will be inconvenient. I bought a solar panel. I wonder if it could be installed on your 7th floor? We pay the market rent." Chapter 29. The Zhou family members exchanged glances. Zhou's father spoke first. "Why would we need rent? We also installed solar panels. Bring the machine over tomorrow, and I install it for you. Neighbors should help each other, especially since Xiao Yu had just bought them weapons and generously offered them a parking space. It was only polite to return the favor. Installing solar panels on their rooftop was something they couldn't refuse." "Thank you so much, Uncle Zhou," Qi Mingyu said, toasting Zhou Jianhai again. Grandma Pang smiled from the side. "I told you we lived together for over 20 years, upstairs and downstairs, and have a very good relationship. Xiao Yu is a thoughtful child. It's not that I'm pressuring him, but he's always felt it's too much trouble for you to ask. You child, always so polite." Zhong Tian chided, "When you come to our house, you're treated like your own uncle and aunt." Seeing that the Zhou family insisted on not accepting rent, Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then solemnly said, "All right, I won't stand on ceremony with you then. If you need any help in the future, uncle and aunt, just ask, and I definitely do my best." This was his promise to the Zhou family. "Good." Zhou's father patted him on the shoulder readily. The 7th floor stored too many supplies that couldn't be seen by outsiders, so the next day Zhou Jianhai helped the Qi family install the solar energy equipment himself, without letting Qi Mingyu come upstairs to help. Fortunately, he had listened to his daughter's advice, and recorded the installation himself, reviewing it whenever he had free time. Having worked in the hardware store for so many years, he is very familiar with machine and equipment repair, so he is not afraid to install it by himself. Zhou Shuan contacted her senior Zhang Jia, again, urging her to return quickly. Zhang Jia was also somewhat regretful. On the phone, she told Zhou Shuan, "Wan, there have been several hailstorms around here, and the prices of vegetables and fruits have skyrocketed. Kue Shu and I have to queue for a long time to go to the supermarket every day. Several classmates have taken leave to go back to their hometowns, and my parents are urging me to go back too. I checked train tickets, and there are no tickets available for the foreseeable future, not even standing tickets. Kue Shu said there might be tickets available in a few days. Train tickets are sold in advance 2 weeks prior. Even if you could buy one now, it would be for 2 weeks from now. The floodwaters are so high that even high-speed trains can't operate." In her previous life, Zhou Shuan, like Zhang Jia, was a university student, and didn't realize the severity of this disaster. Later, she wanted to go back but couldn't buy a ticket, so she just let things slide, comforting herself that maybe she could buy a ticket in a couple of days. In the end, she missed all opportunities. She said earnestly to Zhang Jia, "Senior, listen to me. Sitting there waiting for train tickets is the most foolish thing to do. Go to all the major platforms and find scalpers right now. See if you can get them to help you snag the earliest departure time. It's okay to pay more, just skip a few takeout meals. If that doesn't work, buy tickets station by station, just get on the train first. If that still doesn't work, share a ride with others, take a long-distance bus. You must come back as soon as possible, things are starting to flood here too." Her urgent tone moved Zhang Jia, who assured her on the phone, "Okay, Wan, I listen to you. I find scalpers right now." After hanging up, Zhou Shuan frowned, very worried about her. In her past life, her only wish was to go home. Even in her final moments, weakened by her injuries and losing consciousness, she mumbled, "Mom, Dad." In this life, who knows if she ever be reunited with her family. For the next few days, Zhang Jia didn't contact Zhou Shuan again, and couldn't get through on his phone. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. The torrential rain intensified, putting immense pressure on the drainage system of the entire J City. The south side of the city was already flooded up to the 1st floor, and the north side was flooded up to half a floor high. Schools and work were suspended throughout the city, as were other cities. The entire country was under a state of emergency. Residents on the 1st floor rushed to higher ground. Those in buildings with elevators moved there. Those without were evacuated by government staff and the military to vacant high-rises. The Zhou family had already calculated their savings a few days earlier. They still had over 300,000 yuan, so they simply used 200,000 yuan to buy a batch of tempered glass. When the first floor was almost flooded and her own drains were clogged, Zhou Shuan slapped her forehead, blaming herself for forgetting something so important: cat litter. The drainage systems in high-rise buildings, damaged by floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat, were simply unusable. For the sake of her family's future convenience and hygiene, she needed to buy cat litter as soon as possible. She located her location in Jay's city online, and found 2 or 3 pet stores open. After chatting with customer service, she learned they offered home delivery, but there was an extra shipping fee. Zhou Shuan quickly placed an order for 20,000 yuan worth of cat litter. The store owner, thinking she had made a mistake, called her personally to confirm, and was overjoyed. Now the first floor was flooded, and part of her cat litter was submerged. She had to wade through the water for a day to salvage most of it. Just when she was worrying about what to do with all the cat litter if the water level rose, business came knocking. Considering Qi Mingyu's generosity in helping her buy weapons and sharing her parking space, Zhou Shuan asked on WeChat, "Brother Yu, do you need any cat litter?" The other party replied with a question mark, clearly puzzled. Zhou Shuan briefly explained that her drains were clogged and she needed cat litter to handle urination and defecation, blah blah blah. After a long silence, he replied, "How much do you want?" Upon learning it was 20,000, he readily transferred 10,000, "Thank you." While placing the order, Zhou Shuan thought to herself, "This brother Yu isn't very talkative in person, and he's even more sparing with words on WeChat." A little while later, Qi Mingyu sent another message. "Cat litter alone isn't enough, we need to buy cement to seal up all the drains in the house." That was a good suggestion. Since Zhou Shuan was buying cat litter, Qi Mingyu volunteered, "I take care of the cement." The next day, the cat litter arrived in several rubber boats. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu divided it up, and Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. The litter would last the family for 20 years. Only then did Qi Mingyu begin preparing to buy cement. Not only that, he also shared the news in the neighborhood group chat, suggesting using cement to seal the drains to prevent water from continuing to rise and causing toilet backflow. If this actually happened, it would be incredibly frustrating, and almost every household in the group requested to buy some. Someone asked how to deal with sewage and urination if the drains were blocked. Someone replied that cat litter could be used. Suddenly, cat litter and cement became incredibly popular. However, everyone believed the flood was temporary, and the water would eventually recede, so the demand for cat litter and cement was not large. At this point, the property management company took over contacting the cement and cat litter factories. Each household only needed a small amount, just 1 or 2 bags, so the entire community only required 2 or 3 truckloads of goods. Now, the means of transportation have changed from cars to boats and inflatable dinghies, and cement and cat litter are also transported using several inflatable dinghies. Chapter 30. These past few days, the prices of boats and inflatable dinghies have become much higher. Except for those who own inflatable dinghies, it's very inconvenient for others to go out. The property management company has been delivering them to each building, labeling the cement and cat litter bags with names and apartment numbers, so residents can pick them up themselves. The government is still in power, and order is still maintained. People are only experiencing some inconvenience in getting around, and no one is willing to cut corners for a bag or 2 of cement. Qi Mingyu and the Zhou family each took 5 bags of cement and 5 bags of cat litter. When she went downstairs to carry them, she saw Qi Mingyu talking to the property management staff, his attitude very serious. Upon getting closer, she overheard him saying that he wanted the property management company to ask the residents of the community if they could pool their money to buy a batch of inflatable dinghies, so that everyone could take turns going out. Inflatable dinghies aren't too expensive, but they're scarce on the market, and they can't find a source for themselves. But if the entire community pools its resources, it will be a different story. The property management staff member who came to their door was a short, stout man. He nodded, saying he would discuss it with his superiors. Zhou Shuan looked at the tall, solemn figure standing in the shade, a strange feeling welling up inside her. At first, she didn't quite understand what it was, but later, as he carried cement and cat litter upstairs, she slowly realized it was a genuine sense of gratitude and admiration. Was it because he had served in the military that he had such a high perspective and broad vision, able to humble himself and consider the plight of ordinary people? Shang Tiyun, on the other hand, was very happy. Xiaoyu is really good. Now every household has bought cement and cat litter, so our neighborhood won't smell so bad. People from the south of the city said that today their floodwaters reached the 2nd floor, Toilets overflowed, sewage couldn't drain, and everything stank. Zhou's father sighed. He's a soldier after all. He thinks of everything. What's the use of just our two families blocking the underpass? Everyone needs to block it. And about pooling money to buy a boat, I agree. If everyone has won, no one will be jealous of us, and life will be stable. He said the last two sentences in a low voice, so only Zhou Shuwan and her mother could hear. Mumu had been cooped up in the house for days, and was getting restless. Now that she could finally go downstairs for some fresh air, she was skipping and hopping up the stairs. 2 days later, when the water in the entire J City reached the second floor, the Dongyuan residential area finally solicited opinions in the community group chat. Except for a few families, who liked to take advantage of others, most agreed to pool money to buy a boat. When the water level reached the first floor, some areas experienced power outages, but when the water level reached the second floor, the entire city lost power. Fortunately, the government had made preparations in advance. When the supermarket supply ships delivered goods earlier, each household had been provided with 2 candles among the necessities, so there was no need for every household to rummage through drawers for candles they hadn't used in years. When Zhou Shuwan was collecting supplies, she also casually bought 2 boxes of candles and stuffed them into her spatial storage. However, she also had rechargeable lamps at home, so 2 lamps were enough. The candles were essentially useless. That night, Zhou Shuwan, wearing a diving suit and carrying an oxygen tank, quietly entered the water through a window in the stairwell on the 3rd floor. After swimming underwater for a while, confirming that no one was around and there were no lights, she surfaced and launched the inflatable boat. Before setting off, she had marked the locations of several large shopping malls and jewelry stores on a map. In the darkness, the boat sped forward like an arrow. It was very fast. In just over 20 minutes, it reached the first location. The water level had only risen for a few days, and many disaster victims had been temporarily housed in schools, libraries, and empty residential areas. Profitable office buildings, like shopping malls, hadn't yet been occupied. Therefore, apart from the incessant torrential rain, everything was quiet and dark. Zhou Shuwan stored the boat in her spatial storage, took out a mini underwater flashlight, and waded into the water. Upon reaching the first floor, she had honed various survival skills from 8 years of living in the apocalypse, including lock-picking. She skillfully opened the locks and swam towards several jewelry stores based on her memory. She was very lucky. The flood came quickly, and the government and military prioritized the evacuation of the affected population before moving food. Water-resistant gold, silver, and jade jewelry were not a priority for rescue. Especially since most people didn't have boats, and could only wait for military rescue, their movement was severely restricted. At that time, the security situation in Yin Kingdom was very good. In the event of danger, the first thought was to ensure the safety of life. Property was always a last resort. Therefore, aside from a few shops that were only partially cleared, the display cases of the other gold shops were still neatly filled with countless glittering pieces of jewelry. She pried open each display case, not even checking what was inside, just dumping it into her spatial storage. There were also jade bracelets and pendants. After finishing one shop, she moved on to another. In less than an hour, she had thoroughly searched all the gold shops in the mall. She surfaced, launched her speedboat, climbed aboard to rest and recover her strength, and casually dipped her consciousness into the spatial storage to see if it had expanded. Upon seeing this, she was overjoyed. The spatial storage had expanded outwards by 800 or 900 square meters. The previously cramped and almost bursting space was now incredibly spacious. The supplies stored on the top floor and in the warehouse of Building 5 could all be stored. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment, then returned to the mall, this time starting from the first floor and proceeding upwards in order. On the first floor, besides jewelry stores, clothing stores, and cosmetic stores, she wasn't greedy and took about a third of all the skincare products. The second floor was for women's clothing, but since everything was soaked, she didn't mind and took several large bags of wet clothes from the warehouse to dry later. The third floor had sportswear, men's clothing, and lingerie stores, which weren't flooded yet. Except for a few stores that had already taken all their clothes, the others were still untouched. Zhou Shuwan took half of the sportswear and men's clothing, then went to the lingerie store and took about a third of all sizes and styles, as well as dozens of sets of thermal underwear. The fourth floor had down jacket stores, children's clothing stores, and home textile stores. Zhou Shuwan was pleasantly surprised, specifically choosing extremely thick down jackets, picking out hundreds of pieces. She also picked out down pants, down vests, and children's down jackets for students, according to their sizes. In the children's clothing store, she took about a third of the items, based on Moomoo's current and future sizes. In the home textile store, she took about a third of the 4-piece and 3-piece bedding sets. She also looked at the pillows and mattresses for the bed and took a few. Having pillows and mattresses would make sleeping outdoors more comfortable. On the 4th floor, there were toy and stationery stores, so she went in and picked some out for Moo. She saw a bookstore and excitedly went in, packing up all the books and throwing them into her space. On the 5th floor were home furnishings, furniture, and appliances. She took several sets of table lamps, light fixtures, curtains, clothes hangers, and other furniture, as well as beds, cabinets, desks, coffee tables, and chairs. She also put some woks, rice cookers, soup pots, multifunctional cooking pots, induction cookers, and other kitchen utensils, as well as appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, fans, and washing machines into her space. There were also mobile phone shops. I figured I'd get them for free, since phones don't take up much space and I could use them as storage later, ready to use and display immediately, much more convenient than USB drives or anything like that. So I collected a bunch of phones, tablets, and computers and put them in my storage space. Chapter 31. Looking at the time, it was already past 2 a.m. Zhou Xuan quickly went to another shopping mall, only browsing the gold shops on the 1st floor, without going up any further. Her most important task now was to expand and upgrade her space. Collecting supplies was secondary. So, in the latter half of the night, she explored all the other marked gold shops, expanding her space to a full 7 or 8,000 square meters, about the size of a football field. It wasn't until nearly 5 o'clock that she took the inflatable boat back. When she was still some distance from home, she stowed the boat and swam back underwater. The torrential rain made it pitch black at 5 o'clock, and it was impossible to see anything. Zhou Xuan quietly slipped up to the 6th floor, yawned, and went to her bedroom to sleep. She slept until 11 o'clock. Her mother had already prepared a large pot of mutton soup and several cold dishes. Zhou Xuan quickly scooped a bowl of rice and sat down at the table to eat. Moo was also there. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun swallowed the questions they wanted to ask, patiently finished their meal, and then ushered Moo to the bedroom before asking Zhou Xuan how things were going. Zhou Xuan beamed. This was the first time she'd been this happy since returning. It's as big as a football field, 7 or 8,000 square meters. She swallowed the last mouthful of mutton soup, dipped the last piece of flatbread in the soup, and stuffed it into her mouth before gesturing with her hand, her smile radiant. So big. That's enough to hold anything. Zhong Tiyun gasped, then exclaimed with delight. Zhou Jianghai also beamed. Then this afternoon we go and retrieve the things. The army has been busy with disaster relief and evacuating victims these past few days, and I've been feeling very worried, afraid those things would be discovered. Okay. Currently, older residential areas and high-occupancy apartment buildings with elevators haven't been allocated to disaster victims. This is because the number of affected people is limited. However, once the 3rd and 4th floors are flooded, all the empty spaces in the high-rise buildings will be requisitioned by the government. In the afternoon, Zhou Xuan and her father rode to Building 3, collected all the supplies from the top floor into their spatial storage, and then rode to the warehouse they had originally planned. Upon arriving, they saw that the area was indeed high ground, and the warehouse was completely empty. The father and daughter had taken turns filling the water tanks, leaving only the inflatable swimming pool. Zhou Xuan collected the coal, planting soil, water tanks, and other miscellaneous supplies into her spatial storage, emptied the warehouse, and then returned the way they came. Along the way, they encountered many boats of various sizes, all packed with people and large bags of luggage, each person wearing a numb expression. Aside from the high-rise buildings, everything was flooded, and torrential rain poured down from above. A few people's eyes darted around when they saw Zhou Xuan and her father. Their boat looked out of place among the others. It carried 7 or 8 strong young men and carried very little luggage. They stared greedily at the Zhou family's boat. Zhou Xuan instinctively gripped the bow, an arrow hidden under her raincoat. However, the terrain was high, and there were soldiers everywhere helping disaster victims move to resettlement sites. Many of them were soldiers, so the men didn't dare to make a move and rowed away in their boat. Zhou Jianghai also noticed something was wrong and remained anxious. Only after the men left did he lean close to Zhou Xuan's ear and whisper, "Wan, that boat looked a bit strange." Zhou Xuan sneered, "Dad, that must be a ship robbing supplies. They got their eyes on our ship and want to steal it, but with the army here, they don't dare." Zhou Jianghai was somewhat frightened. It's only been a few days since the flood started, and people are already trying to get something for nothing. Zhou Shuan stared in the direction the ship had left, her almond-shaped eyes filled with coldness. Before leaving, she habitually took out her bow and arrows, and gave her father a stun gun, making thorough preparations. When they got home, Zhou Jianhai told Zhong Tiyun what had happened, and she immediately patted her chest worriedly. This is only the beginning. Those bad guys have already shown their faces. Seeing Mumu watching with wide, curious eyes, she lowered her head and repeatedly warned, Mumu, the world is different now. Don't sneak out to play. There are too many bad people outside, they might kidnap you without you even knowing. These past few days, with the floodwaters reaching above the second floor, the child didn't understand the adult's anxiety. He was excited at the prospect of swimming right downstairs in his own home and had asked his mother to let him go swimming several times, only to be scolded each time. The torrential rain hadn't stopped, so Mumu had to give up the idea. Now, after hearing his mother's warning, he nodded listlessly. Zhou Shuan patted Mumu's head. Mumu, be good. When we have a chance, I take you boating out, but don't sneak out by yourself, okay? Really, thank you, sister. Mumu immediately perked up. Right now, except for those with boats, everyone else is stuck at home and can't even go out to buy food. He's really been cooped up at home for too long and is starting to feel restless. As early as the day the school and work closures were announced, the government had already made arrangements, with various levels of government cooperating with major local supermarkets to divide several nearby neighborhoods into zones. A designated boat, carrying food and daily necessities, would be stationed at the community entrance at set times. The community property management would then distribute a 3-day sales list in the group chat, and residents would pay according to their needs. Finally, the property management would collect the supplies from the supermarket boat and deliver them to residents' homes. The whole process was complex but orderly. The supermarket boat, operating at its regular schedule for 3 days per community, could barely keep up with demand. However, the prices of various food items and daily necessities had increased significantly, especially rice, flour, vegetables, meat, bean products, and toilet paper. But thanks to government regulations, prices, except for fruits and vegetables, remained within acceptable limits. Without a boat, residents were forced to stay home and wait for deliveries. With a boat, they could freely shop at supermarkets and department stores that had moved to higher floors. Qi Mingyu proposed this idea that day, and after soliciting opinions from residents in the community group chat, the community quickly contacted suppliers of inflatable boats and kayaks. However, most of their boats were bought by the government, with only a small number kept by themselves to make a profit. The number was small, and the price offered was extremely high, 5 or 6 times the usual price. Today, the property management discussed the matter with the residents in the group chat, and finally decided to grit their teeth and buy the boats. Depending on the number of people willing to pool their money, they formed groups of 1 or 2 units. After purchasing the boats, each group would agree on their safekeeping. In older communities, like Dongyuan, each building has 4 units, with 12 households per unit. The 4 households on the first and second floors have moved out, leaving 8 households. Adding to this are those who are unoccupied, those unwilling to pay a high price, and those on the third and fourth floors, who are worried about flooding and having to move as well, so they don't want to buy. Therefore, in the end, it was basically 2 units with 5th and 6th floor residents pooling their money to buy 1 boat. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's families both owned boats, so they did not participate in the pooled purchase. Chapter 32. Observing Qi Mingyu's behavior these past few days, Zhou Shuan saw him as a very responsible, accountable, and strategic person. Having been lurking in the community group chat, she proactively suggested that each building elect a building manager to facilitate the management of such matters in the future. This suggestion was immediately met with approval from many. The community has a large population, but only a few property management staff, who are overwhelmed with tasks and exhausted these past few days. Moreover, government officials, street office personnel, and other staff have been deployed to the community, along with party members and volunteers, like supermarket boats, with 1 staff member assigned to coordinate every 2 or 3 communities. The issue of purchasing boats between different floors had caused several arguments among residents over whether or not to buy them. Having a capable building manager to coordinate things would make things much easier. The election results came out, and Qi Mingyu became the building manager for Zhou Shuan's building, number 3. Qi Mingyu had been a squad leader in the army, and was very familiar with management practices, so after thinking about it, he didn't refuse. But in reality, Zhou Shuan had her own selfish motives. In her past life, Dongyuan Residential Complex also elected building leaders shortly after a flood. The person chosen for Building 3 was Dong Jianhua, the neighbor across the hall, who had just returned from outside. This man was a shrewd businessman with a keen eye for opportunity. He had long coveted the power of being a building leader, so upon hearing about the election, he scurried around, delivering small gifts to every household, and easily secured the position. Once elected, he led the bullying of the weak, withholding rations, and later contacted a group of thugs outside, robbing half of Dongyuan Residential Complex. But this time, a cold smile appeared on Zhou Shuan's face. The building leader had been chosen. She would wait for Dong Jianhua to return and see how he acted. A week after losing contact with Zhang Jia, she finally reached out to Zhou Shuan, expressing her relief that she was finally home. It turned out that she had listened to Zhou Shuan's advice and bought a train ticket for the next day through a scalper. Zhao Kuishu, for some reason, didn't want her to come back, and after a big argument, she took a taxi to the train station. However, halfway there, a major flood occurred, and the trains were suspended. She had no choice but to join other passengers who were forced to disembark at a resettlement center, sleeping in communal dormitories, and eating the provided food and water. After 3 days, although the local government was already overwhelmed with disaster relief efforts, they still managed to send some boats to take them out of the city, and then they waded through shallow water to a place where they could drive. Then, she changed vehicles several times before finally arriving home. She lost her phone on the way, and after returning home, she bought a new one, but due to the flooding, it was difficult to get a replacement SIM card and finally contact Zhou Shuan. Just hearing about the hardships her senior had endured, Zhou Shuan knew how difficult it had been, but thankfully, her senior had finally reunited with her family. Zhou Shuan was genuinely happy for her and promised to meet her again once the floodwaters receded. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. Both she and her senior's fates from their past lives had changed. Her aunt and cousin Tao were willing to participate, but her aunt's husband objected. She could only buy more rice, flour, and dried goods. Moving would have to wait for another opportunity. Good news also arrived. The villages in the countryside were now flooded, and the government had arranged for troops and boats to provide disaster relief, so they were being housed in nearby high-rise buildings. However, conditions were limited. Most were high-rise buildings belonging to schools or newly built, unfinished residential areas. There was no running water or electricity, and with so many people crammed together, it was noisy and inconvenient. The only advantage was that the government was temporarily distributing survival supplies to the disaster victims. Zhong Tian's family home was closer to the mountains, at a higher elevation than Jay's city, and the entire village was only relocating today. After learning about the accommodation conditions at the resettlement site, her second uncle, unable to dissuade his younger sister from her insistence, decided to move to the Dongyuan residential area tomorrow. The conditions were better, and the proximity of their relatives meant they could look after each other. Zhou Jianhai decided to bring some food to his second uncle's family when they arrived tomorrow. But that evening, a small accident occurred. The entire city experienced a power outage, but the gas and internet remained connected. While Zhou Shuan and her father were transporting supplies during the day, Zhong Tian had spent the afternoon cooking, preparing meals to transfer to her virtual space when Zhou Shuan returned. Mu had already solemnly accepted her sister's task, diligently downloading resources on the computer and tablet at home. That evening, the Zhou family ate dinner with only 2 desk lamps on. Zhong Tian made excellent braised pork, tender and not greasy at all. Zhou Shuan could easily eat 2 large steamed buns with it. There was also a dish of stir-fried cabbage with pork, a dish of stir-fried bean sprouts, and a dish of cucumber salad. With the hot egg drop soup and the soft steamed buns, the whole family ate with great relish. Just then, Zhong Tian's phone rang. Seeing it was her second brother calling, she quickly answered. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end hesitated for a long time before saying, "Little sister, my eldest brother's house was also flooded, and he's planning to move to your place tomorrow." Zhong Tian's eyes widened, and she angrily said, "What does he mean? Didn't we cut ties a few years ago? I bought the house for you and third sister. What does it have to do with him? He's not allowed to come." "Little sister, that eldest brother, Sai, I can't persuade him," Uncle Zhong said, very troubled. Although Uncle Zhong was the eldest son in his family, he was spoiled from a young age and never did any housework. He spent all his time studying away from home, but never achieved anything significant. Later, he returned to his hometown and married a woman surnamed Jia from a neighboring village. This aunt was quite shrewd. She completely won over Uncle Zhong after the wedding. His wife's family was poor, but his in-laws were very persuasive. Uncle Zhong was easily swayed and felt closer to his in-laws than to his own parents, willingly helping his wife support his father-in-law. Chapter 33. The father-in-law's family has a brother who has been to a labor camp. He's lazy and always asks his older sister and brother-in-law for money, which his uncle always gives him. Over the years, no one knows how much money he's made to cover his incarceration. That's not all. He always feels his parents favor their younger son and daughter, and he's always full of resentment. He rarely visits his parents, and even when he does, he demands money, thousands at a time. If they don't give it to him, he throws chairs and kicks tables, saying the old folks are too biased, that he can't live in this house, and that his own parents aren't as close as his in-laws. No one knows how much he's taken from them. His aunt is a little stingy, but every time she visits, she always sneaks into the old folks' bedroom and takes all the cash. Whenever these things are mentioned, Zhou Shuwen's grandparents burst into tears, but they feel ashamed and never mention it in public. But Zhong Tiyun, as the youngest daughter in the family, doesn't care much about these things. She just feels sorry for her parents, who raised such an ungrateful child. Therefore, when her maternal uncle came to cause trouble while she was at her parents' home, she would scold him and his wife to vent her parents' anger. Unexpectedly, this only angered them more. Her aunt, being shrewd, conspired with her uncle to marry off their younger sister as soon as possible, eliminating a thorn in their side. Her own brother had been arrested for gambling and served several years in prison. After his release, he was still unmarried at an advanced age, so she thought it wouldn't be bad to give her younger sister to her brother. In those days, sibling marriages were common in the countryside. However, when Zhou Shuwen's maternal grandparents suggested it, they were met with a cold shoulder. The Jia family's son was the most notorious person in the surrounding villages. They never expected their eldest son and daughter-in-law to marry such a man to their beautiful young daughter. Zhou Shuwen's maternal grandmother was also furious and chased the two away with a broom. The eldest aunt, not wanting to let things go any further, arranged for her brother to take advantage of Zhong Tiyun being alone in the fields and force herself on her. She had calculated very clearly that the two families were related by marriage. Even if it happened, the Zhou family wouldn't call the police, and would have to swallow their anger and marry their daughter to their brother. She knew her brother best. He was unruly, had a violent temper, only knew how to spend money, and not how to earn it, and was always struggling to make ends meet. Zhong Tiyun, who was pampered at home, would have her good days over after marrying her brother. She see how Zhong Tiyun would treat her badly then, and call her a thief. This almost came to fruition, but Zhou Jianhai, the son of the Zhou family, happened to be riding his bicycle into the mountains on business when he saw Zhong Tiyun. He then decided to play the hero, rescuing her and giving his aunt and her brother a sound beating. Being tall and strong, he easily overpowered the other man, who was soon lying on the ground wailing and howling. Zhou Jianhai had long heard of Zhong Tiyun's beauty, knowing she was the most beautiful woman in the surrounding villages, and fell in love at first sight. Later, he married her. The Zhong family completely broke with the Jia family. The eldest aunt was severely scolded by her in-laws, but the eldest uncle was furious, feeling his younger sister was ungrateful, looking down on his sister-in-law's family, yet insisting on marrying into the impoverished Zhou family. At the time, the Zhou family was indeed very poor. However, at least the Zhou family's son was on the right path. After arguing with her elder brother, Zhong Tiyun married Zhou Jianhai. Zhou Jianhai was shrewd. Soon after, he and his wife went to the city to seek opportunities. They first worked in a hardware store, and after figuring things out, they opened their own hardware store. Gradually, they saved up for a shop and a house, living a relatively comfortable life. For many years, Zhong Tiyun ignored her sister-in-law, only sending gifts to her eldest brother's family every year under pressure from her parents. When her parents grew old and needed care, her aunt took her own mother to live with them, refusing to care for her in-laws under the pretext of being too busy. Her eldest brother also repeatedly contacted her maternal grandmother's relatives and village officials, complaining about his siblings' lack of filial piety, claiming he was the most disliked and bullied member of the family, knowing they were responsible for caring for their mother-in-law, yet still insisting on sending her to him. By the time the others found out, their reputations in the village were ruined. Zhong Tiyun, in a fit of anger, excluded her eldest brother and took turns with her second brother and third sister to care for their parents. But the uncle wouldn't stop. He either come knocking on the door demanding the elderly woman's pension, or insist on taking her back home for holidays. When relatives and younger family members brought gifts, he justified it by saying, whose elderly person spends Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year at their daughter's house. Zhong Tiyun was furious. He really has the nerve to say that. He neglects the elderly woman all year, letting her stay at her daughter's house. Doesn't he know shame? He only feels ashamed when relatives and younger family members bring gifts. As soon as the holidays were over, he drove the elderly woman back home early the next morning, without wasting a second. Later, when the elderly woman was hospitalized for surgery, they argued about how much each family should contribute. The uncle insisted that the younger sister, now a city dweller, should contribute more. Zhong Tiyun, who was at the hospital caring for the elderly woman, didn't have the energy to argue and took the lion's share, transferring it to the uncle. But what angered her was that when the reimbursement was processed, she didn't see a single penny returned. The uncle had pocketed it all. She earned 6,000 yuan when she was unmarried and a stay-at-home girl. Back then, money was valuable. When her older brother found out, he and his wife went to her house to borrow it. They didn't have a falling out then, and she borrowed it in front of the elderly couple. But after 3 or 5 years of not repaying the money, when she finally asked for it back, her older brother rolled his eyes and said, "Who borrowed money from you? Don't try to frame me." This nearly gave Zhong Tiyun a heart attack. She and Zhou Jianhai ran a hardware store and desperately needed capital, otherwise, she wouldn't have even considered asking for the money back. Who knew he would deny it? Grandpa and Grandma Zhou pulled their eldest son aside and said, "Have you really forgotten? Right there in our kitchen, your younger sister gave you a thick wad of cash. You've been borrowing it for years. It's time to pay it back." Uncle Zhong first said his daughter wasn't married, and all her earnings came from the family, so even if it was borrowed, he didn't need to pay it back. Then he said he hadn't borrowed any money at all, and his younger sister was trying to trick him. Finally, Grandpa got angry, grabbed a carrying pole, and came in to demand he pay it back. Only then did he change his tune, but he only agreed to pay back 2,000 yuan, saying that was all he borrowed back then. There was no IOU, and besides his parents, there were no other witnesses. Seeing his parents so upset about this that they couldn't eat for days, Zhong Tiyun worried about the elderly couple, and had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept it. But unexpectedly, her eldest brother is doing the same thing now. Zhong Tiyun kept the matter to herself until her parents recovered and were discharged from the hospital. Then, following her brother's example, she gathered all her relatives and village officials, and tearfully recounted the whole story. The eldest uncle's face turned a deep shade of liver. Forced into a corner, he returned 10,000 yuan of the 20,000 yuan he had embezzled from the elderly man's hospital stay to his younger sister. Over the years, the siblings had been at odds over the issue of supporting their parents, and this incident only exacerbated the situation. The eldest uncle held a deep grudge, forbidding his children from sending gifts to his aunt's family during holidays. Later, when the elderly man passed away, he forcefully forbade Zhong Tiyun from attending the funerals and, in front of the entire village and all relatives, listed several of Zhong Tiyun's transgressions. Chapter 34. Zhong Tiyun was so weak she could barely stand. Fortunately, she, her second brother, and her third brother had been supporting their elderly parents all these years. Zhou Jianhai, like a son, contributed money and effort, which all the relatives saw, and they stepped forward one by one to mediate. Her second uncle and third aunt also argued with her eldest uncle, forcing him to change his tune. After managing to finish the funeral, Zhong Tiyun returned home and nearly fainted from crying, vowing that she would never have this older brother again, and that the two families would never have any contact again. She would rather beg for food than set foot in her eldest brother's house. After she asked her second brother to relay these words to her eldest brother, he actually accused her of interfering in their relationship when she was still a daughter at home, accusing her of having ulterior motives. He and his wife had long since disowned her as their sister. It turned out that the resentment they harbored for so many years had been brewing since she stood up for her parents at her parents' home. Zhong Tiyun sneered repeatedly, speechless. The two families hadn't had any contact in years. Even knowing the apocalypse was coming, Zhong Tiyun, after much deliberation, hadn't informed her maternal uncle's family. She actually thought that her eldest and second brother's families had a good relationship. Her second brother was an honest and kind person. He must have told her eldest brother when he was stockpiling food, so she didn't need to be a good Samaritan, but she absolutely couldn't tolerate her eldest brother's family, who were practically enemies, living in the house she bought and taking advantage of her. On the phone, she was righteous and firm, resolutely forbidding her maternal uncle's family from moving in. Zhong's second uncle was also unusually firm. "Fine, little sister, I have my eldest brother and his family find another place. They won't bother you." After hanging up, Zhong Tiyun didn't eat and turned to go into the bedroom. Zhou Jianhai, feeling sorry for his wife, told Zhou Shuwan to look after her younger brother, while he grabbed a lamp and quickly followed her into the bedroom. A moment later, the sound of her mother's low sobs and her father's somber attempts to comfort her came from the bedroom. Zhou Shuwan had watched her mother grow up and knew all too well how much her older brother and sister-in-law had wronged her, and how many times she had cried in secret. Not to mention her mother, even she herself would never forgive her uncle and aunt. She didn't know much about the events of her previous life, but after returning from the apocalypse, she had heard from people in the neighborhood that her uncle's family had come to their house demanding to stay at the Zhou family's. The son, daughter-in-law, daughter, and her uncle and aunt, a whole bunch of people, stood outside the door, forcing her mother to open it and let them in. When they refused, they kicked the door and shouted insults, attracting many people to the scene. Her uncle and aunt were both narrow-minded and malicious people. They had previously come to the neighborhood to gossip about her mother because of their conflicts. They said that when she was a daughter at home, she sowed discord between her elder brother and his wife, and between him and his son. Later, after getting married, she used her earnings to ruin her brother and sister-in-law's reputation in their natal village. She was extremely malicious. If Grandma Peng hadn't secretly relayed these words to Zhong Tiyun, the latter would have been wondering why people in the neighborhood were looking at her strangely. Hearing this, she was furious. Because of this old incident, many in the neighborhood believed that Zhong Tiyun was not virtuous and had a bad relationship with her family. After the apocalypse in her previous life, her maternal uncle's family came demanding to move into her home. Zhong Tiyun refused, which led to condemnation from many righteous people. When she saw the triumphant smiles of her maternal uncle's family, Zhong Tiyun's mind went blank. She rushed into the house, grabbed a kitchen knife, and started hacking and cursing. "Let's see who dares to force us. I cut them to pieces, we all die." At the time, she was worried about her missing husband and her daughter, who was far away in the south. Her mind was on edge, and when she was forced into this situation, the bloodlust in her bones was unleashed. Everyone was terrified by her actions, exchanging bewildered glances. Her uncle even suffered a cut to the arm, and the whole family fled in panic. Otherwise, they would have already occupied the house. Other residents of the neighborhood were also startled and quickly left, but from then on, they all disliked Zhong Tiyun. Especially those righteous people who thought they were close to the Zhou family, and came to her door to offer well-intentioned advice. They developed a despicable attitude towards Zhong Tiyun. This also led to the situation where, when Dong Jianhua later gathered his men and stormed into the Zhou family home, no one helped. They just coldly watched as the mother and son were driven out. Zhou Shuwan didn't actively seek trouble with Zhong's uncle, and she didn't tell her mother because she was worried about upsetting her. But if he really was so blind and insisted on coming to make his presence known, she wouldn't mind teaching this uncle, who had never given her and Mumu a second glance, a lesson. In the middle of the night, she quietly went out again, fully armed. The water level rose another meter today, and the torrential rain continued. However, having learned from last night's experience, this trip was much easier for her. She went to several other shopping malls, such as Fizippo, and bought about a third of all the clothing, appliances, and other goods she saw. The water had now reached the second floor, but due to a lack of boats and manpower, many merchants couldn't move their goods in time, and could only watch helplessly as they were flooded, or they were hiring people at high prices to dive into the water and move their goods upstairs. Therefore, the malls were now in complete disarray, with wet, salvaged items scattered throughout the aisles. Zhou Shuwan always came out around 1 or 2 a.m., and the people moving supplies had long since gone home to rest. Since the malls hadn't yet been designated as resettlement areas, she didn't have to worry about running into anyone. This time, she also went to the supermarket on the basement floor. Although most of the goods had been moved, some were still scattered around. She collected the empty shelves. They would be very useful in her spatial storage later. She also collected loose shower gel, shampoo, soap, and the like. There were also many snacks like potato chips, but she didn't want them. They were all soaked and inedible. However, she sneaked into the supermarket's warehouse. It was clear that part of the warehouse had been hastily moved by the merchants, but many heavy boxes were still piled up there. She collected about a third of them, categorized by packaging. However, she became excited when she saw the remaining stock of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Cigarettes, alcohol, and tea are hard currency in the post-apocalyptic world, making them worth stockpiling. She had previously been too poor and had too many supplies to store, so she had given up on this. Now that there was a chance to buy them for free, how could she miss it? As for cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, they were luxuries for the wealthy, not essential survival supplies, so she didn't need to consider them for those who came after her. She immediately stored all the boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea she saw into her spatial storage. She worked until after 4 a.m. before returning home, refreshed and alert. Today's haul was plentiful. She wasn't sleepy at all. She used her consciousness to search through the boxes she collected in the warehouse. Almost every shopping mall had a supermarket on its basement level. She visited 3 underground supermarkets and found 3 warehouses. There were over 20 boxes of toiletries, like shower gel, shampoo, and toothpaste. Combined with the skincare products she stockpiled last night, she never lacked toiletries again. There were over a dozen boxes of household items, like scouring pads, brushes, cutting boards, and clothes hangers. And over 30 boxes of various condiments such as light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine. Unexpectedly, there were also over a dozen boxes of baby formula, a pleasant surprise. There were several boxes of children's toys, including building blocks, puzzles, and dinosaur toys. And over 40 boxes of sanitary napkins, sanitary underwear, and diapers. Fortunately, although these items are afraid of water, they were all in their original packaging boxes and had not been opened. Except for a very few that got wet, most of them were still intact, which was another pleasant surprise. Chapter 35. There were also several boxes of basketballs, soccer balls, and other sports equipment, but it was uncertain whether they would be needed later, so they were temporarily set aside. There were also over 100 plastic and steel basins. There were also over 30 boxes of various canned fish, canned fruit, and canned luncheon meat. There were also 50 boxes of various hot pot ingredients, dipping sauces, sweet bean sauce, etc. The rest were over 100 boxes of various beverages, cigarettes, and alcohol. There were also boxes of sealed braised beef, donkey meat soup, dried goose, roast duck, roast chicken, etc., essential survival supplies, which Zhou Shuan had collected extra of, totaling over 100 boxes. The alcohol included red wine and white wine, various grades, and because it was all stored in a space, the quantity was quite large, around 70 or 80 boxes. The cigarettes were fewer, but still over 40 boxes. The tea was even fewer, about a dozen boxes. Zhou Shuan opened a cigarette box, took out a pack, and examined it. The inner and outer layers of packaging were very effective. Not a single drop was wet. Zhou Shuan, clutching the pack of cigarettes, lay on her bed, a slow smile creeping onto her face as she thought of the abundant supplies in her spatial storage. The next day, she slept until late morning when Mumu came in and shook her awake, her voice urgent. Sister, sister, wake up. Mom and Uncle's family are arguing over there. Zhou Shuan immediately became alert. She sat up and listened to the noise. It was indeed coming from Building 3. Mumu then explained the situation. It turned out that her parents had gone to wait for her second uncle around 10 a.m., but her eldest uncle's family had shamelessly followed them. Until they arrived at the complex, her second uncle and his family only knew. Her mother firmly refused to let her eldest uncle stay in Building 3, telling him to find a place for his whole family. Her eldest uncle and aunt, however, were not to be trifled with, and immediately started arguing. Mumu, left at home, had been watching the commotion from the 7th floor. Seeing that a commotion had indeed broken out, she quickly went to find her sister. Zhou Shuan said, I'm coming right now. Lock the door from the inside, and don't open it for anyone, understand? Mumu nodded solemnly. Zhou Shuan deftly took her longbow from the wall, slung a quiver of arrows over her shoulder, and, to Mumu's wide-eyed surprise, opened the door and went out. Her expression was solemn, like a warrior heading to battle. Just as she reached the 5th floor, she bumped into Qi Mingyu, who was leaving. He glanced at her and asked gently, Is that Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou over at Building 3? He had heard their voices and wanted to go check. Zhou Shuan nodded. I was just about to go. Qi Mingyu's gaze lingered on the bow and arrow on her shoulder before he said, I come with you. Meeting her eyes, he raised an eyebrow. You forgot? I'm the building manager. Naturally, I'm responsible for the safety of the residents of Building 5. It was a perfectly reasonable reason. However, Zhou Shuan wasn't in the mood for jokes. She forced a smile. Thank you. Qi Mingyu sensed her bad mood and didn't say anything more. When they reached the top floor of Building 3, it was packed with onlookers 3 or 4 deep. Zhou Shuan could hear her Aunt Ding Yanhua's hoarse accusations. Zong Tian, open your eyes and look carefully. This is your own elder brother. This is your own nephew and niece. These are your 2 own grandnephews and grandnieces. How can you bear to let them be homeless at such a young age? Is your heart made of stone? Don't you care about any family ties at all? Zhong Tiyun gritted her teeth, her face ashen, and remained silent. The onlookers pointed and whispered. Zhou Jianhai immediately became displeased, his face turning cold. I bought this house. Tiyun is a woman. She can't make decisions on such important matters. If you want to live here, just ask me. Don't make things difficult for Tiyun. Everyone knows my sister-in-law is a master of sweet talk, Zhou Jianhai. You look like a real man, but you're actually more easily swayed than tofu. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, glancing worriedly at Zhou Shuwan. The latter remained calm, only a dark glint flashing in her clear almond-shaped eyes. She pushed through the crowd and walked in, announcing loudly, "Who do we have here?" I could hear the commotion from across the building. It's Uncle Zhong and his wife. Uncle Zhong's brow twitched upon seeing his quick-witted niece. He appeared to be a refined and cultured middle-aged man, only slightly short at around 167 centimeters, but impeccably dressed and speaking slowly and deliberately, exuding the air of a worldly and successful person. He spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet tinged with a hint of reproach. Wan, don't interfere in adult matters." Zhou Shuan sneered. "Uncle, I'm already 20 this year, a long time past my age. No wonder you don't know, our two families haven't been related for 5 or 6 years, have they? What, do you think that after so much time, everyone has forgotten the disgusting things you did back then? You have the audacity to come to our house asking for a place to stay. Back then, someone said that even beggars would avoid our door. Back then, Zhong Tiyun had declared that she would never set foot on Uncle Zhong's door, even if she had to beg, and Uncle Zhong had followed suit, saying he would never set foot on the Zhou family's door again. A dark red flush crossed Uncle Zhong's face, but he still spoke with authority. Your mother did something wrong back then, and as her older brother, I was disciplining her. As the eldest brother, I'm just following orders. It's only natural for me to discipline my younger sister, no matter where I am. But your mother was narrow-minded and caused all sorts of trouble, almost ruining our family. She was truly a vicious woman." Zhong Tiyun was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She rushed forward 2 steps, her finger almost poking the man's nose. "Zhong Baogua, explain yourself clearly. Who was the one causing trouble back then? Who forbade me at Mom and Dad's funeral? Who comes to your door wanting to take care of the elderly, but only to rob their siblings? Who doesn't act like an elder brother? They ruin their younger siblings' reputations over such a small matter." Uncle Zhong, short and thin, was less assertive than Zhong Tiyun. Pointed at the nose, he retreated. His eldest son, Zhou Qinghui, fearing his father would suffer, immediately stepped forward, grabbing Zhong Tiyun's arm. "Aunt, if you dare lay a hand on me, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Jianhai was also furious. "Qinghui, you dare lay a hand on your aunt." He was about to deliver several large, fan-like slaps. But someone was faster. Zhou Shuwan slapped her older cousin across the face, then grabbed his thick neck and shoved him backward, accompanied by several gasps, sending him staggering against the wall. No one expected her to suddenly act. Everyone stared at her in shock. Wan! Zhou Jianhai was stunned for the first time seeing his daughter unleash such power, and only managed to murmur her name after a moment of hesitation. The Zhong family was also astonished. Zhong's second uncle quickly stepped forward to persuade them. "Qinghui, Wan, you younger ones shouldn't add fuel to the fire. Let the adults handle this." After a moment of stunned silence, Aunt Ding Yanhua, fiercely protective of her son, was unwilling to let him off easily after her precious son had suffered a loss right under her nose. With a howl, she charged forward. "Zhou Shuwan, you little slut, I tear your mouth apart." Zhou Shuwan only took 1 step back, her legs slightly raised, and Aunt Ding, unable to stop herself due to the force of her momentum, fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 36. Mom. Zhou Shuwan, I fight you to the death. Zhong Daiji's daughter, Zhong Xingyu, rushed over angrily. Zhou Shuwan slapped her, and the girl collapsed onto her mother with a sob. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 adults in the Zhou family were on the ground. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Zhou Shuwan coldly looked at her eldest uncle, who was still standing there, and said with a slight twitch of her lips, "Uncle." It was as if she were politely inviting him to join this exhilarating match. Zhou Daiji was a strategist, always hiding behind the scenes to devise plans, while his wife, son, and daughter charged into battle. But now, before the 2 families had even exchanged a few blows, his wife, son, and daughter were all on the ground. He felt a little intimidated and took a few steps back, his eyes widening, his expression fierce, but his heart weak. "What, Zhou Shuwan, you even want to hit your uncle?" He was secretly wondering how his niece's fighting skills had improved so much after all these years. Zhou Shuan slowly rubbed her wrists before smiling faintly. Uncle, although you're unfilial to your elders and unkind to your siblings, I wasn't raised by you, so I'm of good character. How could I possibly beat an elder? She glanced at the group of people howling on the ground, following Uncle Zhong's gaze, and continued calmly, I didn't really lift a finger. It's just that you all came in so aggressively, shouting and threatening violence. I just asked them to sit down and talk things out. She pointed to the house behind the group and sneered, Uncle, our family isn't like yours, with no conscience whatsoever. We all know the situation outside. Although we said we never see each other again, we can't just stand by and watch you head down a dead end. But my second uncle is a relative of mine, and we're letting him live in this house for free. But your family has absolutely no connection to mine. If you want to live here, you can, but come up with 500,000 yuan, and you can live here as you please. Knowing that Uncle Zhong still harbored illusions about Uncle Zhong, Zhou Shuan wasn't going to tell him right now that the house he bought for 200,000 yuan was his own. 500,000 yuan? Why don't you just rob someone? Ding Yanhua couldn't help but shout. Zhou Shuan sneered. 500,000 yuan is robbery. And, go ask around, how many people are buying penthouses with huge sums of money these days? 2 million, 3 million, who would be willing to sell? My house has 2 floors, nearly 200 square meters. Isn't that better than you squeezing into the resettlement area? The resettlement area is full of several families crammed together, and daily life, including water and electricity, is very inconvenient. This was also why Uncle Zhong insisted on bringing his whole family to take advantage of the Zhou family after making inquiries. The more astute onlookers immediately chimed in, that's right, there are plenty of rich people, but who would sell you their top-floor apartment now, with the money? 500,000 isn't expensive. Top-floor apartments are astronomically priced these days. With the water almost reaching the 3rd floor, half the community's population had to be relocated to resettlement areas. If there were any vacant top-floor apartments, who wouldn't want to pay to buy them? Moreover, there weren't enough good resettlement areas. The terrain to the north was higher, and many communities were habitable. In the past few days, a large number of disaster victims from the south had been sent in, requiring all communities to provide accommodation. What could the property management do? They broke into unoccupied houses and confiscated them directly. For occupied houses, they could only go door to door to persuade residents to stay. The government wasn't allowing anyone to take in people for free. They offered 5 jin, 2.5 caddies, of rice per person, which would be over 20 jin, 10 kilograms, for a family of 4 or 5. With prices skyrocketing, some people were actually willing to offer a bedroom or half a living room to the disaster victims for the 5 jin of rice. Residents on the 1st and 2nd floors, who didn't want to relocate to the resettlement area, also approached acquaintances in the community or upstairs neighbors, promising to provide money and supplies, just asking for a bedroom. Some, however, couldn't resist the urgency of being neighbors and agreed. Everyone believed the flood would only last a month or 2 before receding, so they felt it was acceptable to share a room with others in the short term. But the Zhou family and the Qi family downstairs knew the truth and were unwilling. Several downstairs families came to plead, but they were all refused. To save their house, Zhou's father even sent a bag of eggs and 7 or 8 jin, 3.5 to 4 caddies, of apples to the property management office. Only then did the property management office allow the top-floor apartment to remain. Now Uncle Zhong's family wants to reap the benefits. They're dreaming. Uncle Zhong clenched his fist, a flash of malice appearing deep within his wise and gentle eyes, but he still feigned gentleness. Wan, we really can't come up with 500,000. How about this, we give you 50,000 in rent. Consider it rent. Uncle, are you kidding me? My 500,000 is rent, not selling the house to you. Zhou Shuan scoffed. Uncle Zhong's face flushed red, and he remained silent for a long time. At this time, people didn't know about the situation in later generations, so just like they were willing to accept disaster victims, many people thought the flooding was temporary and would recede in a month or 2. Therefore, the truly wealthy bought penthouses with their money, but ordinary people were unwilling to spend a single extra penny on a penthouse. After all, the government was now responsible for resettlement. They have free accommodation, yet they spend their life savings on a top-floor apartment that's useless once the floodwaters recede. Only someone with a lot of free time would do that. Uncle Zhong felt he was already bleeding money by offering 50,000 yuan. He wouldn't accept even a penny more. He glanced at the Zhou family with a dark look in his eyes. Zhou Shuan stood calmly at the front, with Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai behind her, neither looking up, seemingly leaving the decision entirely to their daughter. Dad. Before he could even think of a reason, his son, Zhong Qinghui, approached, lowering his voice. After a long discussion, Uncle Zhong finally spoke up. Tiyun, Dahai, Wanwan, our family isn't wealthy either. We all need to eat and drink. 50,000 is the most we can afford. Before Zhong Tiyun could reply, Zhou Shuan interjected, Uncle, go ask about current prices. What can 50,000 buy? In terms of family ties, our two families are sworn enemies, who will never speak to each other again. In terms of money, you can't even afford the rent. Why should your family live in this house? Uncle Zhong retorted sharply, Zhou Shuan, are you really that cold-blooded? But before he could finish, Zhou Shuan had already drawn the bow, an arrow she had been carrying on her shoulder. With a whoosh, a sharp arrow pierced past his ear and embedded itself deeply in the wall behind him, its fletching slightly. Uncle Zhong's face paled with fright. Zhou Shuan, how dare you lay a hand on my father? Zhong Qinghui had barely uttered the words when, in the next instant, Zhou Shuan's bow and arrow were already aimed at him. Her posture was impeccable. Both her hands and expression were exceptionally calm. You? Zhong Qinghui's legs nearly gave way in fear. Zhong Tiyun was also startled, gripping Zhou Jianghai's hand and trembling as she called out, Wanwan. The onlookers were even more astonished, falling completely silent. Zhou Shuan maintained her archery stance, her voice as cold as ice. Uncle, you know the relationship between our two families better than anyone. When I was little, I could only watch as you and my aunt ganged up on my mother. But now I'm older, and I can't tolerate injustice. Seeing your family shamelessly trying to take our house makes me furious. So, I'm warning you one last time. Either pay 500,000 yuan in rent, or get out and move to the resettlement site. The resettlement site just doesn't offer the same living conditions as home. It's not forcing you into a corner. Half the city's population and everyone in the village have moved to the resettlement site. If they can live there, why can't you? Chapter 37. These words struck a chord with the onlookers. Yes, so many people had been relocated to resettlement centers, yet this Uncle Zhong's family arrived and immediately started making a scene, claiming their sister had driven them to desperation. They were just trying to take advantage. If the siblings had a good relationship, it wouldn't be a problem. But they clearly weren't welcome, yet they shamelessly wanted to stay. It was going too far. Recently, due to the flooding, the outside world was somewhat chaotic, and there were many strangers in the neighborhood. Everyone was on edge. Seeing that Uncle Zhong's family was difficult to deal with, they didn't want them to stay. Hearing her daughter's support, Zhong Tiyun was already in tears. Her daughter had truly grown up. Wiping away her tears, she stood beside Zhou Shuan and said firmly, Big brother, Wanwan's words are my words. I don't welcome you. Please get out of here as soon as possible. Uncle Zhong's hands trembled slightly. He coldly observed the expressions of everyone present, knowing he couldn't gain any advantage from them. Moreover, Zhou Shuan's gaze, as if looking at dead people, terrified him, fearing she might have a fit and send his entire family to hell. This little lunatic. I pretend I never had this sister, he said angrily, spitting viciously, and led his family away. Their gazes towards the Zhou family were filled with venomous hatred. But no one paid him any attention. He could only angrily lead his family downstairs. While they were arguing, the second uncle's family's belongings hadn't been unloaded yet. His cousin Jiping and his wife Xifei were waiting on the boat. With the help of the Zhou family and Qi Mingyu, the luggage was quickly carried up to the 6th floor. Zhong Tiyun said, Second brother, you should discuss whether to live on the 6th or 7th floor. Third sister's apartment is in poor condition. It's been flooded and it's dangerous. Once they move in, you can each live on one floor. Uncle Zhong nodded repeatedly. The toilets and drains here had been sealed with cement by the Zhou family. Zhou Jianhai brought some plastic sheeting. The city's drainage system had completely collapsed. Houses that hadn't sealed their toilets and drain openings in time experienced backflow and a terrible stench. So the air quality throughout the city was poor. The Zhou family had sealed all the windows inside and outside their house tightly, so the smell wasn't too strong, but it was quite pungent on the top floor. The plastic sheeting was used to seal the windows. Several grown men quickly sealed the windows, reducing the smell considerably. Uncle Zhong hurriedly had his aunt, Jiping, and Yuxuan present the prepared gifts. It was a full 50 pounds of sweet potato flour. This is sweet potato starch made from our own sweet potatoes. It's really flavorful, much better than what you get outside. Second brother, we can't accept it, Zhong Tiyun quickly declined. No way. We're already taking advantage of you by staying here. What's a little bit of cheap sweet potato starch? Take it. Uncle Zhong was honest, always at a disadvantage compared to his shrewd and capable eldest uncle, but he also had the responsibility of an older brother. In their past life, Zhou Jianhai took his daughter and never returned. Only Zhong Tiyun was left to care for Mumu. Uncle Zhong came hoping to take advantage. But after moving to the resettlement site, Uncle Zhong worried about his younger sister and nephew, visiting several times over 6 months to bring them food and supplies. Even his third aunt's family, and Zhou's father's uncles and cousins, all specially sent things to comfort Aunt Zhong. After the apocalypse, everyone was struggling financially. The gifts they sent weren't much, but they were a token of their goodwill. One can't ask too much of relatives. Zhou Shuan was grateful for their help to her mother and Mumu in her past life, and didn't mind helping relatives in this life when she was able. Zhong Tiyun then explained what the 200,000 yuan she borrowed was for. So, this is your house. When third sister's family comes, we have to ask you if they can stay. This is truly unexpected. Uncle Zhong couldn't believe his ears. Then, he exclaimed with delight, luckily you thought of an extra layer, it's so convenient for us. Chapter 38. Both Uncle Zhong and Qin Xinji were honest and kind people. Knowing the Zhou family's actions were for unforeseen circumstances, they didn't say much, only expressing their gratitude for future favors. Since it was a housewarming party, they had to cook in the new house. Zhong Tiyun and Aunt Zhong went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zhou Shuan went back to pick up Mumu, and also brought Qi Mingyu a dish of pickled fish stored in her spatial storage, as a thank you gift. Actually, they had all tried to persuade Qi Mingyu to stay for dinner, but he firmly declined. Unable to refuse, Zhong Tiyun instructed Zhou Shuan to bring another dish, as a thank you gift. In the post-apocalyptic world, the most precious and sincere gift to give is food. Qi Mingyu looked at the large plate of steaming, fragrant pickled fish, glanced at Zhou Shuan and Mumu, thought for a moment, and didn't refuse. Back at Building 5, Zhong Tiyun and Aunt Zhong worked quickly, and soon prepared 6 dishes and a soup. A vegetarian platter of 3 vegetables, a stir-fried green vegetable dish, a peanut dish, a stir-fried egg with chives, a braised pork belly with potatoes, a boiled pork slice dish, and a rice wine egg drop soup. Finally, a large bowl of steaming rice. Uncle Zhong brought out several bottles of beer and soft drinks, inviting both families to sit down. Uncle Zhong, Aunt Zhong, Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, Cousin Jiping, Cousin's wife Xifei, Cousin Yushuan, Zhou Shuan, and Mumu, 9 people in total, filled the table. Luckily, each dish was very generous in portion size, otherwise it might not have been enough. After eating and drinking their fill, the 4 members of the Zhou family said goodbye to Uncle Zhong's family, and went home. In the middle of the night, Zhou Shuan went out for her usual free shopping spree, found several supermarket warehouses, and took away 1/3 of their stockpiled goods, as well as all the empty shelves, to store supplies. The haul was similar to before. Since hot pot ingredients, Laogan ma chili sauce, mushroom sauce, canned A treasure porridge, and cigarettes and alcohol weren't considered staple foods, and weren't among the top items that merchants rushed to buy, Zhou Shuan got them all. She also took some clothes, bedding sets, furniture, and appliances, anything she saw. When she left the last supermarket, it was 4 a.m. Remembering that the used car market where she had bought her bike was nearby, she hesitated briefly before heading there. Since the electric bikes were definitely ruined, Zhou Shuan went directly to the used bicycle shops, and bought a batch of multi-speed bikes and bicycles, storing them in her spatial storage. After the apocalypse, resources were limited, and bicycles had regained their important role in transportation. She collected these to exchange for supplies later. By the time she returned to her apartment complex, it was already 5:30 a.m. The torrential rain hadn't stopped, and the water level had risen a bit more. Judging by the situation, the 3rd floor would soon need to be evacuated. Zhou Shuan frowned, glanced around, and then climbed up the 3rd floor stairwell. She froze. Standing at the stairwell, drying her wet hair, was a fit, muscular figure, none other than Qi Mingyu. He looked at her with slight surprise. Their eyes met. Just as Zhou Shuan was about to say something, hurried footsteps came from upstairs. Someone's here. Qi Mingyu gestured for her to be quiet, covered her mouth with one hand, and quickly pulled her into the water with the other, disappearing from the surface. Zhou Shuan's diving gear had already been stored in her spatial storage before surfacing. Her eyes widened as Qi Mingyu skillfully flipped her over in the water, and hid by a 2nd floor window, listening intently to the sounds above. He was better at holding his breath underwater than Zhou Shuan. After waiting a while, and seeing that the person above still hadn't left, Zhou Shuan stared wide-eyed at Qi Mingyu, struggling a few times with her arms and legs. Qi Mingyu looked down at her, quickly released her, pointed in another direction, and gestured for the two of them to swim up. Zhou Shuan had put all her diving equipment into her spatial storage when she returned, and now she couldn't take it out in front of the other person, but asking her to exhaust her remaining oxygen to swim to another place. Zhou Shuan felt she couldn't do it. Fortunately, Qi Mingyu quickly took out something like an oxygen mask from his back and put it on her face. Her breathing immediately became easier. Qi Mingyu's strong arm was around her waist, while his other arm glided underwater. Zhou Shuan glanced at him, wondering if Special Forces soldiers were all good at holding their breath. He had already held his breath underwater for so long, and now he was swimming with her. Was his lungs full of oxygen? But judging from the current situation, it should be enough. She pointed to the other man's breathing mask and asked if he needed it. He shook his head and led Zhou Shuan to the area between buildings 2 and 3 before surfacing. Zhou Shuan removed the mask, took a deep breath, and then looked curiously at the man, who still seemed completely unfazed, and asked, "Your breath-holding skills underwater are pretty good, aren't they?" She had already removed her diving gear, and was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and trousers. Now, emerging from the water, her clothes were soaked, revealing her slender yet shapely figure, and her jet-black hair was dripping wet. She was like a water sprite, beautiful, innocent, spirited, and mature. It was a beauty that lay between girlish innocence and womanly allure. Qi Mingyu was just a mortal. One glance made his face flush and his heart race, as if he were only now experiencing the effects of oxygen deprivation. He quickly looked away, focusing on the water's surface. Zhou Shuan looked at his reaction with a puzzled expression. Qi Mingyu coughed lightly, his voice low. "My best breath-holding time underwater is 6 minutes and 48 seconds. That's practically comparable to the world's best diver." Zhou Shuan's eyes widened involuntarily. Qi Mingyu seemed increasingly uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked towards Building 5. "They're gone. Let's go back." He escorted Zhou Shuan back, went downstairs, and quickly returned, knocking on the door. Zhou Shuan was drying her hair with a towel. She peeked through the peephole, frowned, but still opened the door, asking softly, "What?" Before she could finish, a large bag of snacks was shoved into her arms. At first glance, it contained chocolate, candy, sausages, compressed biscuits, and other high-energy foods. "I forgot you were an ordinary person in the water, sorry." He come to offer an apology gift. Zhou Shuan quickly shook her head. "It's alright, but was that high-tech thing you put on me in the military? I never seen anything like it." Qi Mingyu nodded absent-mindedly, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Is it convenient to talk?" Zhou Shuan nodded, knowing what he wanted to ask. "You went out in the middle of the night to find supplies?" Before she could answer, Qi Mingyu quickly said, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I often go out too. We can keep each other company and look after one another." Zhou Shuan was taken aback. "Don't worry, you should know my character. I won't take what you find." He assumed she was worried about that, and was very sincere. Zhou Shuan thought about it. There was no reason to refuse. Qi Mingyu's character was impeccable. She would face many more dangers in the future. Having such a skilled, upright, and caring neighbor in the apocalypse was a rare and fortunate thing. "It's just a bit inconvenient to store supplies in this space." Zhou Shuan nodded, "All right." Qi Mingyu smiled. His expression was always serious, giving him the air of a restrained male protagonist from an old-fashioned novel. His smile was like a gentle breeze and a clear moon, a light ripple on a lake, the rising sun breaking through the clouds. Chapter 39. Zhou Shuan was somewhat stunned. Therefore, she didn't have time to dodge the hand that reached out to her. Qi Mingyu gently rubbed her head and chuckled softly. "All right, go back and take a shower, take your medicine, and get some sleep. I'll let you know tonight." Watching him go downstairs, Zhou Shuan awkwardly touched the spot he had just touched before turning and going inside. When she woke up at noon, her parents were steaming buns and dumplings. Seeing her, Zhong Tian said, "Go wash up first, I make you a bowl of dumplings." She used the same fillings as steamed buns, mushroom and pork, chives and egg, and cabbage and pork, 3 flavors in total, and Zhong Tian made a dozen or so of each. After they were cooked, she dipped them in garlic sauce, ate 1 dumpling at a time, and had a large bowl of her father's favorite stir-fried pork with chili peppers as a side dish. She ate with gusto, her forehead slightly sweating. Mumu had already eaten a large bowl and couldn't resist coming over, asking her sister to give her 2 more. Zhong Tian couldn't help but laugh. He just ate over 20 dumplings. I was worried he wouldn't be able to digest them, so I wouldn't let him eat any more. He's like a glutton. Zhou Shuan saw the rice cooker was steaming rice and remembered something, so she said, Mom, I found a lot of pots at the supermarket. Why don't we take out a few more rice cookers and pressure cookers? We can steam rice and stew meat. Sure, I was just saying we didn't have enough pots. With flooding everywhere and the power outages, but the gas supply is still there. Everyone is staying home, making it a perfect time to cook. Avoiding Mumu, Zhou Shuan took out 7 or 8 pots, a rice cooker, a pressure cooker, a frying pan, and an electric griddle. After washing them, they were ready to use. Zhou's father took out several dozen kilograms of pork from the storage space, washed his hands, and began stewing the meat and ribs. Zhou Shuan and her mother continued steaming buns and making dumplings. Because Mumu liked sweets, in addition to meat and vegetarian buns, Zhong Tian also made red bean buns. A large pot of fragrant, soft, and tender red beans was sprinkled with fine white sugar, stirred well, and a spoonful tasted incredibly satisfying. Seeing that her daughter and younger son both enjoyed the stewed red bean paste, Zhong Tian smiled and said, I stew another big pot tonight, not making buns, but just for you too. Actually, Zhou's father also liked red bean buns. He was stewing braised pork in the kitchen. Hearing this, he peeked out and smiled. Then let's stew 2 pots and eat our fill. How old are you? Still so fond of sweets, Zhong Tian scolded playfully. Considering it would be inconvenient to eat steamed buns in public later, she deliberately made them small, so one could eat them in a single bite. Upstairs, cooking was in full swing, while downstairs, Grandma Pang was feeding some chickens on the balcony. Suddenly, she smelled an extremely tempting aroma of meat and couldn't help but exclaim, the Zhou family is cooking something delicious again. They've been stewing meat these past few days. It tastes really good. Qi Mingyu, meanwhile, was reinforcing the doors and windows. He looked out the window through binoculars, observing the noticeably increased flow of people on the water, and pursed his lips. Grandma, I'm going upstairs for a bit. To your Uncle Zhou's house? Wait a minute, we ate a whole pickled fish from them yesterday, we should return the favor. Grandma Pang hurriedly took out 4 blocks of tofu, and a large bottle of soy milk from the refrigerator. Although tofu is a common dish, there's nowhere to buy it in this weather. Let's give it to them as a treat. There were many vacuum-packed donkey meat soups that Qi Mingyu had brought back, and he also brought a bag of them. When they arrived at the Zhou family's house, Zhong Tian exclaimed that the gift was too extravagant. She only kept the tofu and soy milk, resolutely refusing to accept the donkey meat. Qi Mingyu, however, didn't argue. He placed the bag directly on the shelf in the entryway and smiled. Auntie, I'm just following Grandma's instructions. I'm only responsible for bringing the things. Please don't make things difficult for me. Zhong Tian thought for a moment. Good neighbors reciprocate. Since the downstairs family had given so many gifts today, she could return the favor with a more generous gift another day. So she didn't insist and smiled. Our 2 families are related, your grandma is just too polite. Qi Mingyu then got to the point. Uncle, Auntie, I heard from Wanwan that your family also has an iron gate. I see the water level is rising, and the people on the 3rd floor will be moving soon. Why don't we install the iron gate today? Because so many people are moving, the atmosphere in the neighborhood is generally heavy and oppressive. Qi Mingyu had prepared thoroughly beforehand, and had even bought an iron gate. Zhou Jianghai immediately nodded in agreement. There's no one across from us, so let's also tell the couple on the west side of the 5th floor. The west-facing apartment on the 5th floor belonged to a young couple, married for only 2 years, without children, with a small household, usually quiet and unassuming, not the type to cause trouble. Okay, if Uncle and Aunt agree, I go tell them later too. They plan to install 2 iron gates on the 5th floor, 2 gates for double security. The young couple readily agreed. They wouldn't refuse double protection without having to pay for it themselves. The man in his late 20s, named Wei Wei, was also perceptive, and came out to help. 3 burly men quickly installed the 2 iron gates. The clanging sound attracted the attention of the people downstairs. The expressions of the families immediately turned sour. What do you mean by this? Aunt Zhang from the 3rd floor shouted. What's the meaning of blocking the stairwell? Are you afraid we come upstairs? This is to keep us out. Exactly. This is too much. The people on the 3rd and 4th floors had already been under a lot of pressure these past few days. Those with relatives in the area or apartments with elevators had already moved out, and those who hadn't moved yet had nowhere to go. Now, this stunt from the 5th and 6th floors seemed like they were being guarded against. Xiaoqi, you're the building manager. How can this be allowed? Someone pointed the finger at Chi Mingyu. The latter, however, looked down at the people below. Now there are disaster victims everywhere, and the community has also taken in some people, so safety cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, I suggest that if you have any spare doors in your homes, take them out and lock the stairwells to prevent thieves from sneaking in. Easier said than done. And Zhang sneered several times. What need do we, who have to move immediately, have to lock the stairwells? Like you, guarding a mountain of gold and silver. The others also showed anger and jealousy, and the crowd stirred. Zhou Shuan narrowed her eyes. She stepped forward, about to speak, but Chi Mingyu blocked her way, his tone still calm. And Zhang, nobody knows when the rain will stop, or how many floors the water will flood. Our community is just an old building with walk-up stairs, not very tall. If the water level continues to rise, we have to move again. It's better to find a high-rise building with an elevator now. These words resonated with many people. Uncle Zhou, who lived in the east-facing apartment on the 3rd floor, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaoqi, we know everyone is having a tough time right now, but we have 2 young children at home, and we really can't bear to take them to the shelter in this torrential rain. How about we stay in the west-facing apartment on the 6th floor, which is currently unoccupied, for a while? We can get through this period. So, he had his eye on Dong Jianhua's apartment. Chapter 40. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. How interesting. Should she help them fulfill their wish? Exactly. We 2 families on the 3rd floor don't want to move anywhere else either. What good is the resettlement area? There's still half a floor on the 6th floor, enough for both of us. And Zhang said loudly. The family in the east-facing unit on the 3rd floor clearly looked displeased, but they held back, only looking earnestly at Chi Mingyu and his group. Chi Mingyu looked around at everyone and said, the community has its own regulations regarding unoccupied high-rise apartments. I, as a mere building manager, can't make that decision. But I can take you to the community property management office to talk to them, and see if it's possible. Actually, there was something else he didn't say. The family in the west-facing unit on the 6th floor was a shrewd businessman who had already made arrangements to return. So, when the 2nd floor residents moved out, they had also considered the 6th floor unit, but ultimately it didn't work out. The 2 families on the 3rd floor were also willing to go with Chi Mingyu. Before they even went downstairs, the family in the east-facing apartment on the 4th floor stammered, Hey, Xiaoqi, the families upstairs are all small. It's just you and your grandma in your family. Why don't we squeeze in? There are 4 of us. 1 bedroom is enough. The west-facing apartment on the 4th floor lit up and hurriedly added, That's right, that's right. We can share a room. It's better than living in a resettlement center. He felt a chill run down his spine at Zhou Shuan's cold gaze, and immediately turned to Wei Wei with a forced smile, saying, Young man, there are 2 of you in your family too, how about we share? Wei Wei, a shy young man, hesitated, unsure what to say. His wife, Ma Tinglan, kept pinching his back. Wei, you lived in our neighborhood for several years now. Your aunt and uncle always give you some vegetables they grow back home. It's just a temporary stay, you don't mind, do you? The head of the 4th floor west-facing apartment, surnamed Jia, and his wife ran a small business. They were shrewd people, and seeing Wei Wei's hesitation, they immediately pressed on. Zhou Shuan frowned, about to speak. But Wei Wei, not wanting to be polite, had already agreed. Well, okay then. Hey Wei, I knew you were a good young man. Jia Xiaoguang shouted to his wife and son, Quick, let's move. Wei Wei met his wife's red eyes and stammered, not daring to speak. Seeing how easy Wei Wei was to talk to, the other families immediately spoke up. But the Wei family had already taken in a large family. There was no room for anyone else. They then looked expectantly at Chi Mingyu and the Zhou family, each pleading. Chi Mingyu hadn't expected Wei Wei, a young and strong man, to compromise so easily. But what was the point of saying anything now? Zhou Shuan looked around and spoke. The water has only just reached the 3rd floor. We don't know if it will continue to rise. If it rises to the 4th floor, then the 5th and 6th floors might not be safe. If I were you, I'd rather take this opportunity to get a good spot at the resettlement center. The further we go, the fewer high-rise apartments there will be. Her words, though slow, carried a calming power. The few households that had been eager to try hesitated again. Finally, the 2 households on the 3rd floor made their decision. Xiaoqi, we go with you to the property management office first to see if we can stay on the 6th floor. If not, we need to go to the resettlement center immediately. This trip, of course, didn't end well. The 2 households on the 3rd floor had already packed their belongings and returned to join the rest of the group at the resettlement site. The people in the east-facing unit on the 4th floor, seeing the rising water levels and the seemingly endless downpour, also began packing their belongings. Originally, if the 5th floor stairwell hadn't had an iron gate installed, they would have considered moving some of their furniture to the 5th or 6th floor hallway. Or perhaps they could have tried to reason with the other households, especially the Zhou family, who had enclosed their entire 7th floor terrace with glass before the storm, perfect for storing their belongings. However, since the upstairs families refused to share a room, they couldn't bring themselves to make that request. Only the Jia family in the west-facing unit excitedly moved things up and down the stairs, working non-stop for most of the afternoon. Looking from the stairwell, Wei Wei's face was turned away, so his expression couldn't be seen, but his wife, Zhao Huichuan's, brows were furrowed deeply, as if she was trying her best to suppress her emotions. The Zhou family watched for a while, then went home. Zhou Jianhai began praising Qi Mingyu profusely. He's a worldly young man, calm and collected, not easily manipulated, and has his own opinions. I think if we make Xiao Yu our building manager, we won't have to worry about being taken advantage of. He's considerate of the big picture, possesses the qualities of a soldier helping the weak, but isn't a saint. He has principles and a bottom line. Zhong Ti already had a very good impression of Qi Mingyu and immediately smiled. We watched Xiao Yu grow up. How could he be wrong? She was speaking as if she knew him intimately, not that she watched him grow up. Zhou Shuan thought to herself, the internet connection is still working. I'm downloading resources. 5 computers and 3 tablets are on the coffee table and desk, all downloading. Worried about the slow internet connection, she had asked Qi Mingyu for his Wi-Fi password a few days ago. Using 2 cables was barely enough. That evening, Qi Mingyu indeed arranged to go out with her. Thinking that being with others wouldn't be convenient, she figured her parents should also go out and experience things. Life after the apocalypse was vastly different from peacetime. Her parents and Mumu needed to adapt as soon as possible and learn some self-defense skills. From now on, the family needed to make a schedule, cooking in the morning and training in the afternoon. Zhou Shuan asked Qi Mingyu's opinion and then suggested her father come along. When they went down at midnight, Qi Mingyu was waiting on the 5th floor with his inflatable boat. Seeing the two of them, he greeted them quietly, and they went downstairs together in the dark. The Zhou family had also brought an inflatable boat, but it wasn't inflated yet, lying flat on Qi Mingyu's boat. The 3 of them rowed together. Wearing raincoats and helmets, they paddled across the dark water for over an hour before finally reaching their destination. Zhou Jianhai had almost never been this far before, and the occasional glimpse of a corpse floating on the surface sent a shiver down his spine. But Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu remained calm. Although the government was doing its utmost to help people relocate to resettlement sites and ensure their food, shelter, and transportation, the disaster was too great, affecting the entire globe. In many places, floods raged in the middle of the night, and many people drowned silently in their homes. The government was prioritizing the living. They lacked the time, resources, and manpower to deal with the bodies in the water. However, communities were now recruiting volunteers to help maintain order, including collecting bodies from the water to prevent the spread of disease. They encountered more than a dozen corpses along the way. Chapter 41. Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but sigh. You really don't know until you come out here. The world is truly different now. Qi Mingyu gazed at the deep water, remaining silent. Zhou Shuan wanted to say something, but considering there were other people present, she simply shook her father's hand gently. The latter smiled. It's all right, Wan. Dad was just sighing. His tone became firmer. The world is different now. From now on, when you go out to find supplies, your mother and I will take turns. We have to gradually accept it. We can't hold you young people back. Qi Mingyu turned to look at the father and daughter, their posture intimate and trusting, his eyes flashing slightly. They didn't go to the supermarket, but instead went to a factory in the suburbs. Factory buildings are generally not tall, 2 or 3 stories high, and now most of them were submerged, only low-rise buildings visible. Qi Mingyu whispered, this is a small food processing plant, not large enough to be requisitioned. I came by last night. About half the stuff hasn't been evacuated. As long as they don't get caught, they can still make a few more trips. All 3 were strong and rowed quickly, reaching the lower-lying southern suburbs, where they had been evacuated immediately. The buildings in the surrounding villages were only 1 or 2 stories high and had long since been relocated. Therefore, almost no one came here. Even if someone was looking for supplies, they wouldn't go this far from the city. Zhou Shuan helped her father put on his diving suit, and the 3 of them entered the water together, following Qi Mingyu to the back of the factory. They went in from the 2nd floor, turned a few corners, and then went down to the 1st floor. They entered a warehouse. The warehouse door was locked, but Chi Mingyu skillfully fiddled with it for a couple of seconds and opened it. Inside, half a warehouse was piled high with cardboard boxes, along with loose canned pork on the shelves. Zhou Shuan hurriedly opened a few boxes, her eyes lighting up immediately. The entire warehouse was filled with canned meat. This was much more efficient than searching each store in the supermarket. Chi Mingyu made a few hand gestures, took out a rope, tied 4 boxes of canned meat together, and pushed them out to swim. Zhou Jianhai did the same, pushing 4 boxes along. Zhou Shuan tested the weight, and pushed 3 boxes out as well. With the buoyancy of the water, the boxes weren't heavy. Once they surfaced, Chi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai helped to load all 3 boxes onto the boat. Taking off his hat, Zhou Jianhai excitedly said, "I see half the warehouse is full of canned pork. That's enough for us to carry for several days." Chi Mingyu nodded. "The inflatable boats can't carry heavy loads, otherwise we could carry more." Zhou Jianhai glanced at Zhou Shuan. They had their own inflatable boat, but he couldn't say that. "Dad, inflate our boats. Let's bring back as much as possible in one trip." "Okay." The 3 of them made a dozen or so trips, loading both small boats with 50 or 60 boxes of canned goods. They dared not load any more, fearing it would be too heavy and capsize the boats. On the final dive, Zhou Jianhai sat on the boat overseeing the supplies. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu dived into the water. This time, Chi Mingyu unloaded a few boxes and locked the warehouse door tightly. Zhou Shuan gestured to him, wanting to explore other areas. It was still early, so Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, watching her swim away like a fish. After avoiding Chi Mingyu's gaze, Zhou Shuan went directly to the second floor, which was clearly a row of offices, and looked at each one by one. The first few rooms seemed to be ordinary staff offices, nothing special. But upon entering the 4th room, the decor immediately struck her as different. A rosewood desk, antique paintings on the walls. The room appeared to have been ransacked. The drawers were empty. However, these weren't what Zhou Shuan was looking for. She searched the walls for a while, and, sure enough, found a safe hidden behind a painting. Safes are usually specially made, requiring a combination lock to open, but Zhou Shuan possessed her spatial ability, a super cheat code. With a thought, the entire safe, along with the safe, entered her spatial dimension. She didn't bother to look further, noticing a very secluded bedroom, and went inside. The bedside table was also open, containing a few scattered, worthless items. Zhou Shuan was about to leave when a sudden inspiration struck her. She squatted down, touched the ground, and with a focused thought, discovered something different. Under a floorboard, another safe was hidden, containing over 20 gold bars and several thick stacks of coins. This boss is certainly wealthy. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow, but since the paper money was useless afterward, she stored the 20-odd gold bars into her spatial storage. Excited to discover a new use for her space, Zhou Shuan tried the method again in the remaining rooms, but unfortunately, she only found 2 gold chains and nothing else. She wasn't disappointed. With over 20 gold bars, tonight's haul was quite substantial. She surfaced empty-handed. Her father and Chi Mingyu had already covered the canned goods with plastic sheeting, both to protect them from rain and to conceal the contents. "I went to several rooms, but there was nothing inside," Zhou Shuan said as she took off her diving suit. "It's alright. Everyone's busy relocating right now. No one's looking for supplies. We've been out here a lot these past few days. We're bound to find something useful," Chi Mingyu reassured her. Zhou Shuan glanced at him, curious about what inside information he had known before his discharge. The government was still functioning, and order hadn't broken down. Besides her, being a reborn person, she knew that in the future, people would have to rely on finding supplies to survive, aside from a few jobs, which was why she dared to come out and search for supplies now. But how could Chi Mingyu, a veteran, dare to do this openly? They had come quickly, but the return trip was slower due to the heavier water load. It took them almost 2 hours to reach the residential area. Chi Mingyu rowed one boat, while Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jianhai rowed the other. As they approached the neighborhood, the father and daughter finished their discussion. Zhou Jianhai then said to Chi Mingyu on the neighboring boat, "Xiaoyu, thanks to you, we were able to find so much stuff. Wanwan and I discussed it, and there are 126 boxes of canned goods in total, but whether we divide them equally or per person, you're at a disadvantage. How about we split them into thirds? You get 2 portions and we get 1, what do you say?" Chi Mingyu was taken aback. Actually, the reason he brought the Zhou family tonight was to help them. He had already been moving goods for 2 nights, over 100 boxes, each containing 50 cans of pork, enough for him and his grandmother to eat for several years. He turned his gaze to Zhou Shuwan. The latter smiled at him through the pouring rain. Brother Xiaoyu, the extra portion is rightfully yours. My dad and I aren't shameless enough to keep it for ourselves. Besides, my family might find other supplies in the future, and we divide them this way then too. This was indeed how supplies were divided according to later generations. The person who finds the supplies first, due to insufficient manpower or weapons, needs to find a partner. However, it would be unfair to split the supplies equally with the other party, so they need to take at least one more share per person to be considered fair. Chapter 42. Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. In the end, the two families each received 42 and 84 boxes respectively. The three of them took turns carrying them upstairs, then deflated the boat and carried that up as well. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 a.m. Exhausted, they took showers and went to sleep. The next morning, they woke up to find Mom and Mumu excitedly counting the cans in the living room, while Dad had just finished washing up and was eating breakfast. Xiaoyu is such a good kid to us. He just left the canned goods there and carried them slowly, letting us go with him. It's obvious he's taking care of our family. Yes, Xiaoyu is really great. By the way, Tiyun, I thought about it. From now on, we take turns going with Wan Wan to find supplies. We can't fall behind the two kids. Zhong Tiyun nodded. Okay. I go too. Mumu, go to my room and check how the downloads on the computer are going. Click on them a bit more. After sending Mumu away, Zhou Shuwan told her parents, actually, besides the canned goods last night, I had other finds. She told them about the more than 20 gold bars. Zhong Tiyun's eyes widened. How much has the space expanded? There should be gold in the safe behind that office, so the total space has expanded by more than 200 square meters. We can store a lot more supplies now. The whole family was very happy. But soon, the Zhou family's happiness faded. After lunch, a commotion arose downstairs. Zhou Shuan frowned, went down 5 floors, and discovered that Dong Jianhua and his family had moved back. Dong Jianhua was dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, looking very respectable. His wife and children followed behind, all impeccably dressed. Aside from being a little wet from the rain, their demeanor was clearly different from the rest of the neighborhood. Besides the 4 of them, a nanny-like woman followed behind. This must be Aunt Peng? Dong Jianhua smiled politely at Grandma Peng. I'm Xiao Dong. It's been many years. Aunt Peng, you still look as young as ever. Grandma Peng looked her over for a while, before remembering, oh, it's Jianhua. You moved back? Like Qi Mingyu's father, the Dong family had gone into business, made money, bought villas, and moved away, not returning for many years. Yes, the houses over there were too low and got flooded. We thought it over and decided it was better to come back to our hometown. We know all the neighbors there. It's better than going to the resettlement center. Dong Jianhua still smiled, his gaze sweeping over Qi Mingyu. He laughed. This must be Xiaoyu. It's been so many years. You've grown so much. Just then, Zhou Shuwan came downstairs. Meeting his cold, deep gaze, Dong Jianhua felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He stared intently at Zhou Shuwan again. Her face was unfamiliar yet beautiful. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun also came down from behind. He recognized them and quickly greeted them. Jianhai, Tiyun, you've been living in the old district all along? The Zhou family had already heard Zhou Shuwan talk about her past life, and knew that it was this well-dressed, wealthy, and refined neighbor in front of them, who had caused the deaths of Zhong Tiyun and Mumu. How could they not hate him? But Zhou Jianhai still pinched his wife's hand, feigning surprise. It's Jianhua. You moved back? Yes. Dong Jianhua ignored the fleeting unease that crossed his mind upon seeing the Zhou family, and repeated his explanation. From now on, we have to look after each other. Qi Mingyu unlocked the 2 iron gates, letting the Dong family up. It was indeed an old neighborhood. Both the stairs and the walls were dilapidated. As they went upstairs, Zhou Shuwan heard Dong Jianhua's daughter complain quietly, we have plenty of apartments with elevators. Why did we have to move to this old neighborhood? The conditions are terrible, it's filthy. The reason they didn't use apartments with elevators was because if the elevator had a power outage, climbing up and down the stairs would be a huge problem. Besides, even newly built apartments with elevators weren't necessarily as well maintained as older buildings. The Zhou family stepped aside to make room for the Dong family. Dong Qingqing glanced at them disdainfully. In her eyes, these people were all poor, unsophisticated country bumpkins. Then came a long period of clanging and banging as they moved. The Dong family was wealthy and hired several people to help with the move. After the Zhou family returned home, They remained silent for a long time before Zhong Tiyun finally spoke. Wan, what should we do about the Dong family? She and Zhou Jianhai had only heard about Dong Jianhua's actions from Zhou Shuwan. They hadn't personally experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, and were unsure how to deal with the Dong family. Revenge? Or retaliate in kind? Zhou Jianhai frowned and looked at Zhou Shuwan. The latter smiled easily. It's all right, Dad, Mom. This time is different from before. Our whole family is together, including Xiaoyu from downstairs. If the Dong family wants to cause trouble, they have to see if we agree. His henchmen will never be able to set foot in our neighborhood again. Without those helpers, Dong Jianhua was nothing but a paper tiger with its teeth pulled out, utterly fearless. Moreover, Zhou Shuan smiled coldly to herself. She had her own plans for Dong Jianhua, but not wanting her parents to worry, she didn't show it on her face. One's right. Only with our own strength can we withstand the tricks of villains. Wan, didn't you say you start teaching us shooting today? Zhou Jianhai said. Zhou Shuan nodded and smiled. Okay. Zhou Shuan took out 4 crossbows, the smallest and lightest one for Mumu. Zhou's father tried it first. The first arrow was accurate, hitting the target's shoulder, but the next 2 were off target. Zhou Shuwan then had her father adjust his stance, and how to use his arm when aiming. Zhou Jianhai tried a few more times. Except for the last arrow, all the others hit the bullseye, though still quite far. That's the good thing about crossbows, you don't need to exert any force, saving a lot of energy. Zhou Jianhai smiled and said to Zhong Tiyun, you try it too. Zhong Tiyun was more excited than Zhou's father. She had just stood still when she raised her hand and fired an arrow, startling the whole family. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the shot had hit the target's head. Chapter 43. Not bad. Zhou Shuwan looked at her mother with newfound respect. Mom, you've been hiding your talent. Zhong Tiyun remained calm and fired several more arrows in quick succession. Although not as accurate as the first, they all hit the torso. The 3 of them, Zhou Shuwan, and Zhong Tiyun, gave Zhong Tiyun a thumbs up. Zhong Tiyun smiled, her expression somewhat exuberant. I didn't expect archery to be so interesting. I want to shoot too, Mumu said eagerly. His accuracy was far worse. He fired 4 or 5 arrows in a row, but not a single one hit the bullseye. 1 arrow almost hit the bedroom door. Mumu was full of frustration. Zhou Jianhai comforted him. It's okay, practice more, and we be just like your sister. Mumu nodded earnestly. Besides practicing archery, Zhou Shuwan also took out a sandbag and had her parents and Mumu train their physical strength and combat skills together. After a busy afternoon, the Zhou family of 4 ate their dinner with particular relish. One dish was a steamed pork belly dish that Zhou Jianhai had prepared that morning. He boiled carefully selected pork belly in boiling water for 15 minutes, then sliced it into thin, long pieces, arranging them neatly in a bowl. The pork was now half lean and half fat, with the top layer of glistening, oily fat, and the bottom layer of tender, reddish-brown lean meat interspersed with a few strands of fat. It was then mixed with finely chopped red fermented bean curd, caramel coloring, shredded ginger, scallions, and soy sauce, and finally a little fermented bean curd broth was poured over it. After an hour in a steamer, the enticing aroma filled the house. Zhou's father steamed dozens of portions in one go, but he was too tired that evening, so he just ate a bowlful with his dinner. He could easily eat 2 bowls of rice with some steamed buns. The Dong family next door, smelling the tantalizing aroma of meat, suddenly had their son, Dong Xinglong, throw down his chopsticks and yell, I want meat too. I want meat. The Dong family was wealthy, and their large villa had a large stockpile of meat in its refrigerator. However, due to a silent flood that occurred overnight, their escape was arduous, and the meat in both freezers spoiled. Dong Jianhua spent a considerable sum on several kayaks and hired former employees to evacuate the family back to their old house. While the journey wasn't particularly difficult, their diet was meager, mostly consisting of dry rations. Upon arriving home, they found no fresh food. They had only a small bag of rice, a packet of dried mushrooms, a packet of salt, and a jar of mushroom sauce bought from a supermarket boat. These days, supermarket boats were not only exorbitantly priced but also had purchase limits. No matter how much money they had, they could only buy one item. Today, the Dong family's lunch consisted of rice with stir-fried dried mushrooms and mushroom sauce. It was better than the dry rations they had on the road, but the strong aroma of meat coming from across the street completely ruined the meal. Dong Jianhua's eyebrows shot up, and he glared at her. If you're not going to eat, then take your portion and confiscate it. Go back to your bedroom. Dong Jianhua was a far-sighted man, with some inside information. He foresaw the dire situation ahead, and after his own home was flooded, he implemented a system of ration meals, with everyone eating a fixed amount at fixed times according to age and gender, while the rest was saved to prepare for future food shortages. Dong Xinglong had been running around these past few days, enduring hardships he had never experienced in years. He was already on the verge of an emotional outburst. Hearing his father's merciless reprimand, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Fine, I won't eat. Who cares?" He turned and strode back to his bedroom. Long, come back for dinner." Dong Jianhua's wife, Qin Qiu, called out several times, only to be met with a loud slam of the door closing. Qin Qiu doted on the child. She glanced at Dong Jianhua and quickly took Dong Xinglong's meal to the kitchen. Dong Jianhua pretended not to see and ate with a stern face. Dong Qingqing sneered, shoveled a few bites of her own meal into her mouth, and went back to her room. Because they were afraid the nanny would steal food from the kitchen, Aunt Song now ate at the same table with them, so she could see exactly how much she ate. She also quickly finished her meal, cleared the dishes, and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Qin Qiu then discussed with Dong Jianhua, "The only reasons we can afford meat now are either that we have a way to buy it, or that we have some in stock. Jianhua, why don't you talk to the neighbors, and ask them to contribute some money to buy some meat for the child? We're short on everything since we just moved here. Having some in stock is always good." When they moved, Dong Jianhua had also spent a lot of money on a solar power system. It couldn't power large appliances, but it could power a refrigerator. Their 7th-floor apartment didn't have windows, so they had to place the power system on the balcony. Dong Jianhua's gloomy face slowly relaxed. He thought for a moment. Even if he tried to buy supplies through connections, it would take time. He decided to buy from the neighbors first. He nodded. "It's too late today. I go talk to the Zhou family tomorrow." A smile flashed across Qin Qiuqing's beautiful face. Once the family had gone back to their bedrooms to rest, she quickly brought the bowls and chopsticks to her son's room. "Son, don't be angry. Eat something first. Your dad promised to buy meat from next door tomorrow. After he buys it, he have auntie make you braised pork. Eat your fill." Dong Xinglong was browsing the internet. These days, the internet was full of talk about entering the apocalypse, with countless natural disasters, unbearable hardship for humanity, and many people committing suicide because they couldn't bear the pressure. Dong Xinglong grew increasingly depressed and angry. Hearing his mother's words, he turned to face inside, sneering, "We're all going to die soon. What's the point of eating?" Long, sweetie, look, what's this?" Qin Qiu waved a sausage in front of her son. Dong Xinglong was a strong young man of 17 or 18. He hadn't eaten much all day. How could he not be hungry? Seeing the sausage he used to disdain, his stomach rumbled. Qin Qiu whispered, "Son, eat it quietly. Mom hid this with great difficulty. Your dad and sister don't know." There were about 20 boxes of water-resistant sausages and canned meat at home, but Dong Jianhua wouldn't allow them to eat them. He kept them all for himself. Dong Xinglong sat up, ripped off the sausage, bit off the skin, and ate it all. Then he picked up the rice on the desk and ate it all. Qin Qiu watched with satisfaction. In the middle of the night, Zhou Shuan, along with her mother, met up with Qi Mingyu and, just like the day before, rode to the outskirts. Zhong Tiyun, not as physically fit as Zhou Jianhai, had to make several trips before they managed to move 130 boxes and restore the hidden warehouse door to its original state. It was past 3 a.m. when they left. Just as they boarded the boat to leave, Zhou Shuan saw a flashlight beam ahead, and Qi Mingyu saw it too. He gestured for them to stop rowing. They didn't use lights, relying instead on the night vision goggles Qi Mingyu had brought. Combined with the heavy rain, they were extremely difficult for the other party to spot. Using binoculars, they observed that there were 2 boats coming from the same direction. Qi Mingyu frowned, gestured to Zhou Shuan, and the 3 of them silently rowed behind the construction factory, carefully watching for any movement. Zhong Tiyun nervously gripped Zhou Shuan's arm tightly. Chapter 44. Zhou Shuan gently patted her hand and took out the bow and arrows, holding them in her own. Zhong Tiyun saw Qi Mingyu's hand on his waist, which was bulging as if it were filled with weapons, and she also quietly picked up the stun gun she had prepared before setting off, ready for anything. There were about a dozen people on the 2 boats, with a clear division of labor. 2 people stayed on the boats, one in front of the construction factory, and the other jumped off and swam into the factory. Lights flickered across the factory rooms. One of the men on the boat spoke first, his voice muffled and unclear in the downpour. "In this weather, I wonder if we find anything. Let's see what the boss and his crew find. We have 2 diving sets." If we can't find anything on the second or third floor, we try checking the first floor. If it weren't for Hushushi's tip that the factory owner fell into the water, drank floodwater, developed a high fever, vomited blood, and died, we wouldn't have known there might still be food left in the factory. Yeah, we're lucky. Let the boss and his crew search first and see what's left. The warehouse Chi-Mingyu found was very well hidden, tucked away at the very back of another warehouse. From the outside, it was impossible to tell it was a small, concealed warehouse. This must be a batch of goods the owner had secretly hidden. Few people knew about it. Let's see if this group can find it. After what seemed like 40 or 50 minutes, the two men on the boat started cursing as the group that had gone in finally came out, each carrying some odds and ends, but it was clearly not food. What a waste of my time, not even a fart. The group cursed in disappointment. One of them said, "Boss, let's hurry to the next place. There's a food factory about 20 miles away. Let's go check it out before dawn." Go! The seemingly burly leader, actually shrewd beneath his rough exterior, surveyed the surroundings, especially the direction where Zhou Shuan and her group were hiding. He stared intently for a while, and just as the three began to tense up, he waved his hand, and the two boats quickly rowed away. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Shuan stretched her stiff body, glanced at Chi-Mingyu who was sheathing his dagger, and thought to herself, how did he find this hidden warehouse that so many people hadn't discovered? Once the men were completely out of sight in the darkness, Zhou Shuan and her group quickly rowed away. Chi-Mingyu took one boat, while Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun took another. The boats had a heavy draft, making the rowing slow. After about half an hour, a strong sense of danger suddenly overwhelmed them. Zhou Shuan shouted, "Get down," and pounced on Zhong Tiyun, pinning her beneath him. A sharp arrow flew overhead. The boat rocked, but thankfully didn't capsize. Chi-Mingyu shouted, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. He fired several arrows in quick succession, and screams rang out from those submerged in the water. Zhou Shuan's emergency response skills, honed in the apocalypse, came into play. She pinned her mother down, drew her bow and arrows, and fired directly at the 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock directions, eliciting 2 more screams. The exchange lasted only a moment, and 5 people on the other side had already fallen. Boss Ding broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he might have encountered a formidable opponent. After discovering that people might be hiding behind the buildings at the factory, he pretended to leave, but secretly turned back and followed. Once he had ascertained the number of people and supplies on the 2 boats, he gave the order to attack. He was a local thug from an urban village, with a group of henchmen. After the apocalypse, he only had enough money for a few meals. While supermarket ships and soldiers maintained order during the day, nighttime order was much worse. Killing someone in the middle of the night and pushing them into the water was easy, no one would notice, and even tracking them down was difficult. Therefore, this group relied on scavenging for supplies and robbing survivors at night to amass wealth, making killing a breeze. They were among the first wave of demons to fall from grace after the apocalypse. Boss Ding waved his hand and immediately shouted, "Go! Boss, their ship has over 100 crates. If we can take them, it'd be enough for us to eat and drink for days. Boss, my brother has been shot dead. We must avenge him. We can't leave." Boss Ding was a decisive and ruthless man, but his men were blinded by greed for the 100+ crates of supplies, and were unwilling to leave. They worked together well, some responsible for ranged attacks, others for close-quarters combat. Once their ambush was discovered, the 2 boats sped towards them. 2 men carried bows and arrows, while 3 used slingshots. However, their skills were lacking, and in the darkness and torrential rain, without the night vision goggles of Zhou Shuan and her companions, their accuracy was greatly reduced. Zhou Shuan told her mother to lie down beside the box for cover and shouted to Chi-Mingyu, "I take this side, you take that side." She had never shot an arrow before. She had learned to kill with a single shot. Chi-Mingyu was faster and more swift than her, but unlike Zhou Shuan, he hadn't witnessed the darkness of the apocalypse, and his actions carried a greater degree of compassion. He avoided vital points. One after another, the victims screamed and fell into the water. When only 4 or 5 people remained on the boat, Boss Ding shouted sharply, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" In a panic, the boat spun in the water. Ding Lao grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his nose and mouth. As long as he didn't drink the floodwater, he would be safe. Then, gritting his teeth, he jumped into the water. This wasn't a life-or-death battle. The enemy had already retreated. Chi-Mingyu, his arrow pointed at the enemy's back, hesitated. The next second, a sharp arrow pierced through from behind, directly through Ding Laoda's heart. He didn't even groan. He only twitched twice before his body slowly floated to the surface. Only 3 people remained on the other side, trembling with fear, raising their hands in surrender. "Spare us! Spare us! Don't kill us, please!" There were 14 of them in total, and in just over 10 minutes, 11 were already dead. These few were terrified. In the darkness, Zhou Shuan still steadily raised the arrow in her hand. Their 2 boats were very close together. Qi Mingyu leaped forward and stood in front of Zhou Shuan. "Wan." A complex expression flashed across his face. Zhou Shuan's gaze remained fixed ahead, not looking at him. She said directly, "Brother Yu, they're the ones trying to kill and steal supplies. If we hadn't been able to defend ourselves, we'd be the ones in the water right now. And judging from how well they cooperated, I wonder how many times they've done this before, and how many people have died at their hands." Her voice was soft, yet it carried a strange coldness. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then said firmly, "I know. But Wan, you don't need to get your hands dirty. We can hand them over to the soldiers on duty." Chapter 45. Zhou Shuan paused. "Quickly check on Aunt Joan. She looks terribly frightened." Qi Mingyu's voice was gentle. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shuan finally withdrew the arrow, gave the other person a complicated look, and then squatted down to check on her mother. Qi Mingyu also squatted down, took the stun gun from Zhong Tian's hand, and leaped onto the other boat, knocking out the 3 people who begged for mercy one by one. He also pulled out those who had been shot and were lying in the water, but whose vital organs hadn't been injured, knocking them out with the stun gun, and then swiftly took rope and tightly bound their legs and feet using military methods. Zhong Tian was witnessing murder in real life for the first time, and by her own beloved daughter. Her face turned deathly pale, and she vomited several times by the side of the boat before feeling a little better. "Mom, how are you?" While Qi Mingyu was tying people up, Zhou Shuan quietly took out a cup of warm water from her spatial storage and gave it to Zhong Tian to drink. The latter's cold chest seemed to warm up only then. She gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her voice trembling. "Wan." She couldn't utter another word. Qi Mingyu placed all the prisoners on a boat and tied them to the back of his own. The 3 of them set off again. Zhong Tian rowed for a while, exerting herself, before the trembling feeling in her chest slowly subsided. She said to Zhou Shuan, "Wan, go help Xiao Yu. He's dragging a few more big men, it must be difficult for him." Zhou Shuan hesitated, wanting her mother to go instead, but her mother clearly didn't dare approach the group of prisoners. She nodded, "Okay. Mom, I come back to help you after rowing for half an hour." "Okay." Zhou Shuan gestured to Qi Mingyu, merging her boat with his, and boarded his boat. "My mom asked me to help you." Qi Mingyu's voice was steady. "Thank you." They didn't take the prisoners directly to the supermarket boat near their apartment complex, but instead went to the nearest complex. Qi Mingyu was very familiar with the surroundings. He moored the prisoner-of-war boat outside an apartment building with an elevator. He then threw a cardboard box wrapped in plastic film onto the boat, on which was written a note saying the other party was a gang of thugs who committed murder and robbery in the suburbs, requesting the government and military to investigate thoroughly. "There are too many deaths now. Once these people are caught, they will be severely punished." As he left, he noticed Zhou Shuan's gaze was still on the prisoner-of-war boat, so he said, "Don't worry, we were wearing helmets and night vision goggles. They didn't see our faces." Zhou Shuan hummed in agreement. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "Wan, they will definitely mention the factory we just saw during interrogation. There are still about 300 boxes of canned goods inside. Don't you have relatives in the same complex? If we can send a few more boats, we can bring all the canned goods back today." This was the important matter. Zhou Shuan had a rubber boat in her room, and there were shared boats in the stairwell. With her father, second uncle, second aunt, and cousin, they would have enough manpower. "Then we need to be quick," Zhong Tian said, watching as Zhou Shuan seemed completely unaffected by what had happened, rowing the boat swiftly. "Xiao Yu is a generous child. Your uncle's family won't work for nothing." At 5:30, they arrived at their apartment complex. They woke Zhou's father to help move the things, while Zhong Tian went to her second uncle's house to explain the situation. The second uncle, who had been drowsy, immediately woke up, waking the whole family. He left his daughter to watch the house, while the remaining 4, the second uncle, second aunt, Jiping, and Xiaofei, carried the rubber boat downstairs. Before moving, they followed Zhong Tian's advice and bought an expensive kayak. Zhou Jianhai sent his youngest son to Grandma Peng's house, and Zhou Shuan took out an inflatable boat from her spatial storage. Qi Mingyu went downstairs to borrow a shared kayak and gave each family 2 cans of pork. Not every family in the neighborhood had a kayak, so a fee was required for renting one. 2 cans of pork per family for a morning's rent was well worth it. Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Shuan in one boat, his second uncle and aunt in another, Jiping and Xiaofei in another, and Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun in yet another, 8 people in total, wearing raincoats, headed to the outskirts in the rain. By then, it was already broad daylight. Along the way, they encountered many boats, some carrying disaster victims, some transferring supplies, some carrying people in red vests retrieving bodies, and even entire boatloads of heavily armed soldiers. However, thanks to them, the water was safe during the day. Seeing the whitish corpses pulled from the water, both the Zhou and Zhong families turned pale. I heard so many people have died recently, polluting the water. Many drank the floodwaters and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, then vomiting blood, like they had dysentery, and finally died, Uncle said. Zhou Jianghai looked at Zhou Shuan and asked seriously, Wan, do you think we should wear masks or something? We don't know if this disease is contagious. Zhou Shuan shook her head, no need. Because there are so many human and animal corpses in the water, various viruses are rampant, just like the plagues that always occur after severe droughts and floods in ancient times. As long as we are careful not to drink the floodwaters, and not to eat from the same pot as sick people, we don't need to worry. Zhou Jianghai was deeply worried. I wonder how the hospitals are doing now, and whether the sick people can get timely treatment. Zhou Shuan remained silent. Last night, the internet and natural gas went out together. After the floods, the government actually responded quickly, focusing on disaster relief, saving lives, and protecting livelihoods. Electricity was unavoidable. With water everywhere, a leak could be catastrophic. Therefore, the entire city experienced a power outage as soon as the floodwaters arrived. However, internet and natural gas are internal pipelines. With some effort to maintain the base stations, they could be supplied, albeit barely. Yesterday, a large base station somewhere must have been flooded, which is why the internet and natural gas went out simultaneously. Even in peacetime, hospitals are overcrowded. Now, with so many sick people, and many large hospital facilities located on the ground floor and underground, one can imagine the immense pressure on medical staff and patients. Dad, don't worry too much. We have enough Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and antibiotics. Just be careful. This is just the beginning. The torrential rains and widespread flooding were only the beginning of the apocalypse, as the government initially managed to maintain order and ensure people's livelihoods. However, as the death toll rose, the floodwaters turned into toxic water, hospitals overflowed, and thousands died every day. Then came massive typhoons and tsunamis, causing buildings to collapse and countless lives to be swept away, including many government workers and soldiers on the front lines of disaster relief. The apocalypse truly arrived. Because of this, the country was no longer able to organize large-scale rescue operations, and order collapsed completely. Only after gathering the remaining forces and troops and building survivor bases could humanity breathe again on a small scale. Upon arriving at the processing plant, Qi Mingyu observed through binoculars for a while, confirming that the place hadn't been exposed yet. Then, he carefully led 4 boats, hugging the back of the building's walls, and entered. The virus in the water was too virulent. Without professional diving equipment, going underwater was impossible. Adhering to a ruthless, survival-of-the-world attitude, Zhou Shuan completely ignored Qi Mingyu and her mother's stares, and brazenly stripped 2 diving suits and oxygen tanks, along with weapons such as a bow and arrow, a slingshot, and daggers, from the group of thugs. Some of the daggers were hidden deep inside, and Zhou Shuan unceremoniously reached in to retrieve them. Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun were stunned for a moment, exchanged a glance, and then looked away, maintaining an eerie calm. Chapter 46. At this moment, Zhou Shuan lent the 2 sets of diving equipment to her second uncle and cousin Jiping. Wan, I take Uncle Zhou, and Zhou, second uncle, and Jiping down. You and Xiaofei stay behind, Qi Mingyu suddenly said to her as Zhou Shuan was about to go into the water. She thought for a moment. Among the group, only she and Qi Mingyu were quite skilled, and they definitely needed someone to keep watch up. She nodded. Okay, be careful. After moving the equipment to the back, Zhong Tiyun wasn't strong enough and switched with Xiaofei. Zhou Shuan also wanted to switch with Qi Mingyu, but the latter waved his hand and went back into the water. Many hands make light work. In less than an hour, they had transported all 300+ cans of food up. A total of 323 cans. They covered the deck with dirty, messy cloths and cardboard boxes, along with basins, stools, and other items they found in the factory, stacking them on top. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was underneath. It just looked like relocated belongings. After everything was sorted, the group rowed their boat out from behind the building and headed towards the residential area. Once they reached the city center, the crowd thinned out. Several other boats glanced at their 4 boats laden with supplies, their crews giving them hostile looks. However, armed soldiers' boats occasionally passed by, and those soldiers only dared to stare, not daring to provoke them further. Zhou Shuan and her group returned safely. They didn't go back to the residential area. Carrying over 300 boxes of supplies upstairs would be too conspicuous. Therefore, they followed Qi Mingyu in a boat to an abandoned, unfinished building. This high-rise building had been assessed as having a risk of collapse, and was not suitable as a resettlement point for disaster victims. Therefore, apart from a dozen or so isolated high-rise buildings, the area was deserted, making it ideal for temporary storage of supplies. Submerging the boxes on the second floor underwater would ensure complete safety. Uncle Zhong, however, was still worried. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I think 2 people should stay here and guard them. It would be such a waste if they were stolen." Zhou Jianhai nodded. "Yes, I'm a little worried too. How about this, Wanwan Xiuyu? You've been running around all night without sleep. Why don't your uncle and I guard them?" This idea was unanimously approved. "Okay, Dad," Xiafei, "and I will come to relieve you this afternoon," Jiping said. Zhou Shuan pretended to take out several packets of compressed biscuits, bread, and country-style eggs from her bag on the boat, along with some canned meat, which served as her meal. It was already 11 a.m. when they got back. Having worked since midnight, everyone was exhausted. Mumu remained under Grandma Pang's care. Zhou Shuan and her mother went home, ate a simple meal, washed up, and then fell asleep. She slept until evening. Hungry, and with only her mother at home, she didn't bother to hide her hunger. She took out 2 bowls of wontons from her storage space, along with a cucumber salad and a glass noodle salad, and began to eat heartily. After she and her mother had finished eating, she took 2 bowls of steaming hot wontons downstairs to fetch Mumu. The 2 families had a good relationship, and whenever she visited, she would bring food or dishes. Grandma Pang gave a gentle scolding but accepted the gifts anyway, and also gave her 2 pieces of homemade tofu, and a bag of sprouted bean sprouts. Shong Tiyun was delighted. "Grandma Pang, how do you sprout these bean sprouts? You have to teach me." "Of course," Grandma Pang replied, "I don't have much to do at home, so I just spend my time figuring things out." No wonder people say having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Qi Mingyu had also woken up, and was training on the balcony. Hearing the Zhou family's voices, he hesitated for a moment, then came out and called out, "Wan." He was wearing a vest and camouflage pants, covered in sweat, which accentuated his long, powerful limbs and well-built physique, especially the 8-pack abs revealed by his vest, exuding a strong masculine aura. Zhou Shuan glanced at him, then casually looked away. Qi Mingyu seemed hesitant, pausing before speaking. "I have something to tell you." Zhou Shuan met his deep, direct gaze, seemingly realizing what he wanted to say, and nodded coldly, "Okay." Shong Tiyun smiled at the 2 of them. "Okay, you 2 talk. Mumu, come home with mommy for wontons." Mumu happily followed her mother. Grandma Peng also went to the kitchen. Only Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu remained in the living room. The latter thought for a moment, then gestured, "Come with me." They went to the quieter balcony. The apartments in the older district had small shared areas and extremely large balconies, often included as free space. In Zhou Shuan's building, the kitchen and 1 bedroom were combined into 1 balcony, as were the other 2 bedrooms. These balconies were long and wide, perfect for storing miscellaneous items or growing plants. The Qi family used their kitchen balcony for growing vegetables and raising chickens, while Qi Mingyu used this balcony as a training room. Closing the balcony door created 2 separate worlds. Zhou Shuan glanced at the balcony, then turned around, meeting Qi Mingyu's eyes. He was looking at her with a probing gaze. "Brother Yu, what's wrong?" "Wan, who taught you archery?" Zhou Shuan's archery skills were exceptional, arguably even superior to his, especially her ruthless arrows, each one fatal. It was as if the person shooting at her wasn't a living, breathing person like herself, but a target on a training field. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected this question. Since she learned first aid and wilderness survival out of interest then. "I used to be in an archery club in college, and we trained every day," she said casually. School clubs couldn't possibly have such ruthless teaching methods. The same doubt Qi Mingyu had felt when he first met Zhou Shuan resurfaced. He scrutinized her closely, scenes he had previously overlooked flashing before his eyes. A strong ability to react, considerable skill, superb archery, cold-blooded ruthlessness when killing. It was as if she had made ample preparations before the apocalypse. He suddenly realized a possibility. Since he had encountered a prophet, and thus learned the truth about the apocalypse. So what about her? Could she also have encountered a prophet, or even perhaps she herself was a prophet? His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Then realization dawned on him, and he seemed lost in thought. Brother Yu, do you think it was wrong of me to kill those people? Zhou Shuan asked, taking the initiative. Qi Mingyu snapped out of his reverie, and slowly shook his head. No! Zhou Shuan frowned. Although it was pitch black in the early hours of the morning, compounded by the torrential rain, and they were wearing helmets and night vision goggles, preventing them from seeing each other's expressions, she could clearly sense his shock. After all, in other people's minds, this was still a government-governed society governed by the rule of law. Killing for a little bit of supplies was the act of a madman. While I don't approve of your actions, this is the apocalypse. We don't attack unless attacked. Like you said, those people deserved it. My decision to bring them to justice is based on my experience as a soldier. After they surrendered, I couldn't bring myself to kill them. You're just a civilian. You have the right to choose what you want to do. Seeing Zhou Shuan's surprised expression last week, he chuckled lightly. What, did you think I was going to blame you? Chapter 47. Zhou Shuan coughed lightly, turning her head away awkwardly. Who cares what you think? I'm going back. Her fierce yet cowardly expression was somewhat adorable. Qi Mingyu couldn't resist the urge to pat her head like he did when they were children, but as soon as he reached out, he remembered their previous unintentional touches and lowered his hand. Don't act so mature and burdened like an adult at such a young age. Go back. Zhou Shuan glanced at him and snorted coldly. You're only a few years older than me. That's the real mature one. Qi Mingyu stood at the balcony entrance, watching her leave. Tall and slender, youthful and beautiful, perfectly proportioned, she was definitely no longer the little girl who used to follow him around begging for candy. It wasn't until midnight that the three families finally transported the more than 300 boxes of canned pork back. The Zhong family was simply helping out this time, so they were paid 10 boxes per person, making 40 boxes for the four of them, which is 2,000 cans of pork. The canned goods were small in quantity, but all pure meat, the most nutritious. Eating 2 cans a day sparingly would last 3 years, a very generous amount. Qi Mingyu wanted to divide the remaining 283 cans of food as before, but the Zhou family firmly disagreed. 3 members of their family came, while Qi Mingyu was alone. Dividing it into 4 equal parts, with him taking 2, would essentially mean splitting it equally with the Zhou family. How could that be? Actually, if the 2 families weren't so close, they would have each taken 10 cans, like Uncle Sheng's family. But Qi Mingyu considered them business partners, so the Zhou family couldn't shamelessly split it with him. Therefore, they divided the 283 cans into 3 parts. Qi Mingyu took 2 parts, 188 cans, and the Zhou family took 95 cans. This was a huge haul, and all 3 families were beaming with joy. After carrying the things upstairs, Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Yu, my family should also pay for renting the kayaks downstairs. That's right, Zhong Tiyu nodded hurriedly. 2 cans of food per family. That's 8 cans for 4 families. Qi Mingyu, however, firmly disagreed, his face cold. It's just 8 cans of food, I pay for it myself. The expressionless face of the Special Forces soldier, his stern and unyielding demeanor, was still quite intimidating. The 3 Zhou families exchanged glances, and didn't bring up the topic again. However, when picking up Moo, they did bring 2 more cans of food and a frozen fish. In the evening, the Zhou family was practicing archery when there was a knock at the door. Zhou Jianhai went to open it, and saw his neighbor, Dong Jianhua, and his daughter, Dong Qingqing. He frowned slightly but greeted them with a smile. It's Jianhua, what's up? They stood in the middle of the security door, making no move to invite them in. Dong Jianhua felt slightly awkward and quickly offered him a cigarette. Zhou Jianhai waved his hand. I quit smoking a long time ago. Dong Jianhua felt even more awkward, smiled, and put his own cigarette back in the pack. He peeked into the house. Is Wanwan home? Qingqing came to visit her. They're all young girls. It's lively when they're together. Zhou Jianhai smiled distantly and politely. Unfortunately, Wanwan didn't sleep well last night, and is resting. Oh, then it's not convenient to disturb you. Dong Jianhua's original plan was to go inside first to get closer to Zhou Jianhai, and then have Qingqing, who was 2 years older than Zhou Shuan, liven things up as a childhood friend. Then, he would seize the opportunity to ask for a grain loan. But now, standing by the door, Seeing that he had run out of things to say to the other person, he couldn't care less about anything else and had to speak bluntly. Brother Dahai, there's something I need your help with. You see, we just moved here, and a lot of our things were ruined in the torrential rain these past few days. We have no food left, and my wife and children are all crying about being hungry. It makes me, the head of the household, feel terrible. So, we wanted to borrow some grain and meat from you. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Zhou Jianhai refused sincerely but bluntly. Jianhua, times have changed. Everyone's struggling. I have a daughter and a young son to support. The old saying, a half-grown boy eats his father out of house and home, is indeed true. My family's grain is only enough for a few days, and we have to spend a lot of money going to the supermarket every day. Prices are so high, and we business people don't have much cash on hand. I'm really strapped for cash right now. Dong Jianhua's expression darkened. Smelling the aroma of food wafting from the house, Dong Qingqing sneered, Uncle Zhou, stop pretending to be poor. Who's been cooking and stewing meat and vegetables at home every day? If you don't want to lend money, just don't, and you still have the nerve to complain about being poor to us. Zhou Jianhai's expression changed, and he coldly retorted, Qingqing, you're a college student, how can you talk to your elders like that? Besides, I'm cooking my own food. Do I use your fire or your meat? Why are you talking so sarcastically? Dong Qingqing was stunned. Dong Jianhua quickly feigned sternness, criticizing her, you child, you've been spoiled by your mother. So rude. Apologize to your Uncle Zhou. He then turned to Zhou Jianhai with a forced smile, Dahai, don't take it to heart with a child like her. Dong Qingqing's face flushed red, both ashamed and angry, and she couldn't utter a single word of apology. Zhou Jianhai didn't bother arguing with him, coldly saying, Jianhua, I have other matters to attend to, excuse me. He then slammed the double security door shut, nearly hitting Dong Jianhua's nose. Dong Qingqing's lips trembled with anger. Dad, how dare they do this, how dare they? From childhood, she had always been the center of attention, never expecting to be insulted by her neighbor from Guizhou. Dong Jianhua, more shrewd than her, stared intently at the Zhou family's security door with a grim expression, but still spoke in a gentle tone. Let's go back. Dad. Go back. Dong Jianhua glared at Dong Qingqing, who was startled and dared not say another word, slinking back to her own home. Dong Jianhua gave the Zhou family one last deep look before turning back. His return this time was actually an unsuccessful start. Yesterday, he went downstairs for a walk and learned that before he returned, the Qi family boy downstairs had already accomplished several significant things, gaining considerable prestige in Building 5, and everyone unanimously elected him as the building manager. He was deeply regretful. Although the position of building manager was a minor post, even less prestigious than a petty official, he had always been farsighted and had long foreseen that the country and government could not continue selling food at high prices indefinitely. As supplies dwindled and people's savings dwindled, it was impossible to let so many ordinary people starve to death. Furthermore, the government had already begun forcibly requisitioning goods from major department stores and factories after the flood submerged 2 floors of the building. Combined with previous food reserves, it seemed the government still possessed a large amount of supplies, far exceeding the meager amount of food and daily necessities found on the supply ships. Therefore, it could be inferred that the government was preparing for an even more severe situation. So, distributing survival supplies to survivors free of charge in the future was inevitable. This meant the building manager would have a significant say in important matters such as resource allocation and boat rentals. With his abilities, becoming the building manager and overseeing the distribution of supplies for the entire building meant controlling all the building's manpower and resources. But unexpectedly, returning a few days late, he was beaten to it by that kid Qi Mingyu. Chapter 48. And the Zhou family? They're just as difficult to deal with. Thinking of the plan that was vaguely forming in his mind, Dong Jianhua revealed a cold smile. A dozen days later, the water reached the 4th floor. But there was good news. The rain seemed to have lessened. Before, it was a torrential downpour, but now it was a relatively gentle drizzle. Everyone felt a surge of hope. Once the rain stopped, the water would recede, and life could return to normal. But Zhou Shuan's expression was very serious. These days, they and Qi Mingyu continued to go out every night to search for supplies. According to the original distribution principle, whoever found the supplies would take 2/3, and the remaining 1/3. If 2 families found them together, they would split them equally. There was no question of anyone taking advantage. The Qi family had fewer people, but Qi Mingyu was extremely skilled in martial arts. The Zhou family had more people, but apart from Zhou Shuan, the others could only move supplies. They couldn't contribute in terms of martial arts. Furthermore, the Zhou family has an 8-year-old girl named Mumu, who often needs Grandma Pang's help in caring for her. Therefore, the two families are essentially equal partners, making the distribution of supplies the fairest arrangement. Most importantly, the two families have been neighbors for nearly 20 years, sharing a strong sense of integrity, honesty, and mutual trust. This is the foundation of their cooperation. These past few days, they found an edible oil processing plant and brought back 200 barrels of peanut oil and rapeseed oil, and a sweet potato starch processing plant and brought back over 100 boxes of sweet potato noodles. They also acquired supplies from 2 large department stores, including miscellaneous hot pot ingredients, seasonings, ham sausages, chili sauce, dairy products, dried goods such as wood ear mushrooms, dried bean curd, and white fungus, as well as clothing, down jackets, and down comforters. Although there were electrical appliances, without Zhou Shuan's spatial ability, they were difficult to move. She secretly placed some into her space, avoiding others' gaze. These supplies were varied and not particularly large, but it took both families several days to move them all, not including the portion left for other survivors. There were also over 40 boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Qi Mingyu took over 20 boxes. He had previously only collected food and drink. He hadn't considered stockpiling non-essential supplies like these. Watching Zhou Shuan lead them, effortlessly searching for supplies in the pouring rain of the middle of the night, he was increasingly certain that Zhou Shuan was fully aware of the truth about the apocalypse. The skill and decisiveness she displayed were beyond what a college student facing the apocalypse could achieve. He became even more convinced that Zhou Shuan knew the truth about the apocalypse very well. The food and drink they had stockpiled were already sufficient. Zhong Tiyun, worried about her second brother's family, had twice invited them to help search for supplies, sharing a considerable amount of hot pot ingredients, sauces, and dried goods. Because they had stockpiled a lot of supplies these past few days, Zhou Shuan asked her father to tell her second uncle to stay home and not go out to look for supplies anymore. Zhou Jianghai was a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he asked solemnly, Wan, what's going on? Mumu was in the bedroom, with only her parents beside her. Zhou Shuan didn't hide anything. Based on the events of my previous life, when the rain subsided, the tsunami suddenly struck. Everyone was caught off guard. Countless buildings were destroyed, and countless people were killed or injured. Especially the soldiers who worked day and night to evacuate the victims. They were always on the front lines, so they suffered the most heavy losses. Hospitals, factories, and public service facilities were also destroyed by the tsunami. Because of this, the government has never been able to organize large-scale rescue operations again. Looking at the drizzling rain outside and the cheering people on the boats, Zhou Jianghai murmured, "Is this rain just a trick by God?" Zhou Shuan sighed, "It's a trick. You could say the apocalypse truly arrived after the tsunami. No rescue, no food, loved ones gone, only herself left to eke out a living." Wan, we have to do something, Zhong Tiyun said. Since witnessing her daughter kill someone, her mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. She had also been practicing archery diligently these past few days. While not a perfect shot, she could hit the target about 70 to 80% of the time, better than Zhou Jianghai. The latter still only had a 50% hit rate. Zhou Jianghai also looked at his daughter, his gaze fervent. Zhou Shuan couldn't blame her parents for being overly compassionate. They were just ordinary adults. Only after taking care of their own families could they have the energy to sympathize with and help outsiders. She thought for a moment and said, "Dad, Mom, I already had someone make a video about the end of the world. It clearly explained the approximate timelines for various natural disasters and the supplies we need to prepare. That video has a huge number of views. It's currently ranked #1 on major websites. I've done everything I can." Zhou Shuan's parents had also seen the video she mentioned. It was presented in the form of a novel outline, detailing everything from the rains around the Qiming festival before the apocalypse, to the floods and the subsequent relocation of people, and then to the various natural disasters that followed. Currently, many people are commenting below the video, suspecting that the person who made it is a reincarnated individual or a prophet with supernatural vision. Because so far, all the major events mentioned in the video have come true. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun had also seen the video, but they never expected it was made by their own daughter. We could leave a comment below the video reminding people not to go out recently. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then said, "I can also make an anonymous call to the city government." "No!" Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun objected in unison. Zhou Jianghai said, Wan, it's too dangerous. Don't let anyone trace it back to you." Zhou Shuan smiled, "Dad, Mom, I got a batch of phones from a phone store before. 2 of them have SIM cards. I can go to the suburbs and use those 2 phones to make calls, then throw the phones away. The technology is limited now. No one will trace it back to me. Even so, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were still worried. Zhou Shuan thought of Qi Mingyu's warning again. How much did he actually know? Having cooperated for so long, they had developed a deeper level of trust in each other. Zhou Shuan didn't hesitate and went downstairs to find Qi Mingyu. The latter had actually been waiting for Zhou Shuan. He learned from the prophet that a global tsunami would erupt when the rain subsided. Zhou Shuan wanted to probe his knowledge, and he also wanted to ascertain how much inside information the other party actually knew. Grandma Peng was feeding the chicks on the balcony. Listening to the chirping of the chicks, Zhou Shuan smiled. Oh right, I forgot to mention, my second aunt also wants to hatch and raise her own chicks. She'd like to ask Grandma Peng for advice on how to hatch chicks using an incubator. She had bought several incubators and borrowed one from her second uncle's family. Her mother also said that when she had some free time, she would raise chicks herself to achieve egg and meat freedom. Qi Mingyu smiled. They're so close, let them come and ask. Zhou Shuan glanced at him. He was wearing camouflage clothing, leaning slightly back on the sofa, one arm draped over the back, his excessively long legs casually placed there. His whole demeanor exuded a relaxed and carefree air, completely different from his usual self. Chapter 49. Zhou Shuan opened her mouth, feeling a slight nervousness. She wasn't sure if it was from worrying about giving away her secret, or from the other person's deep, sharp gaze. Brother Yu, the rain has lessened now. She coughed lightly before calmly asking, does this mean the apocalypse is over? Qi Mingyu remained unmoved. I don't know much, so I can't give you a definite answer. You told me to watch that video online. In that video, the apocalypse would last for many years, and just like this time the rain lessened, it wasn't the end of the apocalypse, but the beginning of a new round of natural disasters? Is that right? Qi Mingyu shook his head. There are too many rumors right now. It's hard to tell what's true and what's false. But preparing for the worst-case scenario is definitely the right thing to do. Zhou Shuan keenly sensed his attitude. He seemed wary of her, treating her like a stranger. She had overestimated the relationship between the 2 families. She immediately realized she had made a mistake in testing him. Her smile vanished, and she glanced at him. In that case, I'm sorry to bother you, brother Yu. She stood up to leave. Wan. Qi Mingyu quickly stood up and stopped her. Zhou Shuan looked up at him, her eyes calm yet wary. Qi Mingyu immediately knew he had overplayed his hand. Having known her for so long, he knew Zhou Shuan was a very guarded person, and gaining her trust wouldn't be easy. And he had only just taken that first step. He glanced at Grandma Peng on the balcony, then grabbed Zhou Shuan's arm with his large hand. Let's talk in my room. Zhou Shuan's body stiffened for a moment. Qi Mingyu quickly released her, raised his hand slightly, and bowed his head to comfort her. It's all right. Wan, it's me, it's Xiuyu. I won't hurt you. His tone was extremely gentle, and his gaze towards Zhou Shuan was exceptionally tender and full of pity. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. He continued, if you feel uncomfortable coming into my room, then go to the training balcony. Grandma can't hear you there, okay? Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Closing the balcony door, Qi Mingyu turned to look at her. Wan, I actually wanted to ask you this for a while now. How much do you know about the apocalypse? Zhou Shuan's gaze sharpened. Brother Yu, have you forgotten? Everything I know was told to me by you. You told me to watch that video online and prepare according to what it said. Qi Mingyu said softly, but what if I'm just an excuse for you to prepare for the apocalypse? Zhou Shuan's expression changed, though she immediately regained her composure. But for Qi Mingyu, who had been watching her intently, that fleeting moment of wavering was enough. He looked at her with a complicated expression inside. Wan, do you know where I got this so-called inside information? From a prophet. We first met near the university town because I received a mission to lead my special forces team to capture a woman. Later I learned that she was called a prophet by her superiors. She knew when the apocalypse would happen, what kind of natural disasters would occur, and the exact moments when each disaster would arrive. He whispered, at the time, my superiors told me she was in great danger, so our team monitored her day and night for 72 hours until she was handed over. She possessed a very strange quality, like a madness hidden beneath a calm surface. Sometimes she was serene, sitting silently, and other times she would chatter incessantly, spouting all sorts of opinions about the apocalypse. Also, she couldn't tolerate being touched, Even an unintentional touch would send her into a state of high alert. Zhou Shuan looked up, then quickly avoided Qi Mingyu's deep gaze. Before we caught her, she had already killed 4 people. When we handed her over, she tried to escape, grabbing a dagger and stabbing 3 people in quick succession, her movement swift and decisive, like that of a seasoned and ruthless killer. Later, doctors diagnosed her with severe paranoia, but she had both parents, was an only child, and had been pampered since childhood. Even the psychologist couldn't explain why she had such severe symptoms. One night, I was monitoring her. I heard her wake up from a nightmare, screaming wildly, "I've been reborn! I've been reborn! I lived again! I won't let any of you hurt me again! I take revenge! I kill everyone who hurt me!" His voice trailed off as Zhou Shuan's face turned deathly pale. "Wan," he called tentatively. Zhou Shuan struggled to control her emotions, looking up and smiling. "Brother Yu, what do you mean by telling me this? Because many of your symptoms are exactly the same as that prophet's." Qi Mingyu looked at her. Although she concealed it well, he didn't know that her lips trembled slightly, and her clear almond-shaped eyes reflected a hint of tension. The scene of that woman being pinned to the ground by several people, screaming hysterically, flashed before his eyes again. Qi Mingyu's heart softened suddenly, and he smiled slightly. "Wan, I'm just telling you, the apocalypse is far from over. Following the advice in that video is the safest course of action." He abruptly gave up on pressing her for answers. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing. She had achieved her goal, knowing the inside story, and felt she couldn't stay a moment longer. She nodded. "Thank you, Brother Yu. I head back now." After taking a few steps, she remembered something and asked, "Brother Yu, what happened to that prophet?" After a moment of silence, her voice was calm. "She's under strict surveillance, without freedom. But she's also safe. No one will harm her again." Zhou Shuan clenched her fists. However, with her warning, the government will definitely have precautions and arrangements for the various natural disasters to come. "Wan, don't worry too much." The last sentence contained a warning. Zhou Shuan jolted, turning sharply to look at him. He, however, remained calm, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness. "Don't run around. Stay home and wait for news." Qi Mingyu reached out from behind and opened the balcony door for her. After returning home, Zhou Shuan's heart was still pounding. Qi Mingyu must have guessed something. His words were a test, a warning. A test to see if she was also a prophet. A warning not to do anything unnecessary, lest it arouse suspicion. She scrolled through her phone and saw that the comments under the video on that website were already uniformly, "Please don't go out just because the rain is light. A tsunami might be coming." Zhou Shuan sighed softly, placed her hand on her heart, leaned against the door, and slowly closed her eyes. Her parents, already aware that she wasn't going out anymore, breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good you're not going. I was really afraid of being discovered." "Yes, Wan, I've seen a lot of talk online about the tsunami. The government must have made arrangements. Your warning won't make a difference." Chapter 50. Zhou Shuan nodded, suddenly perking up. "Dad, Mom, let's plant some vegetables while we have some free time these next few days. And chicks, we should raise them too." Zhong Tian said enthusiastically. "Get out the incubator and the eggs, I'd give it a try." Chickens have a strong smell, so they decided to keep them on the 7th floor balcony. The 2 large platforms on the 7th floor have tempered glass, spacious and sunny, perfect for growing vegetables. The purchased planting baskets were assembled and neatly arranged on one of the 7th floor platforms. Now was the perfect time to plant cucumbers, tomatoes, green beans, and other vegetables. Zhong Tian expertly turned over the soil, dug holes for the seeds, and watered them. Zhou Shuan had prepared thoroughly, even buying a lot of nutrient solution, so Zhong Tian opened 2 bags and watered them all. Since her second uncle's family had enough seeds and planting baskets, Zhong Tian prepared a set of eggs and an incubator and sent them over. Neither my second uncle nor my second aunt were the type to take advantage of others. They thanked me profusely and returned several packets of their own seeds. Their family made their living from greenhouse vegetables, so they had no shortage of seeds for various vegetables. Moreover, my second uncle was much more experienced in growing vegetables than Zhong Tian, and he came to the Zhou family's house that very evening to take a look. Upon seeing the 2 sunrooms on the 7th floor, he was immediately filled with envy. "Your terraces are enough to grow so many things." One terrace was over 30 square meters, so 2 terraces would be over 60 square meters. Not only vegetables, but also staple foods, like sweet potatoes and potatoes could be grown. My second uncle observed for a moment, and saw a lot of planting soil piled up in the corner. He made up his mind. It's time to cultivate the sweet potatoes too, Tiyun. You grow vegetables on your terrace, so you should plant sweet potatoes here as well. Let's cultivate the seedlings first, and then transplant them. The Zhou family was naturally willing. They had enough soil and seeds, and enough space, they could try planting everything, and who knew, it might become a way to make a living. Uncle Zhong, who had worked the land for years, looked dark-skinned and about 10 years older than Zhou Jianhai, but as he busied himself with the land he knew so well, he sighed with emotion. Once the rain subsides, Jean and I will look for a place to buy tempered glass, and then we can plant something on our upper floor too. They had only prepared some soil for vegetables. A few sacks they had stocked up on after their younger sister's suggestion. It was definitely not enough for growing staple crops. But that didn't matter. They had a boat and diving suits. They could go to the highest mountainous area in the north to dig up soil, then dry it. Zhou Jianghai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Second brother, don't panic. There are all sorts of rumors online saying a tsunami is coming. I told everyone in the family not to go out. Also, the water outside is extremely toxic. I don't know if the soil has been affected. If you need any, you can dig some soil from my house, and use it for now until the flood recedes." They had bought 200,000 yuan worth of tempered glass. If they could free up some of it for Uncle Zhong's family, they could manage. But glass wasn't an essential survival resource. Zhou Jianhai and his daughter exchanged a glance, and ultimately said nothing. Uncle Zhong hesitated. The water was indeed very toxic. In the past 2 days, he had heard stories of people in the neighborhood who had fallen into the water, swallowed some, and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, dying within 2 days. He glanced at the pile of planting soil in the corner of the Zhou family's house, hesitated again and again, but finally nodded. "Okay. Dahai, you're kind. I can't take advantage of you for nothing. How about this? We still have a lot of wheat flour and cornmeal. Let's use that as payment." Exchanging grain for soil. Before the apocalypse, this would have been the subject of ridicule. But in the apocalypse, it was actually a possibility. Zhou Jianhai was about to refuse, but Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, "Dad, it's damp now. Uncle's family has a lot of flour, and it doesn't keep well. It probably get infested with insects soon. How about we exchange some compressed biscuits, noodles, or instant noodles for a few bags of wheat flour?" This was indeed true. After exchanging several hundred kilograms of flour, Uncle Zhong's family, seeing that the Zhou family wanted more, simply exchanged all 2,000 kilograms of wheat they had stored for wheat flour, cornmeal, sorghum flour, and a lot of dried noodles. Zhou Shuan's spatial storage was a powerful tool, so there was no need to worry about spoilage or insects. But for someone like Uncle Zhong, who had stored enough food, keeping it from spoiling was the most difficult thing, especially staple foods like rice and flour, which didn't keep for even a year. Even vacuum-packed rice only lasts 2 or 3 years before spoiling. Zhou Shuan bought a lot of compressed biscuits, intending to present them as a staple food in front of others, but in reality, she would rarely eat them. It was better to exchange a small portion for her second uncle's family. This would also prevent them from facing hardship if all their rice and flour spoiled, forcing her to help them out. Whether they accepted it or not was another matter, and it could easily damage the relationship between the two families. Moreover, in the post-apocalyptic world, food is hard to buy, but compressed biscuits are extremely easy to exchange. To facilitate storage and transport, almost all food processing plants in the post-apocalyptic world only produce compressed biscuits, and the relief rations distributed by survivor bases are also compressed biscuits. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian both nodded. "That's good." Uncle Zhong's eyes welled up with tears. He was once again incredibly grateful that he had listened to his younger sister and moved here. Although he felt ashamed of being constantly cared for, in this apocalyptic world, what could be more heartwarming than having relatives who cared for and looked after you? But he firmly refused. "No, last time we exchanged so much grain. There are only a few of you. How could you possibly eat so much flour? I can't transfer our losses to you." This was the kind of relative you could have a long-term relationship with. Zhou Shuan smiled. "Uncle, the flour you gave us, my family actually already exchanged it with the factory for a batch of compressed biscuits." Uncle Zhong didn't say anything this time, nodding repeatedly. "You really planned ahead. You were so thoughtful." Finally, the two families agreed that the Zhong family would give the Zhou family 12 bags of flour, 10 of which would be used to exchange for compressed biscuits, and 2 bags as payment for planting soil. The Zhou family only intended to ask for a token amount of flour, as a way to save face. However, Uncle Zhong insisted on giving 2 bags, leading to a long standoff. Finally, Zhong Tiyun accepted. However, they later gave several bags of vacuum-packed roast goose, but that's another story. The planting soil is only currently lacking. Once the floodwaters recede and before the acid rain arrives, the soil quality, while somewhat damaged, will still be acceptable. With nutrient solution, it won't affect planting at all. By then, there will be more space in the house, allowing for more storage. After helping Uncle Zhong deliver the soil to the building across the street, on the way back, I saw the property management using a loudspeaker to row a boat, shouting, "A tsunami is forecasted in the coming days. All residents, please return home, find shelter, and store food and water. A tsunami is forecasted in the coming days. All residents, please return home, find shelter, and store food and water. A tsunami is forecasted in the coming days. All residents, please return home, find shelter, and store food and water." Chapter 51. Zhou Shuwan was startled, but she understood that it must have been the work of that prophet. The government had taken precautions in advance, so surely not so many people would die in this lifetime. Thinking of the devastation after the tsunami in her previous life, Zhou Shuwan closed her eyes and calmly said, "Dad, let's go back quickly." The other residents outside were also somewhat panicked. When the father and daughter went upstairs, the Dong, Wei, Jia, and Qi families all came out to check the situation. The two families on the fourth floor had already moved out. Only 5 households remained in the entire building. They gathered at the 5th floor stairwell, discussing quietly whether the apocalyptic video online was real, and whether a tsunami would actually occur. Finally, Tung Chiwa said, "Whether it's true or not, it's best if we don't go out. Listening to the government is the right thing to do right now." He was always one to give orders, and was about to say something when Qi Mingyu put away his phone and said to those present, "I already told the residents of the other 3 units that there will be a tsunami in the coming days, so don't go out. Also, we arrange a shift system to ensure someone is on guard day and night. If there's any movement, immediately notify the others to take shelter." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Zhou Jianghai added, "Yes, a tsunami isn't like a flood, it slowly rises. We're prepared. Having people on duty in shifts gives you peace of mind." Dong Jianhua glanced at Qi Mingyu and gave a dry laugh. "Xiao Yu, being a soldier, is very thoughtful." Wei Wei looked worried. "If there's no flood, we can hide in basements, air raid shelters, or high-rise buildings. But now, where should we go? Tsunamis usually occur in low-lying coastal areas. Jay City, deep inland, has never experienced a similar disaster. But the apocalypse is nothing like the past. The fact that the entire Earth is now covered by oceans and floods creates conditions conducive to tsunamis. Should we go to the resettlement centers? They're all high-rises there. Or go to the mountains to the north. Many mountains there haven't been submerged yet." Everyone offered their opinions. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuwan and asked, "Wan, what's your opinion?" Zhou Shuwan, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, "We're already deep inland. Even if a tsunami hits, its power won't be very strong. So, I think we should just stay home and lock the doors and windows." "That's not necessarily true. We're already quite high up, but it can still flood," Wei Wei said. "In my opinion, we should go to higher ground." Dong Jianhua hesitated. Rationally, he felt that going to higher ground during a tsunami was the right thing to do, but seeing the Zhou family's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but want to trust them. The Zhou family's confidence stemmed from what Zhou Shuwan had revealed to them. During the tsunami of her previous life, it was the last time she spoke to her mother on the phone. Zhong Tiyun had taken Mumu home, telling her that their neighborhood and surrounding areas were unharmed. Thankfully, the massive tsunami bypassed their area, moving from south to north. The southern and eastern parts of the city suffered severe damage, with countless deaths and injuries. Later, the entire country lost internet access, and she and her mother lost contact. Because of this, Zhou Shuwan had so decisively advised her parents to sell their apartment and move to their old house. Not only was the old house's terrace large enough for growing vegetables and animals, but it was also because in her previous life, it remained intact until 2 or 3 years after the apocalypse. Qi Mingyu was merely the building manager. He couldn't command people under such a threat to their survival. He said, "Whether you move to higher ground or stay here, we must be prepared. Staying here is dangerous, but moving is also dangerous. Anyone going out at this time must be extremely careful. There was a threat from nature, and a threat from people." Wei Wei fell silent, his expression hesitant. Communication and the internet were still operational. That day, the residents' group chat was buzzing with activity, mostly discussing how to avoid the tsunami. Ultimately, 2/3 of the residents wanted to move to higher floors. The remaining third, either because they had elderly relatives or children who couldn't easily relocate, or for other reasons, chose to stay in the community. The community's property management had already been taken over by the government, which gathered the residents' wishes. Early the next morning, after careful assessment, it was determined that a tsunami was unlikely to occur that day. Soldiers were immediately dispatched to the communities that intended to relocate. The residents of Dongyuan community left in a large group by boat. In Zhou Shuan's unit, both the Dong and Wei families left. After much hesitation, Dong Jianhua, seeing the military's protection, finally decided to follow the main group to higher ground. This would only be an extra trip and a hassle, but if the tsunami really hit, staying in lower ground would be catastrophic. At this time, the 5th floor of the Dongyuan residential complex was essentially the first floor, and the 6th floor was the second floor, too low. Grandma Peng looked out the window at the vast crowd leaving below, somewhat worried. "Xiao Yu, are we really not leaving?" Qi Mingyu shook his head. "Grandma, leaving isn't necessarily safe. With everyone rushing to higher ground, there's bound to be conflict. Let's stay here, it's peaceful." Actually, he had another secret hidden underground, capable of ensuring his grandmother's and his own safety, but it wasn't time to reveal it yet. Also, if Wanwan was really as he suspected, then her choice to stay was because she knew there was no danger. Zhou Shuan's prophecy, combined with a secret, made everything foolproof. Third Aunt also called the Zhou family, saying that Third Aunt's husband had finally come to his senses and wanted to move, but they didn't have a boat. Right now, the whole family was in a dilemma. "You haven't bought a boat yet? Didn't Dahai and I tell you beforehand that you needed to buy a boat first? It's been so long, and you still haven't bought one?" Zhong Tiyun was utterly speechless. Now everyone wanted to move to higher ground. Where could they find an empty boat? Third and Zhong sobbed. "Dateo bought one initially, but the price of boats skyrocketed a few days ago, and your brother-in-law secretly sold it. The whole family is furious with him, but there's no way to get another boat." Zhong Tiyun was completely speechless. Zhou Shuan listened intently, her brows furrowed. She took her mother's phone and said, "Third Aunt, actually, the government is providing free food and lodging for those moving to the resettlement site. It's okay if you don't have a boat, just tell the property management of your neighborhood and move with the rest of the group. They surely make room for you." Hearing that it was free food and drink, Third and Zhong was even more tempted. With so many mouths to feed and not much savings, her family was constantly worried about this, and deeply regretted not listening to her younger sister's advice to stockpile more food. The government had provided food and drink for a few days to those moving to the resettlement site, leaving them to fend for themselves. Chapter 52. If this relocation meant a few days of free meals, it would be worth it. Aunt Zhong immediately said she would find a way to move as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Zhong Tiyun pounded her chest angrily. "I'm so angry. My third sister has always been a meek and weak-willed person. It's really a shame that she and her husband are so mismatched. The lazy and stingy one is in charge of the weak one. They can't do anything right. They made a mistake in the marriage." Zhong Tiyun's dissatisfaction with her brother-in-law had grown stronger in recent years. Especially after the apocalypse, when it was a matter of life and death, the Zhou family members took turns trying to persuade her, but no matter who spoke to her aunt's husband's family, they all lost. If a tsunami really happened, their house would definitely be destroyed. With their mother angry, Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianhai, and Mumu could only sit quietly to the side, none of them daring to utter a sound. Fortunately, they soon received a text message from the other party, and they would move immediately. While practicing archery, Zhong Tiyun said, "Actually, I don't want my third sister and her family to move in. With their personalities, my second brother will definitely suffer if they live with him. Right now, thanks to my second brother's hard work and their help, the family has enough to eat and drink, and they're all working hard on farming and animal husbandry. Once my third aunt and her family actually move in, this harmonious scene will definitely be disrupted." Zhou Jianhai also frowned slightly. Honestly, if it were his family, they wouldn't want to accept someone like his third sister's husband either. But there's nothing they can do. They only have a few close relatives. "Mom, things will work out in the end. Don't think too much about it. We worry about it after my third aunt and her family actually move in." Zhou Shuan punched the sandbag in front of her, sending it flying. Her powerful punch caught Zhou Jianghai's eye, and he quickly tried it himself. Although he was stronger than Zhou Shuan, he lacked her finesse and looked incredibly clumsy. The sandbag spun helplessly in place. Zhou Shuan carefully taught her father how to use finesse. While the family was busy practicing archery, martial arts, and cooking at home, outside was a chaotic scene. Countless people were crammed onto a boat to move to higher ground, arguing, looting, capsizing. The chaos was palpable. Finally, the leading soldier fired a shot into the air, bringing some order. The Zhong family also went to the resettlement point, and the Zhou family didn't stop them. Staying might be safe, but it wasn't foolproof. At times like this, it was up to each family to choose. 2 days later, the tsunami struck. 5 households remained in Building 5, so Qi Mingyu arranged shifts for them. 2 households took turns during the day, each working 6 hours. The other 3 took turns at night, each working 4 hours. The specific arrangements for each household were left to the individual owners. He originally intended to assign the Zhou family to the daytime shift, but Zhou Jianhai argued that his family had a large number of members, 3 adults, and could manage even if they were assigned to the night. On the other hand, Qi Mingyu's family consisted of only himself and an elderly person, and they would rely entirely on him to relocate and escape. Therefore, he specifically switched shifts with Qi Mingyu, letting him work the daytime, while his family worked the nighttime shift. Qi Mingyu tried to refuse again, but Zhou Jianhai chided him. "You silly child, I'm an elder, I can't let you take care of me. You're not only the building manager, but also your grandmother's only support. Besides, you're agile and quick-witted. If you get a good night's sleep, we need you to lead us in our escape if anything happens." Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Uncle Zhou's kindness towards him was indeed that of an elder towards a younger generation, and he couldn't refuse such a gesture. The following night, during the Zhou family's duty shift, Zhong Tiyun, holding binoculars, looked into the distance from the rooftop terrace and suddenly shouted, "Dahai, Wan, come quick! Look what's over there!" A massive, black wave swept in like a giant wall. Her voice shrilled, "A tsunami! A tsunami!" Zhou Jianhai and Zhou Shuan, who were asleep downstairs, got up and went upstairs upon hearing Zhong Tiyun's voice. Looking at the distant waves, their faces turned pale. It really is a tsunami. Zhou Jianhai first notified them in the WeChat group, and then called Qi Mingyu. The latter's voice was serious, still tinged with the low throes of just waking up. "Uncle, I saw it too." Zhou Shuan grabbed a megaphone and threw it out the window, its booming sound ringing out, "Attention! A tsunami is coming! A tsunami is coming!" The megaphone drifted across the water. The rain had almost stopped for the past few days, and everything was quiet, especially late at night. The booming sound was heard by almost everyone remaining in the neighborhood. The neighborhood instantly erupted in chaos. Qi Mingyu, however, spoke seriously. "Uncle, take Auntie, Wan, and Mumu, put on life jackets, and come downstairs to find me. We need to find somewhere to take shelter." Zhou Jianhai was startled. Through their binoculars, they could only see the distant, heavy waves rolling in. They couldn't be sure if the tsunami would actually reach their area. Watching the waves, exceeding 7 or 8 meters high, sweep in from afar, everything in their path was destroyed. Even high-rise buildings made of steel and concrete were easily torn to shreds, like tofu. Zhong Tiyun gripped her daughter's hand tightly, her expression terrified. Zhou Shuan licked her dry lips, and said into her phone, "Brother Yu, did you say we should hide underground?" "Yes." "Good, we come down immediately." Zhou Shuan looked at her parents with unwavering determination. They trusted Qi Mingyu's character and abilities. "Change clothes immediately. Tiyun, help Mumu put on her diving suit. Wan, get everyone's first aid backpacks out." Zhou Shuan nodded. She had prepared the first aid backpacks beforehand. Each backpack contained first aid medicine, alcohol, bandages, 10 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of water, and a wilderness survival blanket. This was a precaution. If they evacuated with Zhou Shuan, they would have enough supplies to survive for 5 days. They put on their backpacks, donned their diving suits, and covered their heads completely. Each person had a waterproof light on their forehead. When they went downstairs, Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng were already waiting for them. In the darkness, the sounds of distant waves and collapsing buildings were clearly audible. It was like a scene from an apocalyptic movie. Chapter 53. Unseen by anyone, countless families huddled together in their homes, trembling with fear. A few people gathered at the stairwell suddenly perked up. Without a word, Qi Mingyu pointed underwater and, leading Grandma Peng, jumped into the water first. Zhou Shuan, the best swimmer, took Mumu in one arm and followed. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, who had recently been frequently scouting for supplies, were quite skilled in diving suits and entered the water one after the other. Qi Mingyu led them through the apartment buildings for a while, quickly reaching the back of the complex. After feeling around in what had been a flower bed, He opened what looked like a manhole cover, which was also filled with water. Everyone hesitated. The manholes were completely submerged. Entering them and not being able to get out would be dangerous. Qi Mingyu went down first. Zhou Xuan decided to trust Qi Mingyu and followed him. Zhou's father and Zhong's mother then followed with Mumu into the manhole. Although Mumu was extremely frightened, she was very obedient at this moment, remaining silent and following the adults' instructions. The manhole cover was replaced. Upon entering the water, they realized this wasn't a manhole at all. The place was quite spacious, about 5 square meters. Qi Mingyu sank to the bottom and activated another mechanism, allowing everyone to go down. This was the real hiding place. It was a basement within a basement, about 50 or 60 square meters in size. Everyone took off their diving suits and looked around. There were 2 beds, several stools, and in one corner, several boxes filled with supplies, neatly stacked to the ceiling. This was clearly the survival place Qi Mingyu had prepared for him and his grandmother. Unexpectedly, he brought the entire Zhou family. The other members of the Zhou family were fine. Having not experienced the darkness of the apocalypse, they felt Qi Mingyu was truly loyal and didn't treat them as outsiders. But Zhou Xuan felt conflicted. His earlier probing had made her wary. She had initially planned to gradually distance the 2 families, but he hadn't held back at all. She wondered if he was simply indifferent due to his superior martial arts skills, or just plain foolish. Sit down and rest for a while, Qi Mingyu smiled at her, pointing to a bed. There weren't enough chairs, so Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai sat on chairs, letting their daughter and son sit on the bed. Qi Mingyu also helped Grandma Pang to sit on another bed. Grandma Pang was elderly. She had been in the water while wearing a diving suit and hadn't recovered yet. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan pretended to take out 2 chocolates from her backpack and offered them to Grandma Pang. Give these to Grandma Pang to quickly replenish her energy. Qi Mingyu glanced at her gratefully, took the chocolates, unwrapped them, and fed them to Grandma Pang. Zhou Xuan then took out a thermos and unscrewed the lid, let Grandma Pang drink some more hot water. Her backpack was large enough to hold several chocolates and a thermos without arousing suspicion. Mumu also took one, unwrapped it, and ate it. Grandma Pang was already able to speak and smiled kindly. You young people are so thoughtful. After drinking the hot water, her condition was noticeably better. Zhong Tiyun laughed and said, Xiao Yu is much more capable than my son. Look at this basement, so well prepared. Zhou Xuan looked around and suddenly asked, Is that device for producing oxygen? In a corner of the basement, there was a box-like object containing strange circuitry and equipment. Qi Mingyu nodded. This is a simple oxygen generator used by the military for emergencies. I got one through connections. How does it generate electricity? Zhou Jianhai asked, intrigued, and went to examine it. There's a battery underneath. If used properly, it can produce about 3 months' worth of oxygen, enough for 2 people. He had stocked up on several more batteries, and with his own solar panels, they only needed to be charged as needed. Staying here for a year or 2 wouldn't be a problem. That's some high-tech military stuff. Truly amazing. Zhou Jianhai exclaimed, impressed. The tsunami didn't end with just one wave. When Zhou Xuan and the others came down, it was the first wave, cutting through everything in its path, shredding everything in its path like a blender. Not long after they reached the basement, the second wave arrived. It was another deafening roar, even more terrifying and destructive than the first. Hearing the deep rumbling from afar, Mumu couldn't help but snuggle up to her mother, her little body trembling. Mom, let Mumu watch a movie, Zhou Xuan said, handing her a phone. These days, phones can't make calls or access the internet, but watching stored videos is no problem. Zhong Tiyun, also feeling sorry for her youngest son, nodded. Okay. The 2 families listened casually to the animated sounds coming from the phone, keeping a close eye on the activity overhead. It was incredibly lucky. By dawn, the tsunami had passed 7 or 8 times, but it was all quite far away and hadn't passed to the north. Grandma Pang and Mumu couldn't stay awake any longer and went to sleep. The other 4 adults remained at their posts. As dawn broke, Qi Mingyu took out 4 packs of self-heating instant noodles and a 1-liter bottle of mineral water from a box. Oh dear, this won't do. Zhong Tiyun quickly declined. We're already extremely grateful to be hiding here, especially with supplies so scarce. Besides, we have our own food. Auntie, your backpacks are definitely full of dry rations. It wouldn't matter if we were in the wild, but now that we have the means, why not eat something better? Instant noodles aren't very nutritious, but at least they're warm. Let Mumu have some when she gets up. If you feel bad, You can return them to me later. Without further ado, Chi Mingyu gave each of them a pack of instant noodles. Zhong Tiyun looked at the man and daughter with a troubled expression. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Xiaoyu, let's not be so formal with our family relationship. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou may not be good at much, but he's got some strength. Zhong Tiyun also smiled. Your uncle runs a hardware store, so he knows how to repair machines. If anything breaks at home, just ask your uncle to fix it. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony with uncle and aunt. Chi Mingyu was also very generous, smiling slightly. It seemed that only Zhou Shuan noticed that Chi Mingyu had stopped calling them Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhong, addressing them as uncle and aunt so affectionately. She took out some sausages and boiled eggs, distributing one to each person. This immediately makes us feel more nutritious, Zhou Jianhai exclaimed happily. Normally, he didn't think instant noodles were particularly delicious, but in this environment of fleeing from disaster, eating a hot, fragrant bowl of noodles and drinking a sip of hot soup was indeed a rare and precious satisfaction. The aroma woke Mumu up, and Zhong Tiyun quickly prepared a bath for him as well. Although the basement was small, Chi Mingyu had arranged it very thoughtfully. Behind the boxes, a small bathroom had been set up, containing 2 paint buckets lined with cat litter. Chapter 54. Zhong Tiyun looked delighted. Xiaoyu, you even prepared cat litter? Chi Mingyu smiled shyly. After Wanwan told me about the uses of cat litter, I put some of the cat litter I bought here. With cat litter, it seemed that staying in this small basement wasn't so bad after all. The wait was too long, so they took turns sleeping on the beds for a while. But these 2 beds, which Chi Mingyu had prepared for himself and his grandmother, were military-style beds, only 1 meter wide. It was quite cramped for just the 2 of them. Seeing this wasn't a solution, Zhou Shuan took out the emergency blankets from everyone's backpacks and secretly transferred 2 more from her spatial storage, making a total of 6. One was laid on the floor, and the other was used as a cover. It was barely enough for 3 people to sleep. She had originally planned for herself, her father, and her mother to sleep on the floor, while Mumu would squeeze in with Grandma Pang. Although Chi Mingyu was young, this was their territory. He couldn't just take over all the beds. But Chi Mingyu firmly refused to let her sleep on the floor, repeating several times, "You sleep on the bed, the floor is cold." Then, without waiting for anyone to speak, he laid down on Zhou Shuan's safety blanket. Zhou Shuan stared blankly at the person at her feet, opening her mouth, unsure what to say. Zhong Tiyun glanced at the expressions on her 2 children's faces, suppressed a laugh, and coughed lightly. Wanwan, since it's Xiaoyu's good intention, then accept it. You're still young, the floor is indeed too damp. Zhou Shuan frowned. Mom, then let's switch. You lie on the bed. Zhou Jianhai also felt sorry for his wife and said, you 2 can squeeze in and both sleep on the bed. Neither mother nor daughter was overweight, so squeezing in would be manageable. Zhong Tiyun glanced at Chi Mingyu, who lay there motionless, seemingly asleep, and couldn't help but smile. She nodded. Okay, then I squeeze in with my daughter. The 2 extra light blankets were given to the 2 men to lay under. They managed to get some sleep for the night, and were somewhat rested. The next day, the tsunami's activity had subsided considerably. After discussing it, the group decided to risk going up to investigate. Chi Mingyu naturally volunteered. He returned quickly, his face a little somber, but his tone was still light. Sure enough, the tsunami didn't pass over our area. The neighborhood is perfectly fine. So should we go up or not? Zhong Tiyun asked. Staying in a confined space for too long can cause irritability and depression. This is normal. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and asked, Brother Yu, what do you think the tsunami's trajectory is like? Chi Mingyu replied, judging from the extent of the damage, it should have landed in the southeast, and then moved southwest. It conveniently avoided our north. Just to be safe, let's wait another day or 2 before going up. There's no shortage of food and drink here. Aside from the difficulty of sleeping, they can stay until the tsunami subsides. Right now, there's no safer place in the world than this basement. However, today Zhou Shuan checked the storage boxes. She had been hesitant to look through them before, afraid Chi Mingyu would misunderstand and think the Zhou family was coveting their supplies. But in this cold, damp basement, having 2 grown men sleep on the hard floor every day is unimaginable how uncomfortable it would be. Seeing that some of the boxes contained various canned goods, she called her father and Chi Mingyu to help carry them down, barely managing to make 2 narrow beds. Although the boxes are a bit uneven, it's more comfortable than sleeping on the floor. That's true. This was Chi Mingyu's temporary refuge, intended to shelter him and his grandmother from the tsunami or extreme heat. they didn't plan to stay long. The Zhou family also asked Qi Mingyu how he knew about this place. They had lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, but had never known about this hidden basement. Qi Mingyu didn't hide anything, explaining that his family's old house was built here before the new complex was constructed, and his great-grandfather's generation had dug a basement in the backyard. When the complex was built, this basement, being relatively hidden and located right next to a manhole, wouldn't interfere with construction, so it was preserved. When he was a child, his grandfather had even brought him here to see it. After learning about the apocalypse, this was the first place he thought of to hide. In this safe house, Qi Mingyu had stocked up on food, water, and medicine, though in small quantities. But he wasn't stingy. At mealtimes, he generously shared whatever was available: self-heating instant noodles, hot pot, rice, braised noodles, canned meat, etc., one portion for each person. The Zhou family could simply eat it. This was truly unpleasant for Zhou's parents, who weren't used to taking advantage of others. However, Zhou Shuwen's spatial ability absolutely couldn't be exposed, so they had no choice but to accept Qi Mingyu's kindness. At the same time, they resolved to repay the family for everything they had eaten and used upon returning home, and to prepare a generous gift. They stayed in the basement for another 3 days, confirming that there had been no sign of a tsunami for most of the day. This time, Zhou Shuwen went to investigate first, and thus understood why Qi Mingyu's expression had been somewhat grave when he returned last time. "Dad, Mom, Grandma Peng, let's pack up and go upstairs." "Oh dear, my old bones can't stand being in this cold, damp place any longer," Grandma Peng said happily. Although the blankets were thick and kept her warm, the damp chill seeped into her bones. After tidying up the basement, both families put on their diving suits. Qi Mingyu climbed the ladder and opened the exit. Water gushed down, but the basement had been carefully designed. A central pit allowed the water to drain away without affecting its use. Zhou Jianhai stood at the top of the ladder, first helping the weaker Grandma Peng and Moo Moo out, then waiting for Zhou Shuwen and his mother to cross before finally exiting and sealing the exit. Looking around to make sure there were no obvious flaws, they all swam upwards. Upon reaching the surface, everyone was stunned. On the surface of the water in the neighborhood untouched by the tsunami, there were ruins of various buildings, garbage, and dozens of corpses floating everywhere. The bodies, perhaps from being submerged for too long, were pale and bloated. Zhou Jianhai was shocked. Where did these come from?" "They're all victims of the tsunami, probably drifted here with the wind and current," Zhou Shuwen said calmly. "Let's go home first." The group's earlier excitement had faded, and they silently made their way up the 5th-floor stairwell. As they were taking off their wetsuits, the door opposite opened, and Jia Xiaoguang and Wei Wei stood in the doorway, staring at them suspiciously. "Where have you been?" Jia Xiaoguang asked. This was the downside of operating during the day. Every move could be observed and spied on by neighbors. The Jia family had children and elderly members, making a long journey unsuitable, so they didn't want to go to the resettlement site. Wei Wei and his wife wanted to go, but they were afraid that if they went, the house would become Jia's domain, and their supplies would be completely ransacked upon their return. Therefore, the Wei couple dared not go. No one paid any attention to each other. After helping each other remove their wetsuits, they went upstairs, exhausted. "Xiao Yu, where have you been?" Wei Wei asked politely when no one answered. These past few days, the ever-observant Jia Xiaoguang had noticed that the apartment across the street seemed deserted. He knocked several times, but received no answer. The same was true for the Zhou family upstairs. Both families had firmly refused to relocate, but where were they at this critical moment, when the tsunami struck? Jia Xiaoguang immediately concluded they must have somewhere to hide. Then he became angry again. We're here waiting in fear, and they have somewhere to hide, but they don't even say a word. What a waste of all these years as neighbors. Chapter 55. Originally, Wei Wei and Zhao Huiwan weren't the type to nitpick over others, but after listening to the Jia family's endless chatter, they couldn't help but resent the Zhou and Qi families. Since they had a hiding place, why didn't they tell them? They were only going to hide there for a few days. Did they think they could take over the place? At this moment, the couple completely forgot the gratitude they felt when the iron gate was installed at the entrance of the building. This was blatant selfishness. Qi Mingyu glanced over calmly, not missing the jealousy and anger in their eyes. He smiled slightly. "Let's go into the water and see if we can retrieve the body." "Retrieve a body?" The Jia and Wei families looked shocked. But soon, Jia Xiaoguang sneered. "Don't joke around. You're retrieving a body with an elderly person and a child." His gaze swept over the trembling Grandma Peng and Moo Moo behind her. "Even the elderly and children have diving suits. These two families are incredibly well equipped. A greedy glint flashed in Jia Xiaoguang's eyes. If he had these diving suits, his elderly relatives and children wouldn't be trapped here. Zhou Shuan, having survived the apocalypse for years, wouldn't miss his momentary greed. Her eyes turned cold, and she took 2 steps forward when a sharp gust of wind flashed past her. A sharp dagger grazed Jia Xiaoguang's forehead before embedding itself in the doorframe, its sound trembling. Jia Xiaoguang felt a chill, and when he saw what it was, he screamed in terror, taking a step back, his legs trembling. It was Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan glanced at him in surprise. Not only her, but everyone present was astonished that Qi Mingyu would actually make a move. Jia Xiaoguang's wife was also terrified, her face pale, but she dared not help her husband. Qi Mingyu walked over step by step, like an elegant leopard hunting its prey in the forest. He pulled the dagger from the doorframe, ignoring the ghostly stares of the crowd, and said calmly, "Go back inside and discuss it. Arrange a few people, we retrieve the body this afternoon." The crowd was intimidated by his imposing presence, and dared not utter another word. If that dagger had been a millimeter off, Jia Xiaoguang would probably be dead by now. They stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut. "Xiaoyu." Grandma Peng looked at her usually proud grandson with complicated emotions, but said nothing, shook her head, and went inside. "Good lad, that knife-throwing move was really beautiful. Likely Xuanhuan's flying dagger." Zhou Jianhai was excited, patting Qi Mingyu on the shoulder. The latter smiled, meeting Zhou Shuan's gaze. Back home, Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but pat her chest lightly. "Xiaoyu just showed off his skills. It startled me too." "Humph, that's how it should be. Didn't you see Jia Xiaoguang eyeing Mumu's diving suit?" Zhou Jianhai said dismissively. "If he hadn't acted, I think Wan would have already taken action." Zhou Shuan had indeed intended to teach him a lesson. "That's true, I was initially worried that Xiaoyu, having served in the military, might be too soft-hearted. But it's good that he's like this, soft towards family, tough towards outsiders, and able to protect his own family." As Zhong Tian spoke, she suddenly glanced at Zhou Shuan with a puzzled look. Zhou Shuan asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Nothing, Wan. Let's all take a shower, change our clothes, and eat." Zhong Tian said, "I'm really tired of eating hot pot and self-heating rice for days. This kind of fast food can only last for 1 or 2 meals. No one can stand eating it every day. Now the whole city is without power, and communications are completely cut off. There's tap water, but no hot water." Luckily, they had been stockpiling water beforehand. Not just drinking water and household water, but also hot water from the water heater. This way, they can take a shower directly, which is very convenient. Zhou Shuan nodded, went to the bathroom, and filled a tub with water from her spatial storage, inviting her mother and Mumu to take a shower first. There are 2 bathrooms in the house. The master bedroom bathroom has a ceramic basin, while the living room bathroom has a bathtub that Zhou Shuan specially placed there. She didn't know which supermarket she had collected it from. After filling the tub with hot water for her mother and Mumu, she went to the guest bathroom herself, took a nice bath, and changed into comfortable pajamas. At noon, each person received a bowl of hot chicken noodle soup, along with a side of cabbage and chicken soup, a side of spiced rabbit head, a side of tofu with a crispy skin, a side of steamed pork intestines in small bamboo steamers, a side of brown sugar rice cakes, and a large bowl of steaming hot spicy blood curd. With so much delicious food, it would be difficult to explain to the Qi family if they came over. So Zhou Shuan specially brought down a plate of brown sugar rice cakes and a large bowl of spicy blood curd. Mao Shui Wang is not complicated to make. Just put canned meat, ham sausage, pork intestines, squid, dried bamboo shoots, and other main ingredients into a pot, simmer them in a special spicy blood curd sauce, and it's done. It's hot, spicy, and incredibly appetizing. Grandma Peng, who had made noodles, looked embarrassed upon seeing this. "I've been blaming your family again." "Grandma Peng, do you want me to list all the food we eaten from your family these past few days?" Zhou Shuan joked. Grandma Peng couldn't help but laugh. "You silly child, now you're showing your mischievous side again." Zhou Shuan was noticeably calmer than before when she returned. Grandma Peng, who hadn't interacted much with her, could sense it too. Zhou Shuan declined, but Grandma Peng brought back a large bowl of homemade noodles. The noodles had been pre-pressed and stored away. The dish consisted of pork belly stir-fried with green peppers and white fungus. Not particularly impressive, just simple chili and pork stir-fry. But Grandma Peng was a skilled cook. With just a few quick stirs, the noodles were fragrant and spicy, instantly whetting the appetite. She prepared a bowl of noodles and asked Chi Mingyu to bring it upstairs. With her family enjoying their meal, how could she let him in? Zhou Shuan had no choice but to accept the noodles at the door, repeatedly saying how kind she was. Chi Mingyu had just washed up. His hair was slightly damp, a few strands brushing against his brow, making his face even more strikingly handsome. He smiled, lowered his eyes, and looked intently at her. When you were little, you loved Grandma's noodles. That was so long ago. Zhou Shuan felt a sudden flush of heat. She coughed lightly, not looking at him, and made conversation. You actually went after Jia Xiuguang today. That was unexpected. What? Surprised? Chi Mingyu stared at her. No, it's because you're a soldier. This was a stereotype. Especially in Yin country, soldiers were seen as representing justice, helping the weak, and selfless dedication. Chi Mingyu was 1.88 meters tall, and Zhou Shuan wasn't short either, at least 1.67 meters, but he was a full head taller than her. He lowered his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against Zhou Shuan's face, his magnetic voice ringing out, Wan, I'm a soldier, but I'm not a fool to be bullied. Before she could answer, he smiled at her again, turned, and went downstairs. Zhou Shuan stood there, eyes wide, staring blankly, wondering. Was he flirting with her? Was he? It felt like it. Chapter 56. Zhou Shuan rubbed her still burning and itchy ears, and entered the house with a blank face. This is more than we can eat. Zhong Tiyun laughed. Your Grandma Pang's stir-fried pork with chili is so delicious, I have to eat more. With the space cheat device, there was no need to worry about the food spoiling. After dinner, the family cut a cantaloupe to eat. Then, they looked out the window. On the vast expanse of water, besides construction debris and garbage, dozens of corpses floated silently on the surface, a shocking sight. Zhou Jianghai's face was grim. The tsunami was this powerful even after penetrating deep inland. I wonder what happened to the coastal cities. Tsunamis are mostly major disasters resulting from earthquakes on the seabed. Just as Chi Mingyu said, the tsunami must have landed on the eastern coast and moved westward. The east is low-lying and has many coastal cities. It's unknown how many cities were destroyed by this tsunami. Zhou Shuan had heard some news in her previous life, knowing that this tsunami was global, meaning the earthquake's magnitude was also global. Massive floor movements caused by massive waves occurred in the world's oceans, triggering the tsunami. This disaster directly destroyed many coastal countries and cities, leaving them no room for resistance. She briefly explained what she knew. Zhou Jianghai frowned, then suddenly smiled. So Japan is destroyed? How satisfying. But this method of destruction is truly a Pyrrhic victory. After the tsunami, there will be a true apocalypse. Even though the government was prepared, the sheer scale of the tsunami and the vast affected areas were beyond anyone's expectations and unavoidable. Jie City is located deep inland, so only 1/3 of the city was destroyed, including the resettlement sites, and the death toll was enormous. During the torrential rains, there were also dead bodies in the water, but these were a small number. With the help of officers and volunteers clearing the water, it was extremely difficult to see bodies in the city center. Now, the number of corpses has surged. If not cleaned up promptly, these bodies submerged in the water will quickly become breeding grounds for bacteria, eventually leading to the horrific phenomenon of giant sites. Water pollution will worsen, and diseases such as plague and dysentery will become more frequent. In my previous life, giant sites were commonplace. Brother, you is right. We need to organize the community to retrieve these bodies, Zhou Shuan said. Zhou Jianghai was alright, but Zhong Tiyun's face was deathly pale, and she tightly gripped Zhou Jianghai's hand. We don't know how the people who moved to the resettlement sites are doing now. Even if they are brought back, it will take several days. By then, the bodies in the water will have decomposed, posing a significant threat to the community's living environment. Therefore, this matter cannot be delayed. It can only be done by those who remain in the community. After finishing his meal, Chi Mingyu knocked on the Zhou family's door to discuss the body retrieval. Zhou Shuan said, we were just discussing this. Most of the people remaining in the community are elderly, weak, or disabled. Very few can participate in the body retrieval. Let's assess our manpower first, then assign tasks. Chi Mingyu nodded. But where should we transport these bodies? Zhong Tiyun asked. The crematorium, Zhou Shuan said softly. The others were all startled. Zhou Shuan didn't continue. The crematorium is usually located in an uninhabitable abandoned building. The bodies are gathered together, doused with gasoline, and burned. During the flood season, water was everywhere, and there wasn't enough space to bury the bodies. The death toll was too high, so this crude but effective method was the only option. The abandoned building where we temporarily stored the canned goods that day would be suitable, Zhou Shuan said after a moment's thought. Aren't we going to wait for their relatives to claim them? Zhong Tian paused after speaking. In this apocalyptic world, such farewells and returning the bodies were luxuries. Frankly, being cremated after death was a better ending than unfortunately becoming a breeding ground for bacteria. Qi Mingyu nodded. Uncle, Wan, the three of us will split up and inform the residents remaining in the community about retrieving the bodies. Each household will contribute 1 or 2 workers, and we meet again after lunch to work together to move the bodies out of the community. Zhou Jianghai hesitated. Many people are reluctant to retrieve bodies. Besides, the water is too toxic now, others might not be willing to go in. As long as we take precautions and disinfect afterwards, there shouldn't be any safety issues. I provide 15 buckets of chlorine disinfectant, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan sneered. Assign people by building, each responsible for moving the bodies downstairs from their own building. If no one contributes, then the bodies downstairs in their building will be left unattended, and they will bear the responsibility. Zhou Jianghai nodded. That's acceptable. The group then set off by boat. Qi Mingyu first went to the other units in Building 5. Including the Jia and Wei families, there were 7 households remaining. Building 5 residents greatly admired Qi Mingyu's foresight, and were usually very cooperative. Therefore, after a brief discussion of the pros and cons, they hesitated only slightly before agreeing to send someone to retrieve the body. Jia and Wei, on the other hand, were simply intimidated by Qi Mingyu's previous actions and dared not refuse. Including the Zhou and Qi families, for families could send 9 people, but that wasn't enough. Qi Mingyu went to other buildings to spread the word. Some were uncooperative, some were angry and frustrated, and some were just feeling sorry for themselves. The reactions varied. However, Qi Mingyu was indeed decisive, especially when he was determined to get something done. He bribed those who were unwilling with chlorine-based disinfectant. Those who couldn't be bribed, like he did with Jia Xiaoguang, were dealt with by brandishing a dagger. Zhou Shuan, used to such situations, shot an arrow into the other party's living room, startling them so much that they screamed and threatened to call the police. But at that time, there were no police officers available. Apart from a few nearby residential areas, the fate of the people elsewhere was unknown. They had no choice but to be pragmatic and, feeling wronged and angry, followed Zhou Shuan downstairs. In the end, a total of 32 people came from the entire community. The Zhou family sent Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Shuan. The couple had originally forbidden Zhou Shuan from going. Zhou Shuan casually remarked that she had retrieved corpses many times in her previous life and was more experienced than they were. Furthermore, she was wearing expensive protective suits and face shields, so the 2 men had no choice but to agree. Zhou Shuan bought 6 sets of protective suits, hesitated for a moment, and then lent one to Qi Mingyu. The latter stroked the special material of the protective suit, gave Zhou Shuan a deep look, and smiled slightly to express his gratitude. Other families were also wearing raincoats, wrapped in plastic sheets, and wearing N95 masks, spreading plastic sheets or discarded bed sheets on the boat to try to cover themselves and the boat completely. Qi Mingyu divided the community into areas, first clearing the bodies from downstairs in their own buildings, and then focusing on clearing the area around the community. Zhou Shuan distributed the corpse retrieval tools, bamboo poles with sturdy nylon ropes attached, used to lasso the bodies and pull them over, then tying them to the stern of the boat so that people didn't have to go into the water. These tools were made by her and her parents that morning. Zhou Shuan and her father were on the same boat. She was experienced and quick, and soon they had pulled up 5 or 6 corpses and were transporting them to the abandoned building from last time. Chapter 57. Retrieving the bodies didn't require manual labor, but moving them was quite laborious. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had placed a heavy-duty lever on the boat beforehand, stacking the bodies on it and transporting them to the prearranged location. There weren't many bodies in the residential area, only about 70 or 80 in total. It took an afternoon to move all the bodies from inside and outside the area. They poured gasoline on them and burned them completely. Although everyone was reluctant to go downstairs to retrieve the bodies, seeing them piled together and burned was unbearable. The people sat silently on the boat watching, their eyes reddening. Some sentimental ones turned away, unwilling to look any longer. After the bodies were burned, they disinfected the area with quicklime and disinfectant before going home. However, that night, neither those who participated in retrieving the bodies nor those watching from afar had any appetite. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then took out a few bowls of hot and sour noodles. Eat something simple. Not only in their residential area, but along the way to the abandoned buildings, they encountered bodies everywhere. But those were things beyond their control. Zhou Jianhai was still feeling unwell. He forced down half a bowl of hot and sour noodles, then pushed the bowl aside, and went upstairs to tend to the soil. These past few days, even when he wasn't home, the vegetables and sweet potato seedlings were growing well under the plank row lights. They had already started sprouting. Zhou Jianhai took a watering can and carefully watered the plants. Zhong Tian finished some housework and quickly took up a bottle of Wuliangya liquor, a dish of peanuts, and a cucumber salad. A little while later, the sound of someone drinking alone could be heard. Zhou Shuwan didn't go upstairs. At this time, her mother's company was more suitable for her father. In the middle of the night, she quietly went out wearing a diving suit. With communications cut off and order broken, now was the perfect time to gather special supplies. Zhou Shuwan didn't go to the supermarket, but instead went to a medical research institute in the city. This was a location she had scouted before the apocalypse. The institute was heavily guarded, with infrared alarms and 24-hour security. She wouldn't have dared to set foot there before the tsunami. But now, Zhou Shuwan observed it from a distance using binoculars. The institute had over 10 floors. 4 floors were submerged, and the upper floors were dark and deserted. Only a few places flickered with faint light. All the staff must have evacuated before the tsunami. She grabbed a stun gun and climbed over the 4th floor stairwell, going up floor by floor. On the 6th floor, she found over a dozen kinds of rare, highly effective drugs and super strong antibiotics in a medicine cabinet, and quickly put them into her spatial storage. On the 7th floor, there was a sealed warehouse with several independently powered refrigerators containing several types of vaccines. This included vaccines Zhou Shuwan needed for rabies, influenza, pneumonia, hepatitis B, and tetanus. She was overjoyed and quickly put the refrigerators into her spatial storage. On the 9th floor, she found a new biopolymer emergency hemostatic material used for ruptured blood vessels, capable of rapidly stopping bleeding within 1 to 3 minutes. It was called a super bandage. There was also some hemostatic gel, 7 or 8 wound suture devices resembling staplers, and several pieces of clearly high-tech medical equipment with tongue-twisting names. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment, but still put them all into her spatial storage. Even if she didn't know how to use them after the apocalypse, she could donate them to the government if she had the chance. These devices wouldn't be produced again for who knows how many years after the apocalypse. With this in mind, she simply stored all the equipment, medicines, and instruments she saw in the research institute, anything she thought might be useful, into her spatial storage. On the top floor, the 11th floor, was a new technology showroom. In the lobby, she found several mannequins. They were wearing ultra-thin, temperature-regulating underwear. After reading the description, she learned that this underwear could both keep warm and insulate against excessively high temperatures, keeping the body at a comfortable temperature. It was developed specifically for astronauts or those climbing Mount Everest. In extremely cold weather of -70 or 80 degrees Celsius, wearing this temperature-regulating underwear could raise the perceived temperature by 10 to 20 degrees. In hot weather of 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, it could also lower the perceived temperature by 10 to 20 degrees. Zhou Shuwan's eyes lit up. With this clothing, she would have an extra layer of protection in both extremely hot and extremely cold weather. She stripped the underwear off the 3 mannequins and searched around. In a display case behind, she found a stack of materials similar to the temperature-regulating underwear, with a description next to it. It was indeed temperature-regulating fabric. She unfolded the fabric to check, estimating she could make a few more sets of underwear, and then contentedly stored it in her spatial storage. It was still early, so she took out her inflatable boat and headed to the outlying towns. Each town had a clinic, but with people moving to the city's high-rises, she didn't know if any of the clinics were still staffed. Going out at this time was very dangerous. The tsunami had torn many buildings to shreds, and the roads were littered with floating debris and corpses. Driving the inflatable boat, she could easily crash into something. She had to be extremely careful. Fortunately, Zhou Shuwan was bold and meticulous, and managed to make her way through unscathed. Midway through the journey, 2 survivors clinging to planks floated on the water. Hearing the sound of the inflatable boat, they cried out, "Help!" But Zhou Shuwan didn't stop, continuing straight past. Curses erupted behind her. Zhou Shuwan remained calm, continuing forward until she stopped beside a building only 2 stories high. This was a town hospital in the north of the city, only 6 stories high, but situated on higher ground. The bottom 3.5 floors were completely submerged. Fortunately, the tsunami hadn't reached this area, and the building remained intact. It was dark inside. Zhou Shuan used binoculars to observe for a while, confirming no one was there, before stowing the inflatable boat and climbing in through a window. The hospital must have experienced considerable chaos during the tsunami. The corridors on the 5th and 6th floors, and the examination rooms, were cluttered with medical equipment, a chaotic mess, making it almost difficult to turn around. Zhou Shuan had come because she suspected these medical devices might have been moved to the top floor. She walked along, collecting all the instruments and wires she touched into her spatial storage. Most of the equipment in the research institute was high-tech and incomprehensible. But the equipment here was much easier to understand. X-ray machines, CT scanners, color Doppler ultrasound machines, electrocardiographs, ventilators, anesthesia machines, and over 20 or 30 patient beds. In a doctor's office, she also found 2 cabinets crammed together, several shelves filled with medical morphine, painkillers, and the like. These were likely to be needed later. She quickly put them all away. After walking through both floors, she checked the time, and it was already past 4 o'clock. She released the speedboat again, preparing to leave, when she suddenly took out her night vision binoculars and looked into the distance. The world was now a vast expanse of water, with only a few dozen miles of towering mountains, one after another, a dark, overwhelming mass. Chapter 58. She pondered for a while before setting sail. Her family knew she'd gone out in the middle of the night, so they didn't disturb her. She slept until almost noon before lazily getting up. Her mother had already prepared lunch on the induction cooker. A pot of tender, fragrant braised pork trotters, bouncy and delicious, cooked in a pressure cooker. Also served were stir-fried celery and shrimp, lotus root and wood-ear mushroom salad, and a sweet and sour hawthorn soup. Zhou Shuan hadn't felt hungry, but the aroma of the braised pork trotters immediately made her stomach rumble. She quickly washed up and sat down at the table to wait for lunch. Mumu had also washed her hands, drooling as she came over and sat next to Zhou Shuan. Zhong Tiyun took off her apron and came over, laughing as she saw her. 2 little gluttons, they should both be born in the year of the pig. Zhou Jianhai also washed his hands and came over, looking much better than yesterday, probably having calmed down. He first placed a large piece of pig's trotter on his daughter's plate, then half a piece on his younger son's. The rich, dark red broth was fragrant and flavorful, soaking into every grain of rice. Just with the broth alone, Zhou Shuan felt she could eat 2 large bowls of rice. After the meal, Zhong Tian brought over a box and said to Zhou Shuan, "Wan, take this box to Xiaoyu later." Zhou Shuan glanced at it. It contained self-heating instant noodles, a mini hot pot, and the like. It was a return of the food and drinks the family of 4 had eaten in the basement over the past few days. Besides what we ate, I also put in 2 extra cans of milk powder. Your grandma Pang is getting old, milk powder helps with her nutrition. Thinking of Qi Mingyu's attitude towards her yesterday, Zhou Shuan didn't want to face him, so she changed the subject. Mumu also wants me to give him some pointers on archery. Mom, either you or Dad can go deliver it. After saying that, she quickly grabbed Mumu's hand and walked away. Zhong Tiyun called after her, but couldn't stop her, walking so fast, it's like a ghost is chasing you. Helpless, she had to go herself. Zhou Shuan went out every night to find supplies, and had stockpiled quite a bit of milk powder. She had specially brought calcium-supplemented milk powder for Grandma Pang, but after delivering it, the grandma declined it quite a bit. Zhong Tiyun then feigned annoyance and said, "Grandma Pang, we live upstairs and downstairs. We've been neighbors for so many years. Even if it's not a thank you gift, you helped our family so much, so please consider it a token of our respect, right?" These words deeply moved Grandma Pang. She had few children, her daughter had died young, and her son, after remarrying, rarely came back, as if he didn't exist. Xiaoyu had also been away from home for many years, but the Zhou family upstairs was kind and hospitable, often helping her out, and genuinely treating her as an elder. Refusing again would seem pretentious, so she simply accepted it generously. "Oh Tiyun, since you say so, then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhong Tiyun laughed. That's how it should be. However, the Qi family was also a kind family, not one to take advantage of others. That very evening, Qi Mingyu delivered another smoked pork leg, weighing about 10 pounds. Zhong Tiyun was a good cook, but actually, among everyone upstairs and downstairs, Grandma Pang's cooking skills were the best. She had a pair of skillful hands, able to make simple ingredients incredibly fragrant. Especially her smoked bacon, smoked over a low flame with fragrant cypress branches, it wouldn't spoil even after long storage, and had a delicious cured flavor. A piece stir-fried, the lean meat a glossy reddish-brown, the fat oily but not greasy, the aroma wafting for miles. Chi Mingyu returned too late. Although he had stockpiled a large amount of supplies, there wasn't enough space. Most of what he had stockpiled were canned meat, and fish suitable for long-term storage. Fresh meat was scarce. This piece of smoked meat was made by Grandma Pang herself, which showed the Chi family's sincerity. Zhou Shuan took the smoked meat, thought for a moment, and asked, "Would you be willing to take Grandma Pang on a trip to a distant place?" Chi Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Shuan had no choice but to open the door and invite her in. She took out a map of Jay City and pointed to the mountains to the north. "This is the famous Jiyun Mountain scenic area in our city. It's very high, so the tsunami probably didn't reach it. Several peaks and valleys in Jiyun Mountain have water sources, and there's also the very famous Tianyan Lake Reservoir, which is about 500 square kilometers. There should be plenty of fish in it." Chi Mingyu had guessed her intention when she pointed to the map. Now that the floodwaters in the city are contaminated by corpses, it's probably only at the highest point, Jiyun Mountain, that clean water sources can be found. There aren't many people staying in the scenic area, but I don't know if the resettlement area will be arranged there, Zhou Shuan said. Chi Mingyu shook his head. No, during the rainy season, Jiyun Mountain is more prone to flooding. Tianyan Lake Reservoir is at a high altitude. If it releases water, the villages below will be completely destroyed. So, most of the people there should have been moved to resettlement sites. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. Then should we go? Tianyan Lake is a reservoir that Jay City built over many years for flood control. It has abundant water, clean water quality, and a wide variety of fish. However, it is usually a scenic area with strict management, and fishing is prohibited. Chi Mingyu pondered. Jiyun Mountain is about 60 kilometers away from us, and rowing by hand is too slow. We have to stay there, catch enough fish, and then come back. Grandma Peng knows how to smoke fish, so we can camp in the mountains and smoke the fish. That will reduce the weight considerably. Chi Mingyu seemed to be pondering for a while before looking up. I have a small inflatable assault boat that can seat 6 people. If you're going, take the assault boat. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Chi Mingyu smiled, waving his fingers in front of her eyes. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan stared at him silently, thinking he really wasn't holding back anything from her family. Although assault boats weren't exactly rare, in the post-apocalyptic world, most ordinary people could only afford expensive manual rubber boats. An assault boat that was easy to fold and could travel long distances was quite precious. Thinking about it, she remembered meeting him when her family was buying a boat. Since he was so aware of the truth about the apocalypse, he naturally wanted to be fully prepared. All right, my family will provide the gasoline, you provide the boat. Everyone bring tents, enough food and drink for a few days, and get ready to leave. Zhou Shuan made the decision in a few words. Having been away for several days, they were worried about leaving Grandma Pang and Mumu at home, so they decided to bring them all. A small boat could be tied to the back of the inflatable boat, where they loaded pots, pans, a cannery, rice, flour, dried goods, seasonings, a tent, and sleeping bags. 2 large iron pots, and many basins and buckets, clattered and rattled at the stern. It looked more like a picnic than a survival mission. With good visibility during the day, and the inflatable boat's speed, they didn't need to worry too much about being stared at. After getting ready, the Zhou and Qi families rowed out in a small boat, filling it to capacity with 6 people and their belongings. Behind them were the watchful eyes of the Jia and Wei families. Zhou Jianhai frowned. Someone followed them. Many people in the neighborhood had moved with the main group, but many from Zhou Shuan's building remained. After coordination by the property management, the communal boat was left behind, just in case. Jia Xiaoguang and Wei Wei followed behind in their kayak, their expressions anxious. Did you see that? They turned that way, follow them, follow them. Wei Wei pursed his lips and remained silent, but quickened his pace. Chapter 59. Sitting idle at home, their resources dwindled. The 2 families discussed the matter and increasingly felt that the Zhou and Qi families, with no shortage of meat or food, must have somewhere to procure supplies. Dad, I do it. Zhou Shuan took the oar, exchanging a glance with Chi Mingyu. They nodded in tacit agreement, and rowed the boat towards an area littered with building debris and corpses. Wei Wei, focused on speeding up, accidentally struck a corpse that had been submerged for days with the oar, making a soft splattering sound. He cried out in disgust and terror. Jia Xiaoguang was also startled. When they steadied the boat and looked up, there was no sign of any other boats ahead. Chi Mingyu rowed the boat to the back of a building, where, in a secluded corner, a speedboat was moored. Just enough for a few people to sit, with an inflatable boat tied to the back. He skillfully started the fire, and the speedboat sped forward like lightning. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng, who had been incessantly criticizing the Jia and Wei families for their perceived ingratitude, finally fell silent in the slightly foul-smelling wind. This was the first time they and Mumu had come out since the tsunami. What they saw along the way was deeply shocking. Everywhere were ruins and rubble, and human and animal corpses floated on the water. As far as the eye could see, there was only a deathly still expanse of water and post-disaster buildings, a scene resembling hell on earth. Zhou Jianghai's face was also pale. He silently tightened his grip on his wife's hand. Zhong Tiyun's face was ashen, but she gripped Mumu's hand even more firmly. The journey was long. Along the way, they passed some buildings where people were standing at the windows shouting for help, but they were all swept away without stopping. The further north they went, the shallower the water seemed to become. Here, about 3 stories high, about 2.5 stories, were submerged. This was the northernmost part of J City, surrounded by layers of mountains, sparsely populated, with very few high-rise buildings. Most people had long since moved away. About an hour later, they finally arrived at Jian Mountain. The mountain road of Jian Mountain wound its way upwards, extremely steep, and at a high altitude. The floodwaters only reached the mountainside. When the floodwaters reached the edge, the 2 families disembarked. Qi Mingyu used binoculars to determine the direction, then pointed northwest. That way. Everyone then carried their assigned equipment from the boat. Zhou Jianhai deflated and folded the boat, using a small cart prepared by Zhou Shuwan to pull it. Grandma Peng and Mumu carried lighter items. They walked upwards for about an hour, until everyone was panting, before finally reaching Tianyan Lake Reservoir. This place was indeed an unspoiled gem, a dazzling gem. Leaves occasionally fell onto the mirror like water, casting a serene atmosphere. The surrounding lush mountains were reflected in the water, and only the sounds of the wind and rippling water could be heard. It felt like a secluded retreat. The journey had been filled with foul smells, a real ordeal for their noses. Suddenly arriving at this picturesque spot, everyone was stunned for a moment. Zhong Tian broke the silence, excitedly pointing ahead. Look, there's a fish. A plump carp leaped across the surface, its scales shimmering. Everyone's spirits lifted. Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu quickly placed the boat on the water and inflated it. The 2 rowed around, checking the situation. Zhou Shuwan noticed several large sightseeing boats and motorboats moored in a bay of the reservoir. The other inflatable boats, being lighter, had already been taken out for the rescue. She glanced at Qi Mingyu and Grandma Peng, deciding that she could only steal the boats when they weren't looking. Qi Mingyu and the others also saw the boats. Zhou Jianhai said regretfully, "It's a pity these boats are too heavy. We can't move them to the current at the foot of the mountain. These boats are much sturdier than our inflatable boats." Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "The motorboats aren't too heavy. We can try using Wanwan's little cart to pull them down the mountain." Zhou Jianghai's eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's attach the 4 wheels of the cart to the motorboat, that should work." He had some talent for mechanical repairs. The 2 of them rowed the boat next to the motorboat, looked around, and finally nodded. "We brought plenty of wire, we can attach it." Qi Mingyu also smiled with relief. After rowing the boat back to shore, Zhou Jianhai said, "Quite a few fish." He then mentioned their plan to get 2 motorboats to take down the mountain. Everyone was surprised, then overjoyed. Inflatable boats are lightweight and convenient, but their biggest problem is their lack of durability. If each family added a motorboat, it would be even more foolproof, making it much easier to search for resources and for rescue missions. Even if they didn't catch any fish today, getting 2 motorboats would be a huge success. The group discussed excitedly for a long time before finally calming down. Qi Mingyu surveyed their surroundings and calmly said, "Then let's not waste any time. Let's find an open spot to pitch our tents and divide the tasks." They needed to smoke the fish on the spot to reduce weight. Therefore, they needed to cut enough cypress branches. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were responsible for chopping firewood and starting a fire. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu would work together to catch fish. Grandma Peng would be in charge of frying spices, and Mumu would assist. Chapter 60. After chopping firewood, Zhou Jianhai and his wife helped Grandma Peng clean and smoke the fish. Everyone was in high spirits, and quickly threw themselves into the work. Qi Mingyu, with his extensive wilderness survival experience and apparent expertise in fishing with nets, directed Zhou Shuwan to row one end of the net in a certain direction, while he held the other end at a distance. After observing the water for a while, he shouted, "Reel it in." The 2 simultaneously pulled in the net. The fish here hadn't been caught for many years, and showed no wariness of humans or boats, continuing to swim freely. Each net held dozens of lively, plump fish. It was so easy, everyone became excited. The net was dragged ashore, and the fish were scattered in an open area. The two then went back out of the boat to fish. Grandma Pang first prepared the spices in an iron wok: salt, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel seeds, cinnamon, dried chili peppers, ginger slices, oyster sauce, soy sauce, a bottle of homemade fruit vinegar, and a whole bottle of high-proof liquor. She poured the sauce into a large basin. The rich, fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. This fruit vinegar is the key to Grandma Pang's delicious smoked fish and meat. Then she began to clean the fish, deftly making a cut through the belly to remove all the internal organs, then removing the gills and scales, and washing it thoroughly in a large bucket. With limited space on the boat, they hadn't brought water, so they used the reservoir's water source. After purifying it with water purifier tablets, the water was usable. She cut the fish into chunks with a meat cleaver and put them into the basin to marinate. They had brought more than 20 basins and buckets of various sizes, and now they used them all to marinate the fish. If they had enough time, the fish would need to be refrigerated for 3 days to fully absorb the flavor, but at this point, they couldn't worry about that. After marinating the fish for 2 hours, they were all taken out and washed clean. Then, half a bucket of oil was poured into a large iron wok, and the fish were fried until golden brown on both sides before being removed. At this point, the fish pieces were laid out flat on a smoking rack, and the fish was smoked with cypress branches. It had rained continuously for 2 months. The rain then subsided, but it intensified again during the tsunami. Today, although it wasn't raining, it was overcast. There was no dry firewood on the mountain, and the trees were all damp. This was something we had anticipated before coming. Zhou Jianhai brought a small bucket of gasoline and poured some on the cypress branches to help it burn. Of course, there weren't enough smoking racks, so both families brought their own steamers and racks, as well as a makeshift frame constructed from various wires and branches, barely enough. For lunch, we ate soft steamed buns with the fried fish pieces. The freshly fried fish pieces were golden brown on both sides, crispy and crunchy, not greasy at all, and especially delicious. Zhong Tian cooked a pot of rice porridge on a cannery stove. After eating fish pieces and steamed buns, she drank a bowl of hot rice soup, feeling her day was complete. After eating and drinking her fill, they continued working together, frying fish in 2 iron pots. By evening, they had marinated over 200 fish. The fish caught next were all cleaned and placed in basins and buckets to marinate overnight. The second batch of smoked fish should taste even better. The tents were deliberately pitched in sheltered spots, one for the Zhou family and one for the Qi family. Qi Mingyu took out several alarm devices and installed them around the tents. Zhou Shuan looked at them curiously, and the former smiled slightly at her. These are automatic sensor alarms for the wild, to prevent people from sneaking in at night. Everyone was exhausted, and it wasn't practical to arrange for someone to keep watch at night. But their fishing and salting commotion today was quite loud. There might be people hiding in the mountains, afraid to come out during the day, but sneaking out at night to investigate. Even worse, they might kill and rob, which would be a huge loss for them. After a long day, everyone washed up and went into their tents and sleeping bags to rest. Mu snuggled next to Zhou Shuan, asking something in a low voice. Zhou Shuan answered patiently. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian lay beside them, watching the siblings interact. They exchanged glances, tired but with warm and contented looks in their eyes. Even in this apocalyptic world, as long as the family is together, life is good. On the Qi family's side, Qi Mingyu added another soft blanket to Grandma Pang's sleeping bag to make her more comfortable. Grandma Pang, being elderly, felt a bit exhausted after a busy afternoon. She rubbed her lower back, saying, "Xiao Yu, take out your blanket and cover yourself. It's chilly in the mountains." "No need, I'm not cold." Qi Mingyu went over to massage her back and waist, his pressure neither too light nor too heavy, effectively relieving the pain. "Grandma, tomorrow you can stand by and direct us, we do the work." Grandma Pang smiled kindly. "This is nothing. I could do so much when I was young. Tomorrow we all learn how to pickle, so you should do less. Too much won't be good for your health." Grandma Pang knew her grandson's concern and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I listened to my grandson." The next morning, everyone got up early to get busy. Indeed, as Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had guessed, although the terrain was high, because of the reservoir, the people at the foot of the mountain had moved elsewhere, so the entire scenic area was deserted. This greatly facilitated Zhou Shuan and her group. After 2 more busy days, they marinated over 800 fish, bringing the total to 1,000 fish, including those marinated the afternoon they arrived. While Chi Mingyu was ashore fishing with Mumu, Zhou Shuan secretly took advantage of the situation, placing her hand directly in the water to sense the fish and collecting over 1,000 live fish into her spatial storage. The consequence of this excessive use of her spatial storage was that she felt dizzy all night. She ate some chocolate and slept well before feeling better. On the 3rd day, everyone prepared to return. Early in the morning, Zhou Jianhai and Chi Mingyu removed the 4 wheels from the cart, tied them to the bottom of the motorboat with wire and tools, and then pulled it with a tow rope. While everyone else was busy putting wheels back on the motorboat, Zhou Shuan pretended to take Mumu boating, rowing the boat to the harbor, and, avoiding everyone's sight, collecting 2 sightseeing boats. Although the sightseeing boat lacked a surrounding wall, it was stronger than a regular inflatable boat, so it was best to store it for later use. After storing it, Zhong Tian called from the shore, "Wan, hurry up and bring Mumu back, we should go." "Coming." Everyone assumed Zhou Shuan had taken Mumu to play in the water, and didn't pay much attention. The way there was an uphill path, which was quite difficult. The way back was downhill, and pulling the jet ski wasn't difficult. Halfway there, Zhou Shuan looked around and pointed to the side. "Dad, brother you, I remember there's a gas station over there in the scenic area. I want to go check it out." Chapter 61. Their own stockpiled oil wasn't much, so it would be good to stock up on some more here. Chi Mingyu wanted to go with her, but considering both families had come along, and Zhou Shuan had left halfway, he had to stay with the group. After a brief discussion, Zhou Jianhai accompanied Zhou Shuan. They didn't have many containers, so they each took 2 paint buckets. If they could get some oil, they could at least bring back a few buckets. "Wan, is your water tank ready?" On the way, Zhou's father asked quietly. Zhou Shuan nodded. She had already planned to check out the gas station here before she left. So, she emptied the 2 water tanks that held 20 tons of domestic water. The gas station wasn't far from the main road. It was about a 20-minute walk after turning a corner. Zhou Shuan was very vigilant the whole way, holding a bow and arrow, keeping her eyes and ears open. Only after confirming that no one was around did she lead Zhou's father to the gas station. Several large underground fuel storage tanks were buried beneath the gas station. Now, without electricity, the fuel nozzles weren't dispensing fuel. She and her father had to resort to a laborious method. They found one of the underground tanks, opened the cover, and located the fuel pipeline. Although the pipeline had many valves and restrictions, Zhou Shuan had a way to cheat. She placed her hand on the pipeline, and gasoline flowed continuously from the pipeline into the water tank inside. A typical gas station stores 60 to 100 tons of gasoline. Zhou Shuan found 3 underground tanks, and retrieved a total of 40 tons of gasoline. This was already a pleasant surprise. The downside was that this method of retrieval was different from retrieving soil or fish. It required a significant amount of Zhou Shuan's energy. After the 2 20-ton water tanks were full, she was pale, had a splitting headache, and was drenched in sweat. Throughout the process, Zhou Jianhai watched her with concern. "Wan, maybe we should just fill a smaller tank." Zhou Shuan shook her head, and after struggling to fill the tanks, she poured 80 liters of gasoline into the 4 paint buckets she had brought, carefully sealing and tightening the lids. Zhou Jianhai frowned. "Wan, let's take 2 buckets back. In your condition, how can you possibly lift 2 buckets of gasoline?" Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then took out 2 thick bamboo poles from her spatial storage to use as carrying poles, which would save a lot of effort. Zhou Jianhai, however, with a stern, square face, reached out to stop her. "Wan, there's no one around. Leave these 2 buckets here first. I take them there, and come back for them later. Don't lift them." Looking at his daughter's pale face, Zhou's father felt a pang of heartache. Zhou Shuan suddenly slapped her forehead and laughed. "Dad, I'm so stupid. Just put these 4 cans of gasoline in my spatial storage first, and take them out when we're almost there." Her laughter was a little too loud, and a throbbing pain shot through her temples. Slow down. Your temples hurt? Have your mom massage them when we get on the ship." "Okay." Zhou Jianhai restored the gas station facilities to their original state and easily made his way back. When they were almost there, Zhou Shuan took out the 4 cans of gasoline and walked down the mountain with her father. They arrived just around the corner. Chi Mingyu was patiently waiting. Seeing them in the distance, he quickly strode over. Tall and long-legged, he walked quickly, reaching them in a few steps. He took the cans of gasoline from Zhou Shuan's hands, looked her over carefully, and asked with concern, "Wan, what's wrong? You look so pale." Zhou Shuan knew she couldn't hide her current situation, so she forced a smile. I must have caught a chill from sleeping at the campsite. My head hurts a bit. Zhong Tiyun, who had followed behind, heard this and quickly touched Zhou Shuan's forehead. Oh, so cold. So much cold sweat. Qi Mingyu scrutinized her intently. Seeing the cold sweat on her face, her pale complexion, and her weak limbs, his handsome brows furrowed slightly. Zhou Shuan shook her head. It's nothing. Look, Dad and I got 4 cans of gasoline. Mom, brother you, let's get ready to leave. Okay. Zhou Jianhai gave Zhong Tiyun a wink, and the latter, realizing something was amiss, didn't press further and took Zhou Shuan's arm to the shore. 2 motorboats were already in the water, and with Qi Mingyu's inflatable boat, 3 people were needed to operate them. The original plan was for Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhou Jianhai to each operate 1 boat. Qi Mingyu had already taught the 2 of them how to operate it on the reservoir over the past 2 days. It wasn't difficult. Now that Zhou Shuan wasn't feeling well, Zhong Tiyun naturally stepped in. Zhou Shuan was a little worried, but she was actually feeling nauseous and vomiting, so she wasn't in the best condition to drive. Zhong Tiyun waved her hand. Wan, you underestimate your mother. I can learn to drive any car or tricycle in no time. Zhou Jianhai also laughed. Your mother was quite daring when she was young. Speedboats aren't hard to drive. We just slowed down. Tiyun, you stay with me and be careful. Zhong Tiyun nodded. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan again, before turning to her and saying, Grandma, you and Wan, Mumu, sit tight and hold on. The world is almost a giant water world now, and people must wear life jackets when going out. Grandma Pang held Mumu, and had Zhou Shuan sit beside her. They brought both families' inflatable boats with them, but one wasn't inflated and could be folded up. Now, to take the smoked fish back, they needed to inflate both boats. They smoked over 1,000 fish, about 3,000 jin, 1,500 caddies. After frying, smoking, and removing the innards and scales, plus 15% loss, they had about 2,200 jin, 1,600 kilograms, left. Considering load-bearing capacity, each inflatable boat took 500 jin, 250 caddies, each motorboat took 500 jin, 250 caddies, and the speedboat, besides carrying passengers, took 200 jin, 100 caddies. They wrapped the smoked fish pieces tightly in layers of plastic sheeting before tying them to the boats, just in case the boats capsized and the fish, which had been worked up for several days, were ruined. The water was toxic these days. They set off in a grand procession. With so much stuff on board, the boat was heavily drafted, so the return trip wasn't as fast. After an initial adjustment, Zhong Tiyun found it much easier, feeling it wasn't much different from riding a tricycle. On the way, Grandma Pang looked at Zhou Shuan's face with concern. Wan, are you feeling unwell? Should I ask Xiaoyu to slow down? Before Zhou Shuan could answer, Qi Mingyu, sitting in the front seat, heard her and instinctively slowed down. Zhou Shuan had probably exhausted herself. Her head ached, and she felt nauseous. Sitting on the swaying boat, she felt even more nauseous, like altitude sickness. Pale-faced and weakly, she said, It's okay, brother Xiaoyu, I just get seasick. You should go faster. I feel worse if you go slower. Qi Mingyu could only try his best to keep the boat steady, carefully avoiding any approaching ruins. Mumu quietly put a piece of candy in Zhou Shuan's mouth, looking at her with concern in her big eyes. Zhou Shuan patted her little head. Qi Mingyu, who was in front, turned around with a serious expression. There's someone spying on us from the building ahead. Everyone tensed up. Chapter 62. They came from the northernmost part of J City. The villages were all submerged. The area they had just passed through was almost entirely water, devoid of buildings. Now, ahead lay a cluster of high-rise buildings constructed a few years ago, not far from the town, originally intended for the relocation of villagers, but later abandoned. These abandoned buildings were common in the rural areas of J City, nothing unusual. But Qi Mingyu, with his battlefield-trained alertness, immediately sensed someone spying on them from the abandoned buildings ahead. Looking up, he occasionally saw shadows flickering behind the windowless walls of one of the buildings. Quite a few people. He gestured, and the 3 boats slowly came to a stop. Zhou Shuan had already taken the bow, and arrows off her back. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun had already gathered around, anxiously asking, Are there many people? Are they looters? Dad, Mom, hold your crossbows. Zhou Shuan's voice was calm, seemingly unaffected by her earlier distress. Both families had made ample preparations for this trip. Although Mr. and Mrs. Zhou's archery accuracy wasn't very high, it was still enough to intimidate them. Chi Mingyu had been observing through binoculars for a while. There are at least a dozen people hiding in the building. He turned to look at Zhou Shuan again, noticing that although she tried to appear calm, the cold sweat at her temples betrayed her poor condition. We have elderly people and children with us, and so many supplies, it's not suitable for a prolonged battle. Then what do we do? If they really want to seize the supplies, are we just going to watch them hand them over? Zhong Tiyun licked her dry lips, both nervous and frightened. Chi Mingyu said, now that the tsunami has passed, countless people have died and been injured, and order is in chaos. These people are likely lying in ambush here to rob passing survivors. Zhou Shuan calmly analyzed, we're outnumbered and carrying so many supplies, we can't hide it from them. They definitely won't let us pass. Can we rush through? Zhou Jianhai asked. Chi Mingyu had already carefully surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. No, there must be traps in the water ahead. We can't go any further, we have to take a detour. Zhou Shuan put away her binoculars and pointed east, over there. There were also scattered low-rise buildings to the west, and it was uncertain whether anyone was lying in ambush there, so going to the east, which was all open water, was the best option. Yes. Even if they set traps, they couldn't possibly intercept such a large area. Grandma, take Mumu and lie down. No matter what you hear, don't look up, Chi Mingyu instructed. Although Grandma Peng hadn't left the house since the apocalypse, she was old and worldly wise, so she wasn't too panicked. She and Mumu half lay down, remaining silent. Seeing their boat stopped, the people hiding in the abandoned building immediately knew they'd been discovered. But they had been prepared for anything, so they weren't alarmed. The leader blew a whistle, and countless arrows and stones shot out from 7 or 8 windows of the abandoned building. Retreat! Chi Mingyu ordered, and the boats quickly moved backward. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, and they hadn't entered the attack zone. The arrows and stones fell nearby, harming no one. Just as they were feeling relieved, Zhou Shuan suddenly shouted, there are people in the water. While Chi Mingyu and his group discussed their strategy, their opponents had already silently infiltrated the water, equipped with professional diving gear and carrying sharp daggers. All they needed to do was slit the inflatable boat, and they'd be trapped. The engine noise of the gasoline-powered boat masked their approach. There are boats coming from over there. Zhou Jianhai exclaimed, watching as 5 or 6 boats of various sizes suddenly appeared from the west, with a speedboat leading the way. A dark cloud rolled through Zhou Shuan's heart. So many people were lying in ambush here, and their roles were clearly defined. Had such a powerful gang already emerged so soon after the apocalypse? Though she was puzzled, there was no time to dwell on it. She aimed her bow and arrows at the lurking figures in the water, and after a few shots, blood gushed from their chests, they died instantly. Chi Mingyu didn't use his bow and arrows. The situation today was far more critical than that night. He took out the gun he had been hiding in his boot and fired at the boats rapidly approaching from the west. Bang! 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 The deafening gunshots startled everyone. In the blink of an eye, the man on the motorboat was shot in the chest and tumbled off the boat. Uncontrolled, the motorboat veered wildly, hurtling towards the northwest buildings before crashing into the wall with a loud bang. Several slower kayaks behind it deflated, their occupants panicking and screaming as they fell into the water. But they knew before setting out that a tough battle was coming, and they had prepared themselves with full protective gear, wearing life jackets and covering their mouths and noses tightly to avoid contact with the dirty water. Zhou Shuan killed 4 lurking agents hidden in the water, and another was shot dead by Zhong Tiyun with a trembling arrow. She looked up at her daughter, who had already fired arrows at the people falling from the boat. Chi Mingyu wasn't one to kill without hesitation. He quickly deflated the inflatable boats, halting the enemy's advance and giving himself a chance to catch his breath. He stood on the boat, holding his pistol with impeccable form, steadily aiming at the deflated inflatable boats. He glanced at Zhou Shuan's resolute face, then without hesitation, slightly moved the muzzle and pressed the trigger. The bullet left the barrel, and a scream rang out. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai also began firing arrows. Although inaccurate, the haphazard shots still managed to hit both of them. In the blink of an eye, all 8 or 9 men who had fallen into the water were dead. A piercing scream rang out from the abandoned building behind them. Brother, they have guns. Our men are all dead. Zhou Shuan turned around, her sharp eyes fixed on the abandoned building, and asked, how's your marksmanship? Can you hit it? They were quite close to the abandoned building ahead, beyond the range of an arrow, but firearms had a longer range than arrows. Chi Mingyu didn't answer, only slowly searching for his target. The next second, a bullet fired from the barrel, and a man hiding behind a window, eager to shoot an arrow at them, screamed and fell from the building. Run! This guy's a sharpshooter. Run! In the distance, shouts and footsteps could be heard rising and falling from the building. What do we do? Zhou Shuan asked. They're in the shadows, we're in the light. Don't pursue a cornered enemy. Zhou Shuan pursed her lips. They're getting off too easy. But she knew Qi Mingyu was right. The abandoned building was their territory, teeming with traps, and the waters ahead also held them. They had families with them. It wasn't wise to fight them to the death. However, they had already become local tyrants at the very beginning of the apocalypse. If they weren't eliminated now, they would become a major threat in the future. Who knew how many lives they would take? Chapter 63. Zhou Shuan wasn't in Jay City in her previous life, so she didn't know this was the infamous Skull Gang of Jay City. In the early days of the apocalypse, they gathered a group of thugs, using the convenient terrain to hide in these abandoned buildings, murdering passing survivors and robbing them of supplies. Initially, it was a route for people migrating from the countryside to the city. Later, the high altitude of Jian Mountain scenic area in Jay City gradually developed into a survivor base, attracting a large number of people from the city to Jay City. The Skull Gang thrived after the apocalypse by taking the lives of these survivors, becoming increasingly ruthless and vicious. This eventually attracted the attention of the base's authorities, who dispatched troops to wipe out the Skull Gang, which had grown to over 300 members. The Skull Gang was still small at this time, but later acquired pistols, grenades, and other firearms, making them a formidable force. The annihilation operation was only considered a success after nearly a third of the troops were killed or wounded. The Skull Gang only had about 30 members, and Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's fighting prowess was akin to a dimensional displacement attack, easily causing them to suffer a crushing defeat. Let's leave here first, we talk later. Qi Mingyu immediately noticed Zhou Shuan's worry, gently squeezing her hand, his expression gentle and reserved. Grandma and Mumu are terrified. His palm was dry and warm, while Zhou Shuan's hands were drenched in cold sweat, unusually icy. She tensed up, then slowly relaxed. Let's go. A dozen or so corpses floated on the water, their blood staining the water red. The others were also eager to leave. Zhou Shuan, however, said to Zhongti and Mom, you go aboard and take care of Mumu, I steer. Perhaps due to the excitement of the recent battle, her headache and nausea subsided somewhat. Zhongti instructed, you go first. Stop, and let me take over if you can't keep up. Zhou Shuan nodded earnestly. Her driving skills were far superior to Zhongtian's. The three of them, in their boat and two inflatable boats, quickly maneuvered around the abandoned buildings and left. Once they reached the city, the number of people gradually increased. Most were survivors, who believed the tsunami wouldn't return and were moving home. There were also some soldiers maintaining order with their guns. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu. He was dressed in camouflage, handsome, and driving an inflatable boat. He seemed like a clean-cut, calm older brother next door. She wondered where he had put the pistol. The latter was perceptive. He immediately looked at her and gave her a slight smile. Their group, with just their two motorboats and inflatable boats, was already quite eye-catching. Add to that the bulging supplies on each boat, and almost everyone's attention was drawn to them. The road was mostly filled with inflatable boats, and some families, lacking boats, had made various kinds of dinghies from blankets and miscellaneous items. Actually, these couldn't be called boats, just floating objects. Zhou Shuan, in her previous life, also didn't have a boat, so she made a makeshift blanket boat out of blankets and transparent tape. Its weight capacity was limited, but it served as a rudimentary means of transportation in the water world. Qi Mingyu gestured, and they sped up, quickly leaving the others behind. They didn't go straight back to the residential area, but instead went to where Qi Mingyu had hidden the inflatable boats. Qi Mingyu said, you guys stay here for now, I go check the situation. If nothing unexpected happened, many survivors in the residential area should have returned. Returning with large amounts of supplies would be like lambs to the slaughter. You all go back. I stay here alone, Zhou Jianhai said. You all been working hard for days. The children should go home to shower and rest. You can come back to move them in the middle of the night. Whether it was the mentally exhausted Zhou Shuan or her youngest son, Zhou's father felt sorry for them. It's too dangerous for one person, Zhong Tiyun disagreed, then looked at her youngest son and said to Grandma Pang, could you please take care of Mumu for me? Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then asked Qi Mingyu, brother Yu, do you trust me? Qi Mingyu paused, then pulled a pistol from his boot, twirling his long, well-defined fingers in a graceful motion. He raised an eyebrow, his deep eyes looking at her through his long eyelashes, conveying a sense of you underestimate me. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but chuckle. He meant that he even taken out a gun in front of the Zhou family, and then asked about trust. You definitely underestimated me. She then said solemnly, I have a very well hidden place where I hide things. No one will ever find it, so there's no need to send anyone to guard it. Are you comfortable entrusting the supplies and the boat to me for safekeeping? The Zhou Jianhai couple exchanged a glance but remained silent. If anything is lost, I will compensate you at the original price. No need. The other person's voice was light and cheerful. Zhou Shuan didn't hear clearly. What? Qi Mingyu smiled, looking at her and nodding slowly. I trust you. If anything unexpected happens, I will naturally share the responsibility with you, so you don't need to compensate. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his appearance combining the handsome and refined features of a young man with the composed and capable demeanor of a mature adult. Looking at someone so intently as he spoke, one could feel his sincerity and earnestness to the fullest extent. Zhou Shuan smiled outwardly, but inwardly she thought, this neighbor, brother Yu, is indeed a man with a strong attraction to the opposite sex. With the matter settled, Qi Mingyu left first with Grandma Pang and Mu Mu. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun stayed behind, ostensibly to help Zhou Shuan move supplies. They drove the boat around to a secluded spot, where Zhou Shuan stored the boat and supplies in her spatial storage. Zhong Tiyun breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back, I was worried about where to put our motorboat. Wanwan's spatial storage absolutely cannot be discovered by anyone. Wanwan, don't let it slip to Xiaoyu and Grandma Pang, Zhou Jianghai added earnestly, thinking even more deeply. Zhou Shuan nodded. Don't worry, Dad, I know what's important. They kept the kayak, storing everything else in their spatial storage, planning to bring it back from elsewhere in the middle of the night. Let's go, take a shower and get a good night's sleep when we get back, Zhong Tiyun said cheerfully. But in reality, her plan completely fell through. When they returned to their apartment complex, many of the relocated residents were indeed back, carrying their belongings up and down the stairs. Some neighbors were also greeting them warmly. Although they had all moved with the military in the same batch, they hadn't been assigned to any one place. They were simply placed wherever there was space in the high-rise buildings. But how could one predict the direction of a tsunami? Therefore, whether those who moved to the resettlement site survived was entirely a matter of luck. This time, a third of them perished in the tsunami, high-rise buildings were destroyed, and those who hid inside weren't even left with intact bodies. Hearing the residents' occasional sobs and curses, the Zhou family also arrived at their apartment building with heavy expressions. They ran into the Dong Jianhua family, who were carrying their luggage downstairs. The latter gave them a few ambiguous glances, chuckled, and went downstairs. Zhong Tiyun was very perceptive. What does this mean? It was as if they were being ridiculed. What happened? Chapter 64. Upon entering the building, they found out. Qi Mingyu, Grandma Pang, and Mu Mu were confronting their neighbors, the Wei and Jia families. Our front door was fine when we left, but now one security door has been forcibly opened, and the keyhole of the second security door has been dug up with all sorts of marks. Tell me, who did this? Grandma Pang demanded angrily. Zhou Shuan looked towards the Qi family's house, and, sure enough, the outer security door was hanging crookedly on the wall. The keyhole was covered in blade scratches, and the connection to the wall was clearly damaged with a screwdriver and hammer. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun also approached with frowns. What happened? Seeing them, both families showed a hint of unease. Qi Mingyu spoke up, Uncle, Aunt, come upstairs and take a look. The Zhou family's expressions changed. Zhou Jianhai, tall and long-legged, quickly climbed the stairs, followed by his deafening roar. Who's burglarizing my house? Zhou Shuan followed closely behind, not particularly worried. Now that she had enough space, she habitually stored all her belongings there before leaving home. Even if someone did break in, only the house would be damaged. There would be no property loss. However, the Zhou family only had scratches on their outermost security door. The Zhou family had prepared thoroughly, buying the highest quality security doors and having the installers carefully inspect them. Therefore, the Zhou family's security door wasn't damaged, only had some scratches of varying depths. There were also kick marks on the security door. Zhou Jianhai had dared to beat up the thugs who bullied Zhong Tiyun when he was young, so he wasn't afraid of trouble. He immediately turned and went downstairs with a fierce expression, rushing up to the guilty-looking Jia Xiuguang and punching him. The latter saw stars, screamed, and squatted on the ground, his nose already bleeding. Jia Xiuguang's wife screamed and rushed over. Why are you hitting people, Zhou Jianhai? Do you really think our family is easy to mess with? Taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Jianhai was a man and wouldn't be able to fight back, she deliberately used her fat body to ram him. Zhou Jianhai was indeed not good at hitting women, so he simply ignored her and took his anger out on Zhou Jianhai. The iron-like fist struck, and Jia Xiaoguang had no power to resist, only falling to the ground screaming. Zhong Tiyun also rushed over, grabbing Jia Xiaoguang's wife by the hair and pulling her up, her voice scathing. "You shrew surnamed Liu, we never bothered you with your usual thievery and taking advantage of the neighbors. But you gone too far, now you even become a thief. Since you dare to be a thief, don't be afraid to admit it." Several slaps landed on the other woman's fat face. The latter didn't react at first, but having been in fights before, she quickly grabbed Zhong Tiyun's arm and swung her other hand. Seeing her mother about to be taken advantage of, Zhou Shuan stepped forward, skillfully using her hand to make the other woman cry out and stumble forward before falling to the ground. "So, you're bullying our family because we have fewer strong men. Xiao Feng, you just stand by and watch your parents get bullied without fighting back." Jia Xiaoguang's wife shouted at her son. Her son, Jia Feng, was a quiet, withdrawn person who rarely interacted with the neighbors. Seeing his parents fighting, he hid behind the attackers, showing no intention of joining the fight. The Dong family had already brought their belongings upstairs, and were standing by, watching the spectacle with glee. "Tell me, did you pry open my door?" Zhou Jianhai demanded. Jia Xiaoguang hesitated for a moment, then a barrage of punches rained down, making his vision blur. He dared not try any more tricks, and could only cry pitifully, "Dahai, we were truly forced into this situation. We didn't have much food stored at home, and we've been buying supplies from the supermarket ships at high prices for a while, but with the tsunami, there were no supermarket ships left. Seeing my whole family starving, we really had no other choice." The man, over 1.7 meters tall, actually cried out. Jia Xiaoguang's wife, also a bully who preys on the weak, immediately burst into tears, wailing, "This cruel heaven is truly cruel. It's determined to let our whole family starve to death. And those vicious neighbors. It's ridiculous. Who has an easy time during a natural disaster? Why should your family, being starving, have to steal from us? Today you can steal from us and Grandma Peng, tomorrow you can steal from others." The onlookers all nodded in agreement. "That's right, we can't let these thieves stay in the neighborhood. Otherwise, every time we go out, it's not safe. Whoever talks nonsense, I tear their mouth apart." Jia Xiaoguang's wife had barely started speaking when she met Zhou Shuan's icy gaze, and immediately shivered, no longer daring to utter a sound. Wei Wei, who had been cowering to the side like a ghost, suddenly pointed at Jia Xiaoguang and said, "Brother Dahai, Xiao Yu, he and his son broke into both your houses. They took a hammer and a screwdriver, prying and kicking, spending almost a whole day doing it." Jia Xiaoguang originally lived downstairs, and every day he smelled the aroma of meat wafting from upstairs, his mouth watering terribly. Coupled with Dong Jianhua's instigation, he knew the Zhou and Qi families had ample supplies, but lacked the courage to rob them. However, after the tsunami, both families vanished without a trace. For the first 2 days, he could tolerate it, but seeing that everyone else had returned, and these two families were still missing, he hatched a wicked plan. Who knew that after a busy day, he gained nothing and been caught red-handed by the owners? Hearing Wei Wei's accusation, he immediately stopped hiding, pointing at him and shouting, "Wei Wei, you little rascal, don't think you're a good guy. We were breaking in, and you and your wife were hiding there peeking, just trying to see if you could get your hands on us." Uncle Jia, don't talk nonsense. I was just seeing if I could stop you." Wei Wei's face immediately turned red. Zhou Jianghai's gaze swept over the two families with an ambiguous expression, then he looked at Qi Mingyu. "Xiao Yu, what do you suggest we do about this?" Zhou Shuan smiled coldly and spoke first. "Should we keep a thief like that around for the new year?" "Of course, we should kick him out." Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. "I agree. We can't have someone with a penchant for theft in our neighborhood." The onlookers nodded in agreement. "Yes, he has to be kicked out." Jia Xiaoguang and his wife, upon hearing this, were immediately shocked, terrified, and angry. They shouted angrily, "You two immature kids, what right do you have to kick us out? I lived here since I was young." Before they could finish speaking, Zhou Shuan picked up a bow and arrow and fired an arrow at them. Jia Xiaoguang watched helplessly as the arrow, as if it had eyes, flew straight towards him. He couldn't even manage to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow grazed his neck and pierced the windowsill behind him with a clang. Then a sharp pain shot through his neck, and he immediately began to howl like a banshee. Before he could even finish, Zhou Shuan coldly said, "Shut up." Like a duck whose throat had been choked, he dared not utter another sound. Chapter 65. Silence reigned. No one, including the Zhou couple, had expected Zhou Shuwan to suddenly attack. And with a throat-severing arrow no less, after a long while, Jia Xiaoguang's wife scrambled forward, crying, only to find that the arrow had merely grazed the other man's skin, drawing some blood, but causing no serious injury. Jia Xiaoguang seemed to finally regain his composure, after being terrified. Zhou Shuan smiled coldly. Next time, my aim will be off. The Jia and Wei families trembled. The onlookers also exchanged knowing glances. Zhong Tiyun, her hair slightly disheveled from the fight, gave a cold snort, bid farewell to Grandma Pang, and took her daughter and Mumu upstairs. After entering the house, she whispered to Zhou Shuwan, Wanwan, that last arrow you shot was so cool. By the way, Wanwan, you should take a shower and rest. Does your head still hurt? Zhong Tiyun said, then remembered something and asked, what happened when you and your dad went to the gas station? You came back looking like you were seriously ill. Overusing the storage capacity of her space was giving Zhou Shuwan a splitting headache. The father and daughter were keeping this from Zhong Tiyun. Zhou Shuwan pretended to be exhausted, covering her head. Ouch, Mom, my head still hurts a little. I go take a shower first. I tell Dad when he gets back. With that, she went into the bathroom. Zhong Tiyun, behind her, knew exactly what her daughter was thinking and could only stare helplessly. During the tsunami, the whole country was cut off. Now there is no electricity, no natural gas, no internet, no signal. It can be said that humanity has truly returned to the artificial age of 200 years ago. Fortunately, when Zhou Shuwan was stockpiling water, she drew water directly from the water heater and specifically stockpiled several large-capacity water tanks of hot water. So now, taking a bath is as simple as filling the tub with hot water from her spatial storage. After bathing, the water is collected into the wastewater storage within her space, which can then be used for household purposes, ensuring nothing is wasted. After a hot bath, she filled the tub for her mother and Moo, letting them wash up. She then went back to her bedroom, collapsed onto the bed, and drifted off to sleep. Last time, when she was stockpiling planting soil, she had a terrible headache, but a good night's sleep afterward had almost cured her. She slept very soundly, not waking until noon the next day, and hadn't even eaten dinner. She slept for a full 17 or 18 hours, which terrified her parents. Zhou Jianhai initially tried to downplay the incident, but when Zhou Shuwan still hadn't woken up the next day, he couldn't withstand his wife's questioning and had to reveal what had happened last time. Zhong Tiyun gritted her teeth and scolded him, "You're so inconsiderate. Last time when we stockpiled gasoline, our daughter had a headache, and you still didn't learn your lesson. You have to make her suffer again before you care, right?" Zhou Jianhai was somewhat guilty. I just thought she'd be fine after a night's rest, so I didn't pay much attention. So what if we didn't stockpile gasoline? What's so important? Is it more important than our daughter's health? If her headache leaves lasting effects, I see if you regret it. Zhou Jianhai was already regretting it, thinking back to yesterday, when we were stockpiling gasoline, he always felt he hadn't stockpiled enough. He hadn't even advised his daughter. Zhou Shuwan had just gotten up when she heard her parents bickering in the living room. She went out with a smile. "Mom, don't blame Dad. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you worry. Look at me, I slept, and I'm fine now." Zhong Tiyun greeted her with a look of surprise. "Awake? Is everything alright? Does your head still hurt?" She reached out to touch Zhou Shuwan's forehead and, seeing that it wasn't as cold as yesterday, breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, I feel refreshed," Zhou Shuwan said with a smile. "It's like carrying heavy things. If the load is too heavy, your body will naturally feel the strain, but you recover after a rest." Zhong Tiyun breathed a sigh of relief, but still gave her daughter a reproachful glare. "Anyway, no matter what happens, you must be more careful in the future. What's the use of hoarding so many supplies if your health collapses? There aren't many doctors left now, and hospitals are overflowing. If you get a headache or fever, there'll be no one to treat you at the hospital." She pointed to Zhou Shuwan's temples. "It's caused by this space. Who can cure that?" Zhou Shuwan pondered her mother's words, realizing that while her mother was usually shrewd, she understood the importance of hoarding supplies perfectly. Even if they hoarded a lot of supplies, how much could the family actually consume? Therefore, she needed to be more careful in the future and not let her parents worry so much. She nodded with a smile. "Mom, Dad, don't worry, I remember. I definitely won't force myself in the future." "Good, good. Wanwan, hurry up and wash up and eat. Today, your Grandma Pang brought over a pot of dry pot fish offal, made with the fish offal you brought back yesterday. It's full of fish roe, and smells amazing." Zhou Jianhai laughed heartily. "And your little you brother, knowing you weren't feeling well, came to check on you twice today, Zhong Tian added. Zhou Shuan could already smell the aroma of the dry pot fish offal in the air. Having stayed at Tianyan Lake Reservoir for more than 3 days, she was tired of eating only fish chunks and porridge. The smell of this spicy and fresh aroma made her mouth water, and she quickly nodded, "I go eat right now." She turned and hurried to the bathroom. Zhong Tian watched her retreating figure, then turned to Zhou Jianhai and asked, "Hey, did Wanwan hear what I just said?" "Which thing?" Zhou Jianhai was completely bewildered. "Didn't Wanwan promise me everything? That she'd always be more responsible and wouldn't worry us." You're such a blockhead." Zhong Tian snapped, turning to go to the kitchen to serve her daughter. Zhou Jianhai stood there, utterly confused. Zhou Shuan ate a bowl of rice with fish offal with great satisfaction, then ate half a refreshing watermelon from the refrigerator. Only then did she remember and ask, "Mom, you said brother you came looking for me twice. Was he worried because I didn't return the boat and supplies to him last night?" They had agreed that no one would deliver the supplies last night. She hadn't woken up, so he was probably worried. "What are you saying, child?" Zhong Tian scolded. "Your father went over to tell you about it last night at 9 o'clock. Xiao Yu knew you weren't feeling well, and immediately said it was nothing, and that he'd take the medicine today, no rush." She then glared at her daughter, "That Xiao Yu is much more magnanimous than you." Zhou Shuan pouted. Ever since Xiao Yu came back, her mother had been praising him constantly, as if he were her own son. Chapter 66. "By the way, has Jia Xiuguang left yet?" Zhou Shuan repeated. Zhou Jianhai nodded. "You already stabbed him in the throat. How could his family dare to stay? However, in the end, the property management company makes the final decision." Zhou Jianhai looked somewhat wistful. Zhong Tian glared at him. "What, you still can't bear it? If we hadn't come back in time, Jia Xiuguang would have emptied both our family's pockets. Kicking him out was the right thing to do." Zhou Jianhai quickly protested his innocence. "It's not that I can't bear to see Jia Xiuguang suffer. We've been neighbors for so many years. I know him well, he's quite the cheater. I just feel sorry for those 2 kids. They were tricked by their own grandfather." Zhong Tian wasn't a heartless person either. She sighed, but said firmly, "Although the children are pitiful, we can't afford to have pointless sympathy and lead bad people to our own side." Yes, I know." Zhou Jianhai nodded, then thought of last night and sighed. "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Xiao Yu's sound decision-making. She specifically discussed it with me, wanting the Jia family to leave legitimately, and the property management had to step in. So, yesterday evening, they went to the property management office together. The current head of the community management is surnamed Wu, dispatched from the street office, named Wu Bin, in his 40s, and lives in this community. Therefore, he was sent here at the very beginning of the apocalypse to take over the management of the community. He's not rigid in his thinking, which is why he adopted Qi Mingyu's suggestions several times, allowing the community to stay ahead of the curve and benefit from it. For this, he was praised by his superiors several times. Therefore, he had a very good impression of Qi Mingyu, and even suggested that the latter join the community's property management team, but Qi Mingyu refused. Yesterday, Qi Mingyu made no attempt to hide anything, stating directly in front of Zhou Jianhai, Jia Xiuguang, and several other property management staff, "Now that the tsunami has passed, countless people have died or been injured, and order is at its most chaotic. Every household is short of money and food, and countless people are lurking in the shadows, watching with predatory intent. We need an opportunity to make an example of someone. Make an example of someone." Everyone felt a chill. Wu Bin, however, knew Qi Mingyu was right. He was sent by the government, and knew more about the situation than ordinary people. Although the government had predicted the tsunami and made every effort, urging residents to stay home and sending troops to help them relocate to safer higher ground, the tsunami's reach was simply too vast. Nearly a third of the city was destroyed, and almost half the population had been injured or killed. This was a cataclysmic natural disaster, beyond human control. Now, 7 or 8 days have passed, and the district and municipal governments have remained completely silent. The property managers and officers at the resettlement site had no choice but to organize their own relocations back. When they arrived, they had already received 3 days' worth of supplies, but no replacements were issued after 3 days. The government always prioritizes people's livelihoods. The lack of timely replenishment of supplies meant something dire was about to happen. Thinking of this, Wu Bin sighed deeply. It was as if it had all been preordained. First, there were nationwide floods, submerging all the grain reserves, which couldn't be moved in time and were mostly destroyed. Then came the inescapable tsunami, which destroyed half of the advanced equipment and population. Would the world truly descend into chaos, as Chi Mingyu predicted? Therefore, making an example of them was necessary. He couldn't control what happened outside, but the unsettling activity within the community needed to be quelled first. After much deliberation, he made a decision to expel the entire Jia family of 6, sending them to whatever resettlement point they could find, but forbidding them from returning. 2 property management staff felt the punishment was too harsh and tried to plead for leniency by mentioning the Jia family's 2 children, but Wu Bin rebuked them mercilessly. Precisely because you have children, you should cherish the opportunity to live in this community even more. So many people are moving their entire families to resettlement points these days, and they're causing trouble even though they live in the community. If they dare to steal from a neighbor today, they might dare to steal from you tomorrow. Aren't you afraid? That last sentence completely silenced everyone. The Jia family certainly caused a lot of trouble, but after the apocalypse, the community property management's authority had increased, and they carried a certain weight in the hearts of the residents. Plus, Zhou Shuan's final arrow terrified the Jia family. So, after crying and making a scene, seeing that it was no use, they had no choice but to pack their bags and leave, still crying and cursing. Wei Wei and his wife Zhao Huiyan wore somber expressions, but were secretly pleased. They had finally gotten rid of this greedy family of 6. Dongyuan residential area was an old complex, with only 6 floors plus an attic. After the 4th floor was flooded, more than half of the residents moved away. Adding those lost in the tsunami, only a mere third remained. With a strong-willed property management company, the residents wouldn't cause too much trouble. The news of the Jia family being evicted spread throughout the entire complex in less than a day. The entire complex immediately fell silent. Even the previous arguments between neighbors ceased. The story of Zhou Shuan shooting Jia Xiguang in the neck with an arrow also became widely known. Everyone whispered that this young girl must have seen blood on her hands since the apocalypse, perhaps even killed someone. There was also the incident of her driving away her uncle's family with arrows. In an instant, Zhou Shuan's image as a ruthless archer was firmly established in everyone's minds. That afternoon, when Zhou Shuan went downstairs to discuss the time for moving the smoked fish with Qi Mingyu, she happened to run into Wei Wei leaving. The latter met her gaze, took a step back in alarm, and gave an awkward smile. Zhou Shuan, looking for Xiaoyu? Zhou Shuan looked him up and down, her eyes strange. Wei Wei resisted the urge to run away and forced a smile, asking, what's wrong? Zhou Shuan gave a forced smile. Nothing. Brother Wei, you're quite familiar with Uncle Dong's family, aren't you? Wei Wei was carrying a box of sausages filled with trash. It's inconvenient to dispose of garbage now, and you can't just dump it into the water, so the community has set up a garbage collection boat. Every few days, once it's full, it's hauled away elsewhere. Wei Wei went to take out his garbage. His ham sausage box was from an unknown, small brand, not commonly seen on the market. But it was exactly the same as the ham sausage box the Dong family used when they moved. Wei Wei was startled and quickly explained, Uncle Dong saw our family was having difficulties, and brought some things over the other day. Oh! Zhou Shuan nodded. Wei Wei wanted to say something more, but she had already turned to knock on the Qi family's door. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, and climbed out of the stairwell. Zhou Shuan watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with a melancholy. In her past life, she had heard from people in the community that because her family had hoarded supplies in an attic, it had attracted the covetous eyes of her neighbors. But what if the Dong family isn't the only one coveting their property? What if, like in this life, all the other families have left? The Jia family continues to live with the Wei family, and both families are also eyeing the Zhou family and Grandma Pang with predatory intent. Is Wei Wei really as dull and honest as he appears? Chapter 67. In this life, she will definitely open her eyes wide and see clearly. She will drag out all the demons and ghosts hiding in this stairwell. After Qi Mingyu opened the door, he noticed Zhou Shuan's strange expression. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan sighed, shook her head, and asked, Brother Yu, if you didn't know the inside story, and didn't return from the army in time, where would you be sent after the apocalypse? 2 years after the apocalypse in her previous life, even she had struggled to return home from the south, but hadn't heard a single word from Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, Actually, we usually carry out missions abroad, rarely in the country. This time it was a coincidence that profit was too important, so the higher-ups specifically transferred our team back. Otherwise, after the apocalypse, I should be abroad. So that's how it is, Zhou Shuan thought. No wonder no one had heard of him in her previous life. Far away in a foreign land, with communication cut off, He probably didn't even know his grandmother had passed away. Qi Mingyu felt a pang of pity on the other person's face. He wondered if he was mistaken, and looked again, but the other person had already regained their composure. Brother Yu, we meet downstairs at midnight. Okay, bring Mumu over then, my grandma will take care of her. Zhou Shuan nodded absent-mindedly, turning to go back. Qi Mingyu suddenly reached out, his long, slender fingers lightly touching her forehead, then immediately withdrawing. It's not as cold as yesterday anymore, are you feeling better? His actions and expression were almost identical to his mother's. Zhou Shuan stared, momentarily forgetting that she hated being touched. Realizing her mistake, she didn't want to make a scene, so she tried to strike up a conversation. What are you making? It smells so good. A fragrant aroma of fried chives and eggs wafted from inside. Qi Mingyu glanced at her amusedly. Wait a minute. He went inside and quickly brought out a plate with 7 or 8 freshly fried chive dumplings, piping hot, each one plump and golden brown on both sides. The chives were from the nearby mountains where Grandma Pang and her mother had gathered them, when they were at Tianyan Lake Reservoir. Wild chives grow in many places on Jiyun Mountain. Although it wasn't yet the right season, and with so much torrential rain, the chives were still too tender. It was a pleasant surprise for Grandma Pang, who hadn't seen lettuce leaves in a long time. Most of the wild chives had died from the flooding, but there were still enough for the two families to collect 2 large bundles, which they each divided up at home. Xiong Tiyun even dug some back with the soil still on. We can plant them on the balcony, then we have a constant supply of chives. Chives are easy to grow, they can be harvested continuously from April to October, one crop after another, making them one of the easiest vegetables to cultivate since the apocalypse. I originally wanted to send some to you, but you weren't feeling well, and you shouldn't eat fried food, as that would make you feel unwell. So I didn't send them for now, Qi Mingyu explained, but her tone sounded slightly sarcastic. She meant that even though she hadn't sent them yet, she had come looking for them because of the aroma. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened immediately. Am I that greedy? I was just asking casually. Qi Mingyu smiled good-naturedly. Okay, if you're not greedy, you have a little devil at home who's quite the glutton. Take them back. Zhou Shuan felt that accepting them would confirm her reputation as a gluttonous girl, but given the relationship between the two families, refusing would be even more pretentious. She reluctantly accepted the chive pancakes, while Grandma Pang called from the kitchen, Wan, come back for more when you're done eating. Oh, thank you, Grandma Pang, Zhou Shuan quickly replied, glancing at Qi Mingyu before taking her leave. Qi Mingyu watched her go upstairs, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. In the middle of the night, after dropping Mumu off at Grandma Pang's house, the 4 of them tiptoed out of the stairwell. Zhou Shuan had placed the fish in the same spot as yesterday. The space-preserving technology kept it fresh, and the smoked fish remained as fresh and delicious as it had been the day before. The weather was overcast, but at least the rain had stopped. They could see that they weren't the only ones out on the road. Several boats were silently gliding through the darkness. Zhou Jianghai sighed softly. It seems there will be more people out searching for supplies at night from now on. They had to divide into several groups to transport the more than 1,000 jin of fish back. Both families contributed significantly. The Zhou family, with its larger population, did the most work, but it was all thanks to Grandma Pang's recipe and Qi Mingyu's unparalleled skill with his pistol and martial arts. Therefore, the Zhou family insisted on an equal split, but after Qi Mingyu repeatedly refused, the Zhou family received 1,200 jin, and the Qi family received 1,000 jin. The harvest was bountiful, and both families were beaming with joy. There are so many fish in Tianyan Lake. Even we amateurs can haul in a whole bunch with just one net. If only we could go a few more times, Grandma Pang exclaimed. Zhou Jianghai's expression was serious. What happened on our way back was too dangerous. Thank goodness for Xiaoyu, and my Wanwan's archery skills are superb, otherwise, we might not have made it back unscathed. Indeed, Grandma Pang was still shaken by yesterday's ordeal. It's alright, we can go in a few more days, Zhou Shuan said casually. Everyone else stared at her in astonishment. Why? Zhou Shuan remained silent. Only Qi Mingyu gave her a deep look. When everyone finished moving their belongings and went home, Qi Mingyu deliberately walked at the very back, accompanying Zhou Shuan. What are your plans? What do you think? Zhou Shuan glanced at him. The gang she encountered on the way back was a concern for Zhou Shuan. That area was the only route from the city to Jiyun Mountain. Although the waterways were now wide, and Jiyun Mountain could still be reached from other places, that route was the shortest distance between the 2 points. If that gang still occupied that abandoned building area, countless people traveling there would lose their lives. Qi Mingyu was right. She did indeed intend to wipe them out completely. Want to come along? Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow at him. Qi Mingyu looked at her, finding it a little strange. She was clearly alone. But where did that cute, well-behaved little girl from childhood go? How did she become so fierce? And thinking back to that arrow she shot at Jia Xiuguang yesterday, it was practically a death sentence. Qi Mingyu thought he'd better keep a closer eye on her in the future, otherwise, if she's alone, what will she do when her emotions get the better of her? I go, he said decisively. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh, glancing at her parents walking ahead, then lowered her voice. Brother Yu, do you still have any of those pistols? Can I trade some other supplies for one? When she needed something, her tone always softened. Qi Mingyu lowered his eyes to look at her, his expression unchanging. What are you going to trade? Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. Did he really have a spare pistol? She quickly suppressed her excitement, considering the supplies in her spatial storage. Gasoline, solar panels, coal. It seemed there was nothing worth trading for a firearm. Chapter 68. Seeing her furrowed brows in worry, Qi Mingyu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Don't worry about it. Come downstairs to see me tomorrow. I take you somewhere. Zhou Shuan blinked. Where? Qi Mingyu's expression turned serious. Since we're going to suppress bandits, you need to improve your marksmanship. He reached out to pat her head, but his well-defined fingers rubbed together a couple of times before he finally withdrew his hand. Upon going upstairs, Zhou Shuan felt a surge of excitement. From what he said, it seemed he really was going to give her a pistol. A highly decorated Special Forces soldier teaching her marksmanship must be extremely professional. In her previous life, Zhou Shuan could barely defend herself, and she had to teach herself archery. Now, a professional was teaching her marksmanship. She was quite excited. After the initial excitement, she wondered where Qi Mingyu had gotten the pistol. When he retired from the army, he must have turned in all his equipment, especially weapons. Could he possibly be keeping it for himself? The next afternoon, she followed Qi Mingyu to a wide-open area. Half a building was visible above the water. Qi Mingyu had somehow found some beer bottles and arranged them in a row on the roof. He handed Zhou Shuan a smaller pistol, then attached a silencer and gave it to her. The size was perfect for her hand. She was a little curious and leaned closer to ask, Where did you get all these? Qi Mingyu seemed not to hear her, rowing back and forth, adjusting the distance between himself and the beer bottles. Zhou Shuan stared at him for a long time, but he didn't even glance in her direction. This meant he wasn't going to answer. Zhou Shuan withdrew her gaze and tested her stance with the pistol. The next second, Qi Mingyu was already standing behind her, his large, strong hand pressing on her shoulder, shoulders level. Zhou Shuan stiffened for a moment. His magnetic voice then rang out gently. Relax, Wan, it's me, I won't hurt you. Zhou Shuan took a few deep breaths, trying to ignore the large hand on her shoulder, gripping the pistol with both fists, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Legs apart, shoulder level. Don't be so stiff, relax a bit. Chin up, eyes level with your target. Qi Mingyu was very patient, correcting her posture one by one. Once she was ready, he gave the order, fire. Zhou Shuan pulled the trigger. The silencer made the bolt sound quiet, but the recoil was still strong. Caught off guard, she stumbled backward, landing directly in Qi Mingyu's arms. Both of them felt awkward for a moment. Zhou Shuan quickly took 2 steps forward, gazing at the beer bottle in the distance. Looks like I missed? Yes, you need more practice, Qi Mingyu said calmly, watching her from behind. If I hit it on the first try, I'd be a sharpshooter too, Zhou Shuan joked. Qi Mingyu smiled. You're already a sharpshooter. With more practice, becoming a master marksman is just around the corner. He was always composed, and it was rare to hear him make such a flippant joke. Zhou Shuan glanced back at him. He stood in the overcast sky, hands behind his back, broad shoulders, long legs, and an upright posture. His face was sharply defined and extremely handsome. His deep eyes were focused and gentle as he looked at her. Zhou Shuan asked, Is this pistol a gift for me? Qi Mingyu looked at her silent. What's the reward? Qi Mingyu hesitated, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. Zhou Shuan then said directly, I trade you a ton of gasoline for a pistol and 500 bullets. How about that? Before the apocalypse, she and her father had gone to great lengths to buy 8 tons of gasoline. 1 ton of gasoline for a pistol and 500 bullets. Qi Mingyu was clearly shocked by her generosity. Although the two families had a good relationship, they also had their own secrets. He didn't ask where Zhou Shuan got the gasoline, but simply shook his head. Wan, the pistol is a gift from me. Zhou Shuan bit her lip. Brother Yu, I can't accept such a valuable gift from you for no reason. Chi Mingyu sensed her distance. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but I don't need the gasoline for now, so I leave it with you. If it's still with me, then whose gasoline is it? Zhou Shuan was about to speak when he nodded. Wan, practice. Both fell silent. When she returned home in the evening and was about to go upstairs, Chi Mingyu suddenly called out to her. Wan. Zhou Shuan stood on the steps and turned to look at him. He was backlit, so his expression wasn't very clear. Wan, don't feel guilty. My liking you is my own business. You don't need to feel burdened by it, and you don't need to distance yourself from me. Let's just treat each other like before. Zhou Shuan was stunned. Go back. Oh. Zhou Shuan turned and went upstairs. Perhaps because she was too surprised, she didn't realize that although her face was tense, she walked with a slightly unsteady gait. Even after entering her room, Zhou Shuan still felt a sense of unreality. Chi Mingyu, just now he said he liked her? Like her? Could he really like her? They only known each other for a short time. Wan, hurry up and change your clothes, and come out for dinner. We're having chive dumplings today too. Take some to Grandma Pang's house later, Zhong Tiyun called from the living room. Zhou Shuan snapped out of her daze, and quickly said, Let my dad go, I don't have time. She absolutely didn't want to see Chi Mingyu again at this moment. She leaned against the door, slowly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. In the apocalypse, she, her parents, and Muumu's family were survivors walking a tightrope, allowing no room for error. Love was the most superfluous thing in the apocalypse. And her spatial ability was their family's biggest secret, the very foundation of their survival in the apocalypse. She wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with them or know this secret. She opened the door and walked out with light steps. For dinner, they ate chive dumplings with spicy soup, along with 2 refreshing side dishes. After eating and drinking their fill, the family sat down to listen to Zhou Shuan talk about learning to shoot. When they heard that Zhou Shuan had traded a ton of gasoline for a handgun and 500 bullets, the couple were visibly surprised. Xiao Yu really went all out. Gasoline, while an energy source, wasn't essential for survival and couldn't compare to the powerful firearm. Dad, Mom, once I learned, I teach you, Zhou Shuan said. Okay, we wait. 2 days later, after a period of intensive training, Chi Mingyu announced that Zhou Shuan had temporarily graduated. Besides shooting, he also took out 2 tear gas grenades and taught Zhou Shuan how to use them. If it weren't for the sudden confession that day, which made the atmosphere between them a little awkward, Zhou Shuan really wanted to grab him and ask him a good question. Which armory did he raid? How could he casually grab such treasures that others couldn't get? Chapter 69. However, she resolved to keep her distance from Chi Mingyu from now on, only addressing him politely as Brother Yu when they met, and avoiding any other close relationship. So, even though her heart was itching with desire, she stubbornly remained silent. They went to the abandoned building late at night. Chi Mingyu indeed had a lot of good stuff. Before setting off, he gave Zhou Shuan a bulletproof vest to wear underneath. The Skull Gang had only a dozen or so members left. Their leader, Wang Jin Gang, was a brave and resourceful man. Before the apocalypse, he made a living as a thug. After the apocalypse, with his shrewd and insightful vision, he led a group of followers to quickly occupy this abandoned building, robbing passing survivors for a living. He was good at recruiting people. In just over 2 months, he had grown his dozen or so followers to 40, mainly young and strong men, excluding the elderly and children. However, because of the battle a few days ago, they had lost 2/3 of their brothers. The only jet ski was also completely wrecked. At this moment, Wang Jin Gang led his men, discussing revenge under the dim light of a desk lamp. Brother Jin Gang, a few of us went to the city these past few days. That day, their group made such a big fuss. Those 2 jet skis were really eye-catching, so we found out easily that they live in the old city. But we don't know which neighborhood exactly. Wang Jin Gang snorted coldly. Now that we narrowed down the search area, it'd be even easier to find them. That man's skills clearly indicate he's from the military, maybe even a special forces soldier, or a retired policeman. With so many deaths these days, a skilled young veteran will attract attention anywhere. He thought for a moment, then called out one of his men's names. Yellow Hair, you take a few brothers and keep asking around tomorrow. That veteran came back with his family. They either just moved back or went out to find supplies. They have an elderly person, a child, and a woman. They definitely won't stay at the resettlement center. Go ask around in the old town's neighborhoods. You're sure to find something. Zhou Shuan followed Chi Mingyu into the abandoned building. The man was skilled and had strong counter-surveillance techniques, making his way smoothly into the building. They overheard the entire plot to find her. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Shuan's back. Fortunately, neither she nor Qi Mingyu were fools. They had already planned to wipe out this group. Otherwise, they would have been foolishly waiting for disaster to strike. This leader, called King Kong, was also quite capable. He had somehow obtained solar power equipment and strung together some messy wires in the abandoned building, installing a few light bulbs. The lighting was dim, but the layout inside was still visible. The dimly lit hall was unfinished, but inside were sofas, tables, and chairs. Used dishes, trash, and cigarette butts were carelessly tossed on the floor, creating a very unsanitary environment. In the distance was a cluster of oval shadows, too far to see clearly what they were. The leader sat on the sofa, surrounded by 5 or 6 young men. Wang Jingang, puffing on a cigarette, smiled sinisterly, as if recalling something. That young woman who was so good at archery the other day, did you see her? She's got a hot body. If we can catch her, don't kill her yet, let's have some fun. Before he could finish the word fun, Qi Mingyu emerged from the shadows, guns in both hands, and opened fire on everyone present. The first shot pierced the throat of the gang leader. He was initially bewildered, his mouth opening and closing as if to speak, before he felt blood gushing from his throat. His hands trembled as he tried to stop the bleeding, but to no avail. Soon, he struggled to breathe, his entire body shaking violently, emitting terrifying gasps. Qi Mingyu's pistol continued firing. One shot hit the gang leader, the next he opened fire on several others around him. Several were killed instantly. Only the small, thin man called Yellow Hair reacted quickly, first lying on the ground to escape. Then he rolled to a corner of the hall, trembling, pulled out a lighter, held it high, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Do you see that? I have gas cylinders all over here. If I open the valve and light it, we're all done for." Zhou Shuan then saw clearly what the oval shadows she had seen earlier were. They were over 100 gas cylinders. She wondered where these people had gotten them. But they were incredibly audacious, placing something so dangerous in the living room. Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes, silently pointing his gun at the blonde-haired man. The one called King Kong wasn't quite dead yet, gasping for breath. "Hero, beauty, I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please spare me this time. I promise I turn over a new leaf and be a good person. Please." The blonde-haired man cried out in a trembling, shrill voice. The sound of someone stealthily approaching came from behind. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan, then turned and, with lightning speed, shot the 2 men who had crept in. They fell to the ground with thuds. The blonde-haired man, his attention focused and on edge, stared at Qi Mingyu, never expecting his reaction to be so fast. He completely ignored Zhou Shuan, who hadn't made a move. A faint smile played on her lips as she took her bow and arrows from her back, aimed, and released them. 2 swift arrows, and the blonde-haired man was dead. He was actually quite afraid of death. Although he was gripping a bow tightly with one hand, he dared not pull it. But it was dangerous, so Qi Mingyu didn't fire, but instead glanced at Zhou Shuan, gesturing for her to use her bow and arrows. Zhou Shuan immediately understood. The two worked together seamlessly. 8, Zhou Shuan said, looking around. How do we find the rest? Qi Mingyu had fitted silencers to his guns, but it was the quiet of the night, and killing 8 people at once would inevitably make some noise. The remaining men would definitely be hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show themselves. This way, Qi Mingyu said, seemingly familiar with the area, leading Zhou Shuan out of the hall. Zhou Shuan glanced back at the burly gang leader. The man was still gasping for breath, looking extremely pained. A short while later, he suffocated to death due to oxygen deprivation caused by a punctured throat. His heavy body collapsed. Of the 8 people present, his death was the most agonizing. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was walking ahead on high alert. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she had a feeling that the reason Qi Mingyu had caused the gang leader's agonizing death was because of what that man had just said about her. Watch out! Qi Mingyu grabbed her waist and dodged to the side, 2 arrows grazing their bodies. 2 men took cover behind a pillar, firing arrows. Zhou Shuan fired her pistol, hitting one of them, but her marksmanship wasn't very good. She only managed to hit him in the abdomen, not killing him instantly. The man fell to the ground, howling in agony. Chapter 70. Another one tried to escape, but Qi Mingyu swiftly and decisively dealt with him. Help, it hurts, help me, it hurts. The fallen man wailed, his voice pitiful, a far cry from the ruthlessness he had displayed earlier when firing the arrow. Killing someone wasn't difficult, the difficult part was killing someone severely wounded and powerless. Zhou Shuan pursed her lips, took 2 steps forward, and, fearing a waste of bullets, simply pointed her bow and arrows steadily at the victim. Her expression was calm and terrifying. The mark she carried from 8 years of the apocalypse remained deeply ingrained in her, impossible to erase. Just as she was about to fire, Qi Mingyu fired first, striking the victim squarely in the forehead. The scream ceased abruptly. Zhou Shuan was slightly surprised. She recalled the group that had looted supplies on the way back last time. Qi Mingyu hadn't approved of her wanting to exterminate them all. She turned to look at him. Qi Mingyu's face showed no change, only a soft voice. "Stay close to me, there are 3 more people." He led Zhou Shuan further outside. Zhou Shuan belatedly realized, "You came to scout ahead?" Qi Mingyu hummed in agreement. Special forces were experts at reconnaissance. How could he dare lead Zhou Shuan into this skull gang without knowing how many enemies there were? You came alone?" Zhou Shuan felt she had asked a pointless question. "When did you come to scout?" "Just these last 2 nights." Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at him a few times. Qi Mingyu walked ahead, highly vigilant, one hand slightly outstretched, as if ready to shield her from danger at any moment. Zhou Shuan couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. A faint flutter seemed to pass through her soul. She didn't speak again, silently following behind Qi Mingyu. Finally, they found the remaining 3 people behind the abandoned building. Seeing the situation was bad, the 3 prepared to escape by boat. They quietly crept to the back of the building and boarded a kayak they had hidden there beforehand. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu fired their guns together. This time, she hit 2 targets. Wang Jing'an's group had been operating in the post-apocalyptic world for over 2 months. They didn't have a lot of supplies, but they certainly didn't lack them either. Besides the more than 100 gas cylinders in the lobby, there were another 200 downstairs. These were probably brought directly from a factory. Half the room was filled with rice, flour, and oil, all with different brands and packaging, likely looted from previous survivors. A dozen boxes of dried mushrooms, dried bean curd sticks, and wood ear fungus. More than 40 boxes of ham sausages and canned meat. And 70 or 80 boxes of instant noodles, mini hot pots, and other fast food products. There were 2 large freezers, filled to the brim with meat, pork, beef, chicken, and more. There were also over 300 barrels of purified water. The rest were some daily necessities. Several tents, sleeping bags, a pile of blankets, clothes haphazardly piled in the corner, and 7 or 8 folding inflatable boats. There were also some sofas, tables, and other furniture placed in a corner. Zhou Shuan explained repeatedly, "No wonder so many people like to rob people. Look at this, they're really well off." Qi Mingyu was indeed somewhat shocked after seeing half a room full of rice, flour, and oil, then shook his head. "The weather is too humid now. This rice and flour won't last long." Zhou Shuan then said, 30-odd grown men probably won't eat it for long either. Just as they were discussing taking the supplies back, Qi Mingyu suddenly put his index finger to his lips. "Shh." Zhou Shuan strained her ears to listen for any sounds around her. A series of extremely faint rustling sounds came from behind the furniture. She and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, both silently drawing their pistols and cautiously approaching the source of the noise. Upon reaching it, they discovered that behind the furniture lay a hidden space. It was a small storage room, but the entrance was completely obscured by piles of clutter, making it easy to miss. The noise was coming from inside this small storage room. Qi Mingyu made several hand gestures, signaling Zhou Shuan to be on guard outside, while he crawled in from behind the sofa. A bright light shone on him, and he froze, stunned. Zhou Shuan followed him in, and was equally shocked by what she saw inside. The storage room contained 7 or 8 scantily clad women. Their hands and feet were tightly bound, and their mouths were gagged, ensuring they could neither move nor make a sound. The warehouse was windowless, and the air was damp and foul-smelling. Upon seeing them enter, the women were initially frightened, then their expressions turned pleading. Zhou Shuan paused, then sneered. "No wonder that boss wanted to kidnap me. This is his usual trick. Letting him die is too easy." The warehouse was dark, and Qi Mingyu said, "Wait a minute, check if there are any traps." Zhou Shuan nodded, shining her flashlight through all the other dark areas. When she swept the light across the roof, a figure lunged at her. "Watch out." Qi Mingyu rushed over. Zhou Shuan's emergency response was quite good. Even before her brain registered anything, her body reacted automatically when she caught sight of the shadowy figure. She twisted her waist and lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the figure. The figure landed as nimbly as a cat and attacked again. Qi Mingyu had already arrived, shielding her behind him. A muffled groan followed, the sound of a dagger piercing flesh. Zhou Shuan cried out in alarm, "Brother Yu?" Qi Mingyu had already struck out with his elbow, hitting the other man in the neck. The latter, clearly trained in martial arts, was incredibly agile. Even with his neck wound, he could still resist. Qi Mingyu's gun was knocked from his hand, so he used his legs to pin the man's neck and head down. The two were locked in a tight struggle. Firing a gun could result in friendly fire. In desperation, Zhou Shuan grabbed a bow and arrow and plunged it into the man's chest. With his mouth and nose gagged, the man thrashed about on the ground like a fish before silently dying. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance, breathing heavily in silence. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was incredibly dangerous. Even Zhou Shuan, who was used to fighting, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After catching her breath, she quickly asked, "Are you hurt?" "Where?" Chapter 71. A small dagger was embedded in Qi Mingyu's left shoulder. Zhou Shuan shone a flashlight on him, and saw that he was covered in sweat and breathing rapidly. She didn't say much, but simply took her backpack off her back and pretended to retrieve something. She quickly pulled out some first aid supplies. Iodine, scissors, disinfectant cotton, sterile gauze, a small bottle of saline solution, bandages. Watching her pull these things out like Doraemon, Qi Mingyu looked at her strangely, completely forgetting about his own injury. "You carry all this with you?" Zhou Shuan calmly retorted, "Don't you carry it?" Qi Mingyu honestly replied, "Yes, but not as complete as yours." Zhou Shuan used scissors to cut open the other man's clothes on his shoulder, carefully examining the wound. "It looks like the wound isn't deep, and it's not a major blood vessel. Just remove the dagger, disinfect it, and bandage it." Qi Mingyu nodded, "Okay." Seemingly sensing Zhou Shuan's tension, he smiled and reassured her, "It's alright. When I was a Special Forces soldier, every injury I sustained was much more serious than this. Don't worry too much." Zhou Shuan glanced at him and casually said, "Back then, my parents and neighbors couldn't understand why you, with such good grades, didn't go to school but instead joined the army." Qi Mingyu didn't reply. This wasn't the place to talk. There was a corpse nearby, and 7 or 8 women trembling with fear over there. Zhou Shuan stopped asking questions, and quickly pulled out the dagger. She first used gauze to stop the bleeding, then put on sterile gloves, cleaned the wound with saline solution, and after making sure the wound was clean, she used sterile cotton to clean the area around the wound. Finally, she pressed the wound with gauze and bandaged it. During this time, Qi Mingyu endured the pain silently, his forehead drenched in sweat. Zhou Shuan felt a pang of guilt seeing this. She took out a gauze and wiped the sweat from his brow, whispering, "Thank you." If Qi Mingyu hadn't intervened, she definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid the knife wound. Her skills weren't as good as Qi Mingyu's, and she might have been seriously injured. Qi Mingyu noticed her guilt, but he didn't want her to bear such guilt and apology, so he smiled and said, "I told you, it's just a minor injury. It'd be fine in a couple of days." Zhou Shuan hummed in agreement. Qi Mingyu turned his gaze to the fallen man in black, lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhou Shuan asked, "Do you know him?" She shone her flashlight carefully on the man's face. He had an ordinary appearance, a slender and petite figure. No wonder he was so agile. Qi Mingyu shook his head. "I don't know him. It's just strange that there are people with such skills in our small town. They were almost on par with him. Is he a retired Special Forces soldier? Or?" Zhou Shuan stared intently at the man's physique, a thought popping into her head. Or perhaps he learned martial arts at Shaolin Temple. That's possible. Qi Mingyu helped Zhou Shuan to her feet. "It's alright if he's dead." Of course, neither of them knew that this man was the renowned strategist of the Skull Gang in their previous life, highly skilled in martial arts, meticulous in his thinking, and had helped Wang Jin Gang expand the Skull Gang's influence. Qi Mingyu looked at the women with a headache. If he hadn't been injured, he could have escorted them to a safe place with Zhou Shuan. However, now that his strength was diminished, while these women appeared to have been captured and abused, there was no guarantee that the wives and daughters of those men from earlier weren't among them. He had encountered a similar case during a previous mission. A dozen or so beautiful young women had been kidnapped, one of whom was an enemy spy. His team, caught off guard, nearly suffered a major loss. The scar on his abdomen was from that incident. Seeing Zhou Shuan about to untie the women, he immediately stopped her. "Wan, no rush." He hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. "It's too late now. Let's wait until dawn, give them some food, clothes, and 2 boats, then let them leave." Zhou Shuan instantly understood his concern. She thought for a moment and nodded. "That's good. We shouldn't have too much contact with them, lest we be recognized later." The lighting was dim, and the lamps they were holding were backlit, so the women couldn't see their faces. They had killed over a dozen people. It was best to avoid any direct confrontation. But how to transport these supplies? Without Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan could have easily and quickly moved all the supplies within half an hour. However, with him added, it was more complicated. He was still injured. His shoulder needed to rest for the next few days, and he couldn't put any weight on it. Let's go downstairs first and inflate the boat to the water, Zhou Shuan said, taking a thermos from her backpack and handing it to him. Brother Yu, have some hot water first. I see you're still sweating a lot. Qi Mingyu didn't suspect anything and just smiled. You become Doryman, you have everything. He unscrewed the lid, the water was at the perfect temperature, and he drank half a cup. After going downstairs, he felt his consciousness becoming somewhat blurred. Zhou Shuan looked surprised. Brother Yu, did you lose too much blood? You're a little dizzy? Qi Mingyu leaned weakly against Zhou Shuan, shaking his head, trying to say it wasn't that bad. He hadn't lost much blood and shouldn't be unconscious. But he was already too dizzy to speak. What happened? That was his last thought before he lost consciousness. Zhou Shuan struggled to support him, inwardly complaining that although he was tall and had long legs, he wasn't just for show. He was really heavy. She laboriously helped him to the back of the stairwell, and then used 2 boards to completely shield him from view. Then, without stopping, she went upstairs, collecting all the supplies she encountered and storing them in her spatial storage. Gas cylinders, rice, flour, oil, instant food, water. After clearing away the supplies, she returned to the warehouse, took a dagger, and handed it to a woman, whispering, Cut the ropes yourself, then untie the others. Outside the warehouse, there are clothes, food, water, and 2 boats. I call the police. Someone should come to rescue you by dawn. The woman trembled, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, then removed the gag from the woman's mouth. The woman seemed to have not spoken for a long time. Her voice was hoarse, and she kept crying. Please, benefactor, save us. Please save us. The other women stirred, staring at her, making muffled noises. Zhou Shuan was also a woman. She had seen and experienced the plight of these people in her previous life. However, every time she saw it, she couldn't help but feel deep sympathy and indignation. In the apocalypse, besides the elderly and children, women suffer the most tragic fate. Young and beautiful women, women in their prime, young girls, innocent children. Chapter 72. The apocalypse has only just begun. These women have already experienced the darkest moments of the apocalypse. Quiet down and listen to me. Once they were quiet, Zhou Shuan continued, The people who brought you here are all dead, so you are safe for now. I left you food, water, clothes, and a boat. Don't rush to leave after you're untied. This place is too remote, and the roads might not be safe. I go find the military at the resettlement site and have them rescue you. At some larger resettlement sites, the military is present alongside the residents. Now that there are no police stations or supermarket boats, they can only rely on these military units for rescue. The woman who could speak couldn't help but cry, repeatedly sobbing, Thank you, thank you. She didn't insist that Zhou Shuan rescue them now. Zhou Shuan glanced at these pitiful women again, then turned and left. After going downstairs, she launched her motorboat, scooped the sleeping Qi Mingyu onto her back, and sped off into the darkness. The resettlement site was actually easy to find. Just look for a cluster of tall, clean residential buildings. Zhou Shuan rode her jet ski across the dark water for half an hour before finally finding the nearest resettlement site. When they passed by during the day last time, they knew that this area was newly built with elevators, all fully furnished, and not yet fully sold. So many people had moved there, and there were military personnel patrolling the area. Before they even got close, they heard shouts from inside the complex. Who goes there? It was the night patrol. Zhou Shuan thought to herself, with the military protecting it, the safety of living in such a complex is greatly enhanced. She raised her voice, I'm here to deliver a message. Several signal lights shone brightly, hurting the eyes. Zhou Shuan surveyed her surroundings, wary of any sneak attacks, while loudly recounting the story of a group of women being held captive in the abandoned building. The other party seemed skeptical, and wanted to press for more information, but Zhou Shuan added, Whether you believe it or not, we find out tomorrow morning by sending a group to check it out. Without waiting for further questions, she sped away on her motorboat. A speedboat tried to follow, but a gruff voice stopped it, delivering a message in the middle of the night. It can't be baseless. Let's report it first. Zhou Shuan ignored the voices, but instead of going home, she returned to the only route to the abandoned building. She quickly switched from the motorboat to a kayak, covered Chi Mingyu with a thick blanket, and let him sleep beside her, while she rode away to hide in the middle of a grove of trees. This was a forest on the outskirts of town, now completely submerged, with only the treetops a meter or so high remaining, inconspicuous in the darkness. After waiting in the dark for 2 hours, dawn broke. In the distance, 7 or 8 assault boats rushed towards the abandoned building. The assault boats were filled with soldiers in camouflage uniforms, each carrying a gun, their expressions solemn. After waiting for about another hour, the assault boats returned, towing 2 inflatable boats. On the boats sat 7 or 8 women haphazardly dressed, along with some miscellaneous supplies. From afar, one could hear the officers discussing. They must have had several people involved, otherwise, how could more than a dozen demons have been killed overnight? They must have run into some tough guys during the robbery, and they come for revenge. Yes, according to these women, they had a lot of supplies, but not much. Looks like they all been taken. Zhou Shuan waited quietly in place, waiting for them to leave for quite a while before finally deciding to go. She lowered her head, and met Chi Mingyu's open eyes, calm and gentle. Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat. You? She swallowed hard. You're awake? She had put several sleeping pills in her thermos. It shouldn't be possible for him to wake up in just 2 or 3 hours. Her brain was racing. Last night, she had completely exposed her spatial dimension by collecting supplies and changing ships. Had he discovered everything? She looked down at him again, but saw that his eyes were closed. It seemed like it was just her imagination. Zhou Shuan was startled and carefully called his name a few times. Brother you. Brother you? She shook him a few times, but he didn't move. Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. In the rising dawn, a gentle breeze rippled the water. Zhou Shuan looked down intently at Chi Mingyu. Indeed, he was extremely handsome. Thick, sword-like eyebrows, long eyelashes framing his eyes at a beautiful angle, a high, straight nose, thin lips with a beautiful shape, a pale pink that carried a resolute quality unlike any woman's, yet clean and clear. His character was also excellent. Every little detail of their time together, his conduct, his decisiveness. He brought her along to fight the bandits, yet he had quietly taken all the danger upon himself beforehand. And his act of shielding her from a knife last night was worlds apart from scum like Lin Yuang. This kind of person, perhaps like her mother said, is someone she could entrust her life to, but... Zhou Shuan gazed at the dark, heavy clouds on the horizon and smiled bitterly. 8 years of experience in the apocalypse had made her vastly different from a real college student. It seemed she was no longer capable of loving anyone. When Chi Mingyu woke up, it was already late afternoon. Grandma Peng had just taken his temperature when she saw him awake and exclaimed with delight, Xiao Yu, you're awake. You scared Grandma half to death. Chi Mingyu gazed at the gloomy sky outside the window for a while before asking, Grandma, what time is it? A little after 4 in the afternoon. Oh dear, you don't know. When Wanwan's dad carried you up, I was really startled. Later, Wanwan said you were injured and had a fever, which is why you were unconscious, and I was a little relieved. What did you do last night? How did you get injured? Chi Mingyu met his grandmother's bright eyes, and coughed lightly. Grandma, I want some water, my throat is hoarse. This was a trick he had used since childhood, changing the subject when he didn't want to answer an adult's question. Grandma Peng, not understanding him, glared at him immediately, but still got up to pour him water, continuing her nagging. That child Wanwan wouldn't tell me anything, only saying she asked you when you woke up, but you wouldn't tell me. You treat me like a burden, telling me nothing, making this old woman worry about you all the time. Grandma. Chi Mingyu softened his voice. Grandma isn't old, she lived to be 100. Humph. Smooth talker. Grandma Peng poured the water. Chi Mingyu smiled, sitting up. He was sweating from the fever, but did feel a bit more energetic. He drank the water in one gulp. Grandma Peng continued, Xiao Yu, don't blame me for being nosy, but Wanwan is a girl, unlike you who's been in the army. From now on, when you go out to find supplies at night, don't always take Wanwan with you, and don't go to dangerous places. Chi Mingyu paused, then slowly replied, okay. Chapter 73. A knock sounded at the door. Grandma Peng opened the door, her wrinkled face completely smoothing out with a smile. It's Dahai, Tiyun, and Wanwan. Perfect timing, Xiao Yu just woke up. I took his temperature, and his fever has gone down. Zhou Shuan smiled and called out, Grandma Peng. She and her parents then handed over a large pile of tonics. 2 cases of blood tonifying oral liquid, 2 cases of freeze-dried bird's nest, 2 cases of pure milk. Also, 2 packets of brown sugar and 2 packets of red dates. All for replenishing qi and blood. Grandma Peng kept declining, It's too much, too much. Take it back. You brought the whole house. Grandma Pang, please don't refuse. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's loyalty, it would have been my Wan who got hurt. Zhong Tiyun's eyes were a little moist. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. These things are nothing, Xiao Yu. You should rest and recover. Auntie will bring more things tomorrow. Qi Mingyu quickly stood up from the bed. Uncle, Auntie, you're too kind. My injury isn't serious. I'll be fine in a few days. Sit down, don't get up. Be careful not to get dizzy. Zhou Jianhai quickly went over and helped Qi Mingyu sit down on the edge of the bed. How are you now? Does your wound still hurt? Do you still want to sleep? Zhong Tiyun insisted on putting the things down in the living room, and went to the bedroom with Zhou Shuwan. This was the first time Zhou Shuwan had come to Qi Mingyu's bedroom. The bedroom was divided into two parts. One half contained a bed and a table, and was very clean. The sheets and duvet cover were dark green, and the items on the desk were arranged neatly and orderly. The other half was covered by a board, presumably containing supplies. The Zhou family members were very polite, and didn't peek behind the board. Zhong Tiyun reached out, and touched Qi Mingyu's forehead. Seeing that his fever had subsided, she breathed a sigh of relief. I came to see you this morning, and you had a high fever. I was worried because it's so hard to even get an appointment at the hospital these days. There are so many people with dysentery in the hospitals, it could be contagious, and we didn't want to delay your treatment. Luckily, your fever is gone. Qi Mingyu smiled. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. I'm much better now. My injury wasn't serious, so don't worry. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Shuwan, who was standing silently to the side. The latter was looking at him with concern. Qi Mingyu smiled at her, his tone like that of a kind and approachable older brother. Wan, don't worry or blame yourself. You treated my wound. It's nothing serious. Zhou Shuan nodded, paused, and said earnestly, Brother Yu, take good care of yourself. I rebandaged your wound this morning. Be careful not to get it wet when you shower. Grandma Pang chimed in. I saw it myself. Wan's wound handling technique was so skillful, like a surgeon. She liked survival shows and took a first aid course in college, so she knows some first aid, Zhou Jianhai explained. That's good. Learning another skill increases your chances of survival, Grandma Pang said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhou Shuwan. After chatting for a while longer, not wanting to disturb the patient any longer, the Zhou family got up to leave. Zhong Tiyun said to Grandma Pang, I bring dinner over tonight, so you don't need to cook. Xiao Yu should have some nourishing soup. We happen to have a chicken frozen, so I stew it for him tonight for chicken soup. Oh, you're too kind, too kind. Don't feel bad about it. We've been neighbors for so many years. Wan is like a sister to Xiao Yu. If his sister is in danger, isn't it only right for him, as her brother, to save her? Please don't do this. And take all these things back with you. Grandma Pang pretended to be sullen. Let people say we're injured, and you brought your whole house here. Chapter 74. Grandma Pang, it's nothing. It's not much. We're not doctors. We don't know what else to do for Xiao Yu, so we can only let him eat more tonics as a token of our gratitude, Zhou Jianhai said sincerely. Grandma Pang looked at the Zhou family, who were indeed sincere, and ultimately didn't refuse. After seeing the Zhou family off, Grandma Pang went into Qi Mingyu's bedroom and sighed. The Zhou family are kind and easy to get along with. We're lucky to have such neighbors. Qi Mingyu was half lying on the bed, lost in thought. Hearing his grandmother's words, he hummed in agreement. Xiao Yu. Grandma Pang seemed to want to ask something, but swallowed the words back. It's nothing, you should rest well. Grandma will see how to cook that bird's nest and stew a bottle for you. These freeze-dried bird's nests were bought for free from a supermarket warehouse by Zhou Shuwan. Giving them away without a second thought. Qi Mingyu responded absent-mindedly, then added, Grandma, you eat more. I don't need these. He remembered that some of the supplements he bought for free seemed to be for his grandmother. He should find them, and give them to her to help her recover. No, that won't do. You're the pillar of the family. These supplements will only be most effective if you take them. That evening, Zhong Tiyun indeed brought Zhou Shuwan a pot of chicken soup. It contained ginseng, red dates, and goji berries. All the surface oil had been skimmed off. It looked very light, and not greasy at all. But as soon as the lid was lifted, the fragrant and rich aroma of chicken soup filled the air. Auntie also made you a bowl of noodles with the chicken soup, with hydroponically grown lettuce leaves, and some canned cherry tomatoes she made before. No spices were added. It's very light and refreshing. You should have a bowl later. Zhou Shuwan carried a white porcelain basin filled with homemade noodles, golden chicken broth, green leafy vegetables, and a few plump cherry tomatoes floating on top, a sight that made one's mouth water. Especially for those who hadn't had fruit and vegetables in a long time, this was truly a rare treat. Grandma Peng peeked in and exclaimed with delight, "Oh my, you even grown lettuce hydroponically. And these cherry tomatoes look so fresh." "They just sprouted, and there aren't many yet. My second brother and I are figuring it out together," Zhong Tian said with a smile. "Grandma Peng, have one on bring down a jar of tomato preserves later. I pickled a lot during the new year." Actually, the lettuce was grown by taking lettuce from the space, cutting off the top leaves, and putting the rest into a hydroponic box, where it quickly grew. Growing it from seed would have taken a lot of effort. The tomatoes were also brought out as an excuse. The Zhou family had been pickling a lot of fruit preserves at home these past few days. Canned peaches, canned apples, canned tomatoes. After being refrigerated for days, no one could tell when they were made. Grandma Peng, though also craving soft, ripe fruit, wasn't naive. Knowing how precious fruit was at this time of year, she quickly waved her hand, refusing. "No need, no need. Let the two children eat what you made. It's just one jar, Grandma Peng, not much," Zhong Tian said with a smile. "I don't know how to make tofu, so I trade you the canned tomatoes for 2 pieces of tofu, so we can have something different. We're tired of eating the same things every day." Grandma Peng smiled. "If you want tofu, just come find me. I was a master tofu maker back in the day." Chapter 75. She went to the refrigerator to get tofu, a large bottle of soy milk, and a bowl of white tofu pudding. "I was in such a rush this afternoon that I forgot. I made a lot today, mainly for the 2 kids." "Okay, Grandma Peng, I won't stand on ceremony. This tofu pudding with spicy soup is something Wanwan and Mumu love, and Dahai loves it too." Grandma Peng finally felt a little less uneasy about taking things from others for free. That evening, when Zhou Shuan came to deliver canned tomatoes, she also returned 2 cans of yellow peaches. Canned goods are easy to store, and when Qi Mingyu stockpiled supplies, canned goods were the most common. Qi Mingyu spent a few days recovering from his injuries, and his days were very quiet. But the Zhou family was the complete opposite, extremely lively. Almost everyone who had moved to the resettlement site had returned, but Uncle Zhong's family hadn't. Zhong Tian was very worried, and frequently went out to inquire about the situation. But only a few families had moved to the same resettlement site as Uncle Zhong's family, and they couldn't get any information from them. The third aunt's family had also been out of contact since the tsunami. Early that morning, the Zhou family sent Mumu to Grandma Peng's, asking her to look after her for the day while she took her parents out to search for supplies and help them get used to the outside world. Qi Mingyu frowned. "Why don't we wait a few more days? I go with you once I'm better." Zhou Jianhai quickly waved his hand. "No need, Xiaoyu. How can we trouble you with things at home? Your aunt and I practice archery at home every day. Although we're not as good as you and Wanwan, we improved quite a bit. Besides, we take that motorboat, we won't go far, we'll be back quickly." Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian had already made great progress. After their last trip back from Jiyun Mountain, they had all gotten blood on their hands. Although it took them a couple of days to adjust back home, that's human nature. Practice makes perfect. Once they got used to it, looking back, killing didn't seem so unbearable after all. Zhong Tian, having had one more experience than Zhou Jianhai, adapted even faster. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan, nodded worriedly, and after thinking for a moment, finally called her over and gave her a few instructions. During the day, try not to take out your handgun, to avoid being targeted. Return by speedboat, don't stop on the way, and don't help anyone who calls for help. He rambled on for a while, but was finally interrupted by Zhou Shuan, who glared at him. "In your eyes, am I that useless? Do I need you to teach me step by step?" Before the two families cooperated, she would run around the city alone late at night to stockpile supplies. Zhong Tian quickly patted her head lightly. "Your brother you was worried about you, that's why he told you this. Look at your attitude." It's all right, auntie." Qi Mingyu quickly reached out to block her hand, hesitated for a moment, and didn't rub Zhou Shuan's head, only looking at her with concern. "Does it hurt?" Zhong Tian couldn't bear to use too much force, only patting her lightly. Seeing Qi Mingyu's careful way of handling her like a precious jewel, she couldn't help but want to laugh, but she held it back. Zhou Shuan shook her head, looked at Qi Mingyu, thought for a moment, and also instructed, "Take care of your wound, don't train, and don't do heavy work. I change your bandage when you come back tonight." Actually, Qi Mingyu could change it himself, but he nodded solemnly. "Okay." The family of 3 went out from the stairwell, and Wei Wei could see them from his bedroom window. Zhou Shuan seemed to look up unintentionally, and Wei Wei quickly squatted down, hiding behind the curtains, his heart pounding, wondering if she had noticed him. Zhou Shuan paddled the rubber boat, letting out a cold laugh. She had previously thought Wei Wei was a dull young man, but it turned out he was quite the schemer. They paddled the rubber boat to a secluded spot and switched to a motorboat. Zhou Shuan drove in the front, with Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai in the back. The motorboat could comfortably fit 3 people. This was much faster than slowly paddling in the rubber boat. They arrived at the city's largest library in almost half an hour. They had come today to stockpile books for future generations. These were the seeds for the restart of civilization. It was fortunate that all the books from the library's lower floors had been moved upstairs, filling the upper floors to capacity. Otherwise, there would definitely have been a storage area here. Now, the library was completely empty. Chapter 76. Zhou Shuan emptied the library of all its books and shelves. They then went to the city museum. City-level museums are generally small, only a few stories high. Some artifacts weren't afraid of water, and were unharmed after being soaked. But some paintings and calligraphy were completely destroyed. Zhou Shuan had tested this once before, and knew these artifacts were useless to her spatial storage. So she hadn't bothered to collect them. This time, she came to the library as a side trip. She stored all the undamaged artifacts into her spatial storage. Then, still not giving up, she checked the spatial storage again, and sure enough, there wasn't a single movement. This spatial storage was truly realistic. Gold in chaotic times, antiques in prosperous times. The spatial storage also knew that it was a chaotic time, so it only accepted jewelry and gold. These antiques could be considered as preserved sparks of civilization. After returning, there was more good news. Uncle Zhong's family had finally returned. It turned out they arrived at the resettlement site a bit late, and with so many people there, they were assigned to a different site, separate from the rest of the residents. Living in an office building with a bunch of people offered no privacy, and with so much stuff they had, their boat was stolen in a moment of inattention. Carrying so much luggage, and afraid to share a boat with strangers for fear of having their supplies stolen, they had no choice but to wait for passing military personnel. The military was there to rescue disaster victims, and didn't refuse, but they also had their own mission to evacuate the elderly, weak, and disabled. They could only board the military boat after completing their own mission. Even more surprisingly, they encountered Aunt Zhong's family along the way. So, when Zhou Shuan and her parents saw Aunt Zhong's family looking so destitute at Uncle Zhong's house, they were both surprised and puzzled. It was just a few days at the resettlement center. How did they end up in such a sorry state? Everyone, adults and children alike, was filthy, pale and thin, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Even the youngest child, Chun Chun, could only manage a dry sob, as if he didn't even have the strength to cry anymore. Zhou Shuan looked around and, not seeing her third aunt's husband, her brows furrowed slightly. As soon as Aunt Zhong saw Zhong Tiyun, she burst into tears and rushed over to hug her little sister. Cousin Tao and the others also had red eyes. Zhong Tiyun comforted them for a long time before they finally recounted what had happened, sobbing. It turned out that they had listened to Zhong Tiyun's advice and decided to go to the resettlement center. However, their apartment building had elevators, and the floors were already high. Very few people specifically moved to the resettlement center, and there was no military assistance. They had gone through quite a bit of trouble to find out that the nearest old neighborhood was being relocated. My aunt's husband pulled strings and begged everyone he could, but no one was willing to lend them their boat. Initially, my aunt's family had said they wouldn't move if they couldn't get a ride. But the next day, my aunt's husband, who had gone out to look for connections, returned excitedly, saying he had found a boat. It was a very generous and easygoing neighbor from the next neighborhood. He had 2 boats, and was willing to give them a ride. My aunt and her family didn't suspect anything and excitedly packed their bags and set off on the boat. They chatted and laughed along the way, but halfway there, at a dilapidated abandoned building, the man and his 5 or 6 family members suddenly turned hostile, pulling out knives and forcing my aunt's family off the boat, intending to seize their supplies. Perhaps they should be thankful that this group only wanted supplies, and didn't intend to kill them. My aunt's family was struck dumb, filled with unease. During the relocation, at the urging of this older brother, my aunt's husband allowed the family to take most of their existing food and supplies. Da Tao tried to dissuade them, saying it was only for a few days, and carrying supplies around wasn't safe, but he was scolded by my aunt's husband. My aunt's husband was always the boss at home, stubborn and unyielding, and wouldn't listen to anyone. Left with no choice, the family agreed, but who could have imagined they brought home a swindler, If he forcibly took most of their supplies, the whole family would starve when they returned. My aunt's husband was extremely stingy. He always wanted to benefit, and he wouldn't let anyone else take advantage of him. When his family was forced off the boat and about to leave, he roared and pounced. Zhong Tiyu listened blankly as her third sister recounted the story. And then? Her third aunt burst into tears. Then that was stabbed in the stomach and kicked into the dirty water. By the time they pulled him out, he was dead in the middle of the night. She sobbed uncontrollably. That abandoned building was dilapidated, there wasn't even any shelter, and your brother-in-law died in the cold wind. It broke my heart. She was too sobbing to speak, so Xue Dateo continued, his eyes red. We spent a few days in that abandoned building. Because of the tsunami, there wasn't a soul in sight. Our phones were confiscated, so we couldn't even call for help. Luckily, my wife was breastfeeding, and fearing we go hungry, we both hid some food on us. Chapter 77. With only the meager food the two of them had, the family of 4, including the baby, barely survived. After the tsunami, more people appeared on the roads, but the place where they had been dropped off was remote, with very few boats passing by. Occasionally, they would see 1 or 2 boats shout for help, and then row away as fast as they could, without even looking back. If they hadn't seen Uncle Zhong on a boat in the distance, and it was a military boat, they probably would have starved to death there. Once on the boat, the group didn't speak at first, but drank water and ate. Their actions shocked and saddened Uncle Zhong's family. Zhong Tiyu listened in silence for a long time. Third and Zhong Tixia tugged at her sleeve. Little sister, have you heard? Our house collapsed. Although the tsunami didn't directly hit it, it was still affected. The house wasn't very sturdy to begin with, and the whole building collapsed. We're lucky. Most people in the neighborhood didn't move to the resettlement area. They were all buried with their houses. Cousin Xue Dong also spoke, his eyes red. Little sister, second brother, we have no choice but to come and rely on you. Uncle Zhong was alright, but Aunt Zhong's expression was less than pleasant. Zhong Tixia and her child, a family of 5, were practically living in poverty. With supplies so scarce these days, their food, drink, and necessities were all saved from their own mouths to give to them. Uncle Zhong opened his mouth to speak, then, ouch. Aunt Zhong pinched his waist from behind and gave him a glare. Uncle Zhong stammered, his expression conflicted. Aunt Zhong's actions were quite noticeable. Everyone present, including the Xue brothers Tao and Xue Dong, saw them, their eyes reddening as they lowered their heads. Zhong Tian frowned slightly, clearly pondering what to do. Third aunt, where is third uncle's body? Zhou Shuan asked. Third and Zhong choked back tears, saying, your third uncle drank dirty water, and some people wouldn't let him board the boat, so they left his body there temporarily. We collect and bury him later. She truly cared for her husband, and tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Zhou Shuan nodded and slowly said, here's what we do. You two wash up first, and then have second and find you some clean clothes to change into. My dad and I will go to the property management office to see if we can find you another place to stay in the complex. Really? We can stay there? Third Aunt Zhong's eyes lit up. Times have changed. Back then, too many people were relocating, and there wasn't much space in the complex. But now, because of the tsunami, so many people have died, and there are still quite a few empty houses. With some rent, people should be able to live there. Aunt Zhong, Uncle Zhong, and Aunt Zhong were all pleasantly surprised. But, we don't have a single grain of food to spare right now. Although Aunt Zhong was timid and obedient to her husband, she wasn't one to take advantage of others. Zhou Shuan said, Aunt, don't worry, we pay the rent for you first, and you can pay us back later. Okay. We definitely pay you back once we recover. Zhong Tixia nodded hurriedly. Uncle Zhong quickly added, I'm the eldest brother, we pay half too. And Zhong thanked him repeatedly. She left Zhong Tian behind to have a heart-to-heart talk with her third sister. Zhou Shuan then went downstairs with her father to find the property management office. The property management has now moved to the 5th floor of Building 9, and Wu Bin and a few others are busy there. Zhou Shuan now habitually carries a backpack when she goes out, just in case she needs something urgently but doesn't want to reveal her location, so she pretends to take it out of her backpack. Before entering the house, she took out a whole carton of cigarettes from her backpack. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, Zhou Jianhai stated his request. Zhou Shuan then offered him another carton of cigarettes, smiling ingratiatingly, Director Wu, whatever the rent, our family will pay accordingly. We would be grateful if you could do us this favor. Wu Bin was indeed a heavy smoker. He couldn't stand not having a cigarette for a day. However, After the apocalypse, buying things wasn't as convenient as before. Food prices had skyrocketed, and things like cigarettes and alcohol had become luxuries. He hadn't had a proper smoke in a long time. Looking at the golden leaf, which was considered valuable even after the apocalypse, Wu Bin nodded without hesitation. All right, since Brother Dahai put this on my behalf, I certainly can't refuse. We actually have over a dozen empty apartments in our complex right now. Which one would you like to choose? Once a person dies, the ownership of the apartment reverts to the property management. Zhou Shuan then said, Uncle Wu, we like to find one on the 6th floor, preferably with a sunroom on the rooftop terrace, so we can grow vegetables or raise livestock in the future. Indeed, indeed. I heard from Xiao Qi that your two families are busy with both planting and raising livestock. Wu Bin smiled and thought for a moment, then said, okay, then go back and wait for my news. As for the rent, it certainly won't be much. Your aunt's situation falls under the scope of assistance. Okay, Uncle Wu, thank you. Then we go home and wait for your news. Zhou Shuan, if she wanted to, was quite adept at social etiquette. Emerging from the property management office, Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but laugh. I think this director Wu was only so agreeable because he was intimidated by that carton of cigarettes you gave him. A carton of cigarettes can give my third aunt's family a new place to live. It's worth it. Zhou Shuan said with a smile. The cigarettes, alcohol, and tea she stockpiled were originally for future favors. But nothing was more important than food. That evening, Uncle Zhong had his wife cook a large pot of stew at home and invited the Zhou family of 4 to eat. Uncle Zhong's family didn't eat as lavishly as the Zhou family. What was described as a sumptuous meal was actually just a large pot of stew made with canned meat, sweet potato noodles, dried tofu, mushrooms, and kelp, topped with steamed rice. Even so, the third aunt's family ate without even looking up. After dinner, Zhong Tian pulled her third aunt aside to sit. Third sister, these are clothes Wan found for you, all new and unworn. Take a look. Even baby clothes? Zhong Tixiao looked at the cute little baby clothes, quite surprised. These are supplies I found outside. Clothes don't take up much space, so I brought them all back, including some for the baby. Zhong Tixiao nodded repeatedly. Zhong Tian then brought out a box of baby formula. De Tao's wife, your child is still so young. I noticed he's lost a lot of weight these past few days. Give him this formula. Zhao Qianqian's eyes immediately reddened. They were trapped in that abandoned building. The adults were alright, they could endure it. But her baby, Chun Chun, was only 1.5 years old. How could he bear the hunger and thirst? He cried until his voice was hoarse, and he quickly lost weight. Every time she held her son, who weighed only a few pounds, her heart ached, and she wanted to cry. This box of formula has 6 cans, enough for the baby for 6 months, along with regular milk and solid food. Sigh, don't cry, Qianqian. It hurts me to see you cry, Zhong Tian said, hugging Qianqian tightly and patting her gently. Life is full of challenges, but if you overcome them one by one, you be fearless. Chapter 78. Qianqian nodded emphatically. The next day, Wu Bin indeed sent word. On the top floor of Building 6, one of the 2 balconies had been converted into a sunroom, using tempered glass for added sturdiness. The rent was only 5 jin of grain per person, excluding infants. Uncle Zhong insisted on splitting the cost equally with the Zhou family. As the eldest brother, he should have contributed the lion's share since his third sister had suffered. But his family wasn't wealthy, so he gritted his teeth and paid half. Zhong Tian didn't refuse, and the 2 families jointly contributed 20 jin of flour to Zhong Tixiao's family. After moving in, the original owner's belongings were still there, so the Zhou family provided new quilts, a 4-piece bedding set, and new bowls, chopsticks, and cups. These things weren't suitable for sharing. Zhou Shuan specially brought Chun Chun a thermos for him to drink formula. Uncle Zhong's family also provided a 50 jin bag of flour and 10 cans of pork. The Zhou family delivered 2 bags of rice totaling 40 jin, 20 caddies, along with 10 cans of meat and several packages of dried goods. They also brought several planting boxes and soil, plus vegetable seeds and sweet potato tubers, so they could cultivate them quickly and have enough vegetables at home. The nearly 100 jin, 50 caddies, of staple food, if eaten sparingly, would be enough for them for a while. The cousins Jiping, Dateo, and Dong from the second uncle's family, who are close in age and have always been good friends, handed over a bag. These are several tubs of protein powder. I bought them for Xiaofei to help her recover, but now you should give them to your wife. She's breastfeeding, and if she doesn't eat well, how can the baby eat well? Shui Tao immediately wiped away tears, clutching the bag's drawstring tightly. unsure what to say. Ji Ping patted the other's shoulder forcefully. It's okay, you recover soon. Shui Tao nodded emphatically. After settling in, the two families took their leave. Zhou Jianghai wanted to go to Jian Mountain again. The reservoir was rich in fish. He wouldn't want to miss out on catching more. Zhou Shuan understood his feelings. They and the Qi family had few adult men and were short-handed, while his second uncle and third aunt had many able-bodied men. Going together would provide mutual support. On the way back, Zhou Jianghai thought for a moment and said, Tiyun, Wan, what do you think about us taking your third aunt and second uncle to Jian Mountain? Besides, it's better to help in an emergency than to abandon someone who's already struggling. His third aunt was already struggling financially. Letting her go out to find supplies on her own was risky, given her lack of experience and skills. Moreover, meat and vegetables were scarce in the market. If they could catch enough fish in Tianyan Lake Reservoir, whether to keep them for themselves or trade them for supplies, it would be extremely worthwhile. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and then said, It's possible, but it's been several days since the tsunami. I suspect the families in Jian Mountain have already moved back. If that's the case, with a natural reservoir and a constant supply of fish, the villages in Jian Mountain would probably block the way for outsiders. The mountain is so big, how many families do they have? They can't muster many people to block the way, Zhou Jianghai said, clearly having considered the matter carefully. Jian Mountain is a famous 5A scenic area. The original residents ran hotels and restaurants, making a fortune. They bought houses in the city and provincial capital, and sent their children to develop elsewhere. The apocalypse came too suddenly. It's uncertain how many families have moved back. However, Zhou Shuan did indeed plan to go up again. There were still treasures on Jian Mountain. She nodded. Okay, Dad. Let's discuss it properly when we get home. Qi Mingyu also wanted to go fishing again to exchange for more supplies. Jian Mountain is now the only place in our city that hasn't been polluted by the flood. Grandma wants to go find some wild vegetables and transplant them back. When Qi Mingyu left, he said goodbye to Zhou Shuan. Wan, I go back now. Zhou Shuan responded with a belated "oh" and nodded haphazardly. Her attitude was rather cold. After Qi Mingyu left, Zhong Tian scolded, You child, see how you said goodbye to you, why were you so cold? Zhou Shuan casually replied, I was thinking about what to prepare for going to Jian Mountain tomorrow. Right, this time the whole family is going again, we need to plan carefully what to bring. Zhong Tian's attention was immediately diverted. Third aunt and second uncle's whole family are going. Zhou Shuan's family contributed 2 inflatable boats and 1 motorboat, while the Qi family contributed 1 speedboat and 1 motorboat. Uncle Zhong borrowed 2 more kayaks from the neighborhood. A dozen or so people set off in a grand procession. The motorboat towed the kayaks, and their speed wasn't slow. With their large numbers, they attracted attention and people kept their distance. After more than an hour, they arrived at Jian Mountain. However, instead of immediately landing, they circled ashore to ensure no one was around before stopping the boats. There are people in the mountains. Qi Mingyu took off his binoculars and looked at Zhou Shuan with a serious expression. In the distance, wisps of smoke could be clearly seen rising from the mountains. Chapter 79. Everyone tensed up immediately. Zhou Shuan glanced in the direction of the village. Someone from the village must have returned. Yes, but Tianyan Lake is in a scenic area, quite a distance from the village. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't be discovered, Qi Mingyu nodded. They didn't want to alert the locals. Regardless of who owned Tianyan Lake, being discovered would inevitably lead to a dispute. Let's go! Having learned from their previous experience, they were much better prepared this time. They brought several small carts for carrying things. They also brought 7 or 8 wheels, kindly provided by Zhou Jianghai's hardware warehouse. Many hands make light work, the women hardly had to lift a finger, and the men took on all the heavy lifting. To avoid attracting attention, they remained quiet throughout the journey. Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianghai, and Zhong Tian, being the most physically capable among them, took on the task of guarding the area. 2 men each, 1 in front and 1 behind, armed with bows and arrows, kept a close watch. Fortunately, Jian Mountain scenic area is very large, and in the past, getting between several smaller attractions required taking the park shuttle bus. It would take 2 or 3 days to see everything. Many of the villages within the scenic area have moved out, and the area is usually bustling with tourists and tourism-related businesses. Locals are few and far between. As for Tianyan Lake Reservoir, as its name suggests, it is situated at a high and steep elevation, while the villages are located on lower, flatter terrain. Therefore, Zhou Shuan and her group were not discovered upon arriving at Tianyan Lake. It seemed largely unchanged from their previous visit. Only Qi Mingyu, with his keen observation, carefully observed for a while and pointed to footprints in the grass, saying, "Someone from the village must have come to fish." He gazed at the reservoir for a while longer and said, "2 sightseeing boats are missing too." Zhou Shuan's heart leaped into her throat. At the same time, she inwardly cursed, this Qi Mingyu, after all, was a special forces soldier. Why does he have such sharp eyesight? The reservoir was vast, over 500 square kilometers, and there was a considerable distance between here and Bowen. He only needed one glance to know 2 boats were missing. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun, who knew the inside story, were somewhat embarrassed. But they bravely remained silent. Qi Mingyu looked around again and finally said, "There shouldn't be many people coming to fish. Let's hurry." However, since people were staying in the village, their original plan to stay in tents and leisurely smoke fish was no longer possible. Now, they could only catch as many fish as possible and then figure out a way to take them away. Anyway, the weather wasn't hot, and the raw fish wouldn't spoil for a few days. The group then made detailed divisions of labor: rowing, fishing, cleaning and gutting the fish. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Tianyan Lake is nestled against a cluster of mountains. It was there that Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng found the wild chives last time. This time, with so many people, they weren't much of a help, so they grabbed baskets and took Mumu up the mountain again. Zhou Shuan told her father she was going to check the situation on the road. Qi Mingyu frowned and immediately said, "I go with you." Zhou Jianghai knew his daughter had business to attend to at Jian Mountain, but he was a little worried about letting her go alone. Zhou Shuan, however, was quite frank. "I won't go far." "Brother Yu, Dad, the most dangerous place on Jian Mountain right now is Tianyan Lake. If one of you comes with me, the rest of you will be in danger." Zhou Jianhai glanced at Qi Mingyu. The latter's brow was furrowed, seemingly trying to think of a reason to stop Zhou Shuan from acting alone. Zhou Shuan smiled and patted her backpack. "I got my bow and arrows and pistol, don't worry. I warn you if anything happens." In this secluded mountain, gunfire was the best warning. Qi Mingyu pursed his lips, neither responding nor nodding. "Then I go, Dad, Brother Yu, you guys go help." Zhou Shuan glanced at her father, indicating that he absolutely had to help her stop Qi Mingyu. After 20 years as father and daughter, Zhou Jianhai could easily understand his daughter's implication. He nodded helplessly and patted Qi Mingyu's shoulder. "Let's go, Xiaoyu. Let's go help over there. Wanwan knows what's going on." Qi Mingyu could only instruct Zhou Shuan. "Fire the signal if anything happens, I'd be there immediately." His attitude was extremely serious. Zhou Shuan nodded hurriedly. "Don't worry, I know what's important." She thought for a moment, then took 2 signal flares from her backpack and handed them to him. "If anything happens, send the signal flares immediately. I definitely see them." The first thought that popped into Qi Mingyu's mind wasn't where she got the signal flares, but rather, "Is your destination very far?" Only at a sufficient distance could one not hear the gunfire, and rely solely on signal flares launched into the air to detect enemy activity. Zhou Shuan calmly shook her head. "No, I'm just worried about not being able to hear the gunfire, so I'm adding an extra layer of security." Qi Mingyu lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes concealing all his emotions. When he looked up again, he had regained his composure. "Okay." Without asking any further questions, Zhou Shuan breathed a sigh of relief. She waved goodbye. After coming down from the reservoir and reaching the main road, Zhou Shuan checked her surroundings to make sure no one was around, then released an electric tricycle at a corner and rode off towards the scenic area's parking lot. It was only last time at the scenic area's gas station that she suddenly realized that with the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, staff and tourists alike had rushed home. With the widespread flooding, many cars would be stuck and likely parked in the elevated parking lot. So, before leaving last time, she decided to make another trip sometime. Besides the vehicle, she had another place to go. Taking Qi Mingyu along meant her spatial dimension couldn't be exposed, which was really inconvenient for someone who urgently needed to stock up on supplies. Therefore, even knowing he cared about her, she had no choice but to cruelly refuse. The distance from the reservoir to the scenic area's parking lot was considerable. Zhou Shuan rode her tricycle past 2 villages, but instead of passing through the village entrances, she turned onto a side road to avoid the villages. Luckily, she and her family often went hiking in the mountains, and were very familiar with the area. It took her 40 minutes to reach the parking lot. The parking lot was located in a lower part of Jian Mountain, and was considered the flattest area. The rest of the area was mountain road, winding and steep. When the scenic area was built, to shorten the journey, they used explosives to blast through the mountains, carving roads and tunnels through the peaks, greatly reducing the distance from the foot of the mountain to Jian Mountain. The villages in the scenic area are all built on the mountainside, layer upon layer, like terrace fields. Only this parking lot was a large, flat area. It was deserted. Zhou Shuan drove her tricycle over. Sure enough, among the thousands of parked vehicles, she found what she was looking for. In a parking space, halfway up the mountain, there was a nearly new RV. A smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Chapter 80. Earlier, during her previous trip to the scenic area, she had noticed that Jian Mountain scenic area was vast, with fresh air, stunning scenery, and far from the city, making it ideal for RV travel. Therefore, she frequently encountered tourists driving RVs up. Although she didn't have the keys, there's always a solution to every problem. She decided to store the RVs first. She drove a little further and found another, older RV. 2 RVs would be enough. On her return journey, she saw a particularly cool modified off-road vehicle and stored that too. At the entrance to the parking lot, there was a row of electric trucks used for loading and unloading goods. Later, at the survivor base, where everything was in ruins, these small trucks that only needed charging to run would be highly sought after and could be used to exchange for supplies. Zhou Shuan simply stored them all in her spatial storage, totaling 12. Next to the trucks were the scenic area's buses, more than 30 in number. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, then rode her tricycle to the scenic area's ticket hall. The lobby was naturally closed, but that didn't stop Zhou Shuan, who made a living by breaking and entering shops in her previous life. Without electricity or surveillance, she quickly opened the ticket hall door using some small tools. The ticket hall was large, with many rooms inside. She searched each room one by one, and sure enough, in one of the locked offices, she found the keys to the buses and small trucks. The scenic area's buses were returned to a special management office during driver handover, where administrators were responsible for unified management. With the keys, there was no problem getting the buses running. Zhou Shuan put the bunch of keys hanging there into her spatial storage, not in a hurry to retrieve the buses. Instead of leaving the ticket hall, she went to the adjacent building. This was a designated area within the scenic area for tourists to buy local specialties. Inside were several jewelry shops, selling gold and silver jewelry, as well as various kinds of jade. Zhou Shuan pried open the doors, and went into each shop, her face calm, but inwardly she was overjoyed. These gold and silver jewelry and jade were truly unexpected delights. She collected all the jewelry from 5 or 6 shops into her spatial storage, and in the blink of an eye, her space expanded by more than 2,000 square meters. Besides the jewelry shops, the other shops mostly sold local snacks and specialties from the scenic area, bearing local logos, mostly potato chips, biscuits, and pickled plums, better than nothing, but Zhou Shuan also collected them all into her spatial storage. At the last shop, she saw it sold camping products. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly went over and bought tents, sleeping bags, sleeping mats, outdoor lights, portable power banks, outdoor barbecue grills, outdoor sportswear, and more. The quantities weren't large, but with the remaining stock in this small warehouse, the total wasn't small either, and she stored it all in her spatial storage. Leaving the specialty shop, Zhou Shuan matched the keys and stored 20 buses in her spatial storage. She planned to exchange these for important supplies later. She put the remaining keys back untouched. Looking up towards Tianyan Lake, there were no flashing signals in the air. Everything seemed normal. It was only a little past 3 p.m., enough time for her to make the trip. She stored away the tricycle and drove one of the buses up the mountain. At the summit of Jian Mountain, there were several abandoned coal mines. In the past, during the heyday of coal mining, many people at the foot of Jian Mountain became incredibly wealthy coal bosses through coal mining. Later, these privately mined small coal mines were all shut down and prohibited from operation. However, as far as she knew, the small coal mines on Jian Mountain were still being secretly mined. Zhou Shuan wanted to take this opportunity to stock up on some coal to take back. However, since she was driving a bus, she couldn't detour via the side roads. Not wanting to disturb the villagers, Zhou Shuan stopped at the turn onto the side road, stored the bus in her spatial storage, released her tricycle, and navigated around the side roads. After several detours, she finally managed to bypass several villages. Zhou Shuan then confidently drove the bus up the mountain. The terrain around Tianyan Lake was already quite high. The area where the coal mines were located was even higher and steeper. Zhou Shuan drove up through tunnel after tunnel, and after passing through more than a dozen tunnels and driving for about an hour, she finally stopped by the roadside. By this time, she was quite far from Tianyan Lake. If she stood atop these mountain ranges, then Tianyan Lake lay halfway up. Though far, the high altitude offered a clear view from midair. Looking to the side, she saw a small path branching off to the other side of the mountain range. At the end of this path once stood a small village, almost completely isolated from the world. The village was once nestled beneath coal mines. After the mines were exhausted, the entire village relocated down the mountain. Zhou Shuan drove the bus cautiously. The road was steep, unpaved, still the old dirt road. During the coal industry's heyday, coal mine owners had it simply repaired, so it wasn't too narrow, large trucks could pass. But on one side of the dirt road were steep peaks, and on the other cliffs. Anyone lacking driving skills would never dare to drive across. Zhou Shuan remained calm and drove smoothly to one of the coal mines. She got out of the car, looked around, and easily found a large, simple warehouse. Opening the door, she found it filled with coal. Zhou Shuan didn't take all the coal. She left 1/5 and stored the remaining 4/5 in her spatial storage. She went to a second coal mine and took 4/5 again. In a short time, she visited all 3 nearby coal mines, taking approximately 1,000 tons of coal. A very fruitful haul. After thinking for a moment, she took 10 sacks and filled them with coal. Having come all this way, she needed to make a record. Taking 10 sacks of coal back was a modest success. She returned along the same route, got off near Tianyan Lake, parked the bus by the roadside, and walked down. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was overcast, as if it was about to rain. The group was working diligently. At first, they were all complete landlubbers, hesitant and timid when fishing. It was only after the experienced Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu led them through a couple of tries that they gradually became more skilled. A dozen or so people, divided into 5 teams, paddled 5 kayaks across the water, dividing the reservoir into 5 areas, each fishing in their designated territory. The remaining people, including Qianqian, were on shore responsible for cleaning and packing the fish. They brought many nylon bags. The cleaned fish were simply washed and packed into the bags for easy transport. When Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng came down from the mountain, they joined the fish cleaning and packing team. When Zhou Shuan arrived, the 5 boats had already caught nearly 1,000 fish. Many hands make light work. Qi Mingyu had been watching the shore. Seeing her return, he hurried to greet her. He scrutinized her closely, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhou Shuan had been working in 3 coal mines, and her clothes were covered in dust. They're all locals, and they all know about the coal mines on Jiyun Mountain. Chapter 81. But he didn't ask aloud, only glancing at her to see no blood on her body, and felt slightly relieved. Zhou Jianhai arrived with Moo Moo, looking at her with concern. Did anything happen? Did you run into any locals? Zhou Shuan smiled and shook her head. No, Dad, you used to bring us here often when we were little. I know this area very well. I went in through the side path and didn't run into anyone. Saying this, she smiled at Qi Mingyu. Brother Yu, I give you a surprise when we go up later. Qi Mingyu nodded. Okay. They originally planned to stay here that night, but staying there would mean cooking, and the people from the neighboring villages were watching them closely. It wouldn't be safe for a large group of people to sleep soundly at night. So, after discussing it, they decided to take the nearly 1,000 fish back. They would come back early the next morning, trying to be as discreet as possible. Today's harvest was quite good, and everyone was beaming with joy, not caring about the strong fishy smell, each vying to carry the nylon bags. Then, using 2 small carts to haul in some more, the fish were all caught. However, besides this, they had another matter to attend to. Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong's family didn't have a boat, which was extremely inconvenient during the flood season. Fortunately, the reservoir had quite a few motorboats and sightseeing boats. They had 4 motorboats left in total. The large sightseeing boats were too big for the group, but there were also several small pedal boats, each seating only 4 people. They were small and lightweight. Having experienced the pain of not having a boat, they decided to take them all back. They fitted wheels to each of the 4 motorboats and selected 3 pedal boats. When they reached the shore and saw the bus parked by the roadside, everyone was very surprised. Zhou Shuan explained that she discovered it while walking uphill. The driver had apparently forgotten to remove the keys in the rush, so she drove the bus to the coal mine at the summit. Then she dug back 12 sacks of coal. Each sentence was quite explosive. Everyone was stunned by her words. The young men, including Jiping, were particularly impressed by Zhou Shuan's exceptional efficiency, looking at her with admiration. With so many men, carrying 10 sacks of coal wouldn't be a problem. Zhou Shuan had mentioned beforehand that they were 4 families traveling together, so they didn't divide the coal among themselves, assigning each household 2 sacks. Currently, there was no electricity or gas, and the area was full of water. Those with gas used it for cooking, while those without had to find firewood. But living in the city, where were there so many trees for people to cut down? Some people have already gone underwater to cut down their neighbors' furniture. It's convenient and they're nearby, making it easy to drag back wooden tables and chairs for firewood. Jiping's cousin explained in amazement, Wan, you're really amazing. Getting up Jiyun Mountain involves going through more than a dozen tunnels, and the road is incredibly steep. You actually dared to drive up by yourself. And this bus, you actually dared to drive it? Do you have a license? Zhou Shuan shrugged, nobody checks. What's there to be afraid of without a license? Truly impressive. Tao's cousin and Dong's younger cousin gave her a thumbs up. Once on the boat, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu each rode a jet ski leading the way, their slender waists exuding a remarkable aura. Third aunt looked at Zhou Shuan with the kind of a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days kind of admiration, and whispered enviously to Zhong Tian, little sister, your Wan is really capable. She's as capable as a boy. No, she's even more capable than a boy. She had lost her husband, but occasionally, the thought of her 2 grown sons easing her anxieties and worries somewhat. However, looking back on everything she had experienced, she couldn't help but feel that Zhou Shuan seemed more capable than her 2 sons combined. She couldn't help but feel envious. More experience, third sister, let the children gain more experience, Zhong Tian hurriedly said. My Wan is always busy, and Mumu is still young, so she has to push forward. Although it makes things easier for us parents, seeing the children like this is heartbreaking. Indeed, Zhong Tixia sighed. Not only Wan, but her 2 sons had clearly matured overnight after losing their father. She wondered if making children grow up overnight was a good thing or a bad thing. It was already dusk, and the dark clouds on the horizon hung heavy. Qi Mingyu gazed at the sky, his expression somber. It looks like it's going to rain again. A gloomy mood settled over everyone. If it rains again, it means the floodwaters will continue to rise, and even those living on the 5th floor won't be safe. Zhou's parents looked at Zhou Shuan, who shook her head. In truth, many things have changed since the apocalypse, including the timing of disasters. In her previous life, the flood season lasted 6 months before the tsunami struck. But in this life, the flood season lasted only 2 months before the water level rose rapidly, and the tsunami erupted. So, despite the existence of prophets and the government's thorough preparations, countless lives have still been lost. Facing her parents' gazes, she truly couldn't bring herself to say, it won't rain again. Let's hurry back, lest we get caught in the rain, Zhou Jianhai said. The sky was too overcast, so they were lucky enough not to encounter any locals on their way down the mountain. Silently launching the boat into the water, the group set off. The motorboats were already loaded with fuel, enough for 1 trip back. Because of the large scale of their operation, Qi Mingyu led the group along a route through the suburbs. There weren't any buildings or large forests along the way, it was almost entirely wide bodies of water. The downside was the remoteness of the route. Without the motorboats, they would have had to row for an extra 2 hours. The upside was the greater safety, as they weren't worried about people hiding nearby. In densely populated urban areas, there were officials managing the retrieval of bodies, and corpses were rarely seen in the water anymore. But in this uninhabited area, the bodies of those who died in the tsunami and were washed ashore were left unattended, swollen and gruesome in the water. The group tacitly avoided these corpses. Using a compass to determine their direction, they then turned towards the city. After sailing for over an hour, it was completely dark. For safety, they moored all the boats in the abandoned buildings where Qi Mingyu had hidden his boat. This area used to be a farmer's market. Some buildings were only 2 or 3 stories high and had long been submerged. Others were taller, but just frame structures, uninhabitable, but good for hiding things. Because it was remote, no one came here. Zhou Shuan rowed the boat, pretending to go home, and soon returned with a gas cylinder, several barbecue grills, several lamps, a flashlight, and 2 buckets of water. If they were in the mountains, they would use cypress branches. Now they could only use the most convenient gas cylinder. They placed the iron pot on it, poured in oil to heat it, and Grandma Pang stir-fried spices, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Chapter 82. Zhong Tian, along with her third aunt and second aunt, cleaned the fish thoroughly, while the men chopped it into pieces. Then, they fried it in oil, and after taking it out, smoked it on a grill. The building was dark, so they used flashlights and desk lamps for illumination. While working, they discussed whether to go to Jian Mountain again tomorrow. Today's harvest was obvious, and most people were very excited, feeling that with so much to gain from a daily trip, they could save up enough for their family's food and supplies for several years. However, lacking strong martial arts skills and reliable organizational abilities, they were somewhat hesitant. Therefore, it mainly depended on whether Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu would go. Qi Mingyu was busy with his work, head down, seemingly lost in thought, and didn't participate in the discussion. Then everyone looked at Zhou Shuan. The latter glanced at the sky outside, thought for a moment, and said, "It's too late today. Let's check the weather tomorrow. If it doesn't rain, we go again." Okay. It would take most of the night to marinate all 1,000 fish. However, the other two families wanted to keep more fresh fish to facilitate exchanging supplies. So they only marinated half, and divided the other half directly. They worked feverishly until after 1 a.m., finally finishing smoking half of the fish. The 1,000 fish, including the fresh and marinated ones, yielded a net profit of approximately 2,400 jin. Not counting Moo, the fish were divided according to the number of people, with each family receiving 142 jin. Zhou Shuan's family of 3, Uncle Zhong's family of 5, and Aunt Zhong's family of 5 each contributed, but Yu Xian and Xiao Fei didn't work much, and Qian had to take care of her child. In addition, both families declined, so each family received 426 jin, while Qi Mingyu's family of 2 received 284 jin. Then came the payment from each family. The second uncle's and third aunt's families felt they had taken advantage of the two families' motorboats and effort, so they felt they had to receive payment. Each family was allotted 50 jin of fish, half fresh and half smoked. That totaled 100 jin for both families. This payment was already quite generous. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai naturally tried their best to decline, but the two families were genuinely insistent. After several rounds of refusals, Zhou Jiahai finally accepted. "All right, we accept the gifts, otherwise you feel uneasy. But we're family, there's no need to be so calculating. So, today is only the first day, and the harvest isn't much. You all have elderly parents and children to support. Xiaoyu's family received 50 jin, and ours only received 30 jin. Consider the 20 jin we returned as a gift for our child. You already given us so much, it really makes us feel bad," Zhong's third aunt said first. "Next time we have a bigger harvest, we definitely make up for your share." "Yes, we make up for it," the second uncle and aunt quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Jianhai waved his hand dismissively. "All right, that's settled then. Stop arguing. It's too late, let's pack up and go home to sleep. We see how the weather is tomorrow." "Okay." Zhong Tiyun, Moo, and Grandma Pang had already been taken home to rest. So Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jiahai stayed behind, sticking to the previous agreement that the Zhou family had a top-secret hiding place where no one could find it. The supplies were then handed over to them for safekeeping. The others returned to the Dongyuan residential area. Before leaving, Qi Mingyu reminded Zhou Shuan again, "Be careful." Then he departed. As night deepened, Zhou Shuan and her father made several trips to transport the motorboat, fresh fish, smoked fish, and other supplies away. After hiding behind other buildings and storing all the supplies and the boat in their spatial storage, the two returned home. It was almost 2 a.m. when they got back. They washed up and fell asleep, exhausted. The next morning, they woke up to find the sky still overcast and several degrees darker than the day before. Zhong Tian looked out the window worriedly. "I don't know if it rained." Zhou Jiahai frowned and looked at his daughter, Wan. "Do you think it rained?" Zhou Shuan shook her head. "I can't be sure." She thought for a moment and said, "Dad, I go downstairs to check on Xiaoyu's house." "Okay." If it rained again, the residents on the 5th floor would have to move. Qi Mingyu had prepared so many supplies, packing them would be difficult for just him and Grandma Pang. Not only the Qi family was worried, but the Wei family was too. Just as they stepped outside, Wei rushed out from Dong Jianhua's house across the street, looking anxious. Seeing Zhou Shuan leave, he awkwardly greeted her. "Zhou Shuan, going out?" Zhou Shuan smiled faintly. "Yes, Brother Dawei went to visit Uncle Dong early this morning. You two are really close." No. I came to ask if it's going to rain." Wei waved his hand awkwardly. "If it really rains, we have to find a place to move." Zhou Shuan nodded casually, glanced at the Dong family's security door, and went down the stairs. Wei followed behind, looking cautious. "Shuan, you guys go out every day. Are you going somewhere to find supplies?" Zhou Shuan stopped, turned to look at him, her expression somewhat inscrutable. What does Brother Dawei mean? Wei Wei rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. It's like this, Xiao Wan. Your brother Wei's family didn't stockpile many supplies back then. Now the supermarket and the boat are gone, and the government hasn't given us any news. The property management only has Director Wu in charge, but our property management is also dirt poor. We can't distribute any relief supplies. So, if you have any connections to get supplies, could you include your brother Wei in the list? Zhou Shuan gave him a look that said, Are you taking me for a fool? Brother Wei, we've been visiting relatives these past few days, and we're short on food and drink at home. If your family has any connections to get supplies, you have to let us know, she said casually, then quickly went downstairs. Wei Wei stood there for a long time, his expression uncertain. He and Dong Jianhua upstairs took turns following the Zhou and Qi families out, but the other side was very wary, especially Qi Mingyu, a former Special Forces soldier who was an expert in counter-surveillance. Each time, he managed to shake off their pursuers. So for several days, they still hadn't found out where the other party had gone. He knew the Zhou and Qi families searched for supplies during the day and would secretly move supplies upstairs at night. So he didn't sleep, but waited at the doorway with a stool, listening intently for any sounds. Sure enough, he could hear them in the middle of the night. However, looking through the peephole, they had wrapped the supplies neatly in thick plastic sheets or bed sheets. He couldn't see anything. Once, as he was standing on tiptoe to get a closer look, Qi Mingyu suddenly turned and glanced in his direction. He was startled, thinking he'd been discovered. He didn't dare peek anymore for the next few days. Zhou Shuan first squatted at the 5th floor stairwell to observe the water level. Now the water level was less than half a meter below the 5th floor. People could easily step over to get on and off the boats. If it rained like during the rainy season, the water level would rise in less than 5 days. Why was this life different from the previous one? Chapter 83. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by her and that prophet's rebirth? How could she possibly ensure her family's safe survival in the apocalypse? Zhou Shuan pondered, then sighed. What's wrong? A voice suddenly came from beside her. Zhou Shuan was slightly startled and looked up. Qi Mingyu was looking down at her. He had heard Zhou Shuan talking to Wei Wei at the bottom of the stairs, and had come out to check on the situation. He squatted down as well, looking at the water level outside. Are you worried about the water level rising? Zhou Shuan nodded and asked in return, Aren't you worried? Worried, Qi Mingyu said decisively, but worrying is useless. What's coming will come. He paused, then continued, I already gone to see Director Wu and told him that if the water level rises, I'd like to rent a top-floor apartment in the complex. Quite swift, Zhou Shuan's tone wasn't one of praise. If the rain doesn't stop, the water level will continue to rise up to the 6th floor, and then the whole complex won't be safe. She said calmly, I suggest you take this opportunity to find a good resettlement place and move there. It'd save you a lot of trouble. Qi Mingyu looked at her. So are you moving? Zhou Shuan was startled, meeting his bright, deep eyes. The gaze that seemed to want to probe her to the core made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She avoided his gaze and said softly, We consider moving after your 5th floor is flooded. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but sigh softly. What do you think about moving to Jiyun Mountain? It's sparsely populated there, and the terrain is higher. The water level won't rise there no matter what. Zhou Shuan shook her head. Jiyun Mountain was the first resettlement site she ruled out. Brother Jiyun Mountain is unsafe during the flood season because of the Tianyin Lake Reservoir. Most of the water in Tianyin Lake flows down from the waterfall at the top of Jiyun Mountain. If the torrential rains continue, and the upstream water keeps rising, the water level of Tianyin Lake will keep rising, and then it will breach the dam. At that time, all the villages in Jiyun Mountain will face annihilation. This is also why the villages in Jiyun Mountain are relocated during the flood season. They returned only after the rain stopped. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, then sighed, Yes, even Jiyun Mountain isn't safe. Under natural disasters, there isn't a single place that can be considered absolutely safe. Zhou Shuan looked at him and smiled slightly. So you can be like that too. How? I can sigh, feel powerless, and, well, complain about everything. Qi Mingyu laughed. Although I was a Special Forces soldier, I'm still just a mortal, with mortal troubles. I'm not an immortal. It's just that the world has given us too much of a halo. Zhou Shuan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then smiled. That's true. It's not fair to you. Qi Mingyu didn't reply. He just stood at the entrance of the corridor, smiling slightly as he looked at her. The corridor was rather dim, but he stood there, like the moon breaking through the clouds at dawn, easily leaving a clear impression on her heart. Zhou Xuan felt as if something had lightly struck her chest, causing her heart to pound wildly. She quickly turned around, tossing out, "It's good that you know what's going on. Just let me know if you need to move," before rushing upstairs. Qi Mingyu watched her departing figure, a slight smile curving his handsome lips. Turning to look outside, her brow furrowed slightly again. Zhong Tian steamed a pot of rice for lunch, turned on the gas, and made a dish of ham stew with vermicelli, stir-fried potatoes with shredded pork, stir-fried peanuts, stir-fried chives with preserved eggs, cold black fungus salad, cold tofu skin salad, and finally, a steaming pot of hot and sour stewed fish. It was an exceptionally lavish meal. The next day, dark clouds churned and rolled across the sky, the wind blew rather hard, but it didn't rain. Everyone's hearts were heavy with anticipation, like waiting for the other shoe to drop. In the middle of the night, the wind picked up, and even lying in bed, they could hear the restless waves crashing against the water outside. The next morning, everyone saw that the strong winds of the previous night had dispersed most of the dark clouds, and the oppressive darkness overhead was gone. It was clear that the rain wouldn't come today. Having tasted success, the families were eager to go fishing on Jiyun Mountain. They wanted to take advantage of the good weather and fish for as long as they could. If they wait for the Tianyan Lake Reservoir to breach its banks, they might not have the chance to catch any more. Zhou Xuan asked her parents for their opinions. Zhou Jianghai wanted to go and help. Zhong Tian wanted to continue going up the mountain to find wild vegetables to transplant. It's July now, usually the peak season for wild vegetables. Although most plants died from flooding this year, Jiyun Mountain is vast, and some deep-rooted, resilient wild vegetables have survived. Last time, Zhong Tian and Grandma Pang found many wild vegetables such as wild leeks, sow thistle, amaranth, and wild mustard greens, greatly enriching their meals. Wild vegetables are easier to transplant than regular vegetables, so they brought back many with soil to plant on their balconies, so they could have more fresh vegetables to eat later. Since they all wanted to go again, they decided to use motorboats, making it a day trip again. Last time, they brought back 4 motorboats, one for each of the 4 families. The pedal boats were also distributed and used to barter for supplies. The motorboats ran on diesel fuel, which ordinary families couldn't afford at the moment. But the advantages of motorboats were obvious. Someone would always be able to afford them. Each family received a motorboat. Whether they kept it for themselves or used it to barter for supplies was up to them. Jiping and Xuedao were both resourceful young men. After receiving their motorboats, they immediately started thinking about the gasoline issue. For the past 2 days, while everyone was worried about the weather, they and Xuedong went out in inflatable boats. They went to the Fengyang parking lot where they had parked their cars before. During the heavy rain, many far-sighted people parked their cars there, including the Zhou and Qi families. The Fengyang parking lot made a fortune from this. Jiping and his friends heard about this, and took some fuel cans to see if they could concoct gasoline. Chapter 84. A group of young men in their early 20s, full of clever ideas, spent half a day and actually found a trick. They spent 2 whole days emptying all the gasoline or diesel from the tankers in the parking lot. A typical family car's fuel tank is 35 to 55 liters, and there were several hundred tankers parked in the parking lot. Some cars might have half a tank, some only a third, but with so many vehicles, the accumulated amount was considerable, over 7,000 liters of fuel. The 2 families used all sorts of containers to store the gasoline and diesel. This was far from enough, and finally, Zhou Xuanhua took out several large plastic water tanks from her spatial storage to solve the problem. Each of the 3 families received 1,200 liters. These were all grateful families. Zhou Xuanhua's family and Qi Mingyu had helped them a lot before, so the 5 families each gave 100 liters of gasoline as a token of their gratitude. Zhou Xuanhua's family received 500 liters, and the Qi family received 500 liters. With 1,000 liters of gasoline and diesel each household had, their lives would be greatly improved, whether for personal use or by exchanging for supplies. Looking at the flushed faces of her cousins, Zhou Xuan thought, when everyone finds their own value, they have the courage to strive to survive in this apocalypse. This reminded her of the thousands of vehicles parked in the Jiyun Mountain Scenic Area parking lot, including both new energy vehicles and gasoline cars, with gasoline cars making up a significant proportion. If they could extract the fuel from all of them, it would be an even greater harvest. Although the weather was bad and Qi Mingyu was worried about the water level, if it was for such a large sum of gasoline, it would be absolutely worth it. If it really rains, the jet ski can get back in an hour, which won't take too long, enough time to pack and move. So Qi Mingyu decided to take his grandmother with him. The only problems to solve now are storage and moving. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's a stainless steel processing plant in the suburbs. We bought our water tanks there. Why don't we go take a look?" During flood season, water resources aren't scarce, so water tanks aren't valued, and the processing plant should have quite a few in stock. This person doesn't need to go too much. You guys wait at home. Wanwan and I will go, and we leave as soon as we get back. Okay, be careful. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu then set off on the jet ski, which acted as their mobile navigation system. Zhou Shuwan hardly had to worry about the route. Following him, turning left and right through the city, they quickly left the city and arrived at the stainless steel processing plant that Zhou's father had mentioned. The factory's office building had 4 or 5 floors, while the factory area itself was only 2. The two men parked their jet ski behind the building, donned diving suits, and fully equipped, entered the water. Beyond the factory area, hundreds of stainless steel and plastic water tanks of various sizes were laid out. The two men selected 7 or 8 one-ton tanks, tied them with ropes, dragged them to the surface, and then attached them to the back of the jet ski to return. The round trip took less than an hour. Everyone was very happy to see how easily they had found the water tanks. It was the same group as the previous day, except this time the young men had a new task. They split into 2 groups. Zhou Shuwan and Zhou Jianhai went fishing, while Qi Mingyu and his cousin Jiping went to the parking lot to collect gasoline. Both sides were given several signal flares to use for communication. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng, as usual, took Mumu up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables. Zhou Shuwan spent half a day boating and fishing with her father before heading up the mountain. Previously, it was always Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng who went up the mountain. She had never been before. This time, her mother told her that many trees on the mountain had been washed away due to the floods. She thought that if she came to Jian Mountain again, she could take the opportunity to stock up on some timber. Although the washed-out trees were wet and the leaves were rotting, the space was absolutely still, so she could put the timber into her space. She could then take it out and dry it during the high-temperature period, making it ready-made firewood. Some tree species could also be used for building houses in the base later. So, she spent the entire afternoon wandering around the mountain. She collected hundreds of washed-out trees and put them into her space, becoming quite the timber-collecting expert. They walked further and further up the mountain, descending a small path to Quten Gorge. Quten Gorge is a scenic spot in Jian Mountain, and like Tianyan Lake, it is very famous, sharing the same water source. That morning at the stainless steel processing plant, Zhou Shuwan had Qi Mingyu leave first, while she followed behind, taking the opportunity to store dozens of large tonnage water tanks in her spatial dimension. She then reached into the clear water of the gorge and collected a full 800 tons of lake water. Although the lake water is not directly drinkable, it is more than enough for domestic use. And when the high-temperature disaster arrives, and people are extremely thirsty, they will drink any water. The lake water in the gorge will be considered a very high-quality and clean water source. Nothing can survive in the spatial dimension, but the water in the gorge is very clear, and there are many fish. When the water entered the space, many fish also entered, but they all died the instant they entered. Zhou Shuwan felt a pang of regret. If only her space were a planting space, she could raise fish, grow crops, and manage a large farm. She would be a wealthy landowner with no worries about food or drink. However, this thought had barely crossed her mind when she warned herself that one shouldn't be too greedy. Being reborn with her parents and brother, and possessing a personal space, was already incredibly fortunate. One should be content. She moved all the fish from the tank to an inflatable swimming pool in her space, about 1,000 of them. In the Quten Gorge, there were many large, mostly square boulders, smoothed by the water's flow. Zhou Shuwan also stored these boulders in her space. After finishing all this, she turned and returned the way she came. By evening, she met up with her mother and the others. Her mother and Grandma Pang had also had a good haul, 2 large bags of wild chives, and even 3 clucking hens. Zhou Shuwan was very surprised, and went over to examine them. "Where did these come from?" she asked. Zhong Tiyun beamed, clearly delighted. "Thanks to Mumu. You gave him the slingshot the other day, and he was really good at it. We were digging for wild vegetables over there when these little creatures suddenly popped out of the grass, startled and running around squawking. Grandma Pang and I couldn't catch them, and we were getting anxious when Mumu shot them with his slingshot. That's how we caught them." Mumu was delighted. "Sister, I even found their nest. There are some eggs inside." They were hens laying eggs. Chapter 85. Zhou Shuwan opened her eyes wide, and praised Mumu thoroughly. Grandma Pang looked at the 3 hens. 2 were black-bone chickens, and 1 was an ordinary hen. She smiled and said, "These must have been raised by a family in the village down the mountain. They escaped when their owners fled. Then let's take them back." People nowadays don't have the old idea of returning things to their rightful owners. They firmly adhere to the principle of whoever finds it, keeps it. Zhou Jianhai and his group were half the size today, but perhaps it was going to rain, making fishing in the reservoir easier. After a busy day, they caught nearly 800 fish. Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock, so everyone packed up and headed down. They had agreed to leave with Qi Mingyu's group at 6 p.m. Not wanting to disturb the villagers, Zhou Shuwan and her group had no choice but to carry the fish quietly on foot. The scenic area parking lot was even further away. It would take almost half an hour to drive there. Zhou Shuwan had told Qi Mingyu where the park's vehicle keys were kept yesterday, so they could find a matching key and a small truck to bring the gasoline. Therefore, when Zhou Shuwan and her group arrived, the other group had also arrived easily, everyone beaming with smiles. It was clear they had made a considerable haul. The suspicion was indeed confirmed. Qi Mingyu and his team had collected gasoline from over 200 vehicles today, totaling approximately 6,300 liters, far more than what they had collected at the Fengyang parking lot. Jiping and the others had also analyzed this. It was probably because tourists always fill up their cars completely. Therefore, the vehicles in the park were generally only half full or two-thirds full. They filled 2 small water tanks with 6,300 liters of gasoline. They also found matching keys for 2 small trucks and drove them over. After unloading the fuel tanks, Qi Mingyu and his men parked the 2 trucks in a makeshift parking lot below the intersection of the asphalt road. These parking lots were built by locals in the scenic area on vacant land, for tourists to park, with the owners charging a parking fee. There were many of these scattered parking lots, all occupied, and the small trucks, parked there, were completely inconspicuous from a distance. Everyone marveled at their skill. Qi Mingyu wasn't a talkative person, but he was extremely shrewd and quick-witted. Whether speaking or acting, he possessed a natural leadership ability that inspired a willingness to submit. The decision to park the small trucks in the roadside parking lot was likely something he had planned beforehand. Of all the young people present, he was the most outstanding. The others were more like fledglings whose wings were not yet fully grown. And he, already a soaring eagle. The group had 6 motorboats and 7 or 8 kayaks, with the motorboats towing the kayaks, which carried fresh fish and supplies. The gasoline was being towed in the water. For safety, the person towing the gasoline couldn't go too fast and needed to be extremely careful. After all, these weren't dedicated gasoline storage containers. The procession was quite large. People trapped in apartment buildings started calling for help. Jiping and the others glanced at Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. The two seemed oblivious, focused solely on driving the motorboats, their expressions remarkably identical. So they also stepped on the gas, concentrating intently on hauling the supplies. Today, as usual, they went to the large frame building from the previous day, frying half the fish and keeping the other half. They had kept half the fish to exchange for supplies, but in the rush, they couldn't find anyone to do so, and after sitting idle for several days, they were worried it would spoil. So they asked Zhou Shuwan to bring it all back to fry and smoke. They worked until around 10 p.m., when Qi Mingyu led a few people down in diving suits to hide gasoline under the frame building. Now, because people were searching everywhere for firewood for cooking, the lower floors underwater were no longer the best place to hide things. The frame building was empty, so it could be used to hide things temporarily. They would move them another day. At midnight, Zhou Shuwan took a motorboat to the stainless steel processing plant they had visited that morning and took away half of the large, medium, and small water tanks they had looked at during the day. The once full factory was now a third smaller, somewhat empty. Zhou Shuwan didn't take the remaining 2/3. When the high temperatures came and every household faced water shortages, these water tanks would be in short supply. In those days, people will desperately search for water resources, and even more severe droughts will follow. Water resources will become increasingly precious. A single drop of water can save a life. She came to collect the large storage box, hoping to use her trips to and from the Jiyun Mountain scenic area to store more water resources. This time, Zhou Shuwan noticed she saw many more people searching for supplies on the road. Every household was beginning to lack food and clothing, and more people were venturing out to find supplies to survive. As a result, diving suits and oxygen cylinders had been sold at exorbitant prices. But Zhou Shuwan was driving a nimble and lightweight motorboat, ignoring everyone else, and just sped back home. Halfway there, she suddenly felt something wet on her face. Startled, she looked up and saw it was raining. A cloud of gloom settled over her. If it rained, Not only the Qi family, but also her family, her second uncle's family, and her third aunt's family would need to prepare to relocate. With these worries weighing on her mind, Zhou Shuwan didn't sleep well after returning home. She already suffered from insomnia, and this night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She woke up with a groggy head. As soon as she was fully awake, she quickly got up and looked out the window. Although it was overcast outside, it wasn't raining. She breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, news of the rain outside in the middle of the night spread throughout the neighborhood, and a sense of panic filled everyone. If it really rained, the entire neighborhood would have to relocate. But the Qi, Zhou, and Zhong families, looking at the sky, figured it wouldn't rain anytime soon, so they all left, leaving only Qianqian with her child at home. After everyone left, they locked the door and wouldn't open it for anyone. They went for another 4 days, catching a total of 3,500 jin, 1,750 caddies, of fish and 2.3 tons of gasoline. The 4 families in total each caught roughly 1,000 jin, 500 kilograms, of fish and nearly 1 kilowatt-hour, 6,000 liters, of gasoline over those days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Zhou Shuwan and her father were fishing on the lake when a sharp, stern voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Everyone was startled and turned to look. It was 2 men carrying fishing rods, who seemed to have come to fish, and happened to bump into Zhou Shuwan and her family. "This is Changlu village's territory. Outsiders are not allowed to fish here," the man said sternly, pointing at them. Chapter 86. Tianyan Lake is vast, bordered by deep mountains on one side, and a main road on the other. Descending from the road, one finds a narrow strip of grass, scattered pebbles, and then the emerald green lake water. Many trees grow along the lakeshore. Therefore, the occasional passing figure remains unnoticed unless they cause a significant disturbance. Thus, these 2 figures emerged from the grass, catching everyone off guard. However, encountering outsiders after several days was quite fortunate. "Who are you?" Zhou Jianhai, who was cleaning and preparing fish on the shore, muttered to himself, but outwardly remained composed, asking loudly. The slightly taller man standing in front sized them up. "Are you from the village ahead? Tianyan Lake is closest to our village. If you want to fish, you need our village's permission." His gaze swept over the haphazardly piled fish on the ground, a glint of cunning in his eyes. The locals all had spacious courtyards, with mountains right behind their homes, and their businesses catered to tourists. Therefore, almost every household had a vegetable garden and raised chickens, ducks, and geese to prepare wild game for visiting tourists. As a result, in the early days of the apocalypse, the locals lived quite well. They had enough staple food. The vegetables in their courtyards were sheltered from the rain by greenhouses and remained incredibly lush. The chickens, ducks, and geese were kept indoors, lively and energetic. They had a continuous supply of vegetables, eggs, and meat. Supplies were so abundant that they barely remembered that Tianyan Lake also had abundant fish. If the 2 men hadn't been bored at home today and decided to go fishing at the lake, Zhou Shuwan and the others probably wouldn't have been discovered. "Who said this Tianyan Lake belongs to you?" This reservoir was built with government funding, and able-bodied men from over a dozen surrounding villages contributed. "It belongs to everyone. We're all starving now, so coming here to fish and fill our stomachs isn't unreasonable, is it? What's wrong with that?" The tall man, about 40 years old, with a bad temper, glared at him, slammed his fishing rod on the ground, and took 2 steps forward. "What? You come to our territory, and you want to fight? Hey, everyone calm down, calm down." Uncle Zhong quickly rowed the boat to the shore, and went over to act as a peacemaker. "This lake is so big, there are plenty of fish in it that haven't been caught in years. We only caught a little, it won't affect anything. Please, gentlemen, be lenient with us, considering we all have elderly parents and young children to support." The taller man glanced at the shorter, stouter man, his tone softening slightly, but he still insisted, "Which village are you from? We need to report this to our village, and see what their decision is." The shorter man seemed less talkative, but he gestured with his hands. "You can't take those fish with you." The group had rushed over early in the morning, working hard until now, and now this guy was trying to take away their hard-earned catch. Everyone was in an uproar. "I say, is Tianyan Lake your village's property? Who decided that? This is a scenic area. It's national property. It's under government jurisdiction. Just because you say it's yours doesn't mean it's yours," Uncle Zhong asked. "The past is the past, and the present is the present. You can't take these fish with you." The tall man then directed the fat man, "Old Zhang, you go back and warn them." I stopped them here. Quickly get the village officials, and all the strong young men over here. Tell them someone is stealing our fish. The fat man groaned and turned to leave. Zhou Shuan gave her father a look, and he stretched out his arm to stop him. Sorry, you can't leave yet. What, you want to fight? The taller man rushed over in a few strides, about to strike. The fat man exclaimed in surprise, Oh no! So many boats are missing from that spot. The absence of 6 or 7 motorboats, and several sightseeing boats, was quite noticeable. The taller man shouted, Help! Help! Someone stealing boats and fish! The fat man echoed, Grab your weapons. As he spoke, he swung his fist at Zhou Jianhai, who was blocking his way. Zhou Shuan was standing nearby. How could she let her father get hit? Without hesitation, she kicked him, and the fat man cried out and fell forward to the ground. The next second, Zhou Shuan slammed her elbow into the man's shoulder, and he immediately blacked out. Seeing such a sturdy man lose consciousness in just 2 blows, the tall man was startled. He didn't even bother to shout, and hurriedly turned to run. And Zhong happened to be in front of him. Zhou Shuan also knocked him unconscious with a punch. Facing the surprised, admiring, and somewhat complicated looks from the crowd, Zhou Shuan rubbed her fists. Aren't you going to pack your things? Let's get out of here. Yes, yes, yes. It wasn't that they were afraid of the locals, but even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Since Zhou Shuan had brought her relatives here to search for supplies, she naturally wanted to ensure their safety. If a conflict really broke out with the villagers, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 feet. Her relatives were all honest people without any fighting skills, and injuries were inevitable. They caught enough fish these past few days. Getting injured over a few more wouldn't be worth it. This was something everyone had discussed before. Avoiding a direct confrontation with the locals and leaving quickly was the best course of action. So no one objected. They hurriedly packed up the fish, deflated the inflatable boat, carried it on their backs, pulled the small cart, and headed downhill. Zhong Tiyun, holding Mumu's hand with her left and Grandma Pang's with her right, anxiously asked Zhou Shuan, Wan, where are Xiaoyu and the others? Should we set off a signal flare? Zhou Shuan shook her head. No, a signal flare would be too conspicuous and attract their village's attention. We leave by water and go around to the parking lot to call them. The scenic area is far from the village. No one will find them so quickly. All right. Zhou Jianhai nodded. They parked the jet ski on the riverbank near the mountains, where it was more concealed. Everyone present, except Grandma Pang and Mumu, could ride a jet ski. They reached the shore, quickly inflated the inflatable boat, lowered it into the water, tied the rope, put the fish on, and sped away. From being spotted by the 2 men to their departure on the jet ski, only an hour had passed, a remarkably swift reaction. After circling the water briefly, they turned towards the parking lot. There are several main roads leading to the parking lot. Previously, they had taken routes directly from the scenic area to the parking lot. Now they were heading towards the parking lot from the highway exit. Chapter 87. The scenic area's ticket office was located in a low-lying area, not far from the shore. Zhou Shuan instructed her parents to be on high alert, preparing their bows and arrows in case of enemy attacks. She herself walked a short distance on the asphalt road, avoiding the sight of those behind her, before releasing her electric tricycle and riding to the parking lot. The scenic area's parking lot was very large, divided into several sections, and the vehicles were parked very densely. Zhou Shuan rode the tricycle back and forth several times, but couldn't find Qi Mingyu and his group. She became a little anxious and couldn't help but call out, Qi Mingyu. As soon as she finished speaking, a head popped out from behind a black car nearby, sounding very surprised. Wan, what are you doing here? Ji Ping and his group also appeared around her. Qi Mingyu and his group also had a division of labor. Because they were so skilled at retrieving gasoline from the car, 2 people shared one car, and they could empty a car in less than 20 minutes. To avoid being discovered, they hid behind the vehicles, moving very quietly. The electric tricycle was also almost silent, so neither side noticed the other. Zhou Shuan briefly explained what had happened, then said, I came to call you. Hurry up and pack up, we're going down the mountain. Okay. Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate, immediately stopping what he was doing. We pack right away. Wan, you don't need to wait for us, ride the tricycle down first. He was worried about leaving the people on the shore. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay. Without another word, she rode off quickly on the tricycle, her heart filled with worry for her parents and Mumu. Watching her departing figure, Xue Dong said in surprise, My cousin is really resourceful. Where did she find a tricycle? Otherwise, it would have taken almost an hour to walk here. She probably found it on the road. Let's hurry up and pack it up. The young men poured the oil from their cans into a hidden water tank, tightened the caps, loaded it onto a small truck, and then drove off quickly down the mountain in 2 vehicles. Zhou Shuan's decisive action of knocking the 2 men unconscious gave them a significant advantage. When Qi Mingyu and the others came down the mountain, Zhou Shuan was quietly waiting with her parents. The tricycle was long gone. In Zhou Shuan's words, it was hidden on a side road along the way. On the way back, Qi Ping said somewhat resentfully, "Really? We still have hundreds of vehicles that haven't had their gasoline pumped. It's okay, it's not like we can't come again. We just didn't want to get into a conflict with them," Shui Dong said, sitting behind him, comforting him. The others shared his sentiment, feeling as if their livelihood had been abruptly cut off. Upon reaching the frame building, while smoking fish, Zhou Jianhai said, "Actually, it's better to stop here. We already gained too much from Jiyun Mountain. If we use these supplies properly, they'd be enough for us to eat and drink for years." "Yes. Gasoline is scarce now. We can easily exchange 1,000 or 2 liters for supplies, and we won't have to worry about food and drink." And Joan nodded in agreement. In the days following the loss of her husband, she had been crying day and night, on the verge of blinding herself. However, once she started collecting supplies with the others, she was busy every day, like she was in a war. But she had no time to grieve for her deceased husband. Every morning, the first thing she thought of was God's blessing, that it wouldn't rain, so they could safely reach Jiyun Mountain to store supplies. Now, with nearly 1,000 kilograms of smoked fish and over 6,000 liters of gasoline, she could hardly remember the destitution she had suffered 10 days ago. Therefore, Aunt Joan was extremely content. "Wanwan, didn't you say the property management wanted our fish?" Although it was flood season, the water was teeming with bacteria, and almost all the fish in the floodwaters had died. Even the surviving fish looked different from healthy ones. When Zhou Shuan gave Director Wu a few of the fish they had caught from Tianyan Lake, the latter became very excited and brought up the matter of trading. Although the residents of the community were struggling financially, they were more lacking in meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruits. Staple foods weren't as scarce. Trading fish for staple foods had a good market. Yes, the property management has been advertising it in the neighborhood for the past few days, asking everyone to report the quantity they want. Fresh fish has one price, smoked fish has another. We go ask again tomorrow to see what price they offer. That's great. We smoked all our previous fish, but we have quite a bit of fresh fish left over from these 3 days. That should be enough for the exchange. Uncle Zhong said excitedly, rubbing his hands. Zhou Shuan said, "We won't trade with private individuals, just with the property management of the neighborhood. Nearby neighborhoods, resettlement centers, anything is fine. Trading with the authorities is safer." "Yes." The next day, Director Wu gave them a price. 1 jin of fresh fish for 4 jin of flour or rice. 1 jin of smoked fish for 3 jin. This price was reasonable. In the end, Zhou Shuan and her group exchanged a total of 100 jin of fresh fish and 80 jin of smoked fish. They visited several nearby residential areas, exchanging a total of 600 jin, 300 caddies, of fresh fish and over 1,000 jin, 500 kilograms, of smoked fish. Smoked fish was more popular than fresh fish because of its good taste and long shelf life. However, most families didn't keep much fresh fish, but had plenty of smoked fish. Zhou Shuan, having a spatial ability, didn't rush to exchange. She let her aunt and uncle exchange first. Qi Mingyu's family also had plenty of fish, but he had actually stockpiled enough noodles and rice for him and his grandmother to eat for a long time before the apocalypse. What he wanted to exchange now were compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and dried noodles, which have a longer shelf life. Just then, some military personnel came to trade with them. They were a unit that had been deployed to J City to rescue people at the beginning of the apocalypse and floods. After the tsunami destroyed government forces, and the unit suffered more than half its casualties, they had nowhere else to go, and were temporarily stationed at a resettlement point in J City. The military's food wasn't bad. They had enough staple food and canned meat for the time being, but they lacked fresh meat. The troops were all young men, usually helping with disaster relief, evacuating victims, and retrieving bodies from the water. Now that they knew there was fresh fish and meat available, they naturally wanted to exchange it for a batch, so the young men could satisfy their cravings. They wanted large quantities, 1,000 jin of fresh fish, and 2,000 jin of smoked fish. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu discussed it, and decided to exchange it all for compressed biscuits. Compressed biscuits are a very durable staple food, one 50-gram biscuit is enough to provide the calories of 4 to 5 bowls of rice, making it an essential item for survival in the wild. Therefore, 1 gene of fresh fish would be exchanged for 200 grams of compressed biscuits, and 1 gene of smoked fish for 100 grams of compressed biscuits. Chapter 88. They exchanged for a batch of compressed biscuits, which they split equally between the two families. The remaining smoked fish was kept for their own consumption. As for gasoline, everyone felt that this resource was a non-renewable commodity and would become increasingly expensive. Now that they had already exchanged enough fish for supplies, the gasoline could be temporarily hidden away to be exchanged for other more valuable resources later. However, where to hide the gasoline was a big problem. Zhou Shuan volunteered, "If everyone trusts me, then let me hide most of it, and each family can hide some elsewhere." Wan, is your family's hiding place really safe? Cousin Jipeng asked first. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, don't worry, you can come to me anytime you need it. Zhou Jianhai also nodded. Don't worry, Wan and I will go to store it together, you can just ask me for it later. Everyone knew Zhou Jianhai was a loyal and honest person. Considering their interactions after the apocalypse, the group didn't hesitate much and decided to keep some for themselves, leaving Zhou Shuan to store the remaining 2/3. With ample space, Zhou Shuan had no problem storing the gasoline. She offered this on her own initiative because she felt that in this vast world, almost nowhere was completely safe. It would be a great pity if the gasoline they had gone to so much trouble to store was lost due to improper concealment. More importantly, with this gasoline, even if other natural disasters struck in the future, her aunt and uncle could cope calmly. If they were doing well, her family would be doing well too. Thinking of the future, Zhou Shuan preferred to speak up now. But to her surprise, Qi Mingyu also asked her to help store gasoline. The Zhou family had been to Qi Mingyu's underground safe house before, and knew it was secure enough that no one would easily discover its existence. Hiding the gasoline there would be foolproof, requiring no trouble from Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan didn't want to agree, but after working together for so long, and facing his gentle, silent eyes, she found herself unable to refuse. Grandma Peng also kept urging, Shuan, please do us a favor. I sit at home every day, worrying about where to hide our supplies. Zhou Shuan had no choice but to nod in agreement. Qi Mingyu smiled. After her second uncle and his group left, the dark clouds finally began to churn and rain. The rain lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, and the water level indeed rose. Just as everyone on the 5th floor of the apartment building was packing up to move, the rain stopped without warning. The water level barely reached the 4th floor rooftop. From now on, there would be no need to climb over the stairs anymore. The boat would be right outside the building entrance. Although the Zhou family was very willing to lend their rooftop to the small Qi family, they couldn't directly invite them because of Zhou Shuan's spatial abilities. Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong, however, took the initiative to invite the Qi family to stay. The Qi family had no shortage of supplies, and Qi Mingyu was a retired special forces soldier, possessing both strength and intelligence. Having someone like him living on their rooftop would provide a great sense of security. This was a completely different feeling from helping poor relatives. But Qi Mingyu refused them all. He smiled gently, and said he had already spoken with Director Wu, and would move to a rooftop apartment in the complex first. However, as he spoke, he would glance at Zhou Shuan, seemingly expecting her to invite him to move in. This inexplicably put a lot of pressure on Zhou Shuan. These past 2 rainy days, she had stayed in her bedroom, busy with something. When the rain stopped, joyful cheers echoed through the neighborhood. Zhou Shuan put down her pen, gazing blankly at the tranquil twilight outside the window. Knock, 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 someone knocked on the door. Zhou Shuan thought it was her mother, and quickly got up. Coming, coming. But when she opened the door, she froze. Standing outside the bedroom door was Qi Mingyu. He wasn't wearing his usual camouflage uniform. Instead, he wore a light blue shirt tucked into jeans, a few strands of hair falling across his brow. Compared to his usual attire, his long legs and slender waist, handsome features, and clean-cut air made him appear even more striking. Zhou Shuan was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the other person for a long while, her mouth slightly agape. It wasn't until the other person called her name with a smile, Wan, that she snapped out of her daze, calming her wildly beating heart, and flashed a perfect 8-tooth smile. It's brother Yu. What's up? Qi Mingyu's eyes crinkled. I came to tell you the rain has stopped. He seemed completely oblivious to her stutter. Oh! Zhou Shuan replied dryly. What are you doing? Qi Mingyu asked casually, glancing at the bedroom behind her. Contrary to her expectations of dreamy pinks and purples, The room was decorated in a serene, deep blue. The walls were light wood, but the sheets and duvet cover were a much darker blue. Besides the bed and desk, there was a light wood cabinet and a small sofa. A dark blue sofa cover covered the sofa as well. Chi Mingyu asked sensitively, "Do you always have insomnia at night?" Zhou Shuan looked at him with some surprise, but she didn't deny it, only smiling slightly. "Sometimes it's hard to fall asleep." "Why?" Initially, Zhou Shuan felt that he had seen through her secret, so she subconsciously wanted to keep her distance. But after spending so much time together, and experiencing going out to find supplies, and fighting enemies together, Zhou Shuan felt that he was someone she could trust. There were some things she couldn't tell her parents and worry them, but in front of this neighborly older brother, who was like a friend, she could speak her mind without reservation. So, she thought for a moment, then stepped aside to invite him in. It was Chi Mingyu's first time entering her bedroom. A warm and gentle style, completely different from his own room, instantly assaulted his senses. "Sit down. Little Yu, have some water." Zhou Shuan poured a glass of water from the thermos on the table and handed it to him. Chi Mingyu didn't sit on the sofa, but went straight to the desk. The desk lamp was still on, and a sheet of drawing paper lay open on it. "What's this?" he asked, looking down at it closely. Zhou Shuan tried to stop him, but it was too late. Her face flushed instantly. Chi Mingyu looked up, his eyes fixed intently on her. "Where are you considering moving to?" The marks Zhou Shuan had made on the drawing paper indicated relocation for both families. So, she hadn't been seen for the past 2 days, hiding in the bedroom, trying to find a suitable place for both families to move to. Chi Mingyu felt the unease and restlessness that had been lurking deep within him for the past 2 days vanish instantly. Chapter 89. He couldn't help but smile. "I thought you were eager for me to move out." After her initial panic, Zhou Shuan had calmed down. She coughed lightly and looked out the window. "It wasn't my decision to make you move. It was this rain." Chi Mingyu's lips curved slightly. Zhou Shuan snatched the drawing paper from Chi Mingyu's hand. "I'm just looking at where would be a good place to move. If we have to move, my second uncle and third aunt's families will definitely have to move too." Chi Mingyu wasn't annoyed, only slightly raising his head to look at her. "What about me and Grandma? Aren't you going to take care of us?" Zhou Shuan's eyes widened. "You're all adults, you have hands and feet. Why do you need me to take care of you?" Under his gentle, smiling gaze, her voice gradually lowered. The temperature in the room seemed to rise slightly. Zhou Shuan felt her cheeks burning. Moreover, Chi Mingyu, with his long arms and legs, seemed to fill the entire bedroom, making it feel small and stuffy. Zhou Shuan felt extremely uncomfortable and turned to the window, looking outside. Chi Mingyu chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, what's wrong with your sleep?" Zhou Shuan gave him a disgruntled look. "Tell me, maybe I can help you." Chi Mingyu said, "You forgot, I'm a former Special Forces soldier, always ready for missions, so ensuring sufficient sleep in the shortest amount of time is a mandatory course for us." Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. "What way?" Chi Mingyu lowered his eyes, seemingly pondering, before finally looking up at Zhou Shuan. "Then you have to tell me first, why can't you sleep?" He tested her again. But this time Zhou Shuan was well prepared. She spoke calmly. "This isn't the apocalypse anymore. Danger lurks everywhere. My parents are old, and Mumu is too young. I feel like the pillar of the family, so I worry all the time. Besides, you saw that video online. Besides floods and tsunamis, there are so many natural disasters. Naturally, I can't sleep well." Chi Mingyu looked at her earnestly. "You done very well. You done a great job as the pillar of the family. So, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. You have enough courage and ability to lead your parents and Mumu to live well in this apocalypse." This was the first time he had praised her so directly. Zhou Shuan felt the air getting warmer. "Come on, lie down." He pointed to the bed beside him. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened. "What's going on in your little head all day? Lie down, I teach you how to fall asleep quickly." Zhou Shuan coughed lightly, took off her slippers, and lay back on the bed. "Clear your mind, straighten your body, let your arms hang naturally at your sides, and don't think about anything. Follow my lead, inhale, exhale, and then..." Zhou Shuan, who had initially felt uncomfortable lying in bed watching the other person, was surprised to find that they possessed the potential to be a teacher. The voice was steady, gentle, and magnetic, making one want to follow along. Gradually, Zhou Shuan felt her eyes growing heavier, her body lighter, and slowly she lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly heard a soft call in her ear. "Wan Wan Wan Wan?" Zhou Shuan jolted awake, her hand instinctively reaching for the dagger under her pillow. She opened her eyes warily, staring at the person sitting beside her bed. When she recognized Chi Mingyu, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, looked around, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "What time is it?" "You slept for 20 minutes. How do you feel?" Zhou Shuan didn't even need to consciously assess her condition to feel exceptionally good, as if she had slept soundly, without nightmares or anxiety. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. She couldn't help but smile easily. "Although I only slept for 20 minutes, it felt like I slept for a whole afternoon." "That means this method works for you." Chi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "You might find it a little difficult to grasp at first. If you don't mind, I come over tonight, and you can practice with me, okay?" Entering a girl's bedroom late at night wasn't exactly convenient. Therefore, Chi Mingyu's question was very polite. Zhou Shuan used to go out to search for supplies late at night, returning around 4 or 5 in the morning, completely exhausted, before finally collapsing into bed and falling asleep. But she was always woken up by nightmares, resulting in very low sleep efficiency. But Chi Mingyu's method actually worked. She was silent for a moment, then simply nodded. "Okay, then I trouble you for a few days. We're family, no need to be so polite. By the way, how did you get in?" Zhou Shuan asked. Chi Mingyu smiled and said, "I said I came to see you, but my aunt was busy in the kitchen, so she let me come in myself." Zhou Shuan rolled her eyes inwardly at her unreliable mother. She replied dryly, "Oh? What is it?" "Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that it's not raining anymore, so Grandma and I aren't moving." That's good." Zhou Shuan was careful with her tone, trying to sound neither overly happy nor lacking in enthusiasm. "In the future, our two families can search for supplies together." Chi Mingyu looked at her intently. Zhou Shuan didn't know how to respond, and lowered her head. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Chi Mingyu sighed inwardly, but smiled and stood up. "Then I head back first. Don't bother drawing the lines, we're not moving." Chi Mingyu stood there, seemingly wanting to say something more, but ultimately just politely turned and left. Zhou Shuan lay on her back on the bed, staring at the ceiling above her head, before finally getting up and leaving after a long while. Zhong Tiyun had just enthusiastically seen Chi Mingyu off, when she saw Zhou Shuan come out. She glared at her one-on. "Your little brother you came to see you. Why didn't you see him off?" "How rude." Zhou Shuan said softly. "Didn't you see him off?" "I didn't need to." "Why not?" "You?" Zhong Tiyun came over, tapped her forehead, and sighed. "When will you ever grow up?" Her mother was secretly trying to match her with Chi Mingyu. This was something Zhou Shuan had only recently discovered. She didn't know why her mother had inexplicably taken a liking to Chi Mingyu, but in her past life, she had been in love, and had loved someone deeply, but she hadn't been treated well. She had encountered a scumbag, and suffered a terrible fate because of it. Traveling north, she had witnessed too much darkness. While she wouldn't say she deeply hated men, she generally kept her distance from most of them. She had long ago decided that she would spend her life with her parents in Mumu, never marrying. Therefore, while she felt attracted to Chi Mingyu, admired and respected him, she felt that a close, but not intimate neighborly relationship was sufficient, and there was no need to take it any further. Her mother, however, seemed to think differently, and was always eager for the two of them to get to know each other. Chapter 90. A few days later, the property management announced some good news. The government had begun sending helicopters to distribute supplies to the survivors. Everyone cheered. Every household was struggling, and there had been no news from the government. Everyone felt the world was doomed. Director Wu led his team to compile a complete list of residents in the community and report it. Within 2 days, new information arrived. For houses with survivors, a flag was to be placed on the rooftop, indicating the number of residents. Helicopters, upon seeing the red flag, would drop supplies directly onto the roof according to the number of people living there. Chi Mingyu, as the building manager for that building, gathered everyone together to discuss this matter. Dong Jianhua was very enthusiastic and sincere. "Why don't we plant the flag on our rooftop? It's spacious there, and we haven't built a sunroom. We can divide the supplies when they arrive." Chi Mingyu looked at the Zhou family and asked, "What does Uncle Zhou think?" Zhou Jianhai already knew Dong Jianhua's true nature and wasn't about to let him control them, so he readily replied, "Although we have a sunroom, getting to the rooftop is easy. Besides, everyone knows Tiyun and I are like that. We won't take advantage of anyone." "What do you mean? You think I take advantage of everyone?" Dong Jianhua protested. Zhong Tiyun said sarcastically from the side, "It's not like it's about you. Why are you so anxious?" "You?" Dong Jianhua glared at Zhong Tiyun resentfully. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. He turned to look at everyone. Building 5 had 4 units, each with 4 households. Excluding 2 unoccupied units, there were 14 households remaining. There are 14 households, plus men, women, and children, totaling 52 people. However, the number of helicopters is limited. It's impossible to drop supplies 4 times for just one building. Therefore, only one household in this building needs to receive supplies. Dong Jianhua looked at everyone. It's not that I'm being nosy, it's just that our building manager has too close a relationship with the Zhou family. His decision would be biased. We live in a society governed by law. It should be decided by election to ensure fairness. Does everyone agree? Agreed. Wei Wei, who had been silent until now, suddenly shouted. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's sharp gazes immediately turned to him. Wei Wei felt a little guilty, and quickly looked away. Because of Jia Xiaoguang, he always felt that the Zhou and Qi families had a grudge against him. He disliked Dong Jianhua, but under Dong Jianhua's sweet talk, he gradually felt that if the Zhou and Qi families joined forces, and he joined forces with the cunning Dong Jianhua, they could hold their own. Dong Jianhua had already discussed this matter of supplies with him, repeatedly urging him to support his decision. Otherwise, once the Zhou family controlled the supplies distributed to them, they would be even more oppressed. Seeing Wei Wei agree, the others also sparsely expressed their agreement to vote for a suitable candidate. Qi Mingyu clearly saw the exchange of glances between Dong Jianhua and several households, but remained outwardly calm. All right, those who agree to place the supplies on the Wei family's roof, raise your hands. 7 or 8 households raised their hands. If we consider the existing households in Building 5, even if the Zhou and Wei families don't participate in the election, these 7 or 8 households represent more than half. A smug smile appeared on Dong Jianhua's face. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly. Uncle Dong, let me ask you a question first. Dong Jianhua deliberately feigned politeness. Go ahead. If the plane drops the supplies, when do you plan to distribute them to us? This was a pointed question. If the supplies were distributed to the neighbors the moment they were dropped, then no matter whose house the supplies were dropped to, no one would have any objections. But the concern was that the house receiving the supplies might have ulterior motives, and withhold some supplies from everyone. Dong Jianhua chuckled. Naturally, we set a date to distribute the supplies. What about Uncle Zhou? Qi Mingyu asked Zhou Jianhai directly. The latter replied straightforwardly. The plane's arrival will be very noisy, so everyone will know immediately when the supplies are dropped. If the supplies are dropped to our house, I guarantee that they will be distributed immediately, and the boxes will absolutely not be opened before you arrive. Everyone listened and gradually nodded. Dong Jianhua's face paled slightly, and he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Our family will naturally do the same. Then, Uncle Dong, can you swear in front of everyone that you won't open or touch a single item of the supplies before everyone arrives? Dong Jianhua raised his hand to swear. But the slightly flustered expressions of his wife and daughter beside him betrayed him. So even if he swore, no one believed him. Qi Mingyu didn't look at the Dong family again and said directly, raise your hand if you agree to drop the supplies on the Zhou family's roof. 10 families raised their hands in quick succession. Dong Jingqing immediately said angrily, how can they choose 2 families? Each family can only have 1 vote. This isn't feudal society, we can't back out now. 2 of the families immediately retorted sarcastically, what, you're breaking down just because we didn't choose your family. If your father hadn't sent us 2 packs of cigarettes, we wouldn't have been fooled by you. Old Zhou is still the most honest. Yes, he's been like this for so many years. The Dong family has been out there for so many years, only returning after the natural disaster. We don't know what their true nature is like. What do you mean don't know? Just look at his stammering performance just now. Those kinds of people are the most cunning, you can't trust them. Yes, yes. In an instant, public opinion reversed. Dong Jianhua stared at the crowd with a livid face, then glanced at Qi Mingyu, who stood calmly watching everything, a flash of murderous intent crossing his mind. However, he was a man who had navigated the world for countless years. He quickly controlled his emotions, and quietly scolded his daughter, whose expression was completely betrayed. Then he forced a smile, and nodded to Zhou Jianhai. Brother Dahai has been in the family for decades. The neighbors all trust him. I just returned from outside, I still need to work harder. One has to admire his thick skin. He managed to find a way out for himself. Grandma Peng gave a very low, cold sneer. Upon returning home, Zhong Tian sighed, I never imagined that something as simple as the government distributing free supplies could cause such a commotion. She was actually reluctant to have the supplies placed on her roof. It was a hot potato. If most of her neighbors were reasonable, it would be fine, but if they were unreasonable and accused her of misappropriating their supplies, she would be needlessly creating trouble. It was only because her daughter and her husband were targeting Dong Jianhua that she had no choice but to take on the task. At this time, she was unaware that she possessed a certain degree of prophetic ability, and within 2 days, her predictions came true. Chapter 91. Within 2 days, planes flew overhead, dropping supplies onto the rooftop adorned with red flags. Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Shuwan went upstairs together and carried down a square cardboard box. The box was sealed with transparent tape and wasn't too heavy. Shortly after coming downstairs, there was a knock on the door. Zhong Tian opened the first security door, looked out through the peephole of the second door, turned to the father and daughter, and silently said, "Neighbors." Opening the door, she saw the Dong and Wei families, who lived closest. Dong Jianhua smiled politely to Yun. "Have the supplies been distributed?" Zhong Tian smiled politely in return. "Yes, we've been waiting for this day and night." As soon as Dong Jianhua entered, he noticed the box placed in the center of the living room, still unopened. His gaze swept over the room's furnishings, then he smiled and began to chat casually. "I found out that all the city government staff were moved to a high-rise resettlement building, which they turned into the government headquarters. However, the tsunami happened to pass right through that building, and only a handful of people survived. We all had food reserves. When the floods first started, the government was busy moving manpower and food reserves. But after the tsunami, everyone who knew about it died, and no one took care of the supplies. Now, the troops stationed here and the remaining government personnel have temporarily formed a disaster relief task force, found the food reserves, and are starting to distribute supplies." The Zhou family had already heard all this from Qi Mingyu. Wei Wei sighed repeatedly. "It really has been a roller coaster ride. But having food reserves means we can receive relief supplies regularly." As they spoke, people from the other units gradually arrived. Everyone looked expectantly at the cardboard box in the center of the living room, as if it were some very precious treasure. Zhou Jianghai took a pair of scissors, opened the box, revealing the supplies inside. There were 156 neatly stacked packs of compressed biscuits, 2 biscuits per pack, 3 packs for each person. There were also 2 2-liter bottles of alcohol, several packs of cotton swabs, sealed bandages, and some common medicines. Seeing that this was all, everyone was quite disappointed. "So little stuff, what can we do with that?" One person complained first. "This should be enough supplies for 3 days, Qi Mingyu said. Eating 6 compressed biscuits per person for 3 days would only satisfy basic survival needs, ensuring no one starved, but not enough for a large or satisfying meal." "Something is better than nothing," Zhou Jianghai said. Dong Jianhua's gaze swept around the Zhou family's living room again. He glanced at the house of one of his close friends, whose head of household immediately questioned, "Wait, could it be that you hid the supplies before we arrived?" Zhou Shuwan, without waiting for her parents to speak, coldly waved her phone. "From the moment the plane arrived, to when my dad and I went up to the roof to carry the supplies, to when Uncle Dong and Brother Dawei knocked on the door, I recorded the whole thing. Anyone who suspects my family of hoarding supplies can watch it." She first handed the phone to Qi Mingyu, who was standing nearby. He took it, looked at it, and then passed it to someone next to him. From distributing the supplies to the arrival of the Zhou family, only a few minutes had passed. The video was crystal clear. When everyone saw the knocking on the door before the supplies even reached the 6th floor, they knew the Zhou family couldn't have had time to move the supplies. All eyes were on Dong Jianhua and Wei Wei. The others were in other units, waiting to hear the plane distributing supplies before rowing over, which took longer. It was normal to be suspicious. But Dong Jianhua and Wei Wei had arrived so quickly, they should have known the Zhou family didn't have time to move supplies. Why hadn't they said a word, letting them suspect the Zhou family? The family head, who had been used as a scapegoat earlier, gave Dong Jianhua a cold smile and remained silent. The others awkwardly shut their mouths. Zhou Shuwan's brows furrowed with coldness as she swept her gaze over the crowd. Her tone, though light, carried undeniable authority. "Since our family has taken on the responsibility of managing the relief supplies, you should all have some faith in us. We already discussed it. We record the entire process each time supplies are distributed. Today is the first time, so I won't say much. But if we encounter this kind of harassment again, this suspicion that my family is hiding supplies, my parents may be good-natured, but this bow and arrow in my hand doesn't discriminate." She casually picked up a bow and arrow from the shelf, directly threatening them with force. The crowd's faces darkened, but no one dared to utter a word. Zhou Shuwan's superb archery skills and cold-blooded demeanor were renowned throughout the neighborhood. Those who didn't interact with her normally only secretly remarked on how formidable the Zhou family's daughter was. But now, facing this chilling threat, they suddenly realized how terrifying Zhou Shuan truly was. For the sake of their lives, they wisely remained silent. Zhou Shuan nodded in satisfaction. She said directly, "Everyone who comes, please take the cookies back. There's not enough alcohol. If it's not urgently needed, just keep it at the building manager's house for now, and we distribute it to everyone once we collected enough. Everyone can trust the building manager's character. You all seen these things and know what's going on. When it's time to distribute the supplies, if you feel the quantities are wrong, just bring it up." She then said to Zhou Jianhai and several other men in charge, "Dad, uncles, and aunts, please write down the quantities of these supplies and keep them safe. When it's time to distribute the supplies, just check them against each other, and you be absolutely sure." "Yes, good. Zhou Shuan's method is good." Another Andy gave a dry compliment. Then, the recording and distribution of supplies proceeded smoothly. After everyone left, Zhong Tian closed the door and said resentfully, "This is a hot potato, and you two father and daughter insisted on grabbing it. People will say you're doing us a disservice. Mom, would you rather Dong Jianhua control these supplies and use them to develop his own power, then gradually swallow up our community?" Thinking of that scene, Zhong Tian quickly waved her hand. "That won't do. Dong Jianhua is a complete scoundrel. He's been behind all the targeting of our family these past few times. He's utterly heartless. So, although it's a bit of a hassle, by controlling the supplies, we control the narrative. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Didn't you see that when Wanwan said to put the remaining supplies at the building manager's house, Xiaoyu didn't say a word against it? Clearly, we're right. Some things can't be taken lightly." Zhou Jianhai added, "Take this distribution of supplies, for example. The day we were assigned to receive the supplies, I went out, and all the neighbors I met greeted me warmly. Their attitudes were much better than before. Look at you, so pathetic. Do you think we're doing this troublesome thing just because the neighbors are nice? Of course not. I was just giving an example. Anyway, we're better off handling this than anyone else." Chapter 92. After the supplies were distributed, people from several buildings discussed the situation. Asking other residents, they learned the supplies were identical across the neighborhoods. The first distribution consisted of compressed biscuits and some first aid supplies. The second distribution included 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 2 small cans of pork. The third distribution consisted of 5 packs of noodles and a small jar of condiments, including fermented bean curd, mushroom sauce, and chili sauce. It seemed the quantity of each type was limited, just to make up the numbers. The struggle to get their desired jar of condiment nearly escalated into a fight. Finally, Qi Mingyu made the final decision. "All right, let's draw lots. No matter how it was distributed, some people would be dissatisfied, so let fate decide." Qi Mingyu wrote dozens of slips of paper according to the names and quantities of the condiments. Whoever drew a particular one received it, thus resolving the dispute. What can this little bit do? Some were dissatisfied, while others were relieved, carefully putting away the government-distributed supplies. These were all long-lasting and suitable for storage. Supplies were distributed every 3 days, and slowly, they could accumulate enough to make a decent amount. Next door, Dong Jianhua had been leaving early and returning late for several days, doing who knows what. He missed the last 2 distributions, and only Chinchio came with her reluctant son, Dong Xinglong, to collect them. Dong Xinglong was a very neurotic person. Although only 18 or 19, he lacked any youthful energy, always with a gloomy face and an impatient look at everyone. He was also very rude to his mother. Chinchio, however, clearly doted on her son more. Every time he received supplies, she would immediately hand him a piece of compressed biscuit or a can of food. He ignored his daughter completely. Dong Qingqing was not one to back down. If she didn't see it, fine, but if she did, she'd make a scene for everyone to hear. Adding to the constant arguments at home, Dong Jianhua, whose facade of a successful businessman was crumbling, saw his public image plummet. After receiving supplies for the 5th time, Qi Mingyu suddenly asked after everyone had left, "Uncle, do you still have enough water?" The Zhou family was startled. Zhou Jianhai immediately replied, "Not quite enough. Since last night, the tap water has been sewage, it seems unusable." "That's right, so I think we should start stockpiling water," Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan's previous life wasn't in Jay City, but in the water-rich south, there wasn't a water shortage for the past 2 years. S City had 1 lake in the city proper, and 2 large lakes in the suburbs. The government had begun deploying troops to build dikes to protect water sources at the beginning of the floods, resolutely preventing floodwaters contaminated by corpses from entering the lakes. However, Jay's city is located in the north, and its water resources are not abundant. The water plant's maximum storage capacity can only meet the city's population's needs for half a month. For the first 2 months of the flood season, torrential rains fell incessantly. After the water plant's reserves were depleted, it collected rainwater, purified and disinfected it, and then distributed it to households. After the tsunami, nearly half the population perished, and the water plant, relying on its previously stored water, was barely able to supply the city's water needs. But last night, the water coming out of the taps was sewage, indicating that there must be a problem with the water plant. Because the Zhou family had a large amount of water stored in Zhou Shuan's spatial dimension, they were slow to react to the sewage coming from the taps, and did not realize what this meant. Qi Mingyu and his grandmother, who had been using the tap, immediately realized what had happened and what to do next. Wanwan, we need to go to Jiyun Mountain again. Jiyun Mountain Scenic Area is a very famous mountain range among the major mountain ranges in northern Yin country. Its terrain is already high, and the water source for the scenic area flows from the even higher western snow-capped mountains all the way to the east, unaffected by downstream flooding. Therefore, the only truly clean water sources in Jay City are the Tianyan Lake Reservoir and several canyons in Jiyun Mountain. Then we need to go to the stainless steel processing plant first to retrieve the water tank. Yes, Qi Mingyu said. Before everyone reacts, we need to get started. Uncle, aunt, and your relatives can also be notified. Okay. Without further ado, Zhou Shuan, her father, and Qi Mingyu went to call her cousin Jiping from her second maternal uncle's family, Xiufei, and Xue Tao, and Xue Dong from her third aunt's family, and they set off. This time, unlike fishing, they were going to stockpile water. The speed was important, but the challenge was hauling the heavy water tanks back. Inflatable boats were obviously out of the question. They had to use motorboats. They followed Qi Mingyu to the stainless steel processing plant. As soon as they entered, Qi Mingyu gestured, indicating that the number of water tanks had decreased. Someone had already taken action. Zhou Shuan swam behind, pretending not to see their movements. She couldn't very well tell them that she had taken the missing water tanks herself. Motorboats have a carrying capacity of about 500 to 600 kilograms. With the buoyancy of the water, the weight would increase considerably. They each carried several 2-ton and 1-ton water tanks, made of stainless steel and food-grade plastic. Zhou Shuan could manage on her jet ski, so her father drove the Qi family's inflatable boat, which was just as fast, but its carrying capacity was insufficient, so he hauled several plastic water tanks instead. Fearing being spotted and having their secret discovered, they carefully wrapped the water tanks in plastic sheeting before setting off towards Jiyun Mountain. They didn't venture into Tianyan Lake Reservoir. After their previous experience, Zhou Shuan was absolutely certain that Tianyan Lake was now heavily guarded. They went directly to Quten Gorge, which she had visited before. The wheels were attached to the stainless steel water tanks, and once they reached the clear, clean water of the gorge, they began filling buckets of water. Filling water was much faster than fishing. In less than an hour, they had filled all the dozen or so water tanks of various sizes they had brought. They could pull 2 1-ton water tanks and 2 small plastic water tanks. The 2-ton tanks were too heavy to move, so Zhou Shuan stayed behind to guard several of them. Qi Mingyu led everyone to move the tanks to the frame building first, then to empty the remaining tanks and continue storing water. Zhou Jianhai was worried about leaving his daughter alone. However, having Zhou Shuan or Qi Mingyu stay was the best option. He didn't trust anyone else to stay. But leading everyone to pull the tanks back wouldn't be easy either. Zhou Jianhai understood this, so he left, looking back every few steps. After they left, Zhou Shuan dipped her hand into the flowing water to catch fish. About an hour later, everyone returned, somewhat tired but excited. The thought of securing enough water before everyone else filled them with excitement, like they won the lottery. Chapter 93. That day, they each transported 5 tons of water, enough for a family of 4 to use for a month if reused. However, considering the load-bearing capacity of the building, they couldn't possibly carry all the water upstairs. The problem was where to hide the remaining water. Jiping wanted to ask Zhou Shuan where she had stored the supplies she had helped them preserve. But like the load-bearing issue, Zhou Shuan had already stored so much oil for them, adding water would definitely not be enough. Zhou Shuan didn't rush to offer to store water for them, but instead looked at Qi Mingyu. "Brother Yu, do you have a place to store water?" Qi Mingyu had already considered this problem last night. He firmly believed that even a cunning rabbit has multiple burrows, especially in the apocalypse. No matter how well supplies were hidden, they would eventually be discovered and stolen. Thankfully, his experience as a Special Forces soldier gave him access to many hiding places. The safe house he had taken the Zhou family to that day was just one of them. He thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, if we hide the water deep in these mountains, no one will find it." "Here? No, there are too many people here. We might be discovered at any time," Shui Dong hurriedly interjected. "No, not here. More and more people will come to Jian Mountain to search for water in the future. It's not safe." "But Wanwan, I remember your hometown is also in the north, right?" "Yes," Zhou Jianhai replied. "It's not too far from here, about a 30-minute ride by motorboat. There are indeed deep mountains around us, but the environment isn't as good as here. Those mountains are all rocky, with no water." Later, people used explosives to blast the mountains and sell the rocks. Zhou's father lowered his voice. He had already figured out where to hide the water. "Let's go. We go to the Big Ant Mountain back home." The so-called Ant Mountain, as the name suggests, is a mountain inhabited by many large ants, unique to the surrounding area. The Big Ant Mountain is just one of the most inconspicuous mountains in the vast mountain range, only familiar to humans because it's closest to the plains. Behind it, there are many overlapping mountains. Zhou Jianhai led them to a mountain behind the Big Ant Mountain. The mountain path was rugged and uneven, rarely trodden by people. If it weren't for the wheels attached to the water tank, they probably wouldn't have been able to reach it. After walking for a long time in the mountains, they finally reached their destination. Zhou Jianhai was referring to a cave blasted open by explosives. The entrance was completely obscured by dense grass and trees, making it almost impossible to see inside. Hiding the water tank here would make it very difficult for anyone to find. Moreover, the cave was shaded and cool, so there was no fear of the water drying up in the sun. However, Xuetao, panting heavily, said, "Uncle, this place is too far. We wanted to store more water." "It's precisely because it's far from human habitation that we don't have to worry about being discovered, you silly boy," Zhou Jianhai chuckled, then urged everyone, "Come on, let's go back quickly. We can still make 2 more trips to fetch water." By evening, including the water tanks they returned, they had stored a total of 120 tons of water. Everyone was exhausted, including Zhou Shuan. For the last 2 trips, Qi Mingyu firmly forbade Zhou Shuan from carrying water, only allowing her to support him from the side. Zhou Jianhai, feeling sorry for his daughter, also advised, "There are only young and strong men here. You don't need to exert yourself. Daughter, listen to your father, take a rest." Yes. Just help me hold on a bit, Wanwan." Zhou Shuan wasn't too tired, actually. As they descended the mountain, Zhou Shuan took out a few sausages from her backpack and gave one to each person. Xuetao quickly finished his sausage and said, "If only we had a beer now." His Xue family had only moved into the Dongyuan residential area after their house collapsed. Although they had enough to eat and drink, luxuries like beer and cigarettes were practically non-existent. Zhou Shuan glanced at him. "Want a drink?" Xue Dong's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded hurriedly. Yes, Cousin Wan, do you have any? Could you buy me a bottle?" His fawning manner amused everyone. Zhou Shuan looked at the exhausted group and smiled. "When we get back, come to my house for a meal, 1 can of beer for everyone. Young people, what doesn't love to have fun and party, especially with beer?" The group cheered. Qi Mingyu walked alongside her, a faint smile in his eyes. Zhou Shuan glanced at him. "What?" Qi Mingyu smiled and shook his head. "I always thought of you as a younger sister, but I didn't expect you to have the potential to be a big sister. Come over to our house tonight. Let's have a drink," Zhou Shuan invited. He thought of storing water and immediately told the Zhou family, then went to the trouble of asking them to bring their relatives. Such character and temperament were truly hard to fault. Both in terms of courtesy and reason, Zhou Shuan should invite him. Qi Mingyu smiled slightly and agreed. That evening, Zhong Tiyun indeed prepared a sumptuous meal. Their family had caught 3 hens on Jiyun Mountain. One was given to Grandma Pang, and the other 2 were kept by the Zhou family. Initially frightened, they were well fed and watered by their new owners and began laying eggs, 1 a day, thus providing an excuse for their abundant egg supply. The Zhou family would occasionally send eggs to Aunt Zhou's and Uncle Zhou's families. Especially Aunt Zhou's family, who had a little boy named Chun Chun, who was just over a year old. Aunt Zhou wouldn't let anyone else eat the eggs the Zhou family sent, only making Chun Chun a soft egg custard every few days, as a supplement to his nutrition. The chicks that the Zhou family had hatched in their own incubator had also emerged. Now they were tiny little bundles, chirping around people's feet every day, their delicate light yellow plumage particularly endearing. Moo especially loved these new family members, and his mother solemnly entrusted him with the task of feeding the chicks. Not only that, but the vegetables and sweet potatoes they grew were growing rapidly thanks to the plant lights. Lettuce, bok choy, spinach, and scallions were all ready to be picked and eaten. The sweet potato seedlings had also been successfully cultivated and transplanted into the planting boxes on the terrace. With these vegetables and eggs, plus frozen meat and smoked fish from the large freezer, this dinner was very sumptuous. My second uncle's vegetables grew very well, but since they didn't have plant lights, their growth rate was much slower than the Zhou family's. After returning home, my cousin Jiping brought over a bunch of particularly tender bok choy and sweet potato leaves, 2 cans of pork, and a bottle of red wine. This was what he got when he went to scavenge for supplies with the Zhou and Qi families. They wouldn't drink it themselves, so it was perfect as a gift. My third aunt's family wasn't well off, and their planting boxes had just been set up, so they didn't have much to give. They brought 5 jin of their smoked fish and 2 packets of sweet potato noodles. Qi Mingyu brought 2 packets of braised donkey meat, 2 packets of roast goose, and several packets of melon seeds and snacks. Chapter 94. Zhou Jianhai waved his hand. What's the big deal? Inviting you all to dinner is awkward. It's too much of a courtesy to bring gifts. It's too much of a favor. Uncle, bringing gifts is a matter of etiquette. Now that the family isn't poor, and they benefited greatly from their second uncle's family, they should bring even more and more gifts. Alright, just don't forget next time you come. Jiping said with a smile, then took the initiative, urging everyone to wash their hands and sit down at the table. Moo gave everyone a bottle of beer. The ladies each received a bottle of juice. Second uncle, third aunt, Qianqian, and Zhou's parents and Moo sat at another table, while the other young people sat at another. Because everyone brought a relatively complete set of food, vegetables, vermicelli, meatballs, and lamb slices that Zhou Shuan had brought, they also started a hot pot meal. Now that it wasn't raining as heavily as a few days ago, the solar panels generated more electricity, enough for the lights and the combined barbecue and hot pot. Just to prevent outsiders from seeing they had electricity and becoming jealous, the Zhou family, like the Qi family, used 2 or 3 layers of highly blackout curtains to completely cover their house. They ate hot pot, drank wine, and played cards for a while eating sunflower seeds. This was the first time in the month since the apocalypse that everyone had relaxed like this, as if they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. Especially Jiping, Xuetao, and the other young people who never worried about their families' livelihoods. Now, they were the pillars of their families. Feeling emotional, they partied until 11 p.m. before finally dispersing. Zhou Shuan came out of the bathroom after showering and was surprised to find that Qi Mingyu was still there, sitting upright on the sofa talking to her father. Seeing her emerge, dressed in adorable cartoon pajamas, her hair loose, she possessed an unexpected, endearing cuteness. Qi Mingyu, a smile playing on his lips, looked directly at her. Zhou Shuan momentarily forgot that Qi Mingyu had offered to help her fall asleep that night. She glanced down at her attire, realizing it seemed a bit too casual. Just as she was considering whether to go back and change, her father called out, "Wanwan, Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for ages." Her family already knew about Zhou Shuan's difficulty falling asleep. Zhong Tian had even secretly cried, and had gone to the Qi family home to find Qi Mingyu while Zhou Shuan was out. Qi Mingyu listened patiently and gently to Zhong Tian's story, then nodded. "Auntie, don't worry. I already spoken to Wanwan. Our military-specific sleep method works for her. I go see her every night to help her fall asleep." Good, that's good. Zhong Tian's eyes reddened. "Thank you so much, Xiaoyu. You don't know how much my Wanwan has suffered. Every time I think about her, it feels like a knife is cutting my heart." Qi Mingyu handed her 2 napkins, hesitated, and then asked, "Auntie, I want to ask, has something happened to Wanwan?" Usually, only people who have suffered severe emotional trauma suffer from insomnia. Wanwan is so young, still a university student. What could have happened to her? Before she could finish speaking, Zhong Tiyun had already realized what was going on. Even as a businesswoman with years of experience in navigating social situations, she couldn't hide her panic. She initially wanted to cover it up, but after thinking about it, she decided that rather than letting the other party suspect, she should give him a reason. Tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. "Xiaoyu, we've been neighbors for so many years, and I always treated you like Wanwan and Mumu. I trust your character. So, I won't hide it from you. Wanwan got a boyfriend when she was a sophomore in college, but he turned out to be a Phoenix man. He spent Wanwan's money on the surface, but behind her back he called her ugly and got together with Wanwan's best friend. He even tried to trick Wanwan into buying him a car. This was something Chi Mingyu didn't know. He frowned slightly, then subtly suppressed his emotions. Later, when Wanwan found out, she decisively broke off the relationship. Your uncle and I made a special trip to a city to deal with this. Luckily we went. That Lin Yuang is a real jerk, repeatedly coming to Wanwan's door to cause trouble. Wanwan cried every day back then. That's probably why she suffered psychological trauma. It seems Wanwan has deep feelings for her ex-boyfriend. Chi Mingyu mused. No. Zhong Tiyun, remembering her responsibility to reunite the young couple, hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I know Wanwan's personality. She's only good to people, but she also has her own backbone and pride. Knowing that scumbag Lin Yuang slept with her best friend, she immediately sentenced him to death in her heart. She has no intention of getting back together with him. It's just that this child has always had a smooth life, especially with your uncle, who has always doted on her. Even after Mumu was born, she was still second only to Wanwan. Being betrayed by both her boyfriend and best friend, it's hard for anyone to easily get over it. And, this scumbag actually. Zhong Tiyun recalled her daughter's account of her past life, how she was bound hand and foot and locked in a bedroom by Lin Yuang, and how she barely managed to break through the glass and escape from the apartment building on the 10th floor. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a burning urge to rush back to a city and drag the despicable couple out for a good beating. She took a long breath, calmed down, and smiled at Chi Mingyu. Xiaoyu, this is probably the psychological trauma Wanwan suffered. I have to trouble you to help her. Chi Mingyu nodded. Don't worry, Auntie, I will do my best. Oh, I have no worries at all. You're a child I watched grow up, a steady, good-natured, and responsible child. I have no worries. Zhong Tiyun chatted with him for a while longer before taking her leave. This was a little secret between the two of them. Afterwards, no one who saw Zhou Shuwan would mention this conversation. Only occasionally, when they met, Zhou Shuwan would sense Chi Mingyu looking at her thoughtfully. She didn't quite understand, nor did she pay attention. That night, she drank 2 bottles of beer and spent a long time having fun with her cousins, finally relaxing after a long time. Zhou Shuwan lay there with her eyes closed, feeling that she could probably fall asleep without using Chi Mingyu's method. Then came Chi Mingyu's deep voice from beside her. Wanwan, have you ever had a boyfriend before? Zhou Shuwan's eyes widened suddenly. Chi Mingyu's expression was hard to see clearly in the dim light, but her magnetic voice slowly asked, Why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Shuwan looked at him. That's my private matter, I don't think I need to tell you. Chi Mingyu's deep eyes stared at her for a moment, then he smiled slightly. Looks like you have. Not focusing on your studies in school isn't good. Zhou Shuwan closed her eyes. Brother you, don't become so old-fashioned after going to the army. I'm already 20 years old, dating is normal. After a pause, she countered, Haven't you ever had a boyfriend? Chapter 95. Chi Mingyu was tall, handsome, stable, and highly skilled in combat. He was the kind of gentle yet powerful man who was very popular with girls. He was already 26, surely he must have had at least 1 or 2 relationships. Who knew he would honestly answer, I never been in one. Oh well, maybe sometime. She racked her brains, managing only a dry attempt at comforting him. Unexpectedly, he looked at her with a smile. I know, I'm not in a rush. His smile had a captivating power. Zhou Shuwan suddenly felt that it was strange, ambiguous, and dangerous for the two of them to discuss this kind of thing in the dim light of the night. She had to stop the conversation immediately. She quickly coughed lightly, closing her eyes tightly. It's time to sleep, Dr. Chi. Chi Mingyu noticed her panic and evasiveness, lowered his long eyelashes, and silently curved his lips into a smile. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Shuwan woke up and quietly went downstairs. With Chi Mingyu's help, she slept very well for those short 3 or 4 hours, waking up feeling refreshed. She rode her jet ski to a large purified water plant. Her father had bought a batch of purified water initially, so Zhou Shuwan had been stockpiling household water ever since. She had long wanted to stockpile another batch of purified water. Not wanting to reveal her location to others, she didn't even tell Chi Mingyu, going to the purified water plant alone. Inside the plant, bottled purified water filled half an area, arranged somewhat haphazardly. It was obvious someone had already been there. However, this was the largest purified water plant in the city, with 5,000 or 6,000 bottled water bottles currently on display. A large number of empty barrels were piled up in a corner. Zhou Shuwan first collected 2,000 barrels of bottled water, then took half of the empty barrels. Walking towards the control room, she found several large water storage tanks, each weighing at least 50 tons, and collected those as well. Seeing the large water purification equipment, she thought for a moment, and then stored it in her spatial storage. After the apocalypse, apart from the newly built survivor bases, these large human-inhabited cities were constantly plagued by power and internet shortages. These large water purification devices would simply gather dust here unless they were moved to the survivor bases. Zhou Xuan felt no qualms about storing them in her spatial storage. The space was already large enough to hold them all. In another workshop, she also saw many water purification tablets, activated carbon filters, bag filters, and other equipment displayed on shelves. These would be life-saving in the future, so she only took a portion. She already had a considerable amount of water stored in her spatial storage, enough for her family of 4 to use for decades. Therefore, they rarely had the opportunity to use water filtration tablets or similar products. She had stockpiled some before, and with what she took this time, it was enough for their needs. The rest could be given to others. None of their families had these filtration products, and she would have to bring Jiping and her cousin Xue Tao tomorrow. Qi Mingyu should have enough as well. The next day, she took Qi Mingyu and the others to the purified water plant, where each family took 30 or 40 barrels of purified water and 20 empty barrels. Even her second uncle and third aunt's family had traded their precious gasoline for a kayak. Seeing the water filtration tablets and filters, everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly took as much as they could. They transported the items back to the frame building, making several more trips, carrying a total of over 700 barrels of water, over 100 empty barrels, and enough water filtration tablets and various filters for their families to use for a long time. Around noon, several boats were seen heading this way. These people were likely also there to stockpile water. However, since everyone was preparing to leave for Jian Mountain, they kept their distance. While the water at Jian Mountain wasn't as pure as purified water, it could store the largest amount of water most quickly. For the next 3 or 4 days, Zhou Xuan and her group went to Jian Mountain every day to stockpile water. Meanwhile, the water supply to the water plant was finally cut off. It turned out that the water plant supply system had malfunctioned in the early stages of the apocalypse. But 2 months of torrential rain had provided the water plant with a clean water source again. The water plant filtered the rainwater and delivered it to households. However, after 2 intermittent, light rains, the water plant supply was cut off. The survivors suddenly faced a water shortage. Now, with no more supermarket boats supplying goods, those who had previously focused on finding food were now venturing out to find water. The purified water plant and large supermarkets had been thoroughly searched. The purified water plant that Zhou Xuan had taken Qi Mingyu and the others to was emptied out within days. Even the water purification tablets were gone. But that was irrelevant to them. After each of the 4 households had stockpiled about 100 tons of water, some people finally thought of Jian Mountain scenic area, dozens of kilometers away. Water resources are scarce in the north. Besides scenic spots and artificial lakes and parks, it was hard to imagine where else to find clean water. The artificial lakes and city parks had already been polluted by floods, so the only option was the scenic area. Gradually, many people learned that Jian Mountain had clean water resources, and more people went there. Initially, the villages in the Jian Mountain scenic area didn't take it too seriously. The entire scenic area has a reservoir and several canyons. There's plenty of water. Why worry about a few people carrying it all? However, unexpectedly, more and more people arrived, and conflicts arose over prime locations and the amount of water carried. Then, people discovered that besides clean water, the lake also contained plump fish. This made those who had been eating canned meat for a long time immediately drool, and they hurriedly gathered their companions to fish. The locals, however, considered these fish their village's property and refused to allow it. A fierce conflict ensued, and many people were injured. The villagers gathered together and discussed the matter at length. They decided to seal off their villages and the reservoir, sending able-bodied men to guard the only route to Jian Mountain, prohibiting outsiders from entering or leaving. The entire city was plunged into severe flooding. Many families didn't even have a boat, paddling for over an hour in makeshift blanket boats, hoping to bring back some water. The locals' actions were cutting off their livelihood. As a result, the conflict between the people on and off the mountain intensified. These past few days, the Zhou family hadn't left the house, focusing instead on culinary research, stockpiling food, and practicing archery and martial arts with Zhou Xuan and Qi Mingyu in the afternoons. These were things Ed Zhong occasionally mentioned during her visits. Chapter 96. Qi Mingyu happened to walk over and sat down on the sofa. The government should step in and take complete control of the scenic area. He had volunteered to help train the Zhou couple and Moo Moo in combat skills these past few days, so he spent half a day here every day and had become increasingly familiar with the Zhou family. Then once they take over, we won't lack water anymore. Aunt Joan's eyes lit up. Qi Mingyu nodded. After taking over the scenic area, the supplies they distribute to us should include water. By concentrating the resources of an entire city, they could use some simple water filtration equipment to filter the water from Jiyun Mountain and then distribute it to every household. Qi Mingyu was right. The next time supplies were distributed, a pack of water purification tablets was included. A pack of water purification tablets contained 300 tablets, and each person received about 5 tablets on average. One water purification tablet can purify 1 liter of water, so 5 tablets can purify 5 liters. Although it's not much, it's basically enough to meet one person's drinking water needs for 3 days. Meanwhile, government officials have already negotiated with local villages in Jiyun Mountain to directly take over the Jiyun Mountain scenic area. Water isn't as portable as compressed biscuits, and helicopters can't drop large quantities. The government is transporting simply filtered water to the city, similar to the previous supermarket boats, with one boat between several residential areas. However, these boats no longer carry the wide variety of goods as before. Besides some durable foods, like compressed biscuits, canned goods, and noodles, the rest are water tanks. People bring buckets, basins, and bottles to collect the water. And this time, new regulations have been introduced. Airdropping supplies has been cancelled. People are now receiving relief food and water from the supermarket boats. When supplies are dropped by plane, property management personnel will personally go door to door to count the number of people, so there's no need to worry about fraudulent claims. When people went to the supermarket boats to collect supplies, the large crowds caused chaos. Therefore, the new regulations require people to collect supplies in person. Proxy collection is not allowed. They must also bring their ID card or social security card. Each supply boat has a list of residents organized by neighborhood. By providing the neighborhood name and resident number, the boat can quickly locate the person and mark them on a checkmark. This ensures that no one receives more than their share. Compressed biscuits remain the same as before, 1 pack of 2 per person per day, with a small amount of salted sauce distributed every few days. Water is limited to 1,000 milliliters per person per day, equivalent to 2 bottles of mineral water. This is only enough for cooking and drinking. Washing is not permitted. If a larger amount of water is needed, it must be exchanged for supplies. Each supermarket boat indicates the exchange rate for water. For example, 1 pound of flour can be exchanged for 300 milliliters of water, and 1 bottle of mushroom sauce for 400 milliliters of water. The crowd groaned and complained, but there was nothing they could do. Those with extra supplies traded them for more water, while those with little food had only enough water to sustain themselves. People couldn't even guarantee their basic sanitation. Zhou Shuan sighed softly. I didn't expect a water shortage so soon. She hadn't experienced water scarcity in the past 2 years, having lived in the south. So, during the flood season in that video, she hadn't thought to have people store water, leading to this current sense of being caught off guard. Qi Mingyu, who had just finished sparring with her, pointed out her incorrect technique, then casually opened a bottle of water, drank half of it, and slowly asked, "What are your thoughts on the city's water supply?" Zhou Shuan was taken aback, but quickly understood what the other person meant. She thought for a moment and said, "Actually, the water resources in Jiyun Mountain scenic area are far more abundant than what's being distributed now. But Jiyun Mountain is too far from here. Even if the authorities wanted to transport water, they don't have enough water storage facilities and boats. Therefore, although lakes flow happily in Jiyun Mountain, Jay's city is facing a water shortage crisis." Right. If we could find a way to transport the water to the water plant, which has its own power supply, then the whole city could be supplied with water again. Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. Actually, even if we transport water, it's impossible to guarantee a 24/7 supply like usual. Setting up several water supply periods is better than people having to go to fetch water every day. Another unspoken point was that it wasn't yet the high temperature and drought season. A real water shortage would only occur then. But the most difficult thing is how to transport the water? Qi Mingyu said. He had thought of a few methods, but they all had limitations and weren't perfect. So, he wanted to ask Zhou Shuan's opinion. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and then said, "It would be great if there were a cruise ship that could transport goods." Qi Mingyu was taken aback. He had considered establishing a water transport team, or concentrating the city's water storage facilities for water transport. But he had never really thought of a cruise ship. Cruise ships didn't exist in the north, but Zhou Shuan had seen many in the south, especially during flood season, when river and sea cruise ships were deployed to the city, playing a huge role. If there were a cruise ship with a sufficient carrying capacity, it could transport enough water in one round trip. At the foot of Jian Mountain, the cruise ship could be moored there, and pipes could be connected from Tianyan Lake to the cruise ship. No manual labor would be needed, Zhou Shuan continued, lost in her own thoughts. After talking for a while, seeing that the other party didn't respond, she couldn't help but wonder and looked up at him. Qi Mingyu was looking at her intently. What's wrong? Do you think this idea is unreliable? No, I think you're very smart, Qi Mingyu said seriously. Zhou Shuan rolled her eyes at him, making him laugh. He stood up. Come on, let's go to the property management office and talk about this suggestion. Zhou Shuan wanted to decline. She didn't like giving orders or showing off. She just wanted to stay behind the scenes and quietly lead her family to survive in the apocalypse. So at the time, she hadn't considered being the building manager at all, but instead put forward Qi Mingyu. But before she could refuse, Qi Mingyu had already grabbed her hand. Come on, the plan you came up with, you should naturally explain it. Watching the two of them walk out hand in hand intimately, Zhong Tian peeked out from the kitchen with a motherly smile. Zhou Jianhai, who was slow to realize things, had long since figured out his wife's intentions. He buried his head in the stir-fry, muttering, I disagree. Who asked for your opinion? Whether you agree or disagree, keep it to yourself. Zhong Tian glared at him, then happily imagined the scene of Qi Mingyu calling her mother-in-law in the future. Zhou Jianhai paused, then couldn't help but say, Tian, haven't you noticed that Wan has no interest in that at all? Besides, this is the apocalypse, everyone's living hand to mouth, who has the mood for romance? Zhong Tian was rolling out noodles, saying as she did so, of course I know. But, precisely because it's the apocalypse, I can't bear to let Wan be all alone. Before she was all alone, it breaks my heart to hear that. You know, if that Lin Yuang were reliable, even if we were all gone, Wan would have someone to accompany and take care of her, but he's a scumbag, and he hurt Wan so badly, making her distrustful of relationships. Chapter 97. She glanced at Zhou Jianhai as she spoke. I wasn't there that time, so I couldn't make the decision. But this time, I'm determined to personally vet a good man for Wan. My taste has been certified by countless neighbors and relatives. It's excellent. Your taste? Who have you been a matchmaker for? I don't know. Zhong Tian gave him a look that suggested men and women are always out of sync, and then busied herself rolling out dough. You know, I picked a great son-in-law for myself. So many of my girlfriends envy me. After all that, she actually heard a compliment. Zhou Jianhai was instantly overjoyed, almost beaming, but not wanting to express his support for Qi Mingyu. He wore a rather comical expression. All right, this is still up in the air. I observe that Xiaoyu is very interested in Wan, but Wan doesn't reciprocate yet. We just wait and see. There's no rush. Yes. No rush. Zhou Jianhai nodded hurriedly. I didn't agree with Lin Yuang before. Now that my daughter has finally gotten rid of that scumbag, I don't want her to fall into another fire pit. How can Xiaoyu be a fire pit? Zhong Tian glared at him. Zhou Jianhai didn't say anything or look up, pretending to be busy cooking. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to the property management office and told Director Wu about the cruise ship incident. The latter indeed took it to heart, telling the two to go back and wait for news, while he immediately submitted the idea to his superiors. During the waiting days, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu did a few things together. First, they went to the property management office and suggested that the Dongyuan residential area be fenced off with iron railings, leaving only 1 or 2 entrances. The floodwaters are now 6 or 7 meters high. Building a fence would be extremely difficult. However, after discussing the matter with the two men, Director Wu decided that if the able-bodied young men in the community worked together, it would only take a month. Firstly, their community is old and not very large. They could simply enclose it along the outermost floors. Then, they could use the existing load-bearing walls and utility poles as structural supports, placing the posts in flower beds and areas with trees as much as possible. Digging the pits manually would be less strenuous. Then, they could use the balconies of the higher floors to create a stable triangular fence. Furthermore, they would gather the able-bodied young men in the community to patrol and guard the area day and night, maximizing the safety of their community. Director Wu, because of the cruise ship incident, valued their ideas even more. He listened attentively and sincerely promised to discuss the matter with other property management companies and expedite the process. The second issue was finding enough wire to make the iron fence. This was actually Zhou Jianghai's old profession. He didn't have enough barbed wire to cover the entire neighborhood. But he knew where to find it. He first took Zhou Shuan to a building materials market in the city. The entire area was filled with various building materials. However, these building materials markets were usually only 2 or 3 stories high, and they were all submerged in water. The father and daughter put on diving suits and went into the water. Zhou Jianhai led the way to the barbed wire shop where his family often sourced their supplies, opened the warehouse door, and found half of it filled with barbed wire. Zhou Shuan stored it all in her spatial storage. They went to a few other shops, and after taking about a third of it, they returned to the neighborhood and informed the property management that there was readily available barbed wire fencing at the building materials market. The property management was busy organizing the community to install barbed wire. Qi Mingyu had proposed a specific plan that day. Finding the barbed wire was considered voluntary labor for the community. According to the list, each household would contribute 1 able-bodied person, and each building would contribute an inflatable boat. The able-bodied men were divided into 2 groups. One group would install the barbed wire, while the other would stay in the community, waiting for the barbed wire to arrive before starting construction. Therefore, those with diving equipment could choose to install the barbed wire, while those without could only wait at home for installation. Within a few days, the community was fenced off with barbed wire. A layer of broken beer bottles and sharp nails was then densely laid outside the barbed wire. Since the community had a small population, only 1 exit was left, the rest was fenced off with iron railings. Based on Qi Mingyu's suggestion, Director Wu set up a 24-hour guard post at the exit, organizing the able-bodied men from each household into 7 groups of 20 people, working in 4 shifts of 5 people each day and night. The staff on duty were provided with weapons and equipment by the property management. The staff on duty were easy to manage, but training ordinary residents into qualified bodyguards was a major challenge. After much thought, Wu Bin approached Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan. The former was a retired Special Forces soldier, highly skilled and capable of command, as evidenced by the changes in the community over the past few days. The latter, although still a university student, possessed exceptional archery skills, witnessed by many neighbors. Wu Bin approached them for 2 reasons. First, he wanted Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu to help train the community's duty personnel. Second, he wanted them to help him find a way to obtain weapons. His requirements weren't high, he just needed some bows and arrows, crossbows, and slingshots. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance. The former slowly spoke, whether in peacetime or now, weapons are hard to come by. It's impossible for everyone on duty to have a bow and arrow. Yes, I didn't even dare to think that way. But look, at least all 5 of us on duty need to have some to be considered capable of resistance. Wu Bin's attitude was very amiable, with a smile on his face. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, living in the Dongyuan residential area, with elderly parents and children at home. Although he was assigned to Dongyuan by the street office, to be fair, he was a diligent and responsible property manager, and he didn't abuse his power for personal gain. The atmosphere in the entire community was quite good. This was also why Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were willing to help. I think of a way to get the weapons. Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. Oh, that's wonderful. With you here, nothing is impossible. Director Wu's face lit up with a broad smile. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu secretly. She suspected him of secretly breaking into an armory long ago, and now seeing him agree to it without batting an eye, it seemed like a done deal. Zhou Shuan, I heard you're teaching your parents archery at home? Director Wu turned his gaze to her. This wasn't a secret. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu always carried crossbows when they went out. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes. You're an archery expert. Director Wu rubbed his hands together and smiled. Look, Xiao Yu's energy is limited, and he has a grandmother to take care of at home. Why don't you help teach our guards archery when he's busy? Qi Mingyu was helping wholeheartedly. How could Zhou Shuan fall behind? Moreover, it was she who first suggested strengthening the community's self-defense capabilities. Zhou Shuan agreed without hesitation. Okay, but the teaching time is up to me. Of course, Director Wu nodded excitedly. Don't worry, your 2 families are the head coaches, so you don't need to send anyone to handle the community's duty shifts. This was an unexpected bonus. Chapter 98. The Zhou family was alright. Zhou's father, Zhong's mother, and Zhou Shuan could all take turns working. But the Qi family only had Qi Mingyu, and there wasn't even anyone to replace him. This could be considered Director Wu returning the favor. He proactively resolved the matter before the Qi family even mentioned their difficulties. So, Director Wu is someone you can get along with. A few days later, Qi Mingyu returned with a batch of weapons. He first showed them to Zhou Shuan, 10 crossbows, 200 arrows, and several slingshots. Zhou Shuan picked them up in surprise. These crossbows were different from the ones Qi Mingyu had given her before. They weren't from the same batch. But they were equally well made and felt just the right weight. It's such a waste to just give this away to the property management company for free, she said, feeling a little distressed. Qi Mingyu smiled. Of course, I won't give them away for nothing. But what kind of supplies should we exchange these weapons for? You have to consider what supplies you're lacking. Qi Mingyu thought seriously for a while before saying, as for food and drink, that's about it. The supplies we stockpiled for so long are enough for Grandma and me to eat and use for a long time. If there's anything we're really lacking, it's probably vegetables and fruits. Zhou Shuan shook her head, then couldn't help but laugh. What you're saying is too much of a burden for Director Wu. Vegetables and fruits are scarce everywhere right now. The apocalypse was too rushed. I only focused on stockpiling food that could be stored for a long time, and I neglected vegetables and fruits. Now, I'm thinking that if I have the opportunity, I can exchange for a batch of dehydrated vegetables, and stockpile a few vegetable dehydrators to dehydrate all the vegetables grown on the balcony and terrace. Then we won't lack vegetables in the future. Zhou Shuan listened and nodded repeatedly, then sighed in frustration. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Qi Mingyu smiled at her. You only think about what you lack. Zhou Shuan didn't immediately understand this remark. It wasn't until Qi Mingyu got up to leave for the property management office that she belatedly realized what he meant. If you only think about what you lack, then wouldn't you not think about what you don't lack? Was Qi Mingyu implying something, or had he discovered something? Although Director Wu was hesitant about Qi Mingyu's exchange request, seeing the truly high-quality crossbow bolts, he gritted his teeth and agreed, promising to mobilize the entire property management staff to find one as soon as possible. Vegetable dehydrators were only used by a few merchants. Ordinary people didn't know how to use them. Therefore, among the appliances Zhou Shuan had collected from the department store, there wasn't a vegetable dehydrator. She had expected it to be difficult, but Director Wu delivered a batch of dehydrated vegetables to Qi Mingyu 2 days later. 10 2-liter buckets were delivered. Qi Mingyu looked at the tightly sealed dried vegetables in the room with slight surprise, then looked at Director Wu. Director Wu smiled politely and offered Qi Mingyu a cigarette, saying, Xiao Yu, sit down, Uncle has something to tell you. He then took out a lighter to light Qi Mingyu's cigarette. Qi Mingyu waved his hand. Uncle Wu, I don't smoke. Right, I forgot. Your unit has rules. Director Wu didn't insist, stubbed out his own cigarette, and said, Xiao Yu, actually, I have a nephew who works at a vegetable drying plant in a neighboring city, which we don't have. Before the apocalypse, he bought a bunch of equipment, wanting to set up his own drying plant, but then the apocalypse happened. His equipment is just sitting at home useless. After I told him about your situation, he's willing to give you 2 sets in exchange for some weapons. What do you think? Director Wu looked at Qi Mingyu somewhat awkwardly. The weapons Qi Mingyu had taken out were for the community's security guards. Director Wu should have informed Qi Mingyu before giving them to outsiders, both morally and practically. Moreover, Director Wu continued, actually, my nephew's family is large, and with the world in such turmoil, my nephew wants more than just crossbows, he also wants some firearms. I wonder if you, Xiao Yu. He lowered his voice, looking at Qi Mingyu earnestly. The latter shook his head seriously. Uncle Wu, it's not that I'm unwilling to give them. It's just that I borrowed these crossbows from my former comrades. After he retired, he opened a shooting range and had some bows and crossbows, but he traded them for supplies intermittently. 10 crossbows are all he can give me. Firearms are strictly controlled. I can't get any myself. Qi Mingyu's voice was gentle, but it inexplicably carried a palpable pressure. Although Director Wu was unwilling, he didn't dare to insist further, and could only nod. All right, I talked to my nephew right away. He said, we were just asking. It's okay if we don't have any information. Qi Mingyu responded, okay. Xiao Yu, wait for my news, Director Wu said. Qi Mingyu nodded, watching the other party's departing figure, his eyes flashing. That evening, he went out for a while. Zhou Shuan happened to run into him on her way back from her aunt's house. Seeing him dressed in night clothes, she asked curiously, where are you going? If he was going to look for supplies, this time of day wasn't too early or too late, it would be better to go during the day. Qi Mingyu glanced at her and said, want to learn how to conduct reconnaissance? Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. She was always the most eager student, and immediately nodded, yes, you want to go keep watch? Qi Mingyu didn't answer, only glanced at his watch and said, "I give you 5 minutes. Get dressed and come find me." Zhou Shuan acted swiftly. Her reactions in life or death situations were entirely due to the resilience honed over many years in her previous life. However, she lacked the reconnaissance, tracking, and counter-reconnaissance skills that special forces excelled in. Today offered a chance for on-site training, and she naturally wanted to seize it. She quickly went upstairs, put on her wetsuit, grabbed her backpack, and only had time to tell her parents before heading out. Running downstairs, Qi Mingyu glanced at the clock. 4 minutes, not bad. "Let's go!" He paddled the inflatable boat, and Zhou Shuan sat in the back. However, they didn't leave the residential area, but instead hid near Building 11, both remaining motionless in the darkness. Zhou Shuan initially didn't know who they were tailing, but after waiting for over an hour, a familiar figure emerged from Building 11, and she suddenly realized. "What's wrong? Did he cause trouble after you gave the weapon to Director Wu?" she whispered to Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu shook his head. "I just have some doubts, and want to see for myself. The community now has 24-hour security, which is certainly safer than before, but it also means less freedom." Qi Mingyu didn't exit through the main gate. Instead, he rode to the last row of buildings in the community, glanced at the iron fence, and asked, "Can we climb over it?" The iron fence was 2.5 meters above the water. It would be difficult for anyone to cross it directly from the boat. Zhou Shuan gritted her teeth. "I try." Qi Mingyu handed her 2 objects that looked like the 4 feet of feet, with slightly concave fronts indicating strong grip, along with a pair of gloves. Zhou Shuan put them on, stood up from the boat, and grabbed the barbed wire, climbing upwards. Qi Mingyu observed her from the bow for a while, concluding that with her arm strength and climbing speed, she should have no problem getting over the barbed wire. He jumped into the water, deflated and folded the inflatable boat, placed it in a large backpack he had prepared beforehand, slung it over his shoulder, and easily leaped onto the barbed wire. His climbing speed was much faster than Zhou Shuan's. He jumped over in a few moves. By the time Zhou Shuan reached the other side, he was already below, having inflated the boat and was waiting. Qi Mingyu reached out and half caught Zhou Shuan's leg. "Be careful, get directly onto the boat." After landing, Zhou Shuan was slightly out of breath. Seeing that Qi Mingyu seemed completely unfazed, she felt a little embarrassed. "It's different, you don't look tired at all." "Rock climbing, jumping, and weighted long distance running are all routine for us," Qi Mingyu praised generously. "As a girl, you're already very impressive." Zhou Shuan felt even more embarrassed, coughed lightly, and picked up a paddle to row with Qi Mingyu. "Which direction did they go after leaving the residential area? Should we follow them?" she asked. Qi Mingyu nodded. "I already found out during the day that Director Wu's nephew lives in Jingyuan residential area, which is in this direction. We just follow him slowly." The two of them rowed quickly, and had a clear target, so they soon caught up with Wu Bin's boat. The other person struggled to row in the darkness, frequently glancing around furtively, acting rather suspiciously. Jingyuan residential area used to be an affluent neighborhood, with a significant portion consisting of planned villas, some 4 stories high. Only wealthy people could afford such detached villas in the city. But after the floods began, these villas were submerged, leaving only shallow rooftops surrounding the central walk-up apartments. Upon reaching Jingyuan residential area, Wu Bin didn't enter, but continued rowing a short distance. Reaching a villa, he stopped the boat beside it, and climbed onto the roof. On the roof, several dark figures waited. The flickering light was from cigarette butts. Qi Mingyu, who had been cautiously following, gestured to Zhou Shuan upon seeing this. The two donned hats and breathing masks and carefully entered the water. They submerged themselves to the villa, pressing themselves against the wall, listening for any sounds coming from above. "Uncle, how's it going? Is he willing to exchange for weapons?" Director Wu sighed. "Ah, Jiabin, you're thinking too much. Xiao Yu is just a veteran. If he were in the army, it would be easier, but now he's just like us, an ordinary citizen. He'd be lucky to get a few bows and arrows. You want pistols or submachine guns?" "Absolutely not." "You asked, uncle? What did he say?" The young man named Jiabin asked anxiously. "What else could he say?" "Nothing. I also think he have to find them for you somewhere." Wu Bin looked at the people gathered around him. "Don't even think about it. Although being a bodyguard transporting supplies can earn you more, it's a job where your lives are at stake. You guys should just honestly form your own teams, find supplies, and then split the profits per person." "How can that be?" "Uncle, our family is barely scraping by right now. My youngest son can't even afford fresh meat. How can I not take a gamble? Having a gun is certainly a good thing." But it's not feasible right now, is it? Jiabin, tell me how you plan to exchange your vegetable dehydrator for me. Besides giving you 2 crossbows, I can find you some other supplies. How about that? Director Wu continued, our neighborhood recently got a new batch of smoked fish. It tastes great. If the kids can't afford pork, fish is a good alternative, and it even make them smarter. Uncle, I can't explain this to you. Jiabin was somewhat exasperated, wanting to say something but forcibly holding back. Uncle, don't worry about this. I figure it out myself. Director Wu sighed and left dejectedly. After he left, Jiabin said to the remaining men, what do we do? That Qi Mingyu isn't planning on providing firearms. Go rob him. Another man said. Jiabin glared at the other man. What are you robbing? That's a special forces soldier. His skills are way better than yours or mine. His house must be fortified like an iron fortress. Otherwise, Jia Xiaoguang wouldn't have been unable to get into his house. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan exchanged a glance in the water, never expecting to hear that almost forgotten name here. What a bunch of trash. Another person cursed. Our plan was perfect. While Qi Mingyu and the Zhou family were out searching for supplies, we break into their house, steal their supplies and weapons, then ambush and kill them. With Jiabin's uncle's connections, we could completely take over the Dongyuan residential area. Brother Dong said not to rush things. He hasn't figured out those 2 families' backgrounds yet. So, Jiabin gathered the group around him, speaking in a very low voice. If it weren't for the absolute silence of the night, it would have been difficult to hear what they were saying. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan overheard their entire plan. After they dispersed, they waited for a long time before emerging from the water together. They exchanged a glance, the atmosphere eerily calm. After a long pause, Zhou Shuwan feigned a complaint. I never expected Dong Jianhua to be this kind of person. On the surface, he seems gentle and refined, full of righteousness, but behind the scenes, he's a gangster trying to take over the neighborhood. Qi Mingyu, however, remained calm. He was observant, and had long noticed the unusual way Dong Jianhua occasionally looked at him and the Zhou family. Now he understood, the other party had grand ambitions. He and the Zhou family, no, it was Wanwan, had both hindered his plans. He thought of something, and only after they had both climbed onto the boat and removed their masks did he suddenly ask, Wanwan, did Dong Jianhua successfully take over the neighborhood? Of course. Zhou Shuwan stopped abruptly, looking back at him. In the slightly melancholic moonlight, his expression was calm, only his eyes seemed to churn with different emotions. She calmed herself before saying, of course, it didn't work. With you and me stopping him, how could he possibly succeed? He's just a clown. Qi Mingyu lowered his eyes, and when he looked up again, he had regained his composure, nodding and smiling, that's right, just a clown. Zhou Shuwan then asked curiously, did you already guess that this matter was related to the Dong family? Qi Mingyu explained while rowing the boat, actually, I wasn't entirely sure, but when I saw Uncle Wu in the past, I noticed he smoked very ordinary brands of cigarettes. Last time you gave him a pack of relatively high-end gold brand cigarettes, and he was quite excited, quickly getting things done. Chapter 99. Qi Mingyu continued, he came to see me during the day, and the cigarettes he offered me were from a very expensive brand, much more expensive than gold brand. In our neighborhood, I only ever seen Dong Jianhua smoke them. Plus, Uncle Wu suddenly mentioned wanting firearms, so I suspected Dong Jianhua and him had been in contact privately. He was about 80% right. However, it wasn't Wu Bin who had contact with Dong Jianhua, but rather his nephew, Wu Jiabin. Zhou Shuwan sneered, it seems our neighbor Dong is playing a long game. She then mentioned that the cardboard box Wei Wei was carrying also belonged to the Dong family. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, then said calmly, besides the Jia and Wei families, I don't know how many other people in the neighborhood have been won over by him. Last time, because of the incident where supplies were dropped onto someone's roof, several households and other buildings sided with him. I had some suspicions then, but I never imagined his ambitions were this grand. Most of the gangs they encountered so far operate clandestinely in secluded places. While they are hateful, that's the way of the world. After the apocalypse, some people will uphold their principles, while others will quickly succumb. However, the actions of someone like Dong Jianhua, who forcibly seizes a perfectly good neighborhood and uses it as a gang base, are extremely rare. If there's anyone whose ambition rivals his, it's only Zhou Shuan's scumbag ex-boyfriend, Lin Yuang. Lin Yuang has the will, but lacks the weapons and connections, limiting him to small-scale operations. Dong Jianhua is cunning and resourceful, and his meticulousness and ruthlessness surpass Lin Yuang's by a significant margin. Zhou Shuwan then said, Now that we know the rabbit is about to show its claws and scratch us, should we catch it or not? Lin Yong countered with his opinion. What do you think? Zhou Xuan gazed at the calm water in the distance, her voice composed. My personality is such that I can't tolerate any troublemakers around me. Since that's the case, let's nip it in the bud and solve it once and for all. Qi Mingyu's eyes flashed. Okay, let's pull off a big one together. His expression was full of confidence. It seemed that facing dozens of bandits was a trivial matter for him. He had the ability to do so. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but glance at him. Her gaze was strange. What's wrong? Zhou Xuan hesitated, then whispered, if only. Her voice was very low, the words almost carried away by the wind. Qi Mingyu didn't hear her clearly. Leaning closer, Wan, what did you say? If only you could have come back in your past life. Like now, without anyone reminding you, you noticed something was wrong early on and decisively stopped Dong Jianhua. Then Mom wouldn't have died, Mumu wouldn't have died, and Grandma Peng wouldn't have died. In her past life, she was just an ordinary person, desperately trying to go home, but returning too late. If you could have come back in time, would the ending have been different? Would she have been able to reunite with her family, and wouldn't have had to suffer all that hardship alone? Zhou Xuan sighed softly, a bittersweet smile on her face. It's nothing. I just wish you were a hero to every one of us weaklings. The sadness on her face was so obvious that Qi Mingyu couldn't pretend not to see it. He couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her face. His movements were light and slow, as if giving her enough time to look away. But in the gentle night breeze, the surrounding water rippled softly, and Zhou Xuan remained still. Qi Mingyu's large hand touched her cheek, her skin smooth as jade, yet carrying a hint of night's coolness. Wan, his voice was slightly hoarse, each word deliberate. I'm just an ordinary person, destined not to be everyone's hero. I couldn't prioritize personal feelings over the greater good, so when I knew the apocalypse was coming, I didn't hesitate to retire from the army. My superiors were disappointed in my actions, but that couldn't stop my determination to go home. To return, he paid a price that others considered heavy. But he didn't regret it at all. Wan, I can't be their hero, I only want to be yours. That magnetic, deeply affectionate voice made her blush instantly. She was stunned for a moment, then asked hesitantly, what do you like about me? Qi Mingyu smiled, tilted his head slightly to think for a moment, and said, maybe it's because I was very interested in you the first time we met, which is why I reminded you. Later, when I got home, I found out you were the little girl next door. That created a huge contrast for me, and I became more and more interested in you. Then, as we got to know each other better, I found that I admired your personality and how you treat others. Maybe that's how I gradually fell in love. Just like that? Zhou Xuan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Does liking someone have to have a reason? Wan, I'm in the army, and I'm very decisive. I like you, so I want to pursue you. You're a girl, so you think things through more. I pursue you slowly, you don't need to feel guilty. Zhou Xuan paused, then finally voiced her question. It's the apocalypse now. Many people are struggling to even fill their stomachs. Don't you think talking about love in this situation is a burden? A burden? Qi Mingyu's voice was deep, yet incredibly alluring. I think in this desperate apocalypse, being able to be with your loved one, sharing life and companionship, is far happier than being alone in the apocalypse. Besides, I'm capable of taking care of my loved one. So, I don't see it as a burden at all. Zhou Xuan remained silent for a long time. Qi Mingyu asked softly, and you, Wan, did you reject my advances because you don't like me, or because you see me as a burden? You're not a burden. Zhou Xuan blurted out before she could even think it through. Then you don't like me? Zhou Xuan wanted to nod, but for some reason, this simple action proved incredibly difficult. She froze there for a long while. Qi Mingyu didn't press her further. He gently patted her head and whispered, then go back and think it over carefully, okay? Zhou Xuan only remembered nodding haphazardly before turning away to row, seemingly very busy. She didn't even glance at him again. And she resolutely refused to give him another chance to speak to her. Qi Mingyu felt she was like a trembling little quail hiding in its nest, pitiful yet adorable. The next day, Dong Qingqing knocked on the Zhou family's door. As soon as Zhou Xuan opened the door, she blurted out, do you have any wine? The former paused slightly, glanced at the basket in her hand, and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Dong Qingqing, somewhat imperiously, stretched the basket forward, almost below Zhou Xuan's eyes. Look closely, this is 10 pounds of fresh pork ribs. My dad wants to trade them for 2 bottles of wine. Zhou Xuan saw that the basket was indeed full of pork ribs, as if it had just been slaughtered. They are indeed quite fresh, she said casually. Chapter 100. Of course. This is good stuff. How many days has it been since your family has had fresh pork? You regret it if you missed this opportunity. Dong Qingqing snorted coldly, her disdain clear. Since the tsunami, her family had stopped cooking on a large scale to avoid the smell of meat arousing suspicion. Zhou Shuan shrugged. That's a pity. I don't have any liquor at home. Qingqing, you can go find someone else to exchange. How could that be? There were liquor bottles in your trash. Dong Qingqing quickly fell silent. The trash was taken by the residents to the garbage boat and then handled by specialists. Dong Qingqing's words suggested that the Dong family had already investigated their trash. How professional. Luckily, they were careful when throwing away trash and had already recycled anything unsuitable for human eyes. Unexpectedly, just a few bottles of liquor had attracted so much attention. Zhou Shuan narrowed her eyes and took a step forward. What are you doing? I just came to exchange some wine. If I don't have any, I don't have any. Why are you getting so angry? Dong Qingqing knew Zhou Shuan's reputation and didn't dare argue with her. She threw down those words and turned to leave. She moved as fast as if a ghost was chasing her. Downstairs, the Qi family also experienced a similar exchange. Of course, Qi Mingyu's response was a simple no. Dong Qingqing's attitude towards him was much warmer than towards Zhou Shuan. Then, brother Yu, do you think anyone in our neighborhood still has wine? My mom told me to come and exchange some. If I don't, I get scolded. She looked at him pitifully with wide eyes. Qi Mingyu frowned and subtly took a step back. I don't know either. Little Yu, why are you so expressionless? Seriously, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Dong Qingqing stomped her foot and turned away like a little girl. As soon as she turned around, she was a little stunned. Zhou Shuan, you, when did you get here? She then became somewhat embarrassed and angry. What are you doing here? Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. This is the 5th floor, my home is on the 6th floor. I came downstairs to run some errands. Can't I use the stairs? Dong Qingqing turned her head and glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was now giving Zhou Shuan a gentle smile, feeling utterly humiliated today. Actually, she had volunteered to exchange ribs for wine, wanting to show off her skills to the neighbors. Zhou Shuan, don't be so smug. Dong Qingqing suddenly glared at her resentfully and stomped upstairs. Zhou Shuan was somewhat confused. You're the one who provoked her. Why is she taking her anger out on me? Qi Mingyu shook his head, looking equally innocent. I don't know either. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Zhou Shuan pointed outside. I just heard gongs and drums, so I went downstairs to see what it was about. Now that there's no internet, the property management's notifications have reverted to the old system. Gongs and drums signify something important, and residents at home should rush to check to avoid missing any important announcements. Let's go, I go with you, Qi Mingyu said, taking off his apron. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Shuan noticed that his face, elbows, and hands seemed to be covered in flour. You cook at home? Zhou Shuan asked. Qi Mingyu nodded. Grandma wants to steam a lot of white flour buns and freeze them. Too much flour, and the weather's damp? She's worried about bugs getting in. Zhou Shuan laughed. You can cook? While fishing at Tianyan Lake Reservoir, Zhou Shuan had heard plenty of complaints from Grandma Peng. Qi Mingyu, who always seemed calm and strong in front of outsiders, was a complete kitchen novice. In the kitchen, he couldn't even distinguish between sugar and salt. Asking him to fry an egg almost caused him to blow up the kitchen. Qi Mingyu had already put his apron inside, told Grandma Peng, and then came out. Hearing this, he lightly flicked her forehead. I may not be able to cook, but kneading dough shouldn't be too difficult for me. Zhou Shuan wisely remained silent. They rowed a boat together to the property management office. When most people had arrived, Director Wu announced, Our J City has borrowed a cruise ship from a neighboring city to transport water from Jiyun Mountain to the water plant. The water plant can resume operation soon, and we won't be short of water anymore. Great. Everyone was very excited upon hearing this, and cheers resounded throughout the entire community. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, genuinely pleased. Xiaoyu, Zhou Shuan, I have something to say to you. After everyone had left, Director Wu called the two into the room. Xiaoyu, Zhou Shuan, my recommendation was appreciated by the leadership, who specifically asked about you. They heard you're quite skilled and wanted me to ask your opinions. Would you like to join the water protection team? Water protection team? Qi Mingyu asked. Yes, the world outside is too chaotic right now. Water is scarce everywhere. If it weren't for the government and military taking over the management of Jiyun Mountain and their tough stance, Who knows how many people would be fighting for water? Several people die every day just from fighting for water. Wu Bin sighed. Don't we have supermarket boats supplying water in each community? Qi Mingyu asked, puzzled. But Zhou Shuan knew the reason perfectly well. Director Wu explained, yes, but we need our own ID cards to collect supplies and water. We can't have someone else collect it. After the apocalypse, some people have killed countless people. How dare they show their faces? Without water, they have to steal. Therefore, with the cruise ship, the higher-ups are taking it very seriously, and want to form a water protection team to escort the cruise ship safely back. Also, our J City is deep inland. This cruise ship will attract countless criminals, who will not only steal the water, but also the ship itself, making it even more difficult for the people of J City to get water. Director Wu looked at the two earnestly. You two are both capable and have good hearts. So think it over carefully when you get back, and give me an answer as soon as possible. What kind of compensation do I get after being selected for the water protection team? Zhou Shuan asked. Director Wu beamed. We're not giving out cash now, just supplies. Our property management is also receiving supplies, enough for a month's food and drink. Since you're the guard team, you definitely be issued weapons. Besides, the cruise ship makes one round trip daily, so you only need to work half a day. The rest of the time is up to you. He paused, then looked at Qi Mingyu with a guilty expression. Xiao Yu, I guess I have to go back on my word about the weapons exchange the other day. My nephew's a bit simple-minded. He insists on having firearms. The vegetable dehydrator is his too. I can't force him to give it to me. Look, this crossbow. He trailed off, clearly troubled. Qi Mingyu, however, already knew what was going on with his nephew, so he calmly replied, It's alright, Uncle Wu. If your nephew can't get it, you can find something else for me. J City is so big, we're sure to find a vegetable dehydrator.